Chapter 101 Victory. Without the gathering of high-level zombies, and their deliberate summoning, the remaining zombies were dispersed by a dozen teams of hunter squads. And the tens of thousands of zombies were slowly and gradually crushed. And gradually dispersed after wandering for a while. Only some scattered zombies, that still cling to the fresh flesh and blood in the base remain. A siege that concerned the life and death of the entire base was resolved by everyone working together. Bai Jiao smashed the nearest zombies and left them behind. Quickly turning back into the base, and looking around for Jiang Bui's figure. A large number of heavily armed ordinary people gathered at the entrance followed their assigned squad leaders, as they prepared to leave the city. Their task was to wait for the exalts to finish collecting the crystal cores, and gather the zombie corpses together. Waiting for the fire-type exalts to burn and destroy them. Cleaning up the battlefield is a task that anyone can receive. There are no other special requirements. The reward is also very considerable. One day down everyone can receive 1 to 2 cores. Enough to exchange for a week's rations for a family of 3. The white python's huge body scared the people waiting to leave the city. They panicked and avoided. And there were even uncontrollable screams from the queue. Bai Jiao didn't care about those noisy and weak ants beside him. His heart and mind were all focused on Jiang Bui, who appeared at the staircase of the city wall. Jiang Bui coldly swept his eyes over those people, who couldn't hide their panic and disgust on their faces. And after saying a few words to Qi Shan beside him about what he was going to do next, he walked towards Bai Jiao. Tired? Bai Jiao slowly shook his head. The head that was flexible and strong in front of the zombies actually looked a bit bulky and naive to Jiang Bui. Let's go. Go home and eat first. Jiang Bui finished looking around twice. Shou Chu and the 4 of them still don't know where they are. Let's go back first. Aunt Chen and Lin Yi are still worried at home. 1 person and 1 snake left in style, not caring about the crystal cores behind them. At the same time, on the battlefield behind them, Cui Chan had his right hand tied to the dark vine, and his left hand tied to the second vine, and his shadowless hand behind him almost transformed into a shadow, frantically collecting the crystal cores from the zombies' brains. Qin Jinshan followed behind him carrying the biggest shopping bag in the supermarket, helping him to cut open the overly hard brains from time to time. The bag is almost full. How many pockets do you have left? Cui Chan's whole body seems to be tied in the middle by the left and right vines. The efficiency of the dark vines has already been breezed. The bottom of his heart is secretly sour. Shaking his head back. I'm wearing a jumper. No pockets. The jeans he wore today did have pockets. But they were too tight and fitted. And that little gap couldn't hold a few crystals. Right. The jeans he wore today. Look at my left trouser pocket for a bag. I seem to remember stuffing a few inside in the morning. Qin Xishan finally found 3 flowery transparent plastic bags in the 2 pockets behind his buttocks, and couldn't help but question the fact that an older male youth carried so many plastic bags with him. He also gave full play to the spirit of not being ashamed to ask questions. Cui Chan barely raised a hand that was not under his control. A purple-pink butterfly flew out from his thumb. Qin saw deep eyes slightly widened. A closer look only to find that the butterfly did not appear out of thin air. Cui Chan's thumb was missing a small section. Cui Chan explained, my supernatural ability is to transform butterflies. Sometimes a large group of butterflies are not good to carry. Easy to be blown away by the gust of wind. So I put them in a plastic bag and poke an eye on it. Qin saw deep. He looked at the plastic bag in his hand, and didn't know what to do. He was taking someone else's dispenser bag? Cui Chanting saw that he did not move. Thought that he was worried that the butterfly powder was toxic. You can rest assured that you can use it. These are a few I have not had time to use it. The eyes have not been poked yet. They are all clean. 2 people this side busy work. Over there Zhou Chu and Shenlin is responsible for dealing with the body. A cremation? A maximize the use of the body. But also busy. Only the 1 person and 1 snake who are slipping and walking home are enjoying the 2-person world they got from being lazy. No matter how much White Jiao dawdled. The base entrance to the villa was just a little way. And before he could ask for a rewarding kiss, he was home. Xiao Huang was mercilessly commandeered again. Used as a water spray gun to clean the white python that took up the entire yard. Although there was a protective transparent film on the outside of the white auger's scales and armor, and it didn't get covered in anything dirty. It was still carefully rinsed a few times, and lathered up for psychological comfort. With the original size of the White Jiao house, he cannot enter. Can only be in the back of the car quickly changed into Jiang Bui brought clothes wrap body. Fortunately at this time, the night has been dark cannot see things. only to avoid an embarrassing naked accident. The sky is already dark. Sporadic light hanging on the indigo blackened curtain. Only the house is still lit with warm yellow light. Etchen heard the sound of water outside and came out in a hurry. All back? Did you get hurt? No. The four of them are still wrapping up. We came back first. Jiang Bui wrung out his cuffs that were soaked with splashed water and pacified. There aren't many zombies left outside the city. When the few of them come back to pack up, we'll drive away. Etchen nodded repeatedly. Hurry up and eat something. I haven't eaten anything hot after a tiring day. Furniture and daily necessities were moved onto the lorry by them this morning. The more that couldn't be used for a while were put into Jiang Bui's space. Now the villa was just as empty as it was before they moved in. There was only a big table and a table of meals. Seeing Jiang Bui's puzzled look, Etchen smiled. I had Cui Chanting move some of the table, chairs and ingredients down for me before he left. And the dishes were done in the car before they were brought down. Lenny pitifully nestled on a small bench dozing off. Hearing the movement of several people entering the door woke up and fell down, making the three people who came in startled. Slow down. Did you fall anywhere? Several people insisted on checking a few times to confirm that it was really fine before releasing the child. Let's sleep here tonight. We'll set out again in the morning. Jiang Bui took a few beds and sofas out of the space, and everyone's personal belongings and clothes were placed in their suitcases, which were also taken out by Jiang Bui and placed in the living room. He had just put the bedding away when Cui Chant and the four of them came back in pairs so that dinner could be served. Dinner is very sumptuous. Quite some last meal meaning. Leek scrambled eggs, sweet and sour pork, braised pork ribs, small onion tofu, fried fish fillet, and a large pot of white rice. After a day of hunger, everyone is almost always wolfing down swallowing rice. Fortunately, Etchen made enough rice. After eating and drinking and washing up, everyone sat paralyzed on the sofa in the living room, watching Cui Chant and Shenline count the crystal cores. 1, 2, 3, 4, except for Jiang Bui and Qin Qishan. The more the others looked at it, the more their eyes lit up. 13,861. Cui Chant could barely suppress his voice, his eyes glaring as wide as a calf's. Shenro covered his mouth in death, afraid that he wouldn't be able to control his roar. Crouch. Groove. This 10,000 or so crystal cores sounded a lot. And in fact it was indeed a lot, with a large portion of the pile being second-level crystal cores, which flashed under the light with various colors of magnificent radiance. Seeing their excited and thrilled looks, Jiang Bui also couldn't help but smile. Divide it up. The way Jiang Bui distributed it was also very simple. Divide it equally. Everyone had it. 13,861 divided by 8. Jiang Bui posted some more. 1,880 crystal cores for each person. Even Lin Yi froze holding a handful of crystal cores. This not good. Little Jiang. We didn't contribute here either. Jiang Bui feigned anger. Etchen. How can you say that? We are a whole. Everyone in the team has. Etchen smiled and sighed, carefully collecting the crystal cores and preparing to store them. As for her own stupid son, she didn't even think about it. Chapter 102, On the Road. In addition to the crystal cores that each of them received, Jiang Bui pulled out a few thousand more from his own small treasury and distributed them to the 4 crystal-swallowing beasts in the team. Xinxing Liang was surprised. Brother Jiang? Jiang Bui downplayed. There are too many crystal cores to fit. Consume. 4 people. What was the situation of being touched and heartbroken in the heart? Tonight were Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao were in the same room. Jiang Bui leaned on the head of the bed and looked at the big guy who was sitting in a small corner at the end of the bed and was busy with his behavior in a very diffident manner. How much is left? Bai Jiao counted on his fingers without lifting his head. About 9,000 pieces. Jiang Bui hummed. Thought for a moment. Give them all to the animals. Just because nothing happened during today's inspection of the city walls did not mean that nothing would happen in the future. He had been focusing on strengthening his own ability to protect them. But he had forgotten that they weren't flowers in a greenhouse, and didn't need to be held in the palm of his hand all the time. Little Flower, Blackie and Daxiong were about to reach the 3rd level. But the animals had different types of powers. Some were aggressive, and some were supportive. The small yellow lizard and the 2 turtles were growing very slowly, and had just broken through the barrier to level 2 a few days ago. Jiang Buwei decided that from tomorrow's road will be these a few of the alien ability to squeeze to the maximum. Can be put out to run on their own to throw out. Can spray water on the water has been non-stop water storage. Has been able to train out of the water system attack mode. In the flow of his mind. He arranged the months after several small animals in his mind. Looked up and asked Bai Jiao, "What do you think of this?" Bai Jiao gave him a somewhat strange look. Shouldn't it be like this? In his opinion, these animals themselves are mutated beasts, adapting to the cruelty of the outside world. And it's a normal thing for them to go on killing and training. Even when they fell into hibernation during the cold, Jiang Buwei still took care of them and protected them, which made him somewhat surprised and touched. There is no sympathy between beasts, let alone between beasts with strong territorial desires and possessiveness. At most, they will not eat each other when there is enough food. On the contrary, Jiang Buwei's spoiled approach was what made him feel strange. But a man without family status was not worthy of raising any objections to his daughter-in-law. He wanted to speak up, but he didn't dare, and he didn't feel the need to. It wouldn't be good to hurt the feelings between them over these little things that were in the way. Anyway, Jiang Buwei still had himself. Bai Jiao thought about this without thinking, and even imagined that there would be a day when the youth did not have anyone to rely on, and only had himself by his side. Jiang Buwei narrowed his eyes, and looked at Bai Jiao's smile that appeared at the corner of his mouth without realizing it. And he always felt that there was something obscene and unintentional about it. Bai Jiao backed to God. Eyes eagerly looked at Jiang Buwei. Inside, the stupid desire cannot be hidden. Tonight, can I go to bed? The heart that wants to sleep has been unable to hold down. Jiang Buwei smiled and looked at him, no longer want to hide his mind. Got up and went to take the pajamas. Bai Jiao whole snake instantly shriveled. Obviously occupies half of the bed of the big man. Looks surprisingly have a kind of weak and helpless illusion. Until the person who has gone to the bathroom door head also did not return lightly came. Not to go to bed to sleep well. First wash yourself clean. Dirty. Bai Jiao. He had simply rinsed his entire body with his original form during the day, and was clearly not qualified to go to bed. Bai Jiao used the fastest action speed in his life to get into the bathroom. And then boom! The door closed with a bang. The night was still young. The night was still long. Those in the base who knew the truth or had participated in the battle were shocked and puzzled by Jiang Buwei's departure. This included Slim Monkey and Lu Yin, who had fought side by side before. Why don't you stay? The Jingzhou City base is actually considered pretty good in the surrounding area, to a large base with complex forces in all aspects. Instead, there is no place for us. They were comfortable with a base where supplies were still sufficient, and the dangers they faced weren't too great. Not just because the base was now the domain of some of their familiar exalts, and they didn't need to take into account any forces. And this time, they didn't even need to take into account the Han family. It was also because they were the first batch of people to come to the base in Jingzhou City, and the ones who had single-handedly built this still solid and sturdy base. Mothers always had deep feelings for the children they had built and nurtured, and they naturally had a deep reliance on this base. But Jiang Buwei and the others did not. For the Jingzhou City base, they were just passing through. They had a more important goal. Hearing Jiang Buwei's polite refusal, although the thin monkey is a little lost side by side with the people to leave. But in the end, just no less than a day. And not how sad. The luggage in the villa was already packed, and the lorry was temporarily eliminated by Jiang Buwei and temporarily placed in the space. Shenroa, both eyes glowing, to the two cross-country parked in front of the villa's courtyard, constantly circling around the body. From time to time on the hand to touch 2 times. Mouth issued a tisk exclamation sound. In the future, these cars will all be handed over to you. Jiang Buwei handed him the car keys, signaling that he could modify them as he pleased. One of them was a cross-country that had been converted at the garage at the time, but it had been a big lorry much of the time before, and had rarely been on the road. The other car was simply in 90% new condition, which Jiang Buwei picked up on the roadside, idling because he couldn't open the door without a key or fingerprints. And now he also had a lock-picking tool. A total of 2 cars. A car can do 5 to 6 people. 8 people sitting on it is more than enough. Several of them, excluding Jiang Buwei, Zhou Chu, Chui Chanting, Shen Xingyi and Qin Jinshan. All 4 of them have driving licenses. 1 car to do 2, in order to take turns to rest. As the only 3 people without driving qualifications, Bai Jiao did not need to arrange to sit next to Jiang Buwei very consciously. With the 2 strongest people in the team sitting in 1 car, The safety of the remaining car required special arrangements. Zhou Chu and Qin Jinshin, the two relatively more aggressive in terms of their psychic abilities, were arranged to be in the same car, and Aunt Qin and Lin Yi were also in that one. Shen and Cui Chanting followed Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao in the same car, and they felt like two giant light bulbs. Shen and his team are crying without tears. Cui Chanting can still jump out of the window and fly when he can't stand it anymore, but he can't do anything if he's being fed dog food. The gaps and back seats on each car were stuffed with supplies for emergencies. The two cars soon set off on their journey at dawn. The cars walked out of the base for 2 miles. And Xinxingyi suddenly remembered something. Is it okay to just leave the crystal cores we got from Han Yang that day in the shantytown? The large amount of crystal cores that were looted that day were not hidden in the outer city, or simply on their own bodies, as most people in the outside world, including the Han family's people at that time, had guessed. Instead, it was thrown to the shantytown by Jiang Bui and the others, kept in the hands of a person who hadn't been able to see the light of day until last night. A large portion was scattered in front of the window of each shack by Darky the Dark Elf with him, and the remaining small portion Jiang Bui made the call and gave it to whoever was reasonable enough to keep it in their custody. As the two off-roads sped along, one of the tall, thin men in the group cleaning up the zombie bodies outside the city gates stood up straight and watched in silence as the cars slowly disappeared from sight. Chun-Chi, what are you staring at? A man next to him bumped his shoulder. Also looked a few times in the direction of Chun-Chi's lookout. Really did not see anything special. Skimming his lips. Tone not lack of envy said, Chun brother, you have such a strong supernormal ability. How before so low profile Who doesn't know about Chen-Chi Chen's great film director? How come I haven't heard of him at all after the end of the world? The man who was bumped stiffened and pulled the corner of his mouth. Before in another base, the man next to him heard his perfunctory. In his invisible angle rolled a disdain and mixed with jealousy white eyes. Said wordlessly, pretender. Chen-Chi knew what other people thought of him. But as long as he got stronger, he was fine. He didn't care about the rest. And it didn't matter. Chapter 103, Mountain Road. The nearest large safe zone to the base of Jingzhou City was more than 500 kilometers away, and it would normally take 5 hours to travel by car, or at least 3 to 5 days in the post-apocalyptic situation where most highways had collapsed and were blocked. The goal of their trip was the largest security zone located south of the Jingzhou City base, the Nancheng base. The South City base was a transit point that they had agreed upon after much deliberation, except for passing through the South City base, going anywhere else, whether it was the national park to the east or the highly populated city clusters that they would encounter if they went to the west, would not be as safe as going in a straight line. Moreover, the big base is well informed, and can further inquire about what kind of inner core is inside Liu's organization. The two SUVs sped along, touching a muddy path. The huge crocodile that had been crawling behind the car at high speed would come forward to freeze the place within 10 meters. For the car to pass safely and smoothly, they stopped and walked for a morning before leaving the city limits of Jingzhou. The highway and flat roads are mostly blocked by abandoned vehicles. It is difficult to move. So on the narrow dirt road, two large and bulky off-road vehicles were walking in front of and behind each other in a crooked and staggering manner. Should a lion sitting in the passenger raised his hand, tugged the handle of the head, was upside down, words cannot speak coherent, did not think. Think I can still have to sit. Sit Wrangler car sickness of a slur. The bottom of the car tire and strong and ran over a slanting crooked on the side of the big stone. Upside down the car was a shock. Should line of the back of the words or scared back. Honestly tugged on the handle, do not dare to open his mouth. Bai Jiao like a small daughter-in-law curled up in the corner of the back seat. Thighs together neatly. Do not dare to move the slightest bit. Cui Chan accidentally glanced at the rear view mirror and turned back. He saw two men with similar looks collapsed in the back seat. And unlike Bai Jiao, who was unusually tall but looked like a daughter-in-law, the man in the declining sun was stretched out comfortably as if he had no bones. And instead of reclining on the back seat, he was resting his head on the taller man's thighs. He did not lean on the back seat, but rested his head on the tall man's lap. His long legs stretched out unconsciously, occupying most of the back seat like a big man. His eyes were closed, his body swaying with the bumps of the car, and his furrowed brows showed that he was not sleeping soundly. Bai Jiao frowned and asked softly, how much longer will this road take? His hand, which were much larger than normal, gently supported Jiang Bui's shaking shoulders, trying to let him sleep a little more peacefully. Shen Xingyi turned over the map that had already felt out the furry edges and shook his head sadly. It will still be a long time. At least we won't be able to get out of the mountain road before dark. And we might have to set up camp tonight, in order to avoid the densely populated areas of the city center that had been reduced to a no-man's land. They had taken a long detour that was equivalent to running most of the way around the mountain, and they wouldn't be able to get down for a while. During this time, they stayed in the car except for stopping to solve their physical problems. And the children in the car behind them had slept several times since they got on the car. Shenrou thought here, worriedly turned his head and asked, "Jiang really okay? Do you need to take some medicine?" Jiang Bui was unprecedentedly late this morning for a while before coming down, and fell asleep as soon as he got on the car. Although everyone didn't say anything, anyone could see that something was wrong with his condition. It's no wonder that a few of Shen's party thought he was sick, or else why his spirit had been wilting. "Bai Jiao," after a moment's pause, he said without blushing, "He's fine. It's just that yesterday's alien energy consumption was too great, and he's tired." He wasn't wrong. Indeed, he was too tired from last night's activities. The two people in front of him were easily put off by this prevarication, nodding in understanding and admiration. Yesterday, Brother Jiang had supported the safety of their backs with his own strength. He was indeed exhausted. After casually stalling the two silly white people in front of him, Bai Jiao carefully uncovered the small blanket from the back and placed his large hand on the youth's inadvertently exposed supple and white waist. Bai Jiao looked coldly at the bumpy and curvy mountain road in front of him, but his large hand underneath gently kneaded the soft flesh of Jiang Bui's waist with a gentle, but not overpowering intensity. He kneaded it a little bit first and quietly waited for Jiang Bui's reaction for a while before he dared to completely get on with it. In front of the two stupid white sweets still and a few while messy screaming to discuss the next road how to go. Did not notice the back seat that big snake secretly. Sneaky small action. Jiang Bui was woken up by a strong bump. He opened his eyes in a daze. A flash of caution in his eyes had not yet surfaced when he was reminded of the status quo by the touch on the side of his face and his current position. Bai Jiao lowered his head and watched as Jiang Bui, who had just woken up from his sleep, went from a wary and icy expression to a blank and stupid cub-like state in one go, his eyes not even rolling for a second. But he apparently forgot one thing. Jiang Bui realized that the car was still moving, and while asking the two people in front of him where they had gone, he propped up his arms and tried to get up, only to feel a touch on his body that didn't belong to him. He stiffened for a moment, followed by Bai Jiao, who felt the stiffness of his limbs and followed suit. Then Jiang Bui unexpectedly dragged a large hand that hadn't had time to hit and run from his waist. Bai Jiao tried to stare at his own eyes to create an illusion of innocence, but unfortunately, due to the limitations of his own condition, the pair of small elongated eyes did not have the feeling of innocence and weakness even if he stared at them. On the contrary, it gives people a kind of funny feeling that the painting of a dog is not a tiger, which is the standard face of the villain in the film and television drama. Jiang Bui looked for half a second and suddenly couldn't help but let out a laugh. Bai Jiao felt that there was something going on, and the corner of his mouth was just about to crack open when his own restless paw was mercilessly thrown back and smashed into his sturdy chest. "Brother Jiang, you're awake?" The two switched shifts a few times. This time the co-pilot was Cui chanting. Found Jiang Bui woke up face full of joy. To Gochi village. Out of the front of the road sign, we'll be able to see the avenue. Jiang Bui slept for almost a day. Everyone shift release time are careful to pay attention to the fear of noisy him. Now woke up how cannot rejoice. Shenrou from the front of the complex path to separate a wisp of mind. "Jiang, brother. Are you better? Have you recovered your supernormal abilities?" Jiang Bui gave a start. Almost in a moment, he understood what the reason Bai Jiao found for him sleeping for a day was. "It's fine. Before that I was just a little tired." It was almost nightfall. The sky was gradually darkening. The stars were in a hurry to push away the small tail of the evening scarlet, monopolizing the entire night stage. The dim layer of dark clouds covered the moon. A ray of light could not leak out. Two cross-country driving on the rugged mountain road even with headlights that can penetrate the fog is very dangerous. Drive to the national highway and stop for a rest. After Shen and his party nearly drove the car into a deep pit for the third time, Jiang Bui spoke up. When the car in front stopped, the car behind naturally followed, and the two cars switched off next to each other in an open area not far from the entrance to the national highway. Qin Jinshan and Zhou Chu cleared away the dangers around them before letting Lin Yi and Aunt Chen out of the car, apart from the short period of time when they were letting off steam. Several people had spent the whole day nestled in the car, and now they hurriedly got out of the car to move their bodies and get some fresh air. Jiang Bui sat on the roof of the car, searching for the animals that he had been following behind the car unhurriedly. Da Xiong, who was sometimes responsible for driving the road, followed the most closely, carrying a small yellow lizard that had been spitting water and playing on his back. Little Flower followed closely behind, next to Blackie, who was even more hidden under the cover of the night. I'm afraid that only Jiang Bui and ancestor White Jiao, who were familiar with him, were able to see exactly where it was. The eagle that can instantly move was holding the grass. The two tortoises were slowly falling behind a few jovial animals. A few playful followers followed the car for a whole day, but actually didn't have any fatigue at all. Jiang Bui felt a little surprised, approached and touched their bulging belly before finally put down a big stone in his heart. Then he picked up the little yellow and put it on the pot that had been set up quickly. Little Yellow is not the slightest bit afraid of the heat underneath, not slow to flow out a large amount of water, until the water level reaches a certain position of the pot. By Jiang Bui shouted to stop. Out and about. Everything is simple. Two cars head and tail connected a circle. Circled a corner. The animals have flopped down in the vacancy, with a large and strong body surrounded a not too big and not too small shelter. Haven periphery was Jiang Bui with dark rattan surrounded the whole circle. Layers of protection to prevent sporadic zombies close to. In the middle is a large iron pot on an iron shelf. Empty temperature and hot air underneath, but no trace of fire. All rely on Zhou Chu to patiently and slowly adjust with his hands, acting as a gas stove. The water boiled. First a dozen bags of noodles and down, and then put an iron lid on the pot. Will Enchen before the good meat pie and buns heating, and finally cover the pot. In fact, the buns and meat loaf are hot. Put into the space. Take it out is also hot. The temperature did not change at all, but psychologically conditioned to always add a little more heat before eating. A circle of small horses around the pot. 8 people in front of not only the main food, but also easy to take the kebabs, chicken legs, elbows and other meat. Lenny in the car snacks ate too much. This time the serious meal is how can not be stuffed. Had to hold the doll to find the black son of Nobita they play. Chapter 104, Aura. After the meal, for young people drove a day of car some tired. First retired back to the carriage to rest. Lenny is young. Stayed outside for a while also cannot hold out. Aunt Chen led her back to sleep. Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao 2 people guard outside. 2 people asleep a whole day now not sleepy. 1 energetic eyes are bright. So they intend to guard a whole night together. 2 people moved out of the recliner, leisurely leaning on the back of the chair, holding each other's hands and looking at the moon. Looks very pure love match. This is what Bai Jiao and Jiang Bui had in mind before. Unfortunately, when Bai Jiao swung his arm for the umpteenth time and swatted the grasshopper-sized fly, all the beautiful thoughts and charm were all gone. It's only April. There are so many flying insects. Jiang Bui had a feeling of uncertainty and looked at Bai Jiao, whose face was equally ugly. And when the two of them looked at each other, they both understood what was in each other's hearts. Both of them were puzzled. It shouldn't be. There are animals all around. High-ranked large alien beasts have a natural suppression effect on low-level small alien beasts, which is different from the phenomenon in the animal world before the end of the world. Small insects no longer always surrounded the bodies of large beasts, because the other party had already broken away from the limitations of physical attacks, and was no longer limited to its bulky size and its huge body that was too lazy to move, and could easily be disposed of without much effort with a single snort. The fact that the insects had managed to get in past the animals and the dark vines was bizarre in itself. These annoying little creatures would not look at people because of their strength or weakness. Jiang Bui inclined his head to dodge a black mosquito. Suddenly remembering something, his eyes lit up slightly. In the next second, an incomparably shiny flower appeared in his hand. White Jiao's eyes were caught off guard and flashed for a moment. Why is this sunflower so bright at night? Maybe during the daytime are facing the sun to absorb energy. At night the sunflower seems to have found the meaning of its life, and strive to be a bright light to illuminate the night. Instantly illuminated a small half of the sky. Also in an instant attracted countless insects from all directions around the smell of light and come. less than a moment to gather into a huge black swath. Jiang Buwei, who was holding a large searchlight. He sucked in a mouthful of cool air, squinted his eyes to avoid the burning light, and carefully placed Hua Shou in a place far outside the encirclement. As soon as Hua Shou landed on the ground, Bai Jiao's long arm fished out and directly carried Jiang Buwei on his shoulders, moving very swiftly away from there. He also escaped the fate of being nibbled and chewed on by the little ones that came after him, with the wind blowing along with his movements. Jiang Buwei realized that his back had been scorched by the burning light for such a short while that he had soaked through a piece of his lapel. The two men stood still on the roof of the car and found that their teammates, who had been resting inside the car, had all been startled by the light and the noise and had come out dressed. Seeing that there were bystanders, Bai Jiao, who had been dawdling for a while, put the man down reluctantly, as if he still retained the other's touch between his fingers, rubbing it hard for a moment before letting go. Jiang Buwei did not notice these small movements of his, or rather, noticed but was too lazy to care. All of his sight fell on the dark clouds in the distance. Beside the national highway were some abandoned fields and weeds, deserted in all directions. Except for them, there were only a few old vehicles twisting and turning across the national highway not far away. Not far away from the weeds, but there is a large swath of black fog. The buzzing sound of insect wings stirring at high speed at a short distance from here are exceptionally clear. As if an ear. Wait, ears? Jiang Buwei's face froze. Only his eyes gently turned backwards. Then one hand quickly clamped down on the culprit, turning his head. Bai Jiao. He looked at Jiang Buwei with an honestly puzzled face. And if it wasn't for the arm that was held and the hot and wet breath that sprayed from his ear just now, that couldn't be fooled. He was almost about to believe that Bai Jiao was a big, naive snake. When he saw the culprit, Jiang Buwei was relieved, helpless and amused. Anyone who is highly tense and concentrated in the heart of someone in the ear of the breath is not creepy. He just did not react for a moment to forget that the white Jiao is behind him. Be quiet, Jiang Buwei rebuked in a cold voice, shaking that big hand back and turning around to continue focusing on the menacing and unusual scene over there. Bai Jiao. His waist couldn't be hitched. His hand couldn't be touched. And even he couldn't get close enough to catch a breath. Bai Jiao had to be forced to follow and focus on the situation over there. The tide of insects not far away was indeed menacing and abnormal. And an onlooker would be scared to the point of having nightmares for a few nights just by taking a look at it. But Jiang Buwei's cold stare was clearly more than that. Cui Chant squinted his eyes and looked carefully for a while before he found something unusual in it with his intuition and eyes as a one-of-a-kind. Is there something inside? The blackened tide of insects originally covered the sky, blocking that small piece of sky, making the night even denser, without a single star in sight. But gradually, with a gradually weakening buzzing sound, a few shining stars actually appeared in the dark sky in the distance. Slowly, some light even leaked out from that dark place. And those few rays of light kept gathering new companions, gradually becoming blinding. Under the watchful eyes of several people, a piercingly large ball of light appeared in the originally dark wasteland, illuminating the surrounding green grass and trees with some fading colors. Several people were all stabbed in the eyes by this suddenly rising source of light and closed their eyes. Anshin hurriedly reached out her hand with the intention of blocking Lin Yi's eyes, only to find that her other hand was one step ahead of her movements. Qin Jinshan reached out and gently covered the child's eyes. Close your eyes. Don't look. He came out in a hurry with only a shirt on him, and there seemed to be a light, warm set on his wrist. Lin Yi immediately closed his eyes, gently shrugged his nose. His eyes were a little sour, as if his mother smelled awe. Jiang Buwei was slapped by the oncoming slap very gently on the face, precisely on the eyelids. At the same time, behind him came the voice of his own big baby. Quickly close your eyes. Don't look. Jiang Buwei, who was unintentionally in the same role as Lin Yi. He gently patted the back of the man's hand. Cover your own eyes. I'll do it myself. The eyes of cold-blooded animals are all more sensitive to bright light stimulation. Covering his own eyes is more important than worrying about Jiang Buwei. After Jiang Buwei made sure that good white Jiao had covered his eyes, he calmly took out a dozen pairs of sunglasses and distributed them to everyone. With more space places, it was natural to collect whatever miscellaneous things into it, in case it could be used that day. For example, now, bringing on the sunglasses to look at taking out the light source wasn't as blinding. At best it was brighter, He put them on, and quickly jumped off the roof to check the eyes of a few of his animals, blocking the light source with a black cloth. He peeled them off one by one, and looked at them to make sure they were safe before dropping them, and looking at the light source. The large sunflower was waving its big head around. The scorching heat was still burning the ants and insects near it, and large patches of black mist were charred and fell to the ground in chunks, becoming the sustenance for this wheat pile. Chapter 105 Arrival. Jiang Bui looked towards the sunflower that was displaying itself in an uplifted manner. Not the slightest bit of joy was visible in his complexion, but only a full of gravity, because he realized that at this moment, he couldn't even control the actions of this foreign plant. Just as he was about to use the dark vine to resolve this seemingly unstable factor, he found that the light emitted from its body gradually dimmed again, returning to its previous harmless and dull appearance. Jiang Bui came to the sunflower with a great deal of caution, and was surprised to find that the entire plant was dark, and was not as combative as it had been before, and its head was downcast. Bai Jiao pinched its wilted leaves and surmised, "It should be that the light absorbed during the day has been consumed." Jiang Bui nodded, and after some thought, he took it along with him when he left. Letting it bask in the sun during the day would also provide it with a small sun or a small grill, in case we encounter such a situation in the future. This sunflower will come in handy. After this incident, we can't sleep anymore. And since there are less than 3 hours left before sunrise, we simply drive on the road. The further south they traveled, the hotter the weather became. Sometimes there could even be a temperature difference of 5 or 6 degrees every other day. By the time they reached the base of the southern city, the temperature had already reached more than 30 degrees, and the big, bright sun hung overhead, making everything drowsy, except for the sunflowers placed on the roof of the car, which were even more vigorous and energetic. The air conditioning in the car hummed along, not daring to stop for a moment. They had plenty of petrol, but no one was sure how long it would last. So to save petrol, they kept the windows open most of the day, cooled by the breeze that poured in through the windows as they drove. The air conditioning was only switched on in the hottest part of the afternoon and at night when they stopped to rest. And there was one killer app they didn't use: Nobita. The two cars parked discreetly at the city boundary, just a step away from the base, not making a hasty entry into the base when everyone was exhausted. Behind a shopping street where their temporary stop was made was the once bustling city center, and it was from there that several people happened to arrive at the base with a tired numbness and sacks full of crystals. Since when? Crossing the city center is no longer a thing that can cause shock and fear in everyone's heart. Instead, it is the current hot and bitter summer that is the most torturous torture. Fortunately, they still had Daxiong. Daxiong came to Jiang Bui's side in response to the sound, glanced at the group of people who routinely surrounded themselves these days, and leaned against Jiang Bui's feet in 100 chatty ways, closed his eyes, and released his own supernatural powers, almost in the instant of closing his eyes. With this huge and vicious crocodile as the center, the temperature around it rapidly dropped until the edge position, and the hot and dry air came into contact with each other. And after a few subtle piercing sounds, gusts of water mist and white smoke also rose around him. Everyone only felt a burst of cold air. The body immediately cooled up. The previous suffocating feeling swept away. Sticky pores are excited by the cold air, contracted up. Chui Chant couldn't help but shiver, sighing tersely with a face full of enjoyment. Comfortable, ah. Our family baby is capable. Zhou Chu was disgusted by his exaggerated mannerisms and needy phrasing, making a gesture to shake the goosebumps on his body and move away from him. Let's rest for the night and enter the base early tomorrow morning, Jiang Bui said. Everyone had no objections to this decision, and found a shop that was still clean with the intention of going in to rest for the night. They had already camped out in the wild for several nights, and it was just that they followed up with this opportunity to wash and repair themselves. Zhou Chu had already covered the door lock with his hand, but was stopped by Shen Yi. Don't. I'll do it. I'll do it, said. A hand holding the door lock gently turned. Do not know how the lock inside after the mystery? And then let go his open state. Zhou Chu put up a thumbs up, full of admiration to Shenlin. Cattle. Shenlin blinked, smilingly waved his hand. A show of hands. A show of hands. Literally a show of hands. Good people do in the end. Shenlin from the bottom to the top to pull open the iron roller shutter door, bending down and reaching out gentlemanly to let the lady first. This was a barber shop. Even if the lock has been almost a year, The indoor floor has accumulated a layer of dust. They came in a few people still the first time to smell a variety of shampooing and conditioning supplies scent. Long time does not dissipate. So the smell is not too bad. Scattered 3 or 2 leather chairs, and a corner of a not too small shampoo with the bed. Nailed to the wall of the small table board piled up all kinds of bottles and jars. Arranged in a messy and irregular. A few half-a-person high mirrors hanging on the wall gray, illuminating the somewhat blurred figures of Jiang Bui walked in slowly. Combined with the faded words on the door. It was enough for everyone to determine what this shop had been doing before. A few people to fight the last spirit to simply clean up the inside. Laid out the sleeping bag and mattress before sitting down to prepare food. The shop was a small 2-entry one. With a very small compartment at the innermost part, which was renovated into a toilet by the previous owner, making it quite convenient for them. Before going to sleep, Jiang Bui suddenly remembered something and alertly looked at Bai Jiao, who was about to lie down on his side. Bai Jiao had only just lifted the quilt with one hand when he was glared at for no reason, and couldn't help but freeze his entire body there. A face of confusion. What happened? Why are you glaring at him again? Then he was pulled up from the blanket by the glaring master and dragged to the side to sit on a leather chair. When Jiang Bui picked up his razor, he was shocked to realize that his beard had grown a long stubble, which was very solid to the touch. Not to mention the feelings of Jiang Bui, who slept behind him every day and was claimed by him for kisses. Every morning when he got up, Jiang Bui could feel his hard stubble disliking his collarbone or face. And if he fell asleep leaning against the car, he wouldn't be spared either, because he would surely wake up to a man disliking his face and coming hard. He was a little heartbroken with himself. Bai Jiao endured Jiang Bui's hot and humid breath sprayed on his face from time to time. Not only was his face a little itchy, but his heart was also a little itchy. Jiang Bui withdrew decisively after cleaning up the person in 3 swift movements. When he left, he lightly glanced at him and softly left a sentence in his ear. His voice was small, only the people around him could hear it. But for Bai Jiao, it was like a thunderclap. There are so many people here. Don't be flirty. Go back and talk. The young man who had finished flirting lightly turned around and burrowed into the quilt without the slightest bit of reluctance, leaving him with a perfectly shaped back of his head. Bai Jiao sat quietly in the chair for a long time, relying on the only few night lights in the room to light up his eyes, to unashamedly look at the back of that head. Like locking the prey like vicious, usually obedient like a big dog's man. Only at this time there is no scruples. Without restraint what the person can scrape off a layer of skin cold and hot eyes looking at their own belongings. I'm not going to be able to do that. Chapter 106 Coveting. Before dawn, the earliest Cui Zhanyang heard the sound of a car engine roaring outside, followed by the sound of footsteps and conversations that were deliberately lightened. And the voices had the intention to come here further. By this time, there was no need for him to open his mouth to remind the others, except for Lin Yi, who was still sleeping soundly. Even Auntie Chen was awake due to the fact that the elderly people had less sleep and woke up early. The thing that made everyone alert was obviously not the fact that the people outside the door could see through the heavy roller shutter door, but the fact that although there were no vehicles in front of their shop, there were a few beasts that were not to be messed with taking a nap. This is undoubtedly a matter of attention. Otherwise those people would not have suddenly stopped their cars and risked their lives to check the situation and move some undesirable thoughts. Zhang Qiuya was the only female in the team, and when she saw these big guys, her heart skipped a beat, and her eyes were full of determination. Can you really do it? The vice captain looked at the behemoth that was not to be messed with lying peacefully on the edge of the city center where it would never normally appear. No matter how ignorant and mute he was, he knew that it was owned. And the person who could raise such a thing was not a simple person. Although Zhang Qiuya has 3 beasts. But that is a small fight. A few birds and monkeys, or something how can be compared to the real beasts of the wild. Of course, you don't see them look fierce. In fact, they are very humane. As long as you give them some supernatural energy and crystal cores, you let do what they do. They do what they want to do. Can be much more obedient than a dog. Zhang Qiuya didn't think so, and urged several people to go quickly, so as not to delay the release time of the base. But she was not really stupid, and remembered to let a few big ordinary people to rush at the front. When it was critical, they could still block a block. Snakes and crocodiles can only eat by swallowing, cannot chew and bite. Generally speaking, after the mouth or stomach food will not, and cannot eat again in a short period of time. Therefore, Zhang Qiuya thought that she had protected herself very safely, and was confident that she would be able to take in her new favorite. As for the companion alter egos, they had protected themselves even more securely. They didn't even get out of the car. They just opened the car door, one leg hanging down casually, while swallowing clouds and mist. While swaying, at the first sign of danger or dissimilarity, they would immediately start the car to get out of here and into the base. The ones who followed down were probably only a few ordinary people who had to obey orders, and the vice captain, who had some thoughts about Zhang Qiuya. But he was only following from afar, immediately getting into the car at the first sign of trouble. Zhang Qiuya didn't care about those cowering people. She had absolute confidence in her judgment. This unexpected joy also had to rely on her little pets. Usually noisy two monkeys into this area immediately scared shivering, did not dare to squeak, and even in the parking door opened the first time to make the master abandoned, jumped out of the car to escape the behavior. As for the parrot is long gone shadow, do not know where to fly to. Zhang Qiuya was originally just happy to see the hunt, but also a little afraid of the beasts and the master behind them. But saw the monkey did not hesitate to escape behavior, and the car peers revealed the teasing and watching the show. The hesitation of the heart affirm. Anyway, the three beasts were gone, so it might as well be a good bet. The prerequisite was that she had to be quick, or at least get her hands on them before alerting the host family. When the first man who had opened the way in front stepped within 10 meters of the shop's front door, Daxiong slowly opened its icy and organic beast pupils to look at the strange prey that had stepped into its temporary territory. Originally, a few people had already prepared their hearts for a long time by seeing the black python that had been keeping its vertical eyes open, telling themselves not to be afraid. It was sleeping. But it turned out that the crocodile had actually opened its eyes as well. The few ordinary people who beat the head fell backward in fear. Their feet could not stop retreating backwards. Zhang Qiuya was also scared in her heart, but she couldn't let her scapegoat Daredevil off the hook with her mouth. Retreat what retreat? If anyone retreats today, he won't be able to take the reward this time. Immediately to the base. They do not have supernatural ability, but with this body tendon meat, take life to people block all the way who also do not want to end up to the basket of water a blank. So the employer's words out. Several people do not dare to go back half a step, can only hard head forward. A few people behind the door naturally heard the movement outside the roller shutter door, looked at each other, and raised eyebrows in unison. Jiang Bui sneered and signaled Bai Jiao to hurry up and open the door. Big brother was angry. Little brother naturally had no choice but to obey. Bai Jiao hurriedly moved to open the lock. Taut face. A face more and more fierce and vicious. Zhang Qiuya's homework in advance was indeed sufficient, and she had studied the animal's habits thoroughly. But she had forgotten one thing. The animal habits that she understood were all from before the end of the world. And the beasts after the end of the world had all survived through several rounds of brutal evolution. And their own original habits were only the most superficial. A Pomeranian may have been a small domesticated pet before the end of the world, but an exotic Pomeranian is seldom treated as a small domesticated pet anymore. After going through layers of evolution, they might be the original creature-like on the outside, but on the inside they were something else entirely. The most crucial genes having been altered. The crocodiles and snakes that were purely as an animal were those that could only feed by swallowing, and their combat power needed to be close up in order to be utilized. But the crocodiles and snakes that were high-level exotic beasts didn't need to get close up and swallow the previous prey in order to attack. Before Zhang Qiuya and the others could approach them, they suddenly felt a suffocating coldness, and their hands, feet, and limbs were very stiff as if they were frozen. What's going on? The vice captain, who was following from afar, was horrified to see the several people who were immobilized at once. The huge crocodile with black patterns ignored the several wooden people with different postures and colors that were fixed in front of him, and slowly closed its pupils. A few other big and small guys also agreed tacitly ignored the live flesh close at hand, lazily lying on the ground, into a nap. The more crystal cores they absorbed, and the higher they evolved, the weaker their thirst for blood and flesh became. To them blood and flesh was far less attractive than a crystal core that contained a large amount of pure energy. Naturally, they had little motivation to gobble up a few live in front of them, splattering them with blood and dirt for nothing. And in the end, Jiang Bui had to come and finish the job to help them wash their hands of it. The vice squad saw the situation as not right. Also do not care what posture Gujong Chioya. Anxious and panicked to climb on the car to escape. The people in the car saw that the situation was not right and already started the car well. Just waiting for him to get into the car. Hurry up. This is too fucking evil. The lieutenant's hand was already touching the door. But he never got another chance to get into this car. This was because the giant vines with contemptuous fury had clanged onto the van, smashing it right through the waist. And the people inside were nearly cut off at the waist as they fell out of the body. White Jiao clattered open the car door. In a few wooden people, and the car a few people under the eyes of fear and bewilderment. A few people before carrying their respective weapons came out. The source of the vines that smashed the car was also in the man at the head. Before the lazy so has been playing dead, several animals see the man actually open their eyes. Intimate crawl over. It seemed that he was the master of these cold-blooded and horrible foreign beasts. Now no matter if it was the people in the car, or the people who had been immobilized, they all knew that they were really planted this time. Jiang Bui did not focus on the people in the car, who were still firmly pinned down by Tung Man. Instead, he directed his sights at the several wooden people in front of him, scanning back and forth for a few moments before settling his gaze on the only female of the group. She stays. Everyone else can go, he said, as he patted the crocodile lying at his feet, signaling that it could release the others from its grip. Then, to the stunned looks of the crowd, he released the vines that held the vehicle captive, allowing them to hurry out of his sight. Chapter 107, Appearance. Forced to stay behind, Zhang Qiuya's body was unable to move. But the eyes that turned her back to the crowd showed unconcealed fear and hatred. Taking advantage of the time when Da Xiong loosened the grip of those who came with her, she quietly broke away from the shackles. A pair of beautiful big eyes looked straight into the crocodile's muddy and cold eyes. The crocodile's original intention of crushing this skinny human suddenly disappeared, and its supernatural ability slowly retracted. The huge muzzle raised. The pupils of the beast flashed through several strands of struggle, but failed to resist the strange light in the eyes, and finally closed its eyes. And its body also stopped struggling. Zhang Qiuya saw it finally fell into dormancy, and couldn't help but feel disappointed. She thought she could control this huge thing. She didn't expect it to fail. It seemed that they were indeed very strong. Just when she wanted to repeat the same trick with the black python little flower, Blackie, who was lying on the Xiong's back, and was ignored due to its size, suddenly scurried out, rushing straight in the direction of the white Jiao. It originally wanted to leap to Jiang Bui's direction, but the white Jiao's size of 1 meter 9 solidly blocked the back, so it had to temporarily change its direction to seek the near. White Jiao sensed it the moment it flew over, and when he turned around and saw the motionless Da Xiong, he knew something was wrong. A silver light quickly harvested the woman's thin neck at a speed that the human eye could not see. A large amount of blood gushed out from the neck that had its arteries cut open, and before it had time to splash onto the bodies of the people around her, it was blocked by little flowers suddenly rising wall of earth, which also allowed Lin Yi to avoid the next scene of losing her head. Jiang Bui quickly ran past a few people to the crocodile's side, which made the few people in front of him notice the movement behind them. What's going on? What happened to Da Xiong? Cui Chant was shocked and looked towards Zhou Chu, who was following the tail of the group, to ask softly. Zhou Chu also doesn't understand how he was suddenly decapitated. But looking at Jiang and Bai's behavior, the crocodile's abnormality must have something to do with this alien. Jiang Bui gently peeled open the crocodile's eyelids and realized that it had only fallen into a deep sleep before putting his heart at ease. Incidentally, after checking the eyes of the dead eyes of the alien next to him, he frowned and pondered for a while, turning his head to look at Bai Jiao to speak out his own conjecture. Is it a mind control ability using the eyes as a medium? White Jiao nodded his head, and disgustedly retrieved his slender silver table knife from the corpse's neck, wiping it carefully. The crocodile was fine, and would be fine after a nap, which was the reason Jiang Bui didn't end up going after the caravan of people from earlier. We all trimmed down a bit, and planned to leave early for the base. As usual, there is a cross-country in the front, but the difference is that the back of the cross-country vehicle was replaced by the previous large truck, in which is the sleeping crocodile and the remaining animals. Too close to the base, the personnel dragons and snakes mixed. Let them in the back of the car to follow will inevitably have accidents. He didn't want to wait until he entered the base only to realize that the animals behind him were missing or had simply been poached. In less than 10 minutes, the crowd arrived in front of the South City base gate. Early in the morning, several long queues had already formed in front of the base. regardless of whether it was the modified high-performance off-road in front or the modified big lorry at the back. This group of people attracted a lot of attention, and the two vehicles crashed one after the other at the end of the long queue at the very edge. Due to the complexity and slowness of the city gate inspection procedure, the forward speed of the front convoy was also slow, and it was difficult to get out of 5 meters in half a day. Jiang Bui thought that they had arrived early enough, but it turned out that they were still lined up outside until noon. The detection at the city gates was still a new thing for them. Not that they hadn't come across the base before, just that they hadn't taken the normal route into the base. Just like the Jingzhou city base before, they directly drove in with a big wiggle. No one dared to stop them at all. But this time Jiang Bui does not intend to act in a high profile. The scale of the South City base is said to be a large-scale base alongside several other provincial capital bases. The forest is big. What birds are there? There are many troubles. Naturally, there is no reason to provoke themselves. Besides, they only intended to borrow a place to rest for a while and inquire about some news from the south in the meantime. The inspectors at the city gates were all heavily armed and wearing protective suits. And except for the person standing in front of the inspection machine holding a test tube, everyone else was armed with a gun, being held against the forehead by a dozen or so blackened gun barrels. Even a psychic would sometimes have his heart trembling. But this time their proud dismount didn't seem to be taking effect. Several young men and women came down from the SUV in front of them in turn. And there were actually old people and children inside. They faced the cold firearms without any fear of cowering, and very cooperatively stretched out their arms to draw blood for inspection. They were even very cooperative when registering whether or not they had psychic abilities. The staff waiting behind the door to register thought that they had implicitly sized up the people walking in front of them a few times, and their attitudes inevitably became more upright. It was not uncommon for half of a team to be psychics in the South City base, and it was even common for the entire team to be psychics in the South City base. But most of the staff still had a difference in attitude towards ordinary people and psychics. Obviously, a team led by 4 aberrants was far more valued than a squad of ordinary people led by a single aberrant. This kind of importance was even more obvious after Cui Chant and the 4 of them unleashed their psychic abilities and received a detection rating. The staff looked at the display several times before stopping on Cui Chant, and couldn't help but be glad that they hadn't treated these few people casually just now when the second test results came out. Almost at the same time as the rank detection results came out, the several forces behind the base got the news. But few were wary of this team. 1 level 3. 3 level 2 Xenos. And that lone level 3 Xeno was still a butterfly Xeno of little use. The only one worth noting was the doctor inside. With his scalpel-like strong cutting ability, he might be able to rank among the top 10 of the base's aberrants in the future. But the premise was that in the future, he would be able to develop before saying so. As for the rest of the two, a look is no future. More and more unpopular strength system. A fire-derived powers. The street is full of. Are some not worth mentioning? Those ordinary people at the city gates are short-sighted. Not all of the aberrants have the need to pull together and cultivate. At a glance, there is no future for Bai Jiao. Zhou Chu, who is abundant in the streets. A few people who are not worth mentioning. A few people walked to the doorway, but ignored the staff member who was receiving them, instead looking towards the large lorries that were still waiting to be tested outside the door. These 2 vehicles were in a line? The inspectors were a little surprised when they were blocked by the long queue at the front and didn't see that their 2 vehicles came together. This can't be blamed on them. In addition to the base's collective missions and military travel, usually the vehicles coming and going are usually private cars. Driving a large truck to the base is still the first time people encountered on. How much stuff is this in the end? Onlookers marveled. Looking at the van on the modification traces again, how blind will not be mistaken for this as their road randomly picked up the car. Jiang Bui jumped down from the driver's seat, pulled open the door, and waited for a few animals to leap out of the car. Nobita had already woken up by now, shaking his head and wagging his tail as he leapt down, splashing a large amount of dust on the ground. Aw dash! Holy shit, such a big crocodile! The people behind them, who were queuing up for the test, and the testing staff had cast scornful eyes towards Jiang Bui and his partner, who was already inside the door, who knew that this was far from over. The next scene fully explained to everyone what it took to transport a lorry. 2 tortoises got down the door of the vehicle at a speed completely unlike that of a tortoise, followed by a slender black snake, and finally a black python, thicker than a bucket at the waist, slowly swaying and sliding down. with the tip of its tail nowhere to be seen. The tester holding the test tube in his hand went black, his hand shaking as if he was having a Parkinson's relapse. Wanting to cry, he looked at the captain. Do we still draw blood? Chapter 108 Wyvern. These animals that were different from pet cats, dogs, birds and finches caused quite a furor and shock at the city gates. Whether it was the number of as many as 6, or the attributes of a cold-blooded animal of a clear color, the leader of the staff could only explain the rules of keeping pets or exotic animals in the base to the only member who could communicate with them. If the pets you brought are ordinary animals, small animals need to pay 5 gene of rice, while large animals need 10 gene of rice. If the pets you brought are exotic beasts, you don't need to pay any food to enter the city, but you must tie a special electronic ring to your body, or else you will be shot by the guards inside the base for no reason. He spoke through his mask, and finally added, of course, the payment does not have to be rice. You have other things of equal value as well. After saying this, he wiped the sweat that was unconsciously flowing out of his forehead, not realizing that he had been using honorifics to this young man the entire time. Jiang Buwei went up to the animals and registered their respective races and powers. Then under the staff's surprised eyes, he brought back 6 electronic rings of different sizes and put them on the paws of a few animals one by one. These 6 animals were all alien beasts. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, and all of them looked with scorn and envy at Jiang Buwei, who had already made peace with the previous few people. The only thing that could barely comfort their unbalanced mentality was the fact that this young man who possessed countless exotic beasts was himself an ordinary person with no power. Thinking about this, many people sighed with regret in the bottom of their hearts. There is no sin for a man to commit, and there is no sin for a man to commit. Although this small team had a lot of psychics, their overall strength was not worth mentioning in this big base in South City, and they simply could not protect these alien beasts that were full of treasures. Being robbed of the beasts of other people may still be able to barely survive, but the last from the van down the youth of this scourge looks afraid of entering the base will be difficult to come out in one piece. After all, the base is now in power is no longer the old head of the previous. A line of people all finished testing. See the test results as they wish heart cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems and their previous guess is good. The base of the alien detection system is not so intelligent. Can only prevent ordinary people fake alien. The others still rely on the alien's own will and some basic strength tests to decide what direction of the type and level of alien energy. Because private vehicles are not allowed to enter the city, they had to park the car in the car park designated by the base not far away. Put the things that shouldn't be in the car into the space, and lock the car door. 2 cars parked here for a day is 3 crystal cores. The price is ridiculously expensive, so most people still park their cars outside the base and walk in. Save when they can. Resolutely do not spend that money. But Jiang Buwei and the others still drove their cars in for the convenience of traveling after hiding the space in the base of paid guards. At least can guarantee the safety of the car. Anyway, they do not lack of those few crystal cores. Simply first paid a week of crystal cores. Jiang Buwei didn't yet know that he had already been labeled as a thinly veiled blue face in the eyes of most of the people waiting at the city gates to enter the city. He very cooperatively walked in the middle of the queue and was surrounded by several people, enjoying the treatment of a protected person along with an old man and a young woman. The staff in charge of leading them inside the base was very busy and only brought them into the main road of the base before hurrying back. As the only large-scale base in the province, the South City base was full of heroes, and whoever could be in charge of the city gate clerks didn't have some connections behind them. So this eye-catching but underpowered team wasn't enough for them to give them special treatment. What's more, there are a few valuable scourges here, and they only wish not to get involved. One of the valuable scourges himself was still very unconscious, carrying a large bag and calling out to others. First find a guide who is easy on the eyes. Chatter. Brother Jiang. Chui recitation gesture a bow. Put a servant serving the master of the minion play vividly. Jiang Buwei also cooperated with a nod and lightly said, Go. Lin Yi was amused and snorted with laughter, hiding behind Zhou Chu and watching the 2 big men who could be her father make fun of her without coming out. Chui Chan's sight happened to fall on the child, so he raised his voice to tease the child. Aya, Your Highness, why are you hiding here? It's better for the slave to take you to have some fun. Saying that, he picked up the child who was dressed up spiritually and beautifully by Zhou Chu and Aunt Chen, letting her sit on his shoulder on one side and follow him to find someone. It wasn't without reason that the staff led them to the main road and left. This main tarred road within the base was quite a bit of the bustle of the commercial street before the end of the world. Not only were there plastic sheeting of various colors on the ground, there were people coming and going, and there was no sign of the abandonment and desolation outside the base. Unlike before the end of the world, the people who come and go are rarely cheerful, either withered and numb, or with vicious faces, in groups. Therefore, Jiang Buwei and his group's behavior just now really attracted the attention of many people around them. In the post-apocalyptic world, they could still comfortably joke and tease their children. And a group of people with clean and decent clothes and rosy cheeks made anyone who came to see them feel that they were not simple. Close to the entrance of the city on both sides of the street also stood a lot of clothing. Yellow skinny men and women, including many old people and less than half a person high children. They stood at the city gates to either introduce the base to those who had just entered the base and did not understand the situation, or to use their bodies to solicit customers to earn a meager amount of food. But no matter which kind of work they did, the food they earned was not enough to satiate their stomachs. And they were even sometimes hoarded out for nothing, but were powerless to resist. These people were like the people living in the shantytowns of the Prospect State Base. They were better than those who were scared outside the base. But they weren't much better. Chui Chant carried Lin Yi and walked over, intending to find a leggy one and take them to a house where they could stay tonight. Who knew that he had just taken a step forward when Lin Yi tapped him on the shoulder, and then tugged on his collar when he stopped in confusion, pointing with his small hand. Uncle Chui, I want that one. Chui Chant fixed his eyes on it. Hey, a half-grown curly-haired dirty boy. Then look at the shoulder of the princess. Two eyes are light. Smiling hee. Chui Chant. It's over. The domesticated little cabbage was seduced by the pigs outside so quickly. Chui Chant's heart suddenly didn't feel good. Although he also knew that small children were probably just trying to be fresh and find a small companion of the same age. He hesitantly glanced back at his teammates over there, who had already begun to stroll up, and reconfirmed, really want him? The young lady and little sister over there aren't bad either. He was thinking, if it's just a figure of speech it's fine. If the little girl really likes to play with this kid, it's still a question if her old uncle's fragile little hearts can stand it. No. If he kept thinking like this, his little heart would not be able to stand it anymore. The little girl looked a few times in the direction Chui Chant was pointing, then looked at the fried boy, shook her head, and looked at Chui Chant with a pair of big eyes pitifully, reminding him of the little golden hair he had raised at home before. Can I? Uncle Chui? Chui Chant took a look at the squatting half-grown kid playing with grass, gritted his teeth and said, Okay. It's just a kid, right? And it's only to lead the way. It's not like he's going to be staying at home for a long time. The little girl looked at her as a baby like Uncle Chui, helplessly tugging on his collar to indicate that they can come down to go. She is already 9 years old this year. That is, malnutrition as a child hurt the root. So now, in addition to the white spots, or a thin and small one, standing just to Chui Chanting's waist, she avoided a lot of surrounding or doubt or malicious or envious eyes. Walked to that curly-haired kid, took out a lollipop. Can you help us lead the way? The curly-haired kid kept his head down, so he didn't see a cleanly dressed little girl in front of him walking in his direction, until a lollipop with colored sugar paper appeared in front of him, and a childish girl's voice followed. The boy froze for a moment at the sight of the candy sticking out from under his nose. He seemed to be able to smell the slightest hint of long-lost sweetness from the tightly wrapped sugar paper. He gulped quietly, and looked up to see the cleanly dressed little girl froze again, hesitating for a moment before nodding. A lollipop is a lollipop. In the vegetable shed work of a steward's daughter-in-law is pregnant. 2 days ago is still making a fuss to eat some sweet. He can be cheaper than the stall there to sell him, but also can top a small bean cake. See Chui Chanting really carry back a half a big boy. From the beginning to see the end of a few old uncles and old aunts' eyes at once, not good. Zhou Chu, ugh. Shinro, ugh. And Chin, this kid is quite tall. Jiang Buwei, heh. Qin Xishan, heh. As soon as Chui Chant returned, he was greeted by the two old fathers' identical concerned eyes and leathery expressions. Chui Chant. He hurriedly looked towards Bai Jiao, who was unconcerned and always silent. Brother Bai. Save me. Chapter 109, Buying a House. Although a few people's hearts are very bad taste, but a few big men can't be bothered with half of the big kids. Or Qin saw the depths to break the silence. Lead the way to introduce it. The curly-haired boy was scared by this team of fierce young uncles. Has not dared to speak. This time to hear the employer to open his mouth finally from that kind of strange atmosphere to get out. Hurry to start working. You just go ahead. This road is the main road in our base, but also the largest material trading point. As long as the payment of a crystal core can find a piece of vacant land here for a day, the base does not care. The base is mainly composed of the rotten buildings left behind by the developers, who went bankrupt and ran away before the end of the world. And those buildings that are still good are all in the south, and have long been filled with people. Now you want to live long. You can rent the base's own building. Our small single room. I've been there before. The inside can be good. Single bed, toilet, and a big wardrobe. It shows you imagine what a small child's heart can be good house is like. This is not in accordance with the prison design of the single cell. The houses that were built before are all full. If you want to buy a house, you can only buy a new building built by the base itself. I heard someone say that it's all rough inside. There's not even a door. A few people looked at each other. They didn't need to worry about it at all. The crowded single-room building was obviously not the best choice for them now. On the contrary, Jiangbui's space had no shortage of furniture at all. And while others might have been frustrated by the fact that they couldn't live in a rough room without a door, it was much easier for them to make arrangements. When they decided on a place to live, the curly-haired boy froze for a moment and couldn't help but remind them. Although it's a rough house, it's much more expensive than those previously built houses, and a set costs thousands of crystal cores. It was enough for him to eat chaff cakes for several lifetimes and live in a single building for the rest of his life. It's fine. Jochu gave a kind smile to the kid's kindness. Is there a place to post jobs at the base? The curly-haired child was really distracted. Busy saying, yes, there is. Not far in front of the rough building. I'll first take you to the base office hall to register your personal information. You can also receive a meal card after registering. Several people walking and listening to the introduction unconsciously has come to the door of the registration hall. Curly Hair led several people skillfully walk to a counter. Sister Zhao. I bring people to do the registration. Sister Zhao did not raise her head. Her hands were not idle for a moment to enter information on the keyboard, while asking, one by one, name age is not an alien. Several people obviously did not tell the real information. The age and name were fake. So the registration personnel did not have the heart or the means to deeply investigate whether the investigation was real or not. They all knew that it was just a superficial effort. In the post-apocalyptic world that has lost its social order and countless identity information, who still speaks of who they were before? After several people got the card, they found that it was a blank card except for their name, age, and registration time written on it. Jiang Bue played with this small card for a few times, thinking that the management of the supernaturals with just this card was too lax. Sure enough, he heard this curly-haired little kid scratch his head and say, this card is only a temporary identification. If you want to stay here for a long period of time, you have to come back after a week to do a real identification. Jiang Bue nodded his head, pondering in his heart whether a week would be too late. After walking around, they finally arrived at the destination of the trip. The base retained the pre-apocalyptic tradition of a department that was bound to be present in front of several properties, the sales department. These rough houses were priced very high by the base. Very few people could afford to buy them, and most of them were used by the base as rewards and bounties to give to potential psychics. So when Jiang Bue's group stepped into the hall, almost all of the staff stood up straight and looked at the few people coming in the doorway. Buying a house. The staff just wanted to marvel at the group's face value, and incidentally ask if they had gone to the wrong place, when they were blocked by Jiang Bue's sentence, which was swallowed alive in their throats. What? We're buying a house. Zhou Chu repeated helplessly. The staff hears that business is coming and gets a jolt of excitement. We have 3 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, a large flat and a detached villa, all of which are fully stocked. Which one do you need? How can there not be enough? After half a year of business, only 4 orders have been opened. And today, it's hard to catch this big shot. Of course, we have to provide good service in order to keep the people. She said so much. In fact, the fundamental purpose is to sell 3 rooms and 1 hall, this type of room. As for the big flats and detached villas that were so expensive, she didn't expect anyone to buy them at all. Detached villa. Staff. Big order. Hurry up and ask the manager to come. Several people were invited to the VIP seats. Even the curly-haired child was held down and sat down. On the contrary, the chubby manager stood in front of a few people rubbing his hands together in a formal manner. One hand compared to a one. And hemmed and hawed, not much. Just this number. Jiang Bui nodded and asked again. Can you only trade with crystal cores? The manager's amiable fat face froze and hesitantly said. Unless it's hard currency. Cigarettes, alcohol, medicine and food. The manager's face didn't change. But the staff behind him heard this, and their eyebrows jumped, thinking that this person was really teasing them. They simply couldn't afford to pay this price. This trip to invite the manager was probably going to be bad. Not only would they not be able to earn commission points, they would also be given a dressing down by the manager afterwards. Alright then. Jiang Bui signaled his teammates to all bring over the backpacks they were carrying. And the teammates smiled heartily, and tacitly handed them all over to him. It wasn't that they didn't have 10,000 crystal cores, but there were just too many useless and hard-passed things in the space. Plus a few of them didn't like it. So they wouldn't lose anything by giving them some. Then in the eyes of the manager and staff who were curious and probing but not lacking in watching the show, he took out a few bottles of the famous wine that everyone tended to rush to before the end of the world. Wine bottles cover a large area. Jiang Bui took 3 bottles out after estimating the capacity of a few backpacks, or call it quits, replaced by a dozen boxes of cigarettes that have already been unpacked, as well as a small box of fancy candies and chocolates. In addition to the lack of medicine and food, almost all of the bases ranked luxury goods. Hard currency are placed on the table in front of the manager. The manager's small eyes were bright. This. Now the most valuable thing in the base is not the crystal core. That thing is everywhere. The lack of randomly find a zombie-headed dig have. On the contrary, tobacco, wine and sugar, at least in the early stage of the social order, is completely stopped. Even if the subsequent resumption of factory operations, the first production is not these to ensure basic survival outside the things. Especially grain wine. In the last days people don't eat enough food. How can they consume a lot of grain to make wine? Cigarettes, alcohol and sugar, the last may perhaps still have room. But cigarettes and alcohol, these two things for the survival of more pressure on the people, is absolutely cannot refuse the temptation. Ordinary people can't even eat. Of course they don't have the crystal cores to buy these things. But isn't there still an alien? These aliens every time to go out to complete the task is in the life and death on the concept of a walk. The head chained to the waistband of the trousers. Can live through 10 missions is considered a big life. At the same time, the responsibility is even greater. They have to kill after the pressure and desire to vent to release. Cigarettes, alcohol, sex has become indispensable things. Not to mention those old smokers and alcoholics before the end of the world, afraid of dumping all their money to enjoy a time before they die. The manager couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from turning upwards. Enough is enough. These are enough. He had the intention to do a personal favor in front of these people. Anyway, these houses are empty. His brother-in-law never cared. It's not like he said, how much is how much. And especially those bottles of wine. I heard that the new one, good wine, send up his brother-in-law fleet, is not proper. After a pause, and asked, how many of these things do you still have? Although they have pulled out the deflated, several large backpacks are in front of the manager. But the sly rabbit still has 3 holes. Can come up with so much hard currency of the people, how can a nest? Jiang Bui could see what the manager was thinking. But he just shook his head full of regret. This is the last bit. We found it in a supermarket. What was lost on the way here? What was robbed was robbed. And this is all that's left. Although the manager did not believe it in his heart. On his face, he still kindly responded with a few yes, the road is indeed dangerous. There are a lot of empty rooms. A few people discussed, or decided to want the most remote location of the building. Once out of the door, Bai Jiao fiercely narrowed his eyes, and then next to reach over a slender cold white hand, index finger carrying a wide style of sunglasses. Jiang Bui waited half a dozen times, and did not see anyone move. Threw the sunglasses into the arms of the wooden lump. How many times have I said to carry sunglasses with me? Bai Jiao pursed his lips slightly. His eyebrows unconsciously wrinkled. Curly watched in horror from the sidelines. And just when he thought that the men were going to fight, because they were upset about their teammates' provocation, he saw that the 2-meter-tall menacing strongman actually laughed right after. And his eyes couldn't help but widen in surprise, seeing the expression on the curly-haired kid's face. Jiang Bui couldn't help but quietly snicker to Bai Jiao. You're now at the point where you're stopping the night cries of a small child. Look at how it's scaring the other kid. Bai Jiao glanced at the little brat, who looked at him with eyes that were clearly fearful and adoring, and had to wink innocently at Jiang Bui, clearly not wanting to admit to this unwarranted black pot. It was time for Curly to say goodbye after accompanying them this far. So he planned to say goodbye to a few people and leave. It was still early in the day, and with an active afternoon today, he might even be able to make a couple of orders. Hey, little friend. The payment hasn't been given to you yet. Seeing that the two bigwigs were busy browbeating and didn't have time to pay attention to this place, Zhou Cho hurriedly shouted out to stop Curly Hair. Curly froze. The sugar that was put into his pocket was all warmed up. Why is there still all weeks early? Do not know how the base guide market, in accordance with the base in Jingzhou City, to the price of those two people. In the big base prices high under the addition of some more. A few people backpack before filling like food, water and clothing, where Jiang Bui take supplies and put some back, lest be suspected of uncovering several backpacks of food together with the number of quite a lot. 2 chocolate bread, a few energy bars, an orange, a banana, 2 bottles of mineral water, and half a plate of egg calcium. Zhou Chu, afraid of his 2 hands, cannot take and attract people red in the eyes of trouble. Simply vacate a bag to him. Look at the tall and thin like a bamboo pole like body, and from Lin He's small snack bag to add a few bags of lightweight powdered milk and 3 large plate of ham and sausage. Lin He then pulled out a few milk candies and small jellies from his own small bag and put them in. Then he was met with a deep stare from his own uncle. Curly froze and hugged the heavy large bag of food. These are all for me. After getting an affirmative answer, he still didn't dare to believe. Are they really all for me? Instead, the 2 people behind them quieted down. Bai Jiao, with his height advantage, looked at the small curly hair from afar with a face like he was going to cry. Narrowed his eyes and measured. Not staying? Looking at the surrounding wind elements. He might be awakening his power soon. Jiang Bui just casually glanced over there and turned his head back. It's not like we're going to collect when we meet an awakened psychic ability. We're all going to awaken our psychic abilities. We can't starve. If the south side there is really like what we think, then all sorts of cult forces and sea monsters are enough to make this journey south an inch difficult. It would be a lone voice not to consider expanding the team again. I know you don't want to involve some uninvolved people, but it's not your responsibility alone. And you're not the only one involved. It was perfectly fine for them to pass by this base and come in to buy a message and leave. And when Jiang Bui guided a few people to buy a house here, Bai Jiao knew his suspicions were confirmed. He was going to expand his southbound team here and recruit ability users. That's why he had to make plans to stay for a long period of time. Otherwise, there was no need to take those supplies and buy a house that was only for a day. Bai Jiao faintly said what Jiang Bui had in mind. At this time, the man can't see the usual play cute and play stupid, deliberately curry favor and good manners. Instead, the thinking is clear and meticulous, gentle but not lose strength. This is the Demon Emperor who dominates the demon race. Bai Jiao. Chapter 110, 2.5 levels. Bai Jiao looked at a few of his teammates who were happily flirting with each other, and finished his sentence before turning his head to look at Jiang Bui. Jiang Bui leaned on the wall of the sales department, slightly lowered his head, did not make a sound. Silence is tonight's concho. White Jiao rising Demon Emperor aura gradually in the silence a little withered. He did not move to look at the expression hidden in the shadow behind the wall Jiang Bui. Before he could think of a suitable and dignified statement, Jiang Bui suddenly raised his head and looked at him calmly. You are right, he said. But can I afford to take so many lives? Bai Jiao was stunned for a moment. And for the first time, he reached out his hand and rubbed Jiang Bui's forehead hair, which was about to cover his eyes, rubbing out a head of messy hairs, and said softly and firmly, no matter what, there's still me behind you. This sentence is also a disguised abandonment of his own ideas. Support Jiang Bui to do anything. When Zhou Chu and the others turned their heads to look at the two of them again, it was the always strong and high-cool Jiang who had let Bai make the following offense move against him. Even Qin Jinshan, who had always been calm on his face, slightly stared blankly. After all, after this period of time together, he also roughly understood the character of the soul of the team Jiang Bui. Jiang Bui's face was expressionless, treating this matter as an illusion. As long as he didn't mention it, the others naturally wouldn't make fun of it. Of course, he knows what Bai Jiao means. How to save the world's heroes should not be alone on the ground. Not to say that the whole world is a comrade in arms, but also from now on to enlist the expansion of the team, and strive to establish at least in a number of people can fight against those cults of the force. To cut off a side. To establish a force. To establish a force. To establish a power. Force and food are the first priority. And these two things are exactly what they are not lacking now. Or even worse. Also want to rely on an official base. Hanging in the name of others can at least have a name. From time to ask for food and troops to play guerrilla. But the more people, the more trouble. Jiang Bui is conscious that he can only be a lone wolf player. And he only wants to be a rich man who lives in a peach blossom garden. But unfortunately, there is no peach blossom garden in the end of the world. So he can only clean up a piece of the battlefield by himself. He is not that piece of Doomsday Lord material. There is always someone is. But once the huge number of teams have 2 hearts, or even 3 hearts, for intentions, will be out of the original intention and control of the founder. And then in the infinite internal conflict to produce sex, and all kinds of games of the human heart. This is obviously not a good idea for Jiang Bui, who is tired of speculating on human nature and wants a quick solution. Bai Jiao has the courage and strength, but cannot stand the law of the heart will be different. This is not because he will be identified, but Bai Jiao face to show even more stable and gentle emotions. But inside the human race is just indifferent to the drama. At most, some of the love of the house and the crows. This point is Jiang Bui hard no. Have to admit, if Jiang Bui didn't want to clean up the chaos in the south, Bai Jiao wouldn't even get his hands on these fights between mole crickets. After all, it was just a small snooze in his long years. Even if he wanted to improve his life a bit, he could have chosen to help those mutated animals. And Jiang Bui would have been more comfortable. After the few people arrived at the new home, they were all living in these days. Jiang Bui put this matter aside for the time being. The rough house was worthy of the prefix rough. 3-story small house. Can only see a building. The top layer has not even finished capping. Like the flat and open hole rooftop on the northern farmhouse. After looking at the shape, then look at the exterior. Both outside and inside the house are all gray concrete walls. The surface is the same as the inside. Very minimalist industrial style. Not only was it so spacious that there was an echo when walking inside, but it was also airy on all sides, keeping the ventilation smooth in the scorching heat, which made them not want to seal the windows. Of course, there are benefits of not having windows and doors. That is, after months of nature's wind and sun, what harmful formaldehyde has been cleaned up, although before coming has been prepared mentally. But a line of people really see the moment was still shocked. This is a frame is not even built. Luckily, we still have Brother Jiang. This was the only point in the hearts of several people who felt grateful now. The first and foremost problem to be solved was the lack of doors and windows. Jiang Bui's space only had 2 or 3 doors that had been removed from the previous villa, the number of which was obviously far from enough. And they didn't have doors and windows either. Jiang Bui frowned. Shenro suggested, "Then let's go to the base to sell furniture and take a look." It was fine that there were only a few of them big men. There were still old people and children and girls at home. How could they not have doors and windows? Just out of the door, just ran into a line of people driving a tricycle holding a few door panels and screens all the way to ding 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 flew over, stopping the car after a few people moved quickly unloaded. Only left a person to explain this as their employer just sold them the house manager sent. And then a few people cleaned up and ding 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 drove away. Chui chanting smacked his lips. This manager came quite fast. For the manager's favor, a few people accept good, with the skilled control of machinery and guidance. Shin and his party experienced an afternoon of hardship to overcome 991 difficulties. Successfully self-taught villa all the doors and windows installed on. Of course, there is no shortage of Chui chanting and Qin Sishin who are playing the next hand. That's it for the walls and floor. Anyway, we're just fixing up here for a while. Painting will take some days to ventilate and dissipate the formaldehyde. Zhou Chu carried a water-soaked mop. And behind her, the entire room was covered in traces of wet mopping. She finished mopping the empty room behind her sharply and dashed into the next room waiting to be cleaned. Jiang Bui nodded and walked into the room she had just finished cleaning to begin placing furniture. Mattresses, 4-piece sets, toiletries, suitcases for each person. He set up all 8 people's rooms in this order and hurriedly rushed upstairs to the rooftop. This detached villa was not as spacious as the one in Prospect City, and each house came with a small garden. They intended to make good use of the unroofed third floor. Halfway up the stairs, they saw Bai Jiao bending down and spreading a waterproof plastic sheet on the ground, preparing to put some soil on top to keep the exotic plants and ordinary vegetables alive. Tomato vines and moss has been around the 2.5-story villa, hidden around several circles. The onlookers see probably will only be in the heart of the doubt these unsold empty house, when grew moss and climbing vines. After a few days of traveling and coming to the base, several people spent half a day cleaning the villa. And in the end, no one had the heart and energy to cook, and simply ate some cooked food in the space, and went back to their rooms to rest. The next day the group of people only appeared refreshed in the building that the boy said yesterday to release the work task. The three youths, all of them high-colored and tall, stood in front of the entrance of the lobby, attracting a lot of people's attention as soon as they came in. Jiang Bui scanned twice before determining where the target counter was. Release the quest. The young man behind the counter looked up at the words, and was stunned for a moment at the sight of the three men, especially when he saw the leader, Jiang Bui. The fake smile, hanging on his face, could barely be maintained, as his gaze pinned dead on him. What? The three of them weren't blind. They could all see that this young man's eyes were clearly permeated with malice and ill will. And Bai Jiao frowned, his fingertips about to tap on the counter. Onlookers didn't know the force of this fingertip. There was no way Qin Jinshin, as a teammate, wouldn't know the inside story. And his eyes just jumped when he saw that finger sticking out. But he didn't have the slightest intention of stopping it. He just smiled and watched the tragedy unfold. Chapter 111, Slaughterhouse. The tragedy that Qin Jinshin was waiting for with a smile didn't happen as expected. Jiang Bui raised his hand and gently rested it on Bai Jiao's hard and tight little arm, stopping it wordlessly. Release the mission. Jiang Bui repeated again, his brows arched, looking gentle, but the emotion in his eyes was definitely not friendly. The young man scanned him for a few moments before shifting his eyes to the two men behind him. And while looking away, he answered, "What kind of mission? A long-term job or a one-time reward?" This look does not matter. He stared wide-eyed and found that the two men behind him also have a rare look and figure, especially the tall and strong man with a plate inch. It is simply his dish. The tall, burly man in particular was right up his alley. He was fierce and handsome, a clean-cut, restrained muscular man who felt safe and secure at first glance. His eyes followed differently, staring at Bai Jiao with drawn eyes during the questioning of Jiang Bui. Jiang Bui. Qin Xishan. Only Bai Jiao was attracted to Jiang Bui's hands on his arms, staring at the cold white without blinking. Jiang Bui tapped Bai Jiao's arm with his index finger, gently but not heavily calming the man and preventing him from losing the man if he was not quick enough. This kind of light and calm and comfortable posture and simply did not put the young man behind the counter in the eyes. He also did not want to, and some on the surface of the small things to calculate, make a human life to attract the attention of the base. Delayed the main event. Qin Jin deep heart bitter smile. Who knew to publish registration a few tasks can also meet a small fly with a lot of drama. Seeing that the two big brothers clearly did not want to take care of this drama queen, he had to take over the burden. Long-term mission. Looking for teammates to go out. No limit to the number. The ability of the priority. The price is negotiable. Hanging half a month. The young man was actually not bad looking, with a clear brow. But he was not in the same class as the three men. He had no opinion of the tall, thin man who smiled gently. But he felt a little sorry for him. Although this is also good looking. But the body is still not as good as the one just now. Too thin. At first glance is not fierce enough. If Qin saw deep know his mental activities at this time, I am afraid that the semi-permanent fake smile embedded in the face will not be able to hang. The young man handed Qin Jinshin the price list for the level of the hanging task, and dawdled to enter the task into the computer and hang it on the hall's most eye-catching big screen. During the period of time, his eyes are still hooked and entangled in the body of Bai Jiao, looking at Bai Jiao killing gas overflowing. Hostile. If not Jiang Bui leaning on the side, he will be a finger to solve the person. Qin Si Deep and Jiang Bui swept the price list. Do not need to hesitate to choose. Must be the highest price of that class. Not only screens some of the lack of ability, but also can play a deterrent and attraction. The young man received a large bag of heavy crystal cores. Even though he boasted that he had seen a lot of things, He was also surprised by the real thing. The eyes that were scanning and sizing up a few people also tightened up a bit. Looking at the number of crystal cores that could be easily taken out and the obvious appearance of the person at the head of the team. He did not know what the bottom line of this team was. But he still put away his contemptuous and greedy eyes. However, it doesn't matter. He can't help these people. There is always someone who can help these people. His eyes flickered, and he immediately had a plan in his heart. A technique to kill two birds with one stone had already been thought up by him. Only after a few people left did he twist his waist, handing over all the work here to the newcomer next to him, and heading for the management manager's office in the back. Once he sent the people up, wouldn't the remaining two be at his mercy? The three of them are finally out of the darkness. The three people over here finally walked out of that obscure place. Qin Xishan remembered the arrangement before going out and asked, "Shall we go to sell meat or buy food first?" This choice wasn't even a choice for a few people. And even Qin Xishan asked symbolically. The South City base housed a lot of survivors. And there were also a lot of jobs and alien organization squads. So the supplies were still sufficient. And many people were still able to dip into the meat once in a while. And to buy freshly slaughtered meat you had to go to the slaughterhouse, which was located not far from the main road where the supplies were traded on the way in. Slaughterhouse, as the name suggests. A few people just close to the large iron gate that is heavily guarded. They smelled a strong fishy odor. And a few loud wails came out from the inside from time to time. The number of domestic animals raised by the base is not large. Supplying hundreds of thousands of people to eat meat is still a bit tense. There are often some disputes and armed fights over the purchase of meat. For this reason, the base has also specially formulated some regulations. The base has a long-term residence permit are eligible to buy. But each person can only buy once a month. And the number of limited. This rule has also spawned countless industrial chains. The base hundreds of thousands of people can afford to eat meat total, but those people, either they are hunters who have fought to the death, or they are staff members who have a lot of money. And they definitely won't buy only a few tails of meat at a time, which is not enough to satisfy their cravings. They didn't have the qualifications to buy. But those who couldn't afford meat at the base did. And there were quite a few of them. One side had crystal cores, and one side had enough purchase qualifications. A deep and muddy black market for selling meat appeared with the base officials turning a blind eye. The three of them walked on the road whether it was their looks and temperament, or clean and tidy clothes are very conspicuous. Not only the guards with guns at the entrance noticed. The slaughterhouse dirty fences side leaning in twos and threes some people also noticed. Soon, the first person boldly walked towards them, and tentatively struck up a conversation with a few people. "Come to buy meat? You don't look familiar. Is this your first time here? Do you have an introducer?" Jiang Bui looked around and faintly said, "No," directly ignoring the first two questions. The man's mouth grinned when he heard no, and didn't care if he answered the first two questions back. One person can only buy 1 or 2 pieces of meat. But if you buy from me, I'll have as much as you want, said here and paused for a moment, rubbed his hands, and made a gesture. The price? It is not expensive. But also this number. Cheap quantity is also cost-effective. Slaughterhouse 1 or 2 meat sold 2 crystals. A back and forth a hand net income of a crystal core. No wonder the black market business is in full swing. How much do you want? Jiang Bui raised his eyebrows. The man froze, suddenly realizing that this could be a big business. And it was not a good idea to talk about big business in front of his peers, who were watching behind him. Let's find a quieter place to talk. Yu led the three to the side of a surprisingly still open fly shop. The shop only sporadically sat 2 or 3 tables of guests. He familiarly came to the innermost table to sit down, and greeted the boss on the way to 4 cups of tea. It was obvious that he was a familiar customer of this shop, and the owner was very familiar with him. How much do you want? Yu forced himself to hold back his excitement and hesitation. After all, the tea money for 4 cups of tea is not something that comes from the wind. Chapter 112, Sunbathing. I can help you get up to 5 large meat pigs or sheep. And for the smaller ones, I can get about 10 chickens, ducks, geese, rabbits, or whatever. Yu said this with a sense of pride. Not that he boasted. In the group of people squatting outside the store, he thought he was a big supplier. Jiang Bui nodded. Okay. Then 5 pigs, 5 sheep, chickens, ducks and geese, as much as you can take. Yu stared wide-eyed. Her mouth unconsciously opened wide. Really? Really? This is really a big deal. When Jiang Bui handed him the deposit, and added that he would remember to contact him if he could still get it in the future. Yu looked at the large number of crystals, not caring about whether they were real or fake. He left his contact information and ran out quickly. Jiang Bui looked at the 4 cups of tea on the table that no one had moved. Crying and laughing, he went to the counter and prepared to settle the bill. But the boss looked this way and waved his hand. No need to settle the bill. You guys can just go. The goods ordered from Yu's store were in large quantities, so the earliest they could get their hands on them was the day after tomorrow. And they went back empty-handed. The weather is good. The hot air can occasionally drift a few wisps of breeze, blowing a few strands of hair on the recliner, gently swaying. The young man on the chaise lawn was trapped in the shadow of the backrest of the rattan chair, unable to see his complexion, only to see him slowly raise his hand and wave in a direction. In front of the villa, on the open space, a huge crocodile lying on its back and lazily basking in the sun crawled to the young man's side in a few seconds with a speed that didn't fit its size. Jiang Bui patted its big hard head in enjoyment, and incidentally checked the level of Daxiong's supernatural ability. 3rd level. Not bad. He waved his hand. Nobita obediently crawled away, and the next one crawled next. Several animals in the yard just crawled over one by one, not a single one interrupting the queue. In addition to Daxiong's ability to reach the 3rd level, the grass turtle that can control invisible space and the black python Xiaohua have also risen to the 3rd level. Little Eagle had reached the 2nd level, and his instantaneous transferability had increased quite a bit. And he was even able to take people from one county to another small county. Jiang Bui couldn't help but wonder if instantaneous transfer cultivation was like the Monkey King in the end. A somersault could flip 100,000 classes and thousands of miles. Xiao Huang is a water system ability. It is reasonable to say that to the 2nd level should be aggressive. But the small lizard so far will only put a water condensed into a water ball smashed in the body does not hurt. Like a bath. Jiang Bui couldn't help but feel a bit of a headache. So he had to ask a few other animals to keep an eye on it, and not let it fall alone. If the little yellow lizard and hawksbill turtle didn't get to the 3rd level because their alien powers weren't aggressive, then Blackie was simply because he was lazy, relying on its small size and its ability to conceal itself, apart from hunting activities where it had to eat. At other times it would either lie comfortably in Lin Yi's arms or rest peacefully on Xiong's back, staying still as long as it could. Jiang Bui made a pinch-up gesture with his 2 fingers and pinched up a small black snake that was even smaller than Xiao Huang, narrowing his eyes as he surveyed it. When Blackie saw that he was being focused on, an oily little black snake instantly became stiff, like a blackened water pipe. Seeing it peacefully playing dead there, Jiang Bui sneered a bit and began to calculate in his head if there was anything that needed to be solved by assassination recently. He had to let Blackie move his legs around. He dragged a half-man-tall sack out of space and set out several of the animals' food bowls in order, clattering and pouring them full of crystals one by one. One by one, the glass bowls or pots were piles of bubbling crystal cores. Looking at them in the sunlight almost blinding Shenrou's eyes, stinging his eyes straight to tears. If not see with my own eyes, I would never have believed that someone can actually so, he said. Shenrou thought for half a day before popping out a sentence. Magnificent. Cui Chant nodded approvingly. The weather rarely had a hint of cool air. Everyone finished lunch, so they all moved tables and chairs to sit outside in the sun, opening the doors and windows to ventilate. 3 ladies of varying ages were enjoying afternoon tea consisting of fruit salads and various dessert ice creams, while brushing up on their dramas under a large sun umbrella. Cui Chant glanced at the flat screen and turned her head away. Jack and Mary never goes out of style. Qin Jishan was calmly making tea on the side, and was politely rejected by several ladies in disgust before handing it to Cui Chant. Cui Chant solemnly received this precious tea with both hands, smothered it in one mouthful, and smashed his mouth after drinking it. Good tea. Qin Si Deep, also not annoyed, smiled, poured him another cup, just casually changed the container from a white porcelain tea light to a large enamel cylinder. Xin Xinglin with a big straw hat sat in the only place not covered by the sun umbrella fiddling with those metal parts of his. Half of the yard lying on their backs the animals. Half of them laid out his collection of various parts. Fortunately, this villa location remote and empty. Usually there are no people passing by. They also have no neighbors around, or be seen by the people of this paradise still do not know how much trouble especially those 6 golden food pots. If they were seen, the persona they worked so hard to maintain would directly collapse the house. Cover up the courtyard gate sometime. Jiang Bui lazily finished these words, and knocked on the armrests of the rattan chair. The dark vines behind him immediately understood by heart, and the length of the vines instantly grew longer, covering the entire upper half of his body in shadow. Right now, Shinro looked up from a pile of tool books and picked up. This villa, after living in it, will find everywhere is good. Even the fence wall is solid cement, 2 meters up. The only defect is that there is no door. Jiang Bui's space also does not have a door that can be sized so large. A few people were thinking that no one can be close to the villa within 100 meters without disturbing the white Jiao and the animals. Simply put this matter down beforehand. Said to do. Space, there are a lot of Shinline to materials. Jiang Bui, all of them will be left in the yard. Black unknown metal in the sunlight flooded with dark cold light. Inexplicably some oozing. Jiang Bui, this is all. And then not enough. We go to the main road stalls there to see if there are materials. Shinro waved his hand. Enough is enough. Have Qin see deep in. Do not need any cutting machine. Only need to finger gently and Shinline drawn and advance on the line a few times. A few pieces of uniform thickness. Square iron plate on the brand new out of the oven. Chui recitation also walked up to help lift the iron plate. Held back or did not hold back. Sighed, really no smell. Completely unable to smell the stench of its raw materials and the odor of corpse rot. Shinro straightened his back in self-complacency. That's for sure. Don't look at whose supernatural ability this is. Qin saw deeply cut the iron plate and went inside to sterilize his own hands without making any comments. Since the doorway is going to be moved, the ladies' afternoon tea naturally can't go on. And it just so happens that it's almost finished. So the 3 of them packed up the stall and moved it back inside. Jiang Bui looked twice before peacefully withdrawing his gaze and continued to lie down, half squinting and dozing. In a daze, when he was about to squint, the place under his feet suddenly moved, waking him up. Chapter 113. Good morning. Jiang Bui lifted his eyes and glared at the footpad in dissatisfaction. In his opinion, it was a rather threatening glare. But when it fell on by Jiao, it was a soft and angry look. His heart went numb, and he didn't squeak for a long time, looking at the sky darkening. The air is hot and sticky, although not reduced in the slightest. The mosquitoes that should be infested in front of these terrifying big guys outside the house trembled and did not dare to come near. But Bai Jiao is still worried that the occasional cool breeze blowing in the night will make Jiang Bui sick. The human body is very fragile, although they are now much more mouthful than before. But in front of Bai Jiao is still just a meal that is not very satisfactory. Meat is scarce and faggy, and the spiritual energy contained in the flesh is far less than that of thousands of years old plants and herbs. Not all demon cultivators are bloodthirsty. Love to kill. Most of the great demons' life is long. Most of them focus on refining their own birth comes with a strong ancient bloodline of flesh. In a place to stay for thousands of years, do not move. The modern dead homes are not as residential as they can be. Huge snake eyes focused on the lazy youth on the chaise long. Thought or did not hold back. Outside cold? Go back to sleep. The mellow and magnetic voice suddenly sounded in his head, causing Jiang Bui to slowly open his eyes and look towards the culprit. This time, he just fell backwards, stretched lazily, and stood up to walk towards the house. The gate had long been installed by Shin's party in 3 moves, and now there were only the 2 of them in the courtyard. The white Jiao that landed in the original place quickly recovered its original form, and before the recliner and fruit plate snacks that had been on top of the body for the afternoon did not fall, it nimbly caught the things, and took big steps to follow the person in front of it. Now that the weather has turned hot, and it's only April, sometimes even waking up in the night, everyone is 3 or 2 people together in a room, so as to save ice and petrol. Bai Jiao obviously wasn't someone who could squeeze into a room with a few other people, so there were only the 2 of them in this room. The 2 of them just welcomed the 2-person world that they hadn't seen in a long time. Jiang Bui collapsed on the bed, looking askance at the man striding in from behind carrying a table and chairs with a smile on his face. Take off your clothes before you sleep. He wasn't sleepy at this moment. His spirits were very good, both eyes teasingly looking at the man frozen on the bed. Bai Jiao's heart was in turmoil. His face was unperturbed, calmly lifting his clothes up from the bottom to the top in one go and taking them off. Only the eyes staring at Jiang Buwei were as deep as the calm and unfathomable sea before the storm, revealing his true thoughts. Cui Chan had always risen early, but it was still one of the few times that he was awake before 5 in the morning. The previous times he had been woken up by the cold, while this time he had been woken up by the heat. The ice that the giant crocodile had unleashed its psychic powers to condense into had all turned into water by the latter part of the night, and the room was sweltering and unusually hot, hardening the biological clocks of the three of them. Shinro wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand, tugged at the short sleeves that were soaked in sweat and stuck to his back, and looked towards Qin Jinshin, who was standing in front of the mirror in the room's own bathroom. Old Qin, I can't believe that you're not sweating. Qin Jinshin washed up and gave him a blank look. I changed into a new one. Walked out. The three of them came out of the room, only to realize that they were surprisingly not the only ones to be woken up by the heat. Zhou Chu is busy in the kitchen. Anshin sitting on the sofa to the already dressed children braid. Jiang Buwei is lying in the bamboo chaise lawn with a green, non-stop wagging dog tail grass to tease black and small yellow. No matter how long their tongues stretched out, the upper half of the body straightened up, how can not touch the tail of the dog for a millimeter. A dog's tail grass in the hands of Jiang Buwei was played out. However, the clever two animals soon found a loophole in it. No matter what direction Jiang Buwei fiddled with the grass, it would end up pointing in the same direction. Blackie and Yellowy were in high spirits, ready to give the dogtail grass a good whack when it finally stopped. The intention was good, but their kind-hearted master clearly didn't want to give the two pups the chance. Jiang Buwei smirked as he watched the two poised to strike, and then particularly doggedly pinched the point at the second before the dog-tail grass was finally about to swing back to its original direction, and threw the grass root backward. Blackie, little yellow. Jiang Buwei looked at the stagnant appearance of these two that suddenly lost their target, laughed so happily that he couldn't spend any money, and his upper body leaned straight back, almost about to topple over. At the critical moment, a big hand with clear bones and knuckles held the thin and hard back of the bamboo chair, and also stopped the trend of the person on the chair to fall back. It took him a great deal of effort to stop laughing at the aggrieved eyes of the two animals, and he looked up at the tall shadow above his head. Up! The shadow himself had a cold face and a furrowed brow, clearly in a displeased mood. Change the chair. It's too light to be safe. Cui Chan went into the kitchen to help, but was whisked away by a few cold and terse rolls from Zhou Chu. So he had to sit at the table and wait for his meal with nothing to do. Fortunately, the dining room is open type, and the living room is one and the same. Now a few windows are wide open, because there is also no need to worry about mosquitoes and insects. So a few people did not even buy and install screens, letting the gusts of wind blow in from outside, blowing a few strands of hair and the corners of their light clothes. The source of cold air located in the kitchen was still diffusing out in a steady stream, cozy as can be. In less than 10 minutes, Zhou Chu put away her apron, picked up her plate and walked out, followed by Nobita, who was releasing his powers. He slowly walked to Jiang Buwei's feet and got down. Jiang Buwei rewarded it by patting its big head and threw a few second-grade crystal cores to the big achiever. Now, Daxiong was the tip of everyone's heart. His status was different from the past, and he was honored. Before the winter time when there is hot water and cold cooker is okay. Now the summer season, Daxiong in everyone's eyes has become a little angel. Even before the unfamiliar still dare not approach the giant crocodile Shenline Qin Sea Deep are every day to go wherever with where. This situation in the Big Xiong's alien ability to enhance to the 3rd level. The alien ability to release the diameter of up to 20 meters when the peak. A few people often sigh why the skills of Daxiong is not passively triggered. Sleep can also release the alien energy, rather than needing the support of the alien energy to be able to release. Or else they can enjoy 24 hours a day pure natural pollution-free air conditioning. Colorful sandwiches that had been built up to 4 layers were piled up on a large plate. A few drawers of fresh meat and shrimp stuffed Xilongbao. A plate of soft, fresh and sweet tender corn. A plate of small pickles, and a large pot of mellowly scented corn paste. The aroma of the food induced everyone to eat to their heart's content. After nibbling on a piece of tender corn, Jiang Buwei savored the residual sweet taste in his mouth, and suddenly remembered that there seemed to be some cream sugar flour oil or something for making cakes and desserts in the space. There are too many things in the space, so I can't remember what else I have. So I just take them all out and make them into desserts. So it's easy to eat them on the go. There are a lot of raw materials. Take out a pile of the living room had no footing. In addition to the usual low-gluten flour, butter and cream, there are also a lot of drinks used in the guillotine tablets and white cool powder. Seeing these things, a few people can imagine that they immediately transformed into a successful stand in front of their own. Tiramisu beckons to them. Red velvet cake is singing the lyrics of the Welcome to Taste. Chapter 114 Dessert. With fully charged tablets in hand, the group had spent the afternoon feverishly searching for the ingredients before deciding what to make with them. Since there is no shortage of butter and low-gluten flour, all kinds of cream cakes must be made. And if there are Western-style pastries, Chinese-style pastries cannot be missing. Sticky bean buns, yam cake, crispy horseshoe cake, bean paste buns, date paste cake. There are a lot of things they want to eat, but they don't know how to make them. So they can only stick to the pastry recipes they downloaded from their tablets and make what they can. Mung bean cake is simple to make, but they don't have molds. So in order not to end up with all kinds of strange shapes, so they made small round cakes. When the mung bean cake was ready, Jiang Buwei simply pressed a few bags of red beans into red bean cakes according to this method. The puff pastry was filled with cream and squeezed into a large iron pot. Creamy pumpkin steamed buns were steamed in 2 pots, with a plum blossom stamp on top. Various mold shapes of waffles, gongs, biscuits are each piled up in a large pot. The kitchen appliances all need electricity. The villa can be connected to the water and electricity, but there is a limit to the distribution of electricity every month. They did half of the switch to the diesel generator. Everyone in the team is not idle. Even Lin Yi has been assigned the task of pointing the plum blossom seal. Shen Xingyi and Qin Jinshan, despite being tall young men, were more flexible than Zhou Chu in kneading up the small snacks with their 2 hands. And Auntie Chen only demonstrated 2 or 3 times before they were able to knead them in a decent manner. Zhou Chu successfully kneaded a few bad white dough. After a face of heartache, Auntie Chen drove to the side of the steamer to build a fire. There are supernatural powers on the use of supernatural powers. Diesel can save or save some. The rest of the 3 antinomians followed Auntie Chen to play a hand, looking at the waffles burnt or not burnt, and from time to time to give the gongfu yaki a flip. A few people worked for an afternoon plus a night can be considered to be done with the food. At this time the pots and buckets have been piled up to the original spacious living room, has no room for feet. They had to sit in place on the bottom of the matzah, with a few pieces of pastries to solve the problem of the stomach. Shin and his party were half dead leaning against the wall, so tired that they couldn't lift their arms. But looking at the desserts and food in this parlor, the corners of their mouths were always rising, and they couldn't even be pressed down. Zhou Chu, also lying on the tatami mats, cannot control giggling. Although Jiang Buwei will be in the middle of the mutant dandelion to let the pot natural for a period of time. But the release of such a long period of time of supernormal capabilities, that is impossible not to be tired. Her body was now as sore as if she had run a half marathon before the end of the world. But it was that she was tired into this dog-like state. And her heart was still beautiful. Although the other few people didn't act so obviously. They weren't bad either. No matter how tired their bodies were, their hearts were bubbling with satisfaction. There was nothing more beautiful and secure than having endless food in the post-apocalyptic world. If there was, it would be a lifetime of food and drink. Jiang Buwei was caught off guard when Bai Jiao fed him a mouthful of chiffon cake, so he quickly waved his hand to refuse. This afternoon, his nose had been soaked in the sweet smell of the dim sum coming out of the pot, soaking his sense of smell to the point that he had lost some of his sense of smell, and he really didn't have an appetite at this time of the day. Bai Jiao fed him a few times and saw that he really didn't have an appetite, so he didn't mind, and stuffed the dim sum in his hand that he had taken a bite of into his mouth in 3 bites. Hard work, Daxiong. Come, Daddy hug. Jiang Buwei waved towards the crocodile, who was also doing his best to unleash his powers this afternoon. A few people rested for a while before heading back to their rooms to wash up and go to bed. After all, they were all tired enough. Jiang Buwei went around the living room one by one and collected all the pots and buckets on the floor into the space before going upstairs, in order to prevent the situation where every night in the future, they would have to sleep until the middle of the night like last night, and wake up in the middle of the night from the heat, sleepy and suffocated. A few people took turns to refill the room with some ice at night. However, the room for the 2 of them, because of Bai Jiao's dislike of outsiders stepping into the territory, coupled with the fact that the man's body was originally different from the norm. Every morning when he got up, Jiang Buwei moved to the side and touched him. His hands were warm and cool to the touch. It can be said that holding him to sleep is much more comfortable than changing pots of ice. This is also this period of time by Jiao melancholy and sweet suffering. Let him take off all the clothes. And let him not move. But also let him be honest all night as a rule pillow. And want to let the horse run. But not let the horse eat grass. But every night you can sleep close to your heart. This sweet little torture is nothing. And two big men of blood and vigor sleep next to each other every night. It is impossible not to rub the wood barn on fire. Right now. For example, Jiang Buwei buried his face in the pillow. He is rarely twisted in this kind of thing. Is a complete and utter hedonism. The appearance of the man who looks no longer eat earthly fire is also a real man. Sometimes the lower half of the body to think about this sentence is sometimes indeed a fact. I did not expect to wait for a while. See people or that frequency. Buried in the pillow of the beautiful eyebrows and patiently wrinkled. Hand into the quilt will be inside the hand carry out sharp. White Jiao had eyes deep and obscure staring at the back of the person's fine white neck. Like staring at their own inevitable prey. Just wanted to open the mouth of the beast to devour the person. Claws were prey indifferently lifted out. White Jiao. He immediately reflected on whether he had just been too emotional and didn't have control. The force was too great. Pinching people hurt. It hurts. Based on the principle of helping people to the end. He asked tentatively. Jiang Buwei lifted out that claw. Not reluctant as Bai Jiao thought. But lifted the quilt and directly rolled over. Sitting on the man's robust and tight waist and abdomen. Hands against the sides of the man's head. Lowered his upper body close to him. Raised eyebrows. What are you doing there dawdling? Still not okay? The first time I saw him. I was so happy to see him. I was so happy to see him. I was so happy to see him. Bai Jiao narrow, and with some kind of animalistic eyes narrowed dangerously. Male dignity was provoked by this matter, who cannot stand this aggravation. He said word by word, this is what you said. As the heat of the day rose further, the atmosphere inside the base couldn't help but become agitated and shrill. And naturally, there were some chaotic and disorganized noises. It was still the same restaurant. Yu sat at her usual spot, cheerfully pouring tea and water for the two men without any complaints at all. These few people are big patrons. Not only did they settle the final payment for the last goods cleanly, this time, they even directly handed over all the crystal cores to him, completely letting go of their hands, and said that he would collect as much as he could get. With these cores, he can unite some of their own several small leaders to get together to take goods. At least can get before twice the number of goods. So many goods he extracted commission naturally will not be less to wear. But now, he suddenly brought up the situation in the base, obviously not simply looking for words without words. What's the difficulty? Jiang Buwei thought it was because of the goods. And he subconsciously frowned, as he contemplated to what extent the situation within the base had now become dire. It's that the situation is a bit chaotic right now. There are robbers everywhere in the western city. I'm a bit bottomless with so many crystal cores by myself. Can you? Yu was still a little embarrassed when he said it. After all, people gave you all the crystal cores. But as a result, you yourself can't even hold onto a single one. And you still have to ask for help from your customers. Yu is also really can't. The West City is not compared to the alien living in the East City. The South City so clean and safe. Every day there are people with a gun patrol, cleaning the streets. The West City are these ordinary people who do not have the ability to live. All the post-apocalyptic temporary wooden frame. Usually the security is not good. And now, as the day is getting hotter and hotter, even appeared to die of heat and thirst after the people wandering the streets, even more people. If the number of crystals is small. Yu smiled bitterly and looked to the side of the chair on the bulging half-hemp bag. Really do not dare to bet on his life. If this even people with crystal nuclei together robbed, even if he survived, empty-handed, what he'd take to see the two alien adults in front of him. I'm afraid that life is not enough. Chapter 115, Western District. After Yu explained the reason for this behavior, Jiang Bu nodded his head in order. We'll go back with you. With the security of her bullish employer, Yu smiled so much that her eyes narrowed into slits. Whether it was before or after the end of the world. 3, 6, 9, and 9 classes existed. And even because of the collapse of the order after the end of the world, ability was the most important thing. And the division between inferiority and superiority was even more serious. Although there was no distinction between inner and outer cities in the South City base. The living and residential areas of the base had already been invisibly divided into 3, 6, 9 and 9 classes. The entire South City base was square, and along the crossroads of the main road they came from, it was divided into 4 urban areas: the southeast, the west, the north, and the west. Among them, East City and South City were the smallest in size, but they were the residences of the researchers, powerful people, and the lair of the alien organization, as well as many of the base's necessary functions, such as the mission building and slaughterhouse they went to yesterday. And the food storehouse and greenhouses were even in the East City, which was heavily guarded by the army. The West City is where Yu lives. All of them are ordinary people who can barely find work to support themselves in the base, or the alien who is a chicken with a weak ability. The West City was still a short way from the restaurant outside the slaughterhouse, and as they walked and chatted, Jiang Bui had a lot of questions he wanted to ask. So what's North City for? Yu smiled bitterly when she heard his confusion. It's not a place for people to stay. It's similar to a slum. Most of the people there have no income or mobility. Seeing Jiang Bui's intention to continue listening, he could only rack his brain to recall his previous impression. The living environment there is even worse than the Western City. The city wall is only half built, less than 3 meters high, and the houses built with cement, bricks, and wooden planks are few. Pulling a piece of cloth, putting up a pole, you can put up a tent for sleeping. In the beginning, they were all old people, children and disabled people who didn't have much mobility. At that time, the base was just established. These infrastructure and wall construction were still very short of manpower, but they didn't accept those who couldn't do the work. They could barely get enough to eat with their monthly subsidies. So how could they afford to buy or rent a house, when some of the latter play dirty things, waiting for death, in order to avoid the obligations and responsibilities of the base to hide in the North City as a blessing? There will be no one to go there. Very chaotic. After those people hid in the North City, the base has been completely dispossessed, because the base was just established when the manpower and materials are seriously insufficient. The North City, that wall was only half repaired at that time. Now there was manpower, and the supplies were a bit more lenient, but no one was willing to spend manpower and resources on charity for these old and sick people. And the current power holders of the base were not willing to get their hands on it. So it dragged on time and time again, and it became a mess that was forced to be put on hold. I heard that when Elder Zhang was still around, the materials for repairing the city wall were already prepared. It's a pity. Yu stopped his voice after he finally spoke in a low voice. Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao looked at each other in thought. The three of them walked for a while, passing by many brick cottages and small high-rise buildings, circling around 2 paths full of weeds and piles of rubbish, turning another corner, and then stopping in front of a residential building with low-rise cottages in front and behind. Jiang Bui looked calm and said to the ugly Yu, "If you can't get rid of it, you can't get rid of it. So you don't have to go around anymore. No big deal. Just a few small ants." Yu's hand holding the sack gripped a little tighter. The tip of his index finger was so hard that it was white, and his face was grave and alert as he looked around. They had just walked out from the East City district and were being watched. And with Yu's long experience of living in danger, there were quite a lot of people following them. He didn't dare to bring the people home, nor was it convenient for him to say it explicitly. So he had to bring the people together and keep circling around, hoping to make the 2 people behind him understand his intentions. Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao actually knew of their existence as early as when they were targeted by the first small fly, and were able to settle it quietly, but had a new idea when they saw Yu making the first circle. Why don't they just use themselves as bait and wait to fish out more and more flies at the back before settling them all at once, so as not to spook the snakes and have to go through the trouble of coming one by one? He and Bai Jiao both wore a gray short sleeve today, unable to hide the dark vine in the sleeve, so he had to condescend to it to shrink the size of the set in his right hand at night. Without a closer look, it was like a black grass craft bracelet. Dark Vine felt a strange movement around him. This is not exactly the time for it to appear. The bracelet can't wait to start. It slowly swims up, even as if the dead would spring. Dead things come to life. Luckily, the dark vine is gray and dull, and after it becomes a bracelet, it is even more inconspicuous, coupled with the fact that no matter whether it is Yu or the people in the shadows, at this time, their eyes are fully focused on the bulging sacks. No one has noticed this place for a while. Jiang Bui raised his hand to rub his wrist as if by accident, warningly pinching the dark vines whose hearts were already stirring, before silencing the little one smoothly, turning his head to the man who had been standing silently behind him. He said, "Go ahead. Just teach a lesson." He hadn't forgotten that he was now just an ordinary man with no psychic abilities. Bai Jia nodded, knowing that he couldn't do anything deadly this time, and that he had to give those people a breath of fresh air. The man hiding behind a side building had a thin figure, and the black circles hanging under his eyes had a very strong presence. And the people in charge of things in this area called him Black Eyes. "Brother Eye, we've been discovered. That big tall man is coming this way." Black Eyes glared fiercely at the burly man beside him. "I'm blind. Keep your mouth shut." The burly man was yelled at and cowered for a moment. "Oh!" Black Eyes looked at that volume as not small big tall man step by step towards this side. Said the heart is not weak as a lie. Cursed how this person so will find a place. So many people on the side of the first towards the two of them. Forget it. A good man is not to be defeated. This time we would draw first. Black Eyes thought about it, and still gritted his teeth and decided to go first. If it was just the two of them squatting, he wasn't afraid of those three. His supernatural ability was very limited, but he rarely missed. But today there were too many peers squatting those three. If he took on that big guy first, wouldn't he let the others reap the benefits? Black Eyes wasn't stupid. Naturally, he wouldn't be someone else's pathfinder or stepping stone. Of course he had to withdraw in a hurry. When White Jiao saw that the two people he had taken as his first target had actually withdrawn, his footsteps lurched, and he turned his head to look in other directions. The others also didn't expect Black Eyes to retreat without a fight, and all together cursed Black Eyes in their hearts for being a dead monkey spirit. Among the remaining people who did not want to be the first, the atmosphere was so stagnant. But if they didn't want to, White Jiao would naturally choose for them. He picked a direction at random and walked forward. Halfway there, picking up a 2-finger-wide piece of broken brick from the ground before continuing towards his target. The people who were following them now knew that they had been exposed, and the rest of them didn't want to be as humiliated as Black Eyes. So they simply stepped forward in a big way. Seeing Bai Jiao's seemingly practiced body and tendon flesh all over his body wasn't without trepidation. But seeing that he actually picked up a less than fist-sized rock halfway, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. And the contemptuous mockery was audible for anyone to hear. "Do you need us to give you a stick, ah ha 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 ha?" It was no wonder that they recognized that Bai Jiao might be a practitioner but didn't run. Compared to Black Eye's shabby team configuration of 3 melons and 2 jujubes, they appeared to be quite a bit more professional. 6 or 7 big-waisted men holding knives and sticks stained with oxidized blood stood in a row. Their average height was just half a head shorter than Bai Jiao's, and their aura was arrogant and ferocious. Chapter 116 Stone. However, this superior posture did not let the man's footsteps have the slightest pause. Walk leisurely, face as usual. Even his eyes did not see the shadow of these people at all, and never put them in his eyes. Put them in a class where they could look directly at them as equals. Bai Jiao's appearance of not placing them in his eyes angered the 6 large-waisted men opposite. The leader was even more infuriated, so he gave an order, wanting to let those 2 little white men know how powerful they were. They can occupy a small piece of land in the base is not without reason. Half of the 6 people even body around the fire and smoke. A large black smoke-encrusted fireballs, like money to smash to the White Jiao. Seeing this powerful scene, Yu Yu's face swished white. Quickly dodge. But see, standing not far away from the man does not avoid not hide. Can only see his back straight stood there, as if he has been scared silly. Yu Yu saw that the words he shouted did not respond to the man, and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He suddenly felt that his previous request for his employer to accompany him to escort the crystal nucleus was a very wrong choice. This trip will not lose all 3 of them. Right? He glanced at his employer, but found that his employer beside him was also too calm, and did not pay any attention to him at all. He then looked up and realized that he was the only one who seemed to be panicking. Jiang Bui was busy calming the dark vines wrapped around his wrists, and it was only when he heard the shouts that he realized Yu Yu's uneasiness and trepidation. He soothed. "Trust me. He can handle it." Yu Yu saw that even at this time, the man in front of him was still rubbing his bracelet unhurriedly, and only then did his face lighten up a little. And in his heart, he had to believe that these 2 men might not be as ordinary and incompetent as they claimed to be. As expected, Bai Jiao saw the fireball smashing straight over before pausing in his steps. The hand carrying the bricks looked very easy to grip. A grind, and turned into 6 bricks of different sizes. He threw his long arm, and the stones in his hand flew straight towards the 6 men across the street as if they had eyes. Without aiming, the 6 men across the street were a little surprised when they saw him crush the stones. But they laughed out loud when they saw that Bai Jiao had actually thrown only stones at them. They showed disdain and were ready to dodge this small stone less than the size of a finger either by tilting their heads or turning sideways. While the man in the lead didn't even have the intention to dodge and stood there with a big grin. With an arrogant look of "I'm just standing still. What can you do to me?" The arrogant look. But these few people soon realized that they were wrong. So wrong. Because those who dodged with their heads turned away found that no matter which direction they dodged in, they couldn't avoid that inconspicuous small stone. The sound of the fireball scrambled forward to engulf the white auger, turning into a big fireball of equal height. At the same time, the sound of the plopping sound of 6 sharp and hard objects smashing into flesh and blood was heard, only to see that the 6 rotating stones pierced through the 6 people's thighs, shoulders, abdomen, and other non-fatal parts of their bodies in unison. The next moment, a few miserable screams rang out, one after another. Listening to the bright and dark onlooker's heart creepy. The fireball should have been swallowed up by the white Jiao become a handful of ash. But the clothes are clean and neat out of the fireball. The whole person does not have the slightest trace of being burned by the flames. Very decent. And fell to the ground wailing. A few people formed a stark contrast. Bai Jiao took a few glances at the several people who had fallen to the ground and bled all over the place. Remembering Jiang Bui's previous instruction to leave the survivors alive, he moved his gaze away with a lack of interest. Behind him, the fireball was as high as a person. Under the hot sun, the fire actually gradually withered, with the intention of completely extinguished. So hot and no water vapor weather. So big fire next to the wheat pile actually not burning instead of extinguished. How can not let a person be shocked? Those who noticed this couldn't help but be more scornful of this man, who was previously unobtrusive. And in their hearts, they made a key mark on a few of their faces, reminding themselves not to be easily messed with in the future. Let's go. They won't follow us anymore. Bai Jiao returned to Jiang Bui's side and received a look of awe and amazement from Yu Yu. The people who were looking for trouble to rob had all been crippled by him in 3 or 2 blows. Looking at the degree of blood loss, although the place where the stone hit wasn't fatal, the wound was in the end directly pierced through a bloody piece of flesh, and in the end of the world, there was the possibility of swallowing one's last breath due to a few minor complications. Not to mention that in the end of the world, a small wound infection could send a person away. And there was no need to elaborate on what would happen in the post-apocalyptic world to a few people who were incapacitated and who did all the bad things in their day-to-day lives that no one cared about. Even if these 6 people were still lingeringly alive now, it was still a question of whether they would survive in the end. This was Bai Jiao's flexible use of Jiang Bui's instructions. After witnessing this scene, Yu Yu's entire body had gone wooden. It turns out that Big Brother is right beside me. After this toss, the back did not come out of the people naturally no longer dare to come out. Even hide far from the black eyes, and his little brother to see the whole process are out of a cold sweat. Where there are still people who dare to provoke these people. As for the 6 people who still fell on the ground and kept struggling to get up, no one has to pay attention to it. They are also very puzzled in their hearts. That sells the animal meat dealer in their territory to live. They naturally before the action has been his whole person, and the people around him have been investigated clearly. The past business is so low that even they are too lazy to start. Who would have thought that this time around him not only more bulging sacks of crystal cores, but also 2 more strange and powerful people, even directly want their lives. A cunning rabbit has 3 grottos. Yu also knew that this place was not safe. Before he used his still generous funds to rent several houses around this area, leaving early and returning late. His whereabouts were hard to find. So although those robbers knew that Yu lived in this area, they didn't know where he actually lived. Yu holding the sack. 3 turns and 2 turns to bring the 2 to a hidden exceptionally small broken courtyard. Said the courtyard are raised here. The weeds in the courtyard grew to half a person high. A dense swath completely did not give people the intention of leaving a road into the house. Yu smiled sarcastically. This is safe. Safe. With difficulty, he peeled away the weeds and walked to the middle of the courtyard. But he saw that the place where the house should have stood was empty. Only a tent made of plastic sheeting was placed, and a circle of anti-mosquito lime powder was sprinkled around it. Yu carefully observed the employer did not show disgust before slightly put down the heart. He in fact can let people wait outside the courtyard. Do not have to enter this dirty, smelly courtyard. But Yu but led people in. Because this is not only led into a courtyard, so simple things, or will be their own bottom, are accounted for the meaning of life-saving benefactor. Obviously, Jiang Buwei also understood Yu's meaning at the same time. He carefully explained to them, and did not stop. Chapter 117, Tinfoil. Into the tent. Unexpectedly, the outside of the dilapidated, dirty tent inside does not look unkempt, neat and clean. The few supplies and clothing arranged in a well-organized manner. Yu carefully put down the sack, lifting the cover on the ground, exposing the bottom of the tattered and blackened board. The board lifted, underneath just lying a tightly wrapped tin box. The less than 2 palm-sized tin box obviously can't hold a sack of crystals. The next time, Jiang Buwei and Bai Jiao stood by and watched in amazement as Yu acted like a hard-working and prudent bee, putting the crystals in the sack into boxes, and then hid them one by one in the corners of their own homes. Jiang Buwei just wanted to say that it's useless. Such a large number of crystals can be sensed by a capable psychic. But what surprised him even more happened. As soon as Yu closed the tin lid, Jiang Buwei went to feel it again, and there was only a trace of the crystal nucleus in it, and the previous majestic and pure scent had already been masked and isolated. He looked towards Bai Jiao. The man shook his head and looked back. He also felt that the scent of the crystal nucleus had disappeared for the most part all of a sudden. With their strength, they could feel that the aura of the crystal nucleus had disappeared a lot, not to mention those who were not as strong as them. This was indeed a surprising thing. Jiang Buwei stared. This box, how to look at it, is just an old tin biscuit box. The children and biscuit styles painted on the top rusted. Yu did not lack a pride smile. The two big brother really do not know this tip. This method is still his own blind figured out. He didn't have supernatural powers. So if he wanted to keep the crystals and property, he could only put more effort on the side. Whether it was because of this business or not, the two men had saved his life. And in a way, they had also established an authority for him, so that those people who wanted to make a move would at least have to think about it in their minds. Yu wanted to repay the two men, but he was not sure if the big man lacked anything. He only knew that he could not pull out anything good from his body. Only this earthly method was barely useful. There's nothing special about this box. It's just a tin box. But I put a layer of moisture-proof tinfoil inside. It's this layer of tinfoil that's able to isolate the crystal core's breath. Yu opened the box and pointed to the piece of tin paper padded underneath to indicate. This method was also a mistake on his part. The tinfoil was initially wrapped around the outside of the box to prevent the tin box from rusting to the point of not being able to open when it was buried in the dirt. As a result, when he carried a box full of crystals in his arms and went to the restaurant to wait for the slaughterhouse to come to trade, he was asked by the owner of the restaurant how he came without the crystals. To know, the person who could open a restaurant in the base is not a good pinch persimmon. The restaurant owner not only has psychic ability, but also not weak. But what did he mean by asking that? Even if he didn't see his overly full stomach stuffed by the iron box, he could still feel the scent of the crystal cores through Lu Cotton's flowery cotton jacket. Right? Yu was confused by this inexplicable question, but he quickly reacted and muddled through in a couple of sentences. This method has then been used by him. Is in addition to his mouth of this meal. The only two skills to live in peace. Now, however, he had told Jiang Buwei and Bai Jiao all about it. Not only was it the reason for saving his name, but Yu also had a selfish motive. He had pressed his treasure on these two strangers. He was betting that these two were not pool animals, and would be able to take him further. The next step was to see if the big man could give him an evening. Jiang Buwei undyingly felt the aura around him again, before he looked fixedly at the box and smiled. The masters are in the foka. Old Bai, we've dug up a treasure. Yu's face was a little bashful, and he waved his hand repeatedly. He really didn't feel that he deserved such a big compliment. Jiang Buwei pulled out a piece of paper from his backpack and wrote their current villa address and handed it over to Yu. This is my address for this period of time. We will stay in the base for a month or two. If there's anything you need, feel free to come and find it. Yu glanced at the address, which was actually located in a villa block that was never rented out in the Eastern District, and hurriedly smiled as he carefully stowed the slip of paper into his inner pocket. Just because of this financial power, he was also convinced and relieved, refusing Yu's offer to send him off. The two of them slowly walked back along the previous path. Jiang Buwei thought for a moment. There's some in the tinfoil space, but there's not a lot of it. So let's look for it when we go out in the next couple of days. Good. Bai Jiao nodded. Anyway, every time they went out to clean up the zombies, they would collect supplies along the way. Now this kind of thing with their strength no longer requires much effort. It was still early in the day, and the two of them stopped by to walk along the main road on their way back. And there was no trace of any tinfoil for sale from start to finish. Even if there is, it should have been collected inside the base. When the time comes, we'll walk farther. Whether there's still any tinfoil near the base is another story. The South City base has an internal research institute. The first thing they rescued at the beginning of the end of the world were scientists and scholars. You could come out with a method by mistake. There's no reason why the base side doesn't know. Tin paper can isolate the crystal nucleus. This matter base must have been used early. Just do not know for what reason not published. Jiang Bui guessed that they might not have thought of a way to search for the crystal nuclei whose breath was covered by the tin paper. Several people cozily stayed in the villa for a few days, absorbing the crystal cores and practicing their supernormal abilities in their rooms behind closed doors every day. And only at meal times could they all get together. In a while, Zhou Chu and I will go and see if there are any takers for the quest. Brother Jiang, you guys can stay home and rest for a while. Cui Chant wolfed down a bowl of rice and looked up. The other few nodded. Not that they were to blame for thinking so, because Bai Jiao's face was just too bad, poorly visible to the naked eye. The entire person's description was withered. His face was pale, and his eye sockets were sunken into a large area of bruises. If it wasn't for his facial features and the hardware conditions holding him up there, they all wondered if he was a different person. Is Brother Bai really okay like this? Shenrou looked at Bai Jiao's thinning back as he went upstairs and said. Jiang Bui was still feeding the animals, sniffing his head without lifting his head. It's fine. It's just picky eaters who are thin. After adding meat from one food bowl to another, he clapped his hands and followed him upstairs. Chapter 118 May and June. Jiang Bui into the room did not forget to lock the door. He is not want to explain things to his teammates to hear. But this fact is impossible to say. Although the room is very large, but still cannot accommodate the original form of the white Jiao coiled. He had to shrink half of himself to barely in the room coiled down. At this time, when he saw Jiang Weiwei come in, even his eyes, which were usually cold and emotionless, could not help but be colored with some heat. Jiang Bui smiled bitterly in the bottom of his heart and was helpless, but still walked over. As we all know, snakes start to enter the breeding stage in May and June. It's not easy to tell you the details of the process. The villa is located in a remote area, but today there are unexpected visitors. As soon as Zhou Chu opens the door, she sees two men in uniform looking at their homemade big iron gate, showing a thoughtful look, her brows twisted up without a trace. The visitors were not good. Something wrong? A man and a woman outside the door smiled, but there was an imperceptible contempt in that smile. Hello. We are members of the Arc Light Battle Team. On behalf of the base's officials, we invite you to participate in the base's joint combat performance 3 days later. The two words performance can only remind Zhou Chu of the cultural performances when she was in school. But now, she intuits that it's not simple. Combat performance? Are all the aliens in the base going? The man and the woman saw that this newcomer low-level alien was not bluffed by them. The smiles hanging at the corners of their mouths froze a bit, and even their tone was a bit impulsive. Combat performance is a joint action that the base will have every month. The person who kills the most zombies will also be able to get Chung Dong's appreciation. But the quota is unattainable. All the base's altered beings want it. And the result is that you few newcomers have picked up the slack. So enjoy yourselves. Zhou Chu blinks. No matter how much she doesn't understand. She also understands that they are being secretly targeted. But she doesn't know from which step they are being targeted. Was it after they arrived at the South City base? Or were they being watched even before they entered the South City base? So do those people know about their real powers? Zhou Chu's face was in a difficult situation. But I can't make the decision myself on such a big matter. I have to discuss it with my teammates. Can we wait for us to discuss it before replying to you? It'll be quick. Really? Then she saw, as expected, the two faces opposite her pulling down. Unexpectedly ugly as hell, but forced for unknown reasons surprisingly hard to endure. The two pulled two long faces. The tone did not have a good mood. As soon as possible. Tomorrow we will come back again. After saying that, they left without looking back. This made Zhou Chu even more certain of her judgment that the people behind them were indeed unsettled, or were trying to plot something more. She closed the door with a snap and spoke about this matter to the few in the room. Chui Chan scratched his chin. Puzzled. Can it be that the carload of people we let go around the base earlier leaked out? The morning they came to the South City base, they also let go of a carload of people outside. At that time, John's plant supernatural ability was not deliberately covered up. It's also not necessarily true that no one noticed following us on our way south. Qin saw deep thought for a moment, and realized that they had indeed been a bit negligent in waving all the way without much vigilance. Jiang Bui drizzled the last of the milk caps into a few people's cups and smiled. All the more reason for us to go and take a look then, to find out just what kind of trickery is going on with this combat rendezvous. Hiding their powers was only for the sake of convenience. But when they really encountered something, with their current strength they didn't need to be afraid and become cowering. Everyone nodded, completely unopposed. Jiang Bui continued. Bai Jiao hasn't been very emotionally stable lately, so he can't go, but letting him stay at home by himself at this time. I don't feel at ease either. This time, it's still the four of you going. You can't take the foreign plants with you. Bring Little Black with you. Everyone nodded with understanding. After Zhang's long-term cultivation as well as letting go of the exercise, the strength of the few of them could be completely on their own. And it was common for Jiang to be uneasy about staying at home with Bai Jiao. Jiang Bui had also stayed at home to keep watch for Bai Jiao a few times before, and didn't go out to take part in the action. So they tacitly agreed that Jiang Bui wouldn't go out to take action on his own when Bai Jiao's state was not good, unless the white python was hibernating. There are reasons why Jiang Bui feels that Bai Jiao in a bad state needs to be taken care of and protected. But more than that, he doesn't feel comfortable with Bai Jiao being alone with the rest of the team at this time. Not that he doesn't worry about the man getting into an untoward situation, but he worries about his teammates getting into an untoward situation after he goes out. When the man's state was unstable, his control over his emotions became much more erratic. The ferocity and wildness of the beasts even degraded his heart, and his usual gentle and silent protection and disguise would disappear, cold-blooded and irritable. Although Jiang Bui himself, as a mate, is still very fond of his boyfriend's occasionally strong and sensual temperament. But that's only if his strength is able to survive under him peacefully, and his heart has a bottom in order to be calm as usual in front of what often seems to be a secretive and powerful front. Of course, there is also know that Bai Jiao give him 1,000 guts will not dare to touch him in the bottom is. If you put Ant Chen and Lin Yi together with the unstable Bai Jiao without any safety measures, Jiang Bui would be scared when killing zombies. These reasons were clear to everyone, so several people acted as if nothing had happened, and wouldn't be as nervous and excited as the first time. Just like the 4 yellow-flowered daughters, who were going out to the sedan chair for the first time. They had already adapted well to the makeshift squad without a big elder to lead them. Jiang Bui arranged for the 4 older children to go out, so that he could stay at home and be lazy. And his mood immediately improved a lot. Even White Jiao was sick again, and sent him a message in his head without losing the slightest bit. For people before leaving this day Jiang Bui after dinner, as usual on the 3rd floor terrace. The sunny days of April and May are comparable to the scorching heat of mid-August and September. And the sun makes one's mind dizzy. And Jiang Bui almost didn't gasp for air when he went upstairs, and a heat wave came straight at him. Like dark and humid environment of the moss, is the corner of the ground floor withered and tenacious met. Peony and other plants also hide in the 3rd floor of the backlit place, do not dare to face the bleak sun. But there are always exceptions to everything. A sunflower larger than a human head is tilting its head to bask in the sun, absorbing the essence of the sun and the moon with great excitement, delivering foreign energy to them one by one until Jiang Bui pinched the leaves and felt that it was okay before stopping the delivery action. Qin saw the deep upstairs the first I saw sitting in the shade-closed eyes of the youth. A few half-a-person high dark green leaves slanting on top of his head, for him to cover most of the hot annoying sunshine. Only a few bundles of leakage of the fish is still not dead in the youth of the bridge of the nose. Fingertips, corner of the coat. Qin Si Deep did not make a sound to disturb. Walked to sit down on a long sofa on one side. Picked up the teapot to pour himself a cup. Jiang Bui opened his eyes too quickly, inevitably stung by the shaking sunlight. Did not hold back, tightly closed his eyes. He raised his hand to shield the blinding light in front of him, and gently opened his lips. Got a candidate? Seeing that Qin Jinshan had already poured his own tea, he nonchalantly reached out and picked up a cup. Took a sip and smacked his lips. Not bad. It's all a tea flavor, and it's quite refreshing in the summer. Qin saw a deep faint smile. Tea is good. This is not a lie. The space of the tea is Jiang Bue from the supermarket before the high-grade tobacco and liquor counters lifted out of the whole box. There is no lack of good quality of famous tea. That is, Qin saw Deep directly take the boiling water out of the bubble, is also mellow and sweet. Qin see Deep put down the teacup. Sighed. Take the task is quite a lot of people. But there are not many suitable. Those who have the strength either didn't think of staying here for a long time, or had the wrong mindset and wanted to come in and be a shit-stirrer. The rest might as well not be recruited. Qin Jinshan felt a pang of fear when he thought of the scene where he was surrounded by a group of old, weak women and children who were waiting for him to enter the hall today. He hurriedly took a sip of tea to suppress his fear. Jiang Bue expectedly lay back and lazily collapsed on the recliner. Qin see Deep see him do not speak. Began to know words to find words. Look at this bamboo chair luster good. You this chair color is good. Jiang Bue laughed. Supermarket furniture discount area. You want. There are many more in the space. But this chair is uniquely favored by him. From the time in the small county is this one. It is also an old qualification. Manpower can't be found, then we'll wait a little longer. There's still some time anyway. It's better to be short than short. Big deal. We'll go directly to the capital base to recruit. I don't believe that we still can't find suitable teammates. He suddenly thought of something, and said to Qin Xishan, you are the main focus of this operation. Keep it under control. And don't let the three of them attract too much attention. Qin Xishan stared slightly wide-eyed, surprised as to why Jiang Bue gave such an important lead to himself. Jiang Bue nodded his head and said naturally, you have a lot of heart. As a squad leader, watch those three more. Don't let anyone fool you. The burden is a little heavy. After all, watching the children's work is not easy. Kill the zombies, you take 30% of the crystal core. The rest of me, and then make up some to them on the line. The heart of the heart more. Heavy burden of Qin Xiaoyang. Heart eyes or many doesn't sound like a compliment. But when Jiang Bue said this, Qin Jinshan took it as a compliment for the time being. But he still couldn't figure out how he could have left such an impression on Jiang Bue. He vaguely remembered that he was so gentle and innocent, fragile and kind when they first met. Which part of the process went wrong? Jiang Bue smacked his lips. Gentle and innocent? Fragile and kind? You are quite blind in your evaluation of yourself. Qin saw Deep. Jiang Bue saw his face. I'm wrong. Aw screaming look. Cannot help but laugh. Hey. Don't pretend. After so long, who does not know you? Ah. Fox, what kind of you? What kind of you? Old and cunning. Let's just say that the first time we met, I think even without me, you will take a line to get away smoothly. Qin Xishan blinked, as if he was innocent, and lowered his head to drink tea. Jiang Bue had indeed not guessed wrongly. And he had indeed hidden a hand at that time. At that time, the injury is not heavy, not to the extent of fatal, is the lack of food and medicine. Every day to go out to kill zombies to collect supplies. The body nutrition also did not keep up, and finally collapsed to sick. Qin see Deep and nonchalant that lack of heart. Stupid big man. Hand, how will not leave some key time to save the life of the medicine it. But the medicine is there. Life can barely hang on. After the illness of the weak body is the need for nutritional conditioning. If there is no Jiang Bue generosity, he would like to recover to a period of time, and even fall into the roots of the disease. Qin saw Deep clear that he is a person who is extremely cold inside. Just can pretend. Accompanying some naive students to play for a period of time also let him get some pastime. Also can be regarded as collecting some as bodyguard pay. But he didn't think that a hoof failure in gathering supplies would not only put him in an embarrassing situation, but also let him gain a teammate he could trust in the future. And also met a captain he could trust. When you did the maths, it seemed like a good deal again. With the excellent surface work, gentle appearance of a good old man, but in reality cold and mindful of the heart of Qin Jinshan. Jiang Bue's heart is much more at ease. The other three older children, he is not distrustful of their ability to deal with the outside world and strength. But in terms of playing heart and surface work, or not as good as Qin Jinshan. So Jiang Bue was not too uneasy about the forced trip to the Hongmen banquet, even though he was not at ease. Naturally, he didn't anticipate what happened afterwards. Chapter 119, Performing the Program. In the morning, the weather was fine, with clear skies and occasional gusts of long-lost breeze that blew away the stifling effects of the heatwave. Jiang Bue struggled to climb out of bed. Once again rejected the old man's advances. Walked to the window and stretched. and then opened the curtains. Well, it's a sunny day again. Jiang Bui squinted his eyes, calming the discomfort of having his eyes suddenly exposed to direct sunlight. And his line of sight naturally fell on the two people in the courtyard, where Aunt Chen was taking Lin Yi to dry the quilts. The four-member squad had left for a few days, and the two of them had closed the door in their room to build a car for a few days. In the villa, there is only an old woman with a child in charge of the housework, not to mention a small group of these days bored and tired. Just think about how to explain to the people that the two of them do not go out for a few days. In the room nesting for what? So Jiang Bui, this natural thick-skinned people rare shame. He put on some clothes before going downstairs, and went to the courtyard to help Annie Chen. The whole team of 8 people's bedding volume is not 1 or 2. An old woman and children back and forth several times to move, only on the pole on 2 or 3 thin summer quilts. I'll do it. Aunt Chen, you and Lin Yi go inside and rest. Jiang Bui hurriedly took over the quilts that the little old lady was carrying on her shoulders. With a thought, the dark rattan that had been handcuffed to his hand as a bracelet was quickly and gently hooked to bundle out all the bedding that had been piled up on the sofa inside the house, and hitched it to the pole that had been temporarily constructed. Jiang Bui out of 2 steps found that today's weather is really good, so the space will be piled up into a mountain of thick quilts are taken out to the sun. So many quilts bamboo poles cannot hold like straight downward bend. Space dozens of bamboo chairs and lined up on the field, one by one all covered with thick quilts lying in the sun. In addition to a few plants in the courtyard of the villa that day moved to eat enough to block the sun for them. There is no place to shade the sun and cool. Shinibei also specially mobilized the masses before walking in front of the house by the window to build a cool shed. After Jiang Bui took over the work of drying the quilts, Aunt Chen and Lin Yi were free. So they cut a plate of watermelon and sat there under the bushel fan to chat. Lin Yi looked at the door looking at the eyes. Xiao Chu's sister and Uncle Shen why they are not back off. Uncle also said to bring me fun it. Uncle Chui. Aunt Chen laughed at the broken thoughts in her ears and fanned her twice. Soon. Soon. It's either today or tomorrow. Jiang Bui tanned the quilt and came over to sit down as well, raising an eyebrow at Xiao Chu. Did you finish your homework today? Lin Yi blinks, her small eyes opening and closing with a kappa kappa. Half a dozen times stretching out a little finger to pinch a little fingertip. It's just this close to being done. It's just this close to being done. Jiang Bui suppressed the smile at the corner of his mouth. How much is that? Not writing the language again? Lin Yi grinned, attempting to muddle through. Uncle Jiang, I'll put on a show for you. After saying that, the half-big child immediately rushed out to the front of the yard at the open position to stand. And then in one breath to Jiang Bui and Aunt Chen even turned over 5 or 6 times, until and next to the thick quilts in the sun next to the bamboo chairs collided before stopping. The 2 big eyes straight at Jiang Bui, eyes full of anticipation and complacency. Cough. Cough. Jiang Bui choked on the watermelon pulp in his mouth. He managed to calm down and looked at Xiao Chu. His tone and eyes were complicated and crying. Is your Uncle Shen teaching you again? Over there is still with the fight one the little cockerel like very proud to lift up the chest. The tone also with a silk regret. If it is not that the yard are sunshine quilts, I can still keep flipping down. Jiang Bui. Still keep flipping. Is she thinking of going to the circus to monkey around or the Shaolin temple to practice martial arts? He got stuck for half a day before saying, when your uncle comes back, you will not pull a day to follow him to learn Muay Thai. Since children are energetic and do not like to read books to pass the time, do not do somersaults every day. Directly after Qin Si Deep learning Muay Thai, the 3 of them were laughing and joking when the dark vine suddenly started rolling restlessly. Jiang Bui's face changed, looked up and shouted to the closed window on the first floor. Old Bai. Something's wrong. As soon as the words fell, the closed window on the first floor brushed open, and a man with a cold face poked out with a bare, sturdy bladder, carrying his shirt in one hand and holding the window edge in the other tumbled over and leapt down. What? The movement of his hand also did not stop. Sharply set the clothes to the body, covering the ambiguous traces of the front and back of the body. His eyes nervously scanned Jiang Bui back and forth, making sure that his body was intact before opening his lips to ask. Jiang Bui looked at the old lady and child who were still unsure, thought about it, and still didn't hide the matter. Chui Chanting and Qin Jinshan are not the 2 people's flesh and blood. They have the right to know the whereabouts of their relatives and teammates before they left. Not only did they bring Blackie, I put the second vine for them to take with them. That second level vine is the branch that the dark vine diverged from when it rose to the third level. And when it encounters danger, the dark vine will be able to sense it. Just now the dark vine stirred. But the distance was too far to find the location. Something happened to them. We have to leave immediately. He turned to the two under the shed. Aunt Chen, don't worry. I'll make sure that the four of them come back safe and sound. Not even a single strand of hair will be missing. He turned his head again to look at the child with tightly pursed lips and a bubble of water in her eyes. Squatted down. Stroked her little head. His tone was full of soothing intent. Lenny is not afraid. Uncle Jiang and Uncle Bai will soon bring the uncles and sisters back. Uncle also has a difficult task to give you. Lenny stared wide-eyed. After Uncle leaves, you and Grandma Chen will be the only ones left in the house. Grandma Chen will have to rely on you to protect her. Lenny bit her cheeks and nodded heavily. Aunt Chen forced herself to be calm, holding the still overwhelmed child tightly, barely tugging at the corner of her mouth. I'll go and bring you two some food. Wait, it'll be ready soon. Jiang Bui saw that Aunt Chen was already a bit flustered, and quickly stopped to appease. There's no need to bring anything. There's all of it in the space. Aunt Chen doesn't need to be busy. Aunt Chen froze for a moment, and then sighed. You two should also be careful when you go out this time. And if you really can, at least two of you should come back. Jiang Bui was silent, and waited for Bai Jiao to come down from the third floor before smiling. Don't worry. When have the two of us ever missed? Bai Jiao held a bundle of cowering foreign plants in each hand. Jiang Bui picked two plants that might be useful for this outing. And with a point of his forefinger, 3 or 2 large or small foreign plants turned into a bracelet like a dark vine in the blink of an eye, wrapping around his wrist that was hidden between the sleeves of his coat. Jiang Bui looked at the big and small ones that crawled to his side, patting their heads one by one and quietly admonishing them. Especially the grass turtle. The rest of the alien plants and animals will stay behind to watch over the house. As long as the ones coming through the door aren't us. No matter who it is, little grass will immediately release their alien energy and hold up the shields. The tomato vines and moss on the fence have the alien energy I left on them. So they'll be more peaceful for at least half a month. And once someone steps halfway into the yard during that time, it'll alert all the xenobiotics. And I'll naturally know about it. So don't be afraid. The small courtyard is safe as can be. And we'll be back in time. Aunt Chen and Lin Yi nodded their heads as Jiang Bui said a word, and finally stood at the entrance of the courtyard to watch the two men leave in a hurry. Chapter 120. Mr. Chung. Each window in the mission hall was busy to a different degree. There were those with a lot of things going on, and naturally there were those with fewer things going on. Fang Ku is sitting on a chair holding a small handful of fried melon seeds in one hand, his mouth cherishing one by one, his eyes drifting from time to time to the counter where people come and go to hand in their tasks, fooling around with the people next to him. Look at how proud he is. Isn't it just that he is hooked up with Chung Dong? Every day. He is a real wife. And when he sees a good-looking person, he targets them. Che. He doesn't look at Chung Dong's dick or not. Next to the little sister enviously looking at the lipstick on Fang Coco's lips, while agreeing yes. Who does not know Chung Dong base love blue face? He will lick. Like a pug. But, is it true what they said? Is that man really that good looking that day? I think the man who came here in the past 2 days is also very good looking. What else can his teammates look like? Fangka bristled. How do I know? I didn't see it. Then she casually raised her eyes. Her eyes suddenly widened, and a sentence of crap spat out from her red-colored lips. The little sister was uncertain, turned to the direction where her eyes landed, and also stared blankly. The young man with a noble temperament and perfect skin was wearing a silver-gray suit and striding into the hall, heading straight for the window of that little bitch. Fangka stared blankly. So such a handsome man. That little bitch how to look at the eyes to rectify people. Introduced to me can also awe. Jiang Bui stood still at the window where he had come before, not noticing that this was the same staff member as before, and spoke faintly. Release the task. The base's monthly combat tour and the Arc Light Warriors information. A message of 200 secondary crystals. Can be renegotiated. Raise the price. Jiang Bui didn't deliberately lower his voice. So as soon as the words were spoken, the surrounding staff and the people who came to hand in missions, issue missions, and loiter around were all shocked by this large sum of money. and all turned their heads to look at this landed rich man, wanting to know what exactly is this holy man. Dong Qing was also surprised by these 200 level 2 crystal cores. But he knew more inside than others, knowing that this little white boy didn't have any supernormal abilities at all. And if he didn't have his 2 teammates, how could he be able to dispose of so many crystal cores at will? Dong Qing's heart was jealous and red-eyed, mixed with some contempt. While carefully counting the crystal cores, he casually picked up the conversation and asked knowingly, "Your 2 teammates didn't follow you this time?" He knew in his heart where the gentle shifter had gone now. But he clearly did not see the man he had met that day among the 4 people who had come that day. So naturally, he was curious and disappointed, wanting to know exactly where the person had gone. There were a total of only 4 shifters in their team. How could they leave one behind for such an important event? The man who was the coldest and manliest that day, that body, that temperament, was simply the love of his dreams. Point 1. It was a pity that he never met that man again since that time. Dong Qing thought indignantly, and couldn't help but glare at that big spending white boy again, as if what he was spending in his hand was his crystals. These bases were known to anyone, yet the price quoted was so high that it was almost as if Jiang Buwei had just released the quest and someone had taken it in the next second. Jiang Buwei was about to take someone away when he heard this and turned around. After looking at him for a few seconds, he still didn't come up with anything. He couldn't help but wrinkle his eyebrows. "You are?" Dong Qing's face blushed with shame and anger. "You? Wait for it. You can't be complacent for long. Not even a supernormal ability also dared to squander so much. No psychic ability?" The surrounding people's eyes from envy and scorn suddenly became unknown and strange. Sight began to hover in Jiang. Not 2 outstanding external conditions, meaning unknown. It's not that they have a problem with their thinking. In other bases, this kind of thing may still be carried out secretly. Generally no one would deliberately think about that kind of aspect. But who let their bases number one person like this kind of thing? And also do not intend to cover it up in the slightest. Jiang Buwei coldly swept a glance around and at the inexplicable boy, sensing that the little one in his sleeve was a little restless. He didn't move and smoothed out the suddenly bulging cuffs and turned to leave. Right now he had important things to do, and had no time to wrangle with this man. Over there, someone has already collected the window just point good not yet warm crystal core. Still full of this time actually encountered a wrongdoer's excitement and surprise. See the traitor to leave. Even quickly stride leg fast step to follow. While walking side dejected. He doesn't care where the money comes from. The one who gives the money is the master. And it's okay to provide it. You choose me, that really is the right person. Our base was just built in the salvage supplies and clean up the surrounding houses that time I joined. Those new to know what let's find a place. I detailed and you say? Injustice hurriedly walked towards the base car park. While asking, no. Right now? Walk and talk. I'm in a hurry. Ah. Oh huh. Okay. The man responded hastily. Which would you like to hear first? Combat Convergence or Arc Warriors? The combat repertoire first. Jiang Buwei saw that it was really hard for him to follow and slowed down his pace a bit. The monthly combat rehearsal is the most important action of the base. Or when the old chief started, in order to recruit and select and appease some of the alien. And then now Mr. Chung came up as a tradition continued. And now has been used to recruit outstanding alien. Mr. Chung? Jiang Buwei captured the keyword with one mind. The current power holder of the base? Yes. 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 We also call him Chung Dong. Mr. Chung doesn't seem to like it much when people call him the base chief. Didn't you also ask about the Arc Light battle team? The creator and captain of Arc Light is Mr. Chung Inglang Chung. So Arc Light has a different status in our base. That strength of others. That backstage. TSK. The latter were all subjective thoughts of the short and thin man. Jiang Buwei didn't want to hear any more and reminded. Combat repertoire. Oh. Yes. Combat repertoire. Combat repertoire. The repertoire is once a month. It is said that the whole base is aberrant and strong people go. But those people surely can't have the time to go on this regular program every month. So usually each squad only goes to half, or a few of the members, who can carry things and are not too critical each time. But there are times when the nest comes out. Like that time last year when Mr. Chung himself went. That scene. TSK. The spots were all snatched up like crazy. Which is something we can salvage. Then this time? Who all is going? Jiang Buwei wrinkled his eyebrows. Arc Light went to a total of 4 people this time. The army only went to a company. And Tiger Tsunami went to half. All went by team. No individually invited scattered Xenos? Jiang Bui listened for half a second and felt that something was wrong. These teams all sounded like they were all famous. There were almost no solo travelers or people without a team. So how did Shou Chu and the four of them get individually invited to go? They didn't set up a team. They didn't even have a team name. Who knew that the short and thin man laughed? Invited? How could that be? The Bay side won't even step forward to invite people. And it's considered bad luck for that person to really be invited. Jiang Bui's eyebrows jumped fiercely, stopping his steps violently. The man was still joking. But then, he saw the traitor, who was striding in front of him, suddenly stop his steps and slowly turned around. His dark eyes looking straight at him. His tone inexplicably felt dangerous, pulling the corners of his mouth to laugh. How is it unlucky? The short and thin man blinked. Even if he was no longer slow, he also came back to his senses. This rich and generous wrongdoer is in trouble with a lawsuit, is so anxious. Spend so much money to eliminate the disaster? I just don't know who this person in the end is messed with. Can say to add people to the team, just a few. He can't afford to mess with one. The short and thin man somewhat to retreat. He lived into the base of the old man's intuition told him that this is not simple. He did not want to lie into this mess. But this door is swallowed into the stomach of the 200 crystals now want him to spit it out. This is not to take his life? I don't know if it was the complex mental activities that made his brain miraculously open up. The short and thin man's eyes once again flitted past Jiang Bui's face and suddenly widened. Also do not care whether it will offend the wrongdoer. Two eyes stared straight at the face that would not die out at first glance. And his mouth muttered. No wonder. No wonder. So it is like this. Jiang Bui's face darkened. Asked. What do you mean? The placating movement in his hand was unceasing, firmly holding down the little one, who was going to rush out between his sleeves. The short and thin man heard the words and hurriedly returned to his senses. Seeing the person is not worried and even apologized. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I've just got lost in thought. Nothing. It was also his fault that he was stupefied by this huge amount of crystal cores. Or else, he would have been able to understand it when he first saw the person. If he didn't guess wrong. This person was really being watched by Mr. Chung before being targeted. Then how could something happen to this person? At most he would be selling out his color. And in the end, it would not be guaranteed that he would be another favored concubine. No. Looking at this appearance, it must be at least a noble consort. Knowing that his safety was guaranteed, the short and thin man let out a big sigh of relief, cradling the crystal core in his arms tightly, explaining, Don't worry. You'll definitely be fine. No. Your team can all be fine. I'll give you my word. Jiang Bui wrinkled his eyebrows and asked again, seeing that the man still refused to say a specific, and then swore to him that he would guarantee his safety, and even asked him if the team was short of people, and whether they needed him to follow such words. He knew that this man must have got the information from him that he was so sure of. But he was pretending to be mysterious and refused to say. After a few seconds, Jiang Bui withdrew his eyes and continued walking towards the car park. Keep up. Keep talking. I'm satisfied. The crystal cores are not a problem. Chapter 121. Stopping the car. The short, thin man was overjoyed, spitting beans like a series of news that he felt hidden. And the crystal cores that he had never dared to think of before were like carrots dangling from a pole above his head, just out of reach. Nanchung Base car park in the periphery of the base. This section of the road usually can kill him. Now walk all the way but still energetic. As if the slightest feeling of fatigue. The mouth has not stopped. Until Jiang Bui said that this is the end of it before stopping. And harvested a small bag of crystal cores before leaving reluctantly. After Jiang Bui registered his temporary residence permit, he was put into the car park to look for a car. He drove out of the high chassis modified off-road, straight to the location of the operation that he just learned. After the car drove away, the staff member who had registered his information turned around and went to a room not far away, whispering into a person's ear for a while before coming out as if nothing had happened. Immediately behind him, the person followed, jogging along another street in the direction of the east side. Knowing that his figure disappeared around the corner, the car drove all the way out of the base. And as always, there were many people lined up outside the window. There are still a few people who are dragging their families along with them. and most of them have gray faces. And it would be good to have a few bags of food in their bags. Surrounding the village are more or less live. In the mouth of the zombies survived the original villagers early in the end of the world at the beginning of the collective moved into the base. And now live in the head of the base are later to join the base. But cannot come up with, or are not willing to give the base to the people who pay the food for nothing. Jiang Bui frowned, as he looked out the car window, at the rapidly flashing scenery. Don't look at the current base surroundings because many teams go out on missions, or regular cleanups, there is not even a single zombie. But without the protection of the city walls and patrols, there is no guarantee that one day there will not be chaos. But these things he thought more useless. He is not the savior. Now they are difficult to protect themselves. Jiang Bui casually flung his hand towards the passenger side, throwing out a jade-white long rope, which fell onto the pure black leather seat with a snap. The long rope was thrown out of the very unhappy, and in a swift momentum along the youth's straight and thin shoulders, climbed up to the white neck. A chain of 3 or 4 loops before they were satisfied with the tail tip, resting on the youth hidden in the collar, under the collar of the collar. The veins on Jiang Bui's neck popped out, and he held back before saying, "Go down." The long rope hanging around his neck closed his eyes, and pretended to be dead, treating himself as if he was an ordinary white plastic rope. "Go down. You think you're light?" The plastic rope didn't say anything, only shrinking its finger-thin body, again to the point where he felt it couldn't crush his mate. Jiang Bui rolled his eyes, seeing as he was still holding back at this particular time of the month. He hit the steering wheel and turned towards the main road, stepping on the accelerator and going straight to his destination. "Just now," the man said. This time the combat repertoire in a neighboring city of a university town. The base this time the task is to carry a few sets of high-precision instruments from the university laboratories now in urgent need of scientific research back. At first glance, the task seems to be very simple, moving a few machines back on the line. But that's the instruments in the university city. A university counting the faculty and staff of at least 20,000 people. The neighboring city of the university city. But there are more than a dozen universities, coupled with the surrounding because of the students to drive up a number of commercial streets. The scale of the zombies, and the degree of danger can be described as a hell of a level. Jiang Bui pursed his lips when he learned of the location at the time, and said nothing. It was hard to buy early knowledge with money. The thing he regrets most is that he was careless and complacent, and didn't investigate clearly in advance, leading to the 4 teammates are now in danger, and the whereabouts of their lives and deaths are unknown. Jiang Bui drove alone for a whole day, and finally by Jiao really can't stand it, smashed on the steering wheel to stop him from continuing to tense his mind-fatigued driving. Jiang Bui also did not insist. The efficiency of the night rush is indeed very low, but also very dangerous. He really should stop to take a rest before rushing the night road. On the way to rest, Jiang Bui parked the car in a remote place. So he got out of the car to skulk around and move his stiff body. He just watched the plastic rope wandering back and forth on the driver's seat, touching it here, rubbing it there, and stopping to think about it every now and then. Jiang Bui pulled up the corner of his mouth. "I can say yes. Even if you've had a quickie in the past 2 days, I wouldn't dare to sit on it." The cut-off plastic rope immediately branched out, facing Jiang Bui. 2 tiny bean eyes glaring round. More than 2 days. Bai Jiao thought that his tone and attitude were serious. However, his small body that couldn't transform into a form now really didn't look serious. And this scene fell into Jiang Bui's eyes, and turned into a cute and adorable little white snake pampering him. This time he was really amused and laughed out loud. Good, good, good. Our family's little white is the best. Little white. Bai Jiao was once again forced to downgrade and reduce his generation. And in the space of a single sentence, he went from old Bai to young Bai. Don't look. Come over and eat something. I won't be able to feed you 1 bite at a time when I get on the bus later. Jiang Bui finished the egg-filled cakes and buns in his hand in 3 or 2 bites. Then took out a small pot of meat strips that had been distributed in advance and casually said, as soon as the words fell, the little white snake that was still seriously drilling its driving skills flashed onto Jiang Bui's long and tight lap in the next second, obediently coiled up and waiting for its own exclusive feeding. The White Jiao's prototype was too small this time. Not only was its combat power reduced, even the speed of digesting food was slowed down quite a bit. While he was still digesting with his eyes closed, Jiang Bui spread out the map, carefully comparing the surroundings and buildings, and found that they were already halfway there. It was now around 10 o'clock at night, and they were expected to arrive at the university city by tomorrow evening. Of course, the prerequisite was that the journey was smooth and there was no trouble or obstruction. Jiang Bui sighed, surveying the fact that this commercial street could indeed only allow one car to barely pass now, before he helplessly slammed on the brakes. He poked out the window slightly, and said to the two people blocking the road in front of the car, "Get out of the way. Not carrying people." He didn't know how many times he had said this sentence along the way, but he didn't expect to meet one more time before he reached his destination. Only a few of the people who stopped the car would reluctantly retreat under the sound of the car's poised accelerator, or the threat of the zombies attracted from a short distance away, and most of them would intensify their efforts and pester him when they saw that he was the only one in the car. For those who asked for food and water, Jiang Bui would more or less give some depending on the number of people and the situation. There is no reason for them to take up so many supplies and still act like iron roosters and watch people starve to death for nothing. But the matter of letting people take the car is really inconvenient. He is not a free driver plus bodyguard for these strangers. One or two, by the way, then it is okay. But more often, the requirement is also to send people to the head of the district. He really does not have the time now. To put it bluntly, his own teammates are still alive or dead waiting for him to save. These strangers are naturally leaning back. Leaning back again. This time reaching out to stop the car is a man and a woman. Looks very young. At most 20 years old. The girl looks beautiful. Still wearing a flower dress. Just cowering and fearful demeanor and messy dirty hair makes her look a little messy. The male was wearing a gray long-sleeved outfit and was holding an iron bar that he had found in some hardware shop. Compared to the girl, his appearance looked a lot better. But his panicked eyes leaked out that his mental state at the moment wasn't much better than the girl. The two just held hands, arms wide open, and warily stopped in front of the car, even when Jiang Bui said that he would get out of the way and not carry anyone. He did not intend to make way for the car to pass. Even the boys saw him stop the car as he wished, but also quickly went up to lie down on the front cover of the car, sideways to the girl who still stood in place, a fierce glare, wordlessly urging people to hurry up and take action. The girl received the companion vicious eyes after the body involuntarily shuddered a little. Only from the carman can be called a killer face back to God. Straightened the back, hastily lifted up a lock of hair falling from the ear, walked to the driver's seat side of the car window. As she approached, the man's killer face and physical aura became clearer. The girl's fingers clutched the hem of her skirt even harder, her fingertips turning white. Her cheeks rarely rose some redness. Pursed up a smile, with nervousness, fear and rare shyness. "Sir, my companion and I were separated from the team. We searched for a long time. We really can't find our teammates. And we can't go back to the road we came from. Can I trouble you to give us a ride?" Seeing Jiang Bui actually turned his head to look at her, her heart was delighted. And she hurriedly added in a trembling voice, "Just send us out of the city. No matter where. As long as we get to the suburbs to find a random place to put us down on the line." Jiang Bui didn't suddenly want to be a holy father. He just thought of some possibilities from the girl's words. This place is not too far away from the university town. Only 2 streets in between. This operation has a large number of people. Maybe he can really hear the answer he wants to know from the people who survived nearby. "Where did your team come from?" The girl and the boy, still slumped on the front hood of the car, looked at each other, both seeing surprise and excitement in each other's eyes. The fact that the man was willing to communicate with them meant that there was hope for this hitchhiking thing. Chapter 122. The matter will not be repeated. The girl forced herself to hold back her excitement, and hurriedly replied, "We are coming from the Linhai City alien base. Not the group that came from the South City base." Although Jiang Bui didn't have high hopes, he couldn't hide his disappointment when he got the answer. However, when did an alien base appear in Linhai City? He had gone over the latest distribution map of the bases in his mind, and was sure that there was no Linhai City alien base, even though Linhai City was not far from the South City base. Jiang Bui thought for a while, but decided to tell the truth. "I'm going to the university town to rescue someone. I may not be able to take care of you guys, so you can decide whether to take a ride or not." The young man and woman glanced at each other. The girl was a bit anxious. "We just escaped from the university city after the end of the world. We went to Linhai City. Now the university city, hundreds of thousands of zombies, cannot be close to the people you want to save may have been. You go in now is to send death." Jiang Bui furrowed his brows. Then please give way. A man and a woman are still standing still bullet in at each other anxious eyes. They neither want to follow the man to go to the university city kind of life to no life back place. Also do not want to let go of this rare stop the car. Stalemate in the end of the world cannot be maintained for a long time. Jiang Bui has not turned off the engine. The engine muffled and the only hissing sound of zombies on the street is very clear. The girl suddenly gave a short scream. The zombies are coming. The girl suddenly let out a short scream. Zombies are coming dash. And then grabbed the back door and pulled it open to get into the car. The boy also quickly straightened up. Pounced to the passenger seat. Found that the door could not open the car carrying an iron bar to smash the windows. Open the door. Quickly let me in. Jiang Bui coldly watched. Only when the boys want to smash the car window open the window. When the boy saw the window open, he was very happy. He was about to reach in and press the car door lock. But before he reached in, a thin black shadow suddenly flashed in front of his eyes. And then he was smashed out of the car. And his whole body fell on the ground 2 meters away. And also fell in front of the zombies. Ah. Morning. Zombie. Help. Help. The rear car door was constantly slapped by the girl. She couldn't care about what happened to her companions. She only knew that those disgustingly horribly described zombies were not far away. And if she didn't get into the car, she would be eaten. But to her despair, no matter how they shouted, the man in the car is indifferent. And even have the leisure mind to sort out the sleeve. 3 or 2 pairs of zombies staggered from different directions. And gradually converged into a stream. Directly approaching the parking place. The boy looked at the near zombie claws shivering. Limbs. Woefully backwards retreat. But the zombie will not talk to him about martial arts. Claws cannot be hooked. That is straight to pounce on the past open mouth to tear the prey. Ah. The boy's eyes were tightly closed. Not daring to look directly at the greenish-gray skin lines of the zombie that were clearly visible when the details were magnified. Feeling the fishy stench sprayed onto his face. And his limbs were already shaking so much that he couldn't afford to move backward. Just as he was waiting in despair for his fate of turning into a zombie, or simply being chewed clean through. The expected pain of being torn apart alive did not come. The boy in a state of fear and panic did not notice that the surroundings had unconsciously fallen silent. The hoarse hissing that had been surrounding him disappeared. The staggering footsteps of the zombies were gone. And even the sound of the girl struggling to smash the car for help had stopped at some point. The girl was stunned in front of the car. Her hand trying to yank open the door still maintaining its original position. 2 pairs of unconsciously staring eyes incredulously staring at the fallen zombies and the red, and white puddles of liquid around her. As well as the ghastly vine that had caused all of this. The grayish deep black vine was more than 10 meters long and bowl thick, with hideous sharp barbs all around its body. And even had bits of blood and flesh from the zombie skewers that had just been hung on it. The sharper end of the vine was still forcefully shaking off the last hanging zombie head. While the other end of the vine, the girl moved slowly down the side line to the car's open passenger window. Then blanched and surprised to find it resting meekly on the man's wrist. It turned out that what he had just organized was not a sleeve. The girl trembled and covered her mouth with death to suppress the scream. Jiang Bui looked at the watch. His eyebrows became a little impatient. He raised his finger and knocked the steering wheel. And the dark vine, outside the car followed the master's mind, and flung its own slender and flexible body. Then stretching out the section without barbs. It moved in an old-fashioned manner to rest on the boy's shivering shoulders, and gently patted them. Unsurprisingly, it felt the body of the person underneath it suddenly stiffen the moment it hitched up. And a tenor voice that changed tone in fear resounded through half the street immediately afterwards. Jiang Bui saw that if this continued, this entire street of zombies could be drawn over. The vines reacted quickly by tying a knot around the boy's neck and strangling it, so that the rest of his voice was forced to be stuck in his throat. The constant risk of suffocation and the unknown danger to his neck made him subconsciously open his eyes, his limbs unconsciously struggling hard. And it was only when the girl finally reacted by uttering a voice over to remind him that he stopped his force and looked around. At the sight of a field of rotten zombie corpses, his eyes widened in irritation and disbelief at the sight in front of him. After confirming that the boy wouldn't be screaming uncontrollably, the force on his neck slowly weakened, and the boy coughed violently as he was released. Lifting his head to see exactly what was strangling him, his pupils dramatically shrunk. A mouth to scream again. and then in front of his eyes, under the hideous vines, and swallowed back hard. Seeing this, Jiang Bui retracted the dark vines, pulled down the car window, and said in a cold voice, "Get out of the way. Don't make me say it a third time." It's not the third time. He slowly let go of the clutch and prepared to step on the accelerator. The one man and one woman were still immersed in fear now, holding a deep fear of Jiang Bui, an alien who could crush them like an ant at any time. Therefore, as soon as he made a sound, the two of them ran backwards without saying a word, stomping on those small thoughts before in the face of absolute strength, and honestly leaving the blocked lane. They did not look back and ran in the opposite direction of Jiang Bui, until the car buzzed. The accelerator flew out before slowly stopping. The legs that were still shaking unconsciously, and looked at each other. All had a sense of survival after the robbery. On this side, Jiang Bui threw the car into the space as soon as he entered the commercial street on the side of the university town, and got out of the car himself to walk inside with his bag on his back. This street is very narrow. Both sides are lined with densely packed fly taverns, all of which are small shops frequented by students after class before the end of the world. The flow of people is very dense, and the number of zombies after the end of the world is naturally a mountain of corpses and a sea of corpses, with heads crowding heads. I am afraid that when the engine of the car at the street corner rings, the zombies in the whole street can pounce on the car and bury it directly. The end of the temporary randomly parked vehicles and stalls will also occupy the road is full. Completely rested, Jiang Bui stepped on the accelerator, boring past the idea of a breath. You can only kill the past step by step. Chapter 123, Walking Street. The post-apocalyptic night is much more dangerous than the daytime. This walking street, not only the number of zombies is horrible, the level of zombies has also been raised by the university city to a level that is completely incompatible with the outside world. Jiang Bui walked here also did not dare to carelessly take advantage of the night to touch in. So he had to clear out a shop at the entrance of the street, and use the black metal that Shen and his team had transformed before to block the door that no longer had a door, to prevent any zombies from wandering in. Then just close your eyes. In your mind, have a chat with the white Jiao, say this. And if you were Chu to even turn zombies, do not give the opportunity to companion. A person, a snake and 3 corpses in the same narrow space in a harmonious coexistence of the night. Outside, the hissing and crashing sound gradually reduced. Jiang Bui waited for a while, raised his hand, and looked at the watch. Almost. The black metal blocking the doorway was so big that Jiang Bui couldn't move it by himself. So he didn't put it into the space and move it away like he did before. But he asked White Jiao to move it away. The white snake on his shoulder silently followed the line of his body and slid to the ground, growing to be countless times its original size, as thick as the circumference of a man's head. The tight and powerful snake's tail encircled a piece of metal that was 1 person high and 3 people wide. And with a gentle fling, the metal piece fell to the side with a loud bang, making a path that allowed a single person to walk on it. The side of the black huge metal block facing the street was hit by the zombies. Bloody and smelly, Jiang Bui left the stone in place. Such a large piece of metal obviously did not originally belong to this street. Is standing in the street position is a person will feel wrong, not to mention familiar with the line of supernatural ability of the 4 teammates. He also placed a fully charged walkie-talkie and a note in a hidden place nearby where they could definitely find it. The power of the walkie-talkie was full. At least it could last for 3 days. And in the space, he had bought and searched for more than a dozen of them. And this time, he planned to use the entire stock, in order to prevent him from searching people in his school. Sometimes he can't get away for a while, and can't change the batteries in time. He also put a few brand new special batteries in the cloth bag. On the bag there is a unique pattern embroidered by Annie Chun and Lenny in their spare time, so they will surely be able to recognize it. These little hints that seemed puzzling to outsiders were like information for nothing to the people in their team, but only if they had to pass through here. So eggs couldn't be put in one basket. He felt that a dozen walkie-talkies were still a little too few, and the chances of bumping into them were too small. Jiang Bui dodged to avoid a black shadow that lunged at him at an alarming speed. But it couldn't succeed until the sneaky black shadow reached level 4. The black shadow grazed his shoulder, and in less than a second of work, Jiang Bui blinked and turned his head again. But he couldn't see any trace of it. Jiang Bui hesitantly said, "Is that a mutant cat?" Still a rare mutant cat infected by zombies. White Jiao had some rare interest in his tone. Aren't animals not infected with the zombie virus? Jiang was not surprised. Or is it only plants that don't get infected? And you're saying that mutation and zombification appeared in the same cat? As a plant-based alien, he knew very well that dark vine and these alien plants would not zombify because they were caught or bitten by a zombie. Besides, how could an animal have both mutation and zombification at the same time, which were not compatible traits? Bai Jiao put out his divine sense to sense it before it ran too far. It should have been infected by a zombie during the mutation process. And now half of its body is mutated, and the other half is zombified. And the two forces are actually able to barely maintain the balance, which led to the current state of this yin and yang cat. This might also be why the white Jiao that other high-level mutant beasts dared not even approach. This cat was able to be unaffected by its instincts, and pound straight over with a big grin. It was the necrotic instinct in its body that was agitated in front of the two humanoid crystal waterfalls. But at the same time, its mutated bestial instincts were subjected to unprecedented oppression and fear at the moment of infinite proximity, prompting it to quickly flee. Jiang Bui understood and left his curiosity behind, asking instead, "Can you sense where Blackie is?" The voice in his head was silent for a while before it resounded. "There is no set of them within 30 kilometers around us. At least, due to this world's protection of native species and restrictions on foreign objects." Bai Jiao's divine sense, which could know the entire cultivation world with a single sweep in the previous world, followed by the spiritual power that could call the winds and rain, and destroy mountains and oceans, had weakened, and could now only scan at most what was happening within a circumference of about 30 kilometers. They are now standing at the edge of the university town. That is to say, the range of 30 kilometers can only be counted as 15 kilometers. And as the white Jiao was now in heat, not only was it unable to change into its human form and maintained its beast body all the time, the number of times it could use its wide-range divine sense was also limited. There was no way to realize the method of searching with divine sense all the time, and it could only be explored bit by bit. But no matter what, with such a large plug-in, things like finding people and narrowing down the range were really easy for them. The universities in the university city were distributed very asymmetrically from north to south. The south side was so dense that it made one's scalp numb, and the north side only had a scattering of 2 or 3. But they were all large comprehensive schools, and the street they were currently on was at the junction of north and south, which meant that this part of the surrounding 15 kilometers in diameter could be skimmed straight through. Jiang Bui marked this part on the map, then got torn between whether to go south or north next. According to the man who sold the information, their purpose this time was to move back a few biological instruments to be used to extract the experimental vaccine prototype even further. The high-precision instruments that could make the base go through so much effort must not really be available anywhere else, or there was nothing more convenient and complete than here in the vicinity. Such a precious precision instrument, or biology-related. Jiang Bui first time in his mind to exclude some of the schools without graduate pilot and biology majors are not very prominent schools. Pick and choose, and finally lock the eyes on the biology major as a trump card professional external admissions, or funding luxury to burst of large comprehensive schools. There were 5 schools that qualified, 2 to the north and 3 to the south. Let's go north first. Those 2 schools are comprehensive universities that cover a not-so-small area and can enter many cars at once. So for the sake of convenience and safety, it's estimated that they'll also pick this place to look for instruments first. Bai Jiao had no opinion. Then the 2 of them spent the entire morning, almost killing a small half of the zombies on this street before they crossed this mountain of corpses and sea of corpses pedestrian street and walked against the current further inside. This street has no set of them. Find a place to rest. You can't do this. Worried and distressed, Bai Jiao weaved and hovered between the youth's still slightly trembling arms. When clearing the street just now, Jiang Bui had been pressing down on him, not allowing him to charge forward when his body wasn't fit to fight. That was why a large portion of the zombies fell under the vines in Jiang Bui's hands. And he also suffered some unavoidable backlash, because he had used too many and too violent powers at once. Jiang Bui felt that there was now a gush of patting and harmonizing sounds when Bai Jiao spoke in his head, echoing back in his mind in tandem. Both arms and legs were trembling slightly, and unnaturally due to the overdraft of his supernatural energy. And taking on a zombie in this state would be a waste of head. So he didn't hold out any longer. Okay, we'll set off again when the alien energy recovers some. Let's find a place to rest first. Chapter 124 The Iron Rope. One person and one snake found a place that was still quiet and open. and took out the buggy from space that was put away earlier, barely acting as a temporary resting place. Headache. The slightest movement of the body will cramp. Jiang Bui leaned on the seat, face pale, forced a smile. What do you want to eat for lunch today? Beef? Lamb? Or chicken? Whatever. I'll eat it all. White Jiao saw his headache forehead veins jumping heart also followed the difficult, cold and smooth touch of the slender tail on Jiang Weiwei's wrist, with the meaning of heartache and appeasement. Bai Jiao buried his little head into a large pot of beef, sheep, chicken, rabbit and fish platter, silently swallowing the meat inside that was specially torn into pieces that fit his body, apart from straightening up every now and then to see what the man above his head was eating. Everything seemed to be in perfect harmony. Jiang Bui was holding a bowl of fried beef dumplings with a golden color. The aroma of the dumplings overflowed as he took a bite, and Bai Jiao could even see the juice bursting out of the dumplings the moment they were bitten between his teeth and red tongue. He glimpsed the original rapid and orderly swallowing movements of the little white snake gradually stopped, the body also unconsciously straight up, two eyes staring straight at his chopsticks, as well as chopsticks on the tip of the golden fried dumplings. Jiang Bui couldn't help but laugh as he watched Bai Jiao's little eyes unconsciously follow the fried dumplings on the chopsticks back and forth and up and down. But he still pinched two fried dumplings and fed them to Bai Jiao's mouth. The little white snake gulped down the two unexpected delights into its stomach and rubbed Jiang Bui's wrist in satisfaction. Auntie Chen's skills are as good as ever. The pan-fried dumplings have a crispy golden-colored skin. The meat is tender, and with the aroma of the tender green onions. The juices in one bite are fresh and hot, bursting with juices. One bite at a time. Simply cannot stop. One person and one snake finished their respective lunches, and then set out on the road to continue searching for their teammates. A long-deserted auditorium. The small auditorium, which had been deserted for a long time, had been revitalized a year after the end of the world, and large pieces of crimson and black velvet had been ripped off and spread on the wooden stage and in the aisles between the tables and chairs. At this time on the top of the scattered or sitting or leaning on people, but no one out of the sound. The atmosphere is unusually dull. Can only hear a few heavy and suppressed gasping, not like human hissing and clanging banging on the door. The sound of the slamming door was heavier than one, shaking the tables and chairs used to block the door with ear-piercing stabbing noises. And the tables and chairs piled one person high, and the stage steps seemed to be about to fall down every now and then. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to fight those things. An unassuming, stiffly seated man in the corner got up violently and was about to rush out, his mouth nervously chanting words inaudible to the onlookers. The man wanted to go to his death. No one here would stop him. But he was going to move the tables and chairs, moving away from their last line of defense, which touched the bottom line of the people inside the small auditorium. An iron cable flew out with a slashing sound, binding the offending man and throwing him hard in the opposite direction. The man screamed miserably and fell to the ground, wailing and screaming. The woman withdrew the chain with a bad expression and coldly scolded, "Shut up. If you don't want to live, I can give you a pain. Don't fucking involve us." The man this time completely silent. Body pain cannot get up. Also do not dare to scream. Only lying on the ground from time to time to draw breath. In fact, even if there is no woman in time to stop, he did not dare to rush out to face those horrible and disgusting things. At most can only be like this, two screams to vent a little. The woman disdainfully looked at the goon who fell to the ground and didn't dare to make a sound, and turned back to the corner by the stage. As a result, when she turned around, she was met with a pair of eyes that were rarely clear, and the woman changed her previous condescending stance and said in surprise, "You're awake?" She rushed forward and was about to assist the frail man who was trying to get up. And after being rejected by him, she was not discouraged or displeased, but just kept staring worriedly at the pale and handsome man. Qin Xishan noticed her concerned gaze and said in a warm voice, "I'm fine. Don't worry too much. Thanks for taking care of me during the time I was unconscious, Miss Lin." Lin Ivana's face reddened at his glance. She dodged and didn't dare to look at the man's serious and gentle eyes. When she heard him say that, she quickly waved her hand. "Don't say that. At that time it was still you who saved me. Or else, I would have long since been pierced by that mutant zombie. Counting in this way, I still owe you a life. And don't call me Miss Lin. Just call me Lin Ivana." Qin Xishan just smiled and didn't reply. She wasn't the only one he saved back then. But now she was the only one still here to take care of him. He wasn't stupid. He just didn't want to pick a fight. You quickly lie down. The wound hasn't healed yet. Lin Ivana was afraid that he would sit up and touch the wound again, wanting him to hurry up and lie down and rest for a while longer. Qin Jinshan shook his head. Lying down for too long. My bones are a bit stiff. Lin Ivana was silent. 2 days ago, they followed a small group of people who escaped here to find this small hall as a temporary resting place. Qin Jinshan, who had held up the whole way, collapsed. And at the worst time, he was so burnt that he started to speak nonsense. But luckily he survived. Otherwise, if you wait a little longer, Lin Ivana will really have to sit down and open the door to look for medicine. Qin Jinshan's abdomen was directly stabbed through by that mutant zombie with one hand. And at that time, his intestines flowed all over the place. Fortunately, the alien will not be infected by the zombie. But he flowed a lot of blood. Stop cannot stop. The smell of blood attracted a large number of zombies hissing agitation. This is the strength of the strong Qin Jinshan, and some people who cannot fight the zombies were treated as a burdened by the large forces left behind. This auditorium is still Qin Jinshan pinched the wound desperately led people to find. In the case of no outside people to save the situation here, no one dares to go out. Can only while cowering here. While hoping that Qin Jinshan hurry to recuperate well to be able to take them out. The only alien here is probably Lin Aster. She was a real metal-type psychic, and had perfected her iron rope skills. In this pile of old, weak, sick and disabled people without supernatural ability, and not missing an arm or leg, belongs to a rare species. Qin Jinshan understood that Lin Aster stayed here with a group of people in order to protect him. And his heart was a little complicated. Lin Ivana saw that he was also awake at this moment, and couldn't help but ask her most curious question. Are you also here because of the Nanchung-based combat rendezvous? What about your teammates? It won't be those. It's those who threw him down and ran for their lives. Qin Jinshan nodded and shook his head again. Lin Ivana reacted for a moment before realizing that this was an answer to her 2 questions. Thinking of this, Qin Jinshan smiled bitterly. Those aren't my teammates. We were split up when we were assigned the task. I was organized in the team that drew fire. They were in the team that opened the way ahead. They heard this arrangement at the time they felt bad. This ominous premonition in a large number of alien all get off after they were shocked to find that in addition to the Shin line, there is no one ordinary people. All are alien. This after the even more unsettling. Helpless people have arrived at the ground now. Backtracking is also too late. Chui recitation of information is the only one among them to fill in truthfully. 3rd grade animal system alien. Even if it is a butterfly alien with little aggressiveness. It is also one of the few 3rd grade aliens in the team that came here, and was rightfully assigned to the most dangerous task of clearing the way ahead. He and Zhou, on the other hand, followed dozens of people to attract firepower from the front, reducing the pressure of transport and playing with each other in coordination with the path-breaking Xenos. However, Shin and his party, being complete ordinary people, were assigned to the squad that was even further ahead of the alien who opened up the road in front of them. And together with some chicken ribs or weak alien who were squeezed out of the other teams. They explored the area first. Daredevil team for short. Unlike the other people who had been organized into the death squad, who all had a face like death. Shinro was calm and collected. On the contrary, the other 3 people's faces changed at that time. Qin Jinshan and Zhou looked at each other, and went to the team leader responsible for assigning tasks to say that they also wanted to join the Daredevil team. The steward was so shocked that he looked the 2 up and down several times. He really didn't expect that there were still those who wanted to go to their deaths on their own. But agreeing to them would go against the original intention of the one who ordered them to be broken up and diverted before they came. Qin saw the deep 3 of them, then saw the steward's hesitation for a few moments and nodded his head to agree. But there was a request. You 2 can only go to 1. The 4 didn't dwell on it for long before they made a decision. Although Shinro can also defend himself in a critical time. But there's always no attacking power. They don't feel comfortable with him going to the front alone as a bait and cushion. No matter what. Zhou and Qin Si Deep have to go with 1. But who goes? The 2 teammates who go with the death squad can still take care of each other with Chui Chant, who has the same route. But the remaining 1 will have to face it alone. And the situation may be dangerous then. Qin Jinshan decisively. I'll stay. Zhou wrinkled her eyebrows. You go. I'll stay here. Seeing that there is not much time left for departure, The two ended up in a standstill. Shinro took a look to the left and right. Actually, I can do it by myself. I can't beat the mutated zombies. But there are plenty of corpses. So I can still build an iron plate to protect myself. Then he was glared at by his three teammates and had to surrender. In the end, Qin Jinshin softly said something that several people could not refuse. Your fire ability is too flashy to stay in a mission that needs to attract firepower to clear out the zombies. Jochu was silent. With just a few small fist-sized fireballs that she could barely fabricate with her supernatural ability. She would indeed reveal herself when she made a move. And high-temperature light balls could only be used in muddy waters before they dared to use them. Every time they carry out a mission, or before going out, they will tacitly take away a Chui Chanting's finger one by one. At most capable of transforming into 4 or 5 purple-pink butterflies, which will be used to report and locate. When Qin Jinshin thought of this, he immobilized and stroked the concealed pocket on the inside of his lapel. There was still a severed finger of his teammate inside. This was the bottom line, and the last retreat that he could still be calm and not panic now. He used up one of them before he passed out. And as a matter of fact, if his teammates were in an unharmed condition, they would break away from the main group and find him. But now, he was a little uneasy. Not about his current situation of not being able to move, but uneasy that his teammates might also be in a bad way. Lin Ivana fell silent and looked at Qin Jishin with a firm gaze. Don't worry, brother Qin. Those people left you behind. I won't leave you behind. Qin Jishin raised his eyes in some surprise. Then smiled. Then I still met a good person. In fact, he wasn't much worried about his situation. The physique of an alien is improved with the constant rise in level. The dependence of a level 3 alien on medication is already very weak. The wounds he has now that are infected are all minor injuries. And he'll be fine after a while of burning. Half a person-high backpack before leaving was stuffed to the brim by Aunt Shin. Now only the top layer is empty. The two of them could still last for a while by saving some food. And he believed that this period of time would be enough for Jiang to sense that something was wrong and come to their rescue. On the contrary, he was worried about the situation on his teammate's side. Chapter 125, Trapped. Meanwhile on the base side. The Changdong. Our personnel have been assembled and are ready to go. A young man dressed in arc-light specialized combat said to the man sitting behind the desk smoking a cigarette. Chung Yen raised his hand and crushed the cigarette butt on the mahogany table, narrowing his eyes dangerously. Tell the people from the military department that if we don't come back this time, then there's no need to look for them. The young man was only surprised for a moment before lowering his head. Yes. The night sky seemed like a navy blue curtain, slowly pulling back the remaining white undertones after being pierced by the first rays of morning light. The modified off-road vehicle came to a violent stop at a school building, and there was a piercing sound. Piercing and abrupt in the eerie silence of the campus, where only the hissing of zombies was heard. This sound was like the wake-up call at 5 a.m. The secretive campus seemed to suddenly come to life, and the hissing of the zombies rose and fell even more. Jiang Bui put the car into the space and quickly rushed towards the school building, passing by a broken glass window on the ground floor outside and jumping into it, rushing towards the upper floors as fast as he could. On this side, he followed the stairs in the 7-story building from the bottom to the top to break open the door one by one to look for it. Over there, the large troop has already been a bit unable to hold on. Howl! Clunk! Clunk! Thump 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 thump. Dukai Run walked back and forth in the dimly lit indoor gymnasium with a gloomy and grumpy face. The side of his face was covered with fine dark green scales that kept closing and moving with the movement of his breathing. Why hasn't the base sent help? Do they want to see us die here like this? The several instruments that had been moved out were placed in the middle of the gymnasium, and the atmosphere of the people surrounding them was heavy and anxious. Zhang Yankang ignored the Cayman's impotent rage, but turned to the man sitting in the corner without participating in the conversation with a serious and solemn expression and said, Mr. Shen, apart from transforming inactive zombies, can you transform anything else with your supernormal ability? Shen Liang coldly returned, can only transform zombies. The other liked to believe it or not. You? Du Karan was enraged by his uncooperative attitude and was about to rush up to teach him a lesson, but was pulled back in time by someone beside him. Zhang Yankang turned his head and gave him a look that had both a warning and a pacifying meaning. There was no other way. Who let them be at a disadvantage? Moreover, They are trapped here also rely on his special ability. Otherwise those mutated zombies outside would have already smashed the stadium wall like tofu. These Dukai Run also understand in his heart. Glared at the three people over there, and resentfully walked to the other side. Out of sight. Out of mind. Zhang Yankong sighed helplessly. Dukairen's temperament he also knew. So he had to let him go. But things still needed to be resolved. Xia Mei. How many more days can we eat our food? Xia Mei, who was named, closed her eyes and sensed, and was silent for a few seconds before saying, "There's not much left. These dozens of people can only last 3 to 4 days at most." This was still calculated according to the minimum needs. But half of these people were all psychics, requiring 3 to 4 times the food supply of an ordinary person. What she was afraid of was that if she couldn't last until tomorrow, these people who couldn't get basic energy supplements should cause trouble. And these were believed to be the reasons why Zhang Yankong was finding it tricky right now. Shen Yixing looked at this group of people with cold eyes, lowered his head, and exchanged a glance with Zhou Chu, who was leaning against the wall, both turning to the side of the person, who was unconscious with a tightly frowning face. Shen Yilin touched Cui Chan's forehead. It was still hot. Zhou Chu looked over there before speaking. There's less than half a board of medicine left. The medicine they took is actually quite a lot. And like Qin Jinshen, everyone has a large backpack, which is filled with essentials, medicines, food and crystals are packed with a little bit of nothing. As a result, as soon as the team entered the school, they were targeted by several high-level zombies, chasing after them all the way. And they were very cunning. Even if there are several times they can solve these prey at once. But at the end of the day, even let them go, just crash behind them. From time to time to remind people that the danger is still like the head of the next second may want to fall gate knife in their side existence. It was like a cat catching a mouse, generally teasing them. They even reasonably suspected that these several level 3 zombies already possessed human-like intelligence. This situation was even more serious after they found the instrument, and even found a dozen or so survivors. It wasn't that the leader hadn't thought of throwing down the instrument, and the survivors that had inexplicably appeared and walking away, with less of these burdensome. The strong and powerful alien was indeed able to escape in a group. But the few level 3 zombies following them would not allow this to happen. According to those survivors whose psychological condition was on the verge of collapse, the only reason they were able to survive after a year's interval was because those zombies were playing a game with them, purposely nurturing them, and killing a person every now and then to relieve their boredom. The crowd was creeped out. But when it came down to it, even if they cursed the base in their hearts for not being human, they couldn't change the fact that they had been trapped. As more and more level 3 zombies hiding in the dark appeared, to the point where there were now as many as 9. They would no longer report any hope, and could only hope that the distress signal sent to the base would work. Next is Cui chanting inexplicably suddenly high fever does not wake up. They naturally also lost and Qin see deep contact. The remaining 2 people had to expose the strength in advance, with unconscious people hard to escape. In the end, even the backpacks of the 3 of them were counted by the people traveling with them, and most of them were lost. If it wasn't for Blackie, it was possible that all 3 of their lives would have been counted out, even though the leading team now returned the backpacks to them because they were begging for Shen's line. And the medicine and food inside were also taken by some sneaks without most of them. Arclight obviously didn't want to pretend to be generous and sympathetic to fill in the gaps in such a time of scarcity of supplies. With this, what kind of attitude do they expect to have towards those people? Zhang Yankong on the other end frowned sadly, and suddenly remembered something. I also don't know which way the group of people old Chen talked about last time actually came from. To be able to come and go as they please in a university town that had been reduced to a no-man's land. And to do something so shocking. Those who possessed this kind of strength were afraid that they would be able to be on par with the boss. Xia Mei was an Arclight to serve as a communication liaison in addition to her original duties as a spatial alien. She was worried about another point. Chen last contacted us at 3:14 in the afternoon the day before yesterday. And now it's already past the minimum contact time. So I hope that they're just running out of power on the walkie-talkies there. A few people sniffed their faces. They were in a hurry on their way to escape. They were disrupted by those cunning zombies in one go. And now they were completely separated. Lao Chen and his men were at the other end of the school. And it was because of this that they were able to hear the abnormality in the school next door. Dukarun viciously scratched his oiled hair twice. What's all this? But more than worrying about something he couldn't do anything about, Zhang Yankong still put some attention on the team that had been hiding their strength to enter the base from the very beginning. He looked at the three people over there thoughtfully. If they hadn't been forced to self-detonate and come out, he really couldn't sense the three people's true level of psychic ability before. And generally the reason for this situation is no more than two. One is that some of them have special abilities that can hide their powers. And the other is that their power level is the same as his, or even exceeds his. And from the three of them comparing their alien power strength, which was like playing house before, he was more inclined to the answer being the second one. All three of them were level 3 alien or higher. Then it would be hard to say whether the deep-seated captain that they had filled out in their previous profiles was an ordinary person or not. Zhang Yanкang suddenly had a feeling that his hairs were standing on end. After all, it was very likely that it was an unfathomable level 4 alien. When he remembered the air that old Chen and him had passed in advance earlier, his heart was just a burst of suffocation and chagrin. Old Chen had taken it upon himself to try to kiss the boss's arse. And he had nothing to do but go and make a scene. This is good. If he can go back alive and Boss Chung knows the beginning and end. Whether he can be an arc light is still a question. Just now, he stopped Dukai Run from going to look for those three people because of this reasonable speculation of his. And he even suspected that the group of people who had been coming and going everywhere in the university town during this period of time were here to look for them. But soon, he threw this incredible and even slightly ridiculous thought to the back of his mind. Right now, the most important issue was still food and drinking water. When it came time to distribute food every day, Xiaomei customarily stood at the very back to take food out from space, surrounded by their arc light's own people to protect them. Firstly, they who participated in the combat rehearsal of the alien energy came up and lined up as a team to get the food. One person a ham sausage, a bag of instant noodles, a piece of adult fist-sized hand-torn bread, and a bottle of mineral water. This is a full day's food for an adult. No more. But this was far from enough for a day's consumption of an alien. Then, there were those survivors who were saved by them. There were 5 or 6 Xenos and a dozen people. But for the number of people in the whole university, the probability was horribly low. Some of those Alterans weren't of a low rank. After all, they had survived for a whole year inside the university with a horrific density of zombies, and had survived the elimination game of circling around 9 level 3 zombies. Naturally, they weren't something to be messed with. So after they received 2 days of food, they were instantly enraged. The dark-skinned man's large palm gripped the neck of the person distributing the food, lifted the person high in the air, and then threw him to the ground with force. What do you guys mean by this? We're also exalted. Why are you only giving us a small bread and a bottle of water? Things that aren't even enough to stuff our teeth with. Do you really think we're easy to bully? Along with his provocation, behind the dark man had also unknowingly gathered 5 or 6 Alterans, who had been rescued together. Zhang Yanкang coldly grimaced, not putting them in his eyes at all, and explained to Dukaran, "Don't dirty the food." Dukaran grinned and smiled, just as he was holding his breath. Now these few men were just a few sandbags delivered to his door in his eyes. Those 5 or 6 men thought that their silence was because they were afraid of themselves. So they couldn't help but grow bold and start taking the food baskets placed on the ground by themselves. But the great joy brought by sufficient food made a few men quickly throw reason to the back of their minds. Not noticing the pitying looks of the altered ones over there, who had come with them, and had already been given a share of the food, without waiting for them to finish madly grabbing the food in the baskets. The dark man who grabbed the front, and was also the leader, was caught off guard, and had his neck bitten off by a huge kiss with a click. The man's head fell, and rolled to the feet of the 5 men, and the headless corpse lost its strength to support it at once, and also collapsed on the ground askew. For a moment, the restless people in the stadium all quieted down, oblivious to the unilateral massacre in the middle of the stadium like no one else. Zhou Chu and Shinxing unwrapped and finished the bread and instant noodles in the portion of food they received without leaving a single residue. Tear open the skin of the 2 ham sausages that you have been given, and feed them to Blackie, who was hidden in the cuffs. Then opened another bottle of water, re-wetted the towel, and gently placed it on Chui Chan's burning forehead. The eyes of those watching them from the side reddened at the sight of this wasteful behavior. Buzz. A sound of the radio's very first debugging sounded in the stadium stereo. The sound of the airwaves that hadn't been switched on for a long time shook people's ears. The movements of everyone in the gym stood still. Even the kisses of the Cayman still nipping at people's necks opened unconsciously. No. That's not right. Zhang Yanкang fiercely looked outside the gymnasium. Not only him, Some of the exalted obviously heard it as well. It wasn't the stereo inside the gymnasium that went off. It was the entire school's radio that all went off. Xiaomei stared wide-eyed and muttered, "Is this the group that old Chen said?" And Shenrou and Zhou Chu's bodies stiffened as they looked at each other, suddenly having a foreboding that made people tremble. And in the small auditorium a few teaching buildings apart, Qin Jinshan's movement of talking also suddenly paused, fiercely bracing himself to fling himself to the window, looking at the radio that was actually operating on the pole outside. The next second, a familiar voice that couldn't be more familiar rang out across the entire university campus. Hey, can you hear me? Chapter 126, Chengyan. Please ask my 4 teammates to hear the broadcast. And give me a position in time. Thank you. Repeat. Please my 4. Jiang Buwei finished saying that he felt that there was no problem, then casually pressed a few buttons on the console, then turned off the microphone. The diesel generator behind him was still humming as it continued to supply power to the broadcasting station. After unlocking the door of the broadcasting room and making sure that no zombies could touch it, he flipped over and leapt out of the window. Instead of jumping down, he climbed up to the roof of the building by using the dark vines in 3 or 5 clicks, without the obstruction of the wall. The radio broadcasts were even more clear and prominent in the campus. Jiang Buwei was afraid that the radio broadcasts in other places would attract a large number of zombies if they were left on for a long time, which would be harmful to his teammates. So he only left a radio broadcast in the front of the building where he is now. The broadcast in the gymnasium only repeated 3 times before coming to an abrupt end. But the alien's hearing was able to catch that the message was still repeating somewhere in the campus, inside the gymnasium, in the auditorium, and everywhere on the campus where survivors were hiding. They all heard it clearly, word for word. Even the commercial street outside the campus could be faintly heard through the iron fence. The young deputy hesitantly looked at their captain, Chengyan, thoughtfully. His eyes accurately landed on the school building, hooking his lips. Interesting. It seems that someone is moving faster than us. The deputy was silent, scornfully looking in that direction. Behind the two were a dozen or so team members wearing Arc Light's unique combat uniforms, as well as a large fleet of vehicles that looked like a long dragon, preparing to enter this school to rescue it. Who knew that a radio could be heard at the entrance? Jiang Buwei stood on the roof of the 7-story school building, looking at the entire campus from a distance. He mostly focused on the buildings near the experimental building, such as the school building, the auditorium, the canteen, or the indoor gymnasium. Of course, the lab building was the most important. The radio was still looping without any movement. But Jiang Buwei waited patiently. He knew that this was the time for a stalemate and compromise between their internal cliques. The dark vines on his wrists were a little restless after sensing a few restless forces around him, and tentatively probed outwards under Jiang Buwei's watchful eyes. Jiang Buwei casually glanced in a certain direction before turning his head to continue observing the surrounding floors for any movement, while relaxing the force in his hand, letting the dark vines scurry out ferociously in a certain direction. They're right here. Wai Jiao's voice was a little weak. He had used his divine sense too many times in a short period of time during his rutting phase, and his body had the rare feeling of being empty from the inside out. Clatter dash. A sound of breaking glass broke the deathly silence. Jiang Buwei twisted his head and quickly locked the location. The small auditorium. And inside the small auditorium strongly propped up his body to stand by the window. Qin Jishan's fingers weakly opened. An iron plate hand fell off from his hand and fell to the ground. Lin Ivana rushed forward to support the person, one hand still holding the iron cable to stop between the two and the others in the small auditorium. The others saw that the window had been smashed out with such a large hole, and the sound of shattering glass even made the zombies underneath riot even more. And they couldn't help but stare at Qin Xianxian with eyes that could kill, and suppress their voices as they yelled lowly. Are you crazy? Do you want to drag all of us to die together? Lin Ivana saw this perverse behavior of his, and despite being incredulous, only the broadcast just now could explain Qin Jianshan's current behavior. Qin Xishan didn't even turn his head for a moment. His eyes kept falling outside the window, and only after a few seconds did he turn his head. But he looked straight at Lin Ivana, and for the first time since he was separated from his partner, a heartfelt smile appeared on his face. My mate is here. Lin Ivana was dumbfounded. Actually guessed correctly. What kind of bigot was this that was so flamboyant? We disagree. This was Du Kairan's strong objection when he heard that Shin and his team were going out. Of course, Apart from his temperament of not being able to see anyone who wants to pick a fight, there was another layer of justified reasoning. Right now there are a full 9 zombies outside. How dare he open the radio so recklessly? What if they are attracted over? Can you make sure your teammates survive first before you say anything? Arc Light's people open their mouths first. And the people hiding behind them open their mouths much more naturally. The overall strength of Wind and Thunder Squad was far less than Arc Light and a bunch of other strong teams. But it could still be ranked in the South City base. The Captainly Winnie is used to following Arc Light's are surround by her Een and Yan over countless squads. And the alien squad is not good. At this time also followed to raise the volume to speak. That's right. It's not like we can't get out by ourselves. Who knows if that teammate of yours is coming over to die? Don't end up dragging us down. Shinro behind his back carrying Chui chanting. Standing at the door with Zhou Chu. Sniffing also nonchalantly hooked up a smile. Unfortunately, open or not is not up to you guys. Behind the mahogany door has long been black metal all cover. From the outside to see also cannot see the thickness. But Shin line of work to speak. The black metal actually slowly flow up. Like viscous and obedient mysterious liquid general. Slowly reveal the inside of the mahogany base color. The crowd was shocked. And all of them revealed a look of indignation and condemnation. And the supernormal abilities in their hands were about to be thrown at the 3 people standing in the doorway. Zhang Yankong stepped in to stop them in time. He stared at Zhou Chu and Shin Xing's expressions. We can cooperate. The flowing liquid suddenly came to a standstill, solidifying on the exposed third of the door panel, as if it was shaking and could drip down at any time. Seeing that there was hope, Zhang Yankong eased his tone. I'm not sure how strong your teammate is, but I think that even if we add him, I'm afraid that the few of you will still have a hard time dealing with those zombies. But if you join us, there is strength in numbers. Right now it's just to retain strength for the time being. And we've already called for help from the base. Probably the rescuers will be able to come today or tomorrow. So why don't you let your teammates come here together? This way you guys can get together and keep yourselves safe at the same time. The best of both worlds. Why not? Shin Yixing and Zhou Chu knew very well what he was for. Without Shin Yixing's supernormal ability, even if they could preserve themselves for a short period of time, they would still use up a lot of their supernormal ability. It was impossible to be like Shin Yi, who was completely effortless and didn't need to be sustained by his alien energy. And if they let Shin Yi go, they wouldn't even dare to make sure that Shin Yi would not simply take back his alien energy. They would definitely try to find a way to hold him down in their hands and keep him firmly under their control. But before Jiang found them, they can't directly tear their faces off with people, but also maintain the surface appearance. Shinlina back to them paused for a moment. Turned to face immediately changed the look. Hesitation and hesitation with a trace of why did not I think of joy. Really? Zhang team can be true to their word. Open the door when our teammates come over. As for what to do when Jiang arrived, that was another matter. Zhang Yankong was full of seriousness as he promised. Of course. Whether it was true or not. At least, he didn't want anything to go wrong in the meantime, before the boss was just about to arrive to save them. Just now, when the broadcast had attracted the attention of almost everyone in the stadium, Xiaomei quietly poked his elbow and told him that the walkie-talkie actually had a signal. And this time, it was also the boss personally leading the team to rescue them. So it was true that Chung Dong would never give up on them. The two of them had their own thoughts, but their purpose was the same. Chapter 127 Ice Pick. Just as Lin Ivana tied up a few people who intended to come forward to hold them hostage. Those people originally wanted to struggle for a few times, but suddenly noticed a darkness in front of their eyes. Their bodies stiffened, and they looked towards the only source of light in the small auditorium, the door that had been broken by Qin Jinshin. The small window whose glass had been broken by Qin Jinshin. The window was not big, but it was very high, located at Qin Jinshin's neck, and could only allow a person to pass through it with a short body. But at this moment, this small window was suddenly blocked by a mass of black unidentified objects. And that mass of unidentified objects was still pushing into the room, trying to stuff more parts of its body in. Not only were they the only ones who saw it, Qin Jinshin and Lin Ivana, who were closest to the window, also saw it clearly, and felt completely differently. Monster ah! He really did bring the monster here. The person who was bound by the iron rope also stopped struggling, fell to the ground, shivering and kept backing up. The companions behind them were too late to care about them, and they ran to the farthest corner from the window before stopping. all of them showing despair and resentment, cursing the death-defying Qin Jinshan and the blind Lin Aster. The worst expletives came out of their mouths at the moment of life and death. And they kept on condoling to Qin Jinshan, who had brought the monster to them. It's no wonder they think so. Qin Jinshan also knows he's in the wrong. He broke the window. But due to his weak body, he was not able to get rid of the more zombies he attracted. Instead, he had to rely on Lin Ivana to save his life for the time being. When he left, these people's lives would also be threatened by the radio, the sound of broken glass attracting zombies, and the uncovered window. So he couldn't just walk away. He had to at least settle the people down. Lin Ivana saw that Qin Jinshan was still stunned in place. And in her heart, she was so anxious that she couldn't care less about suppressing her voice. Qin brother, come back quickly. Her psychic ability also immediately manifested a second iron chain to fish him out. The original one had retracted back as soon as the black mass appeared at the window. Attacking the window, Qin saw deep shook his head to refuse. Just wanted to hold the chain to tell Lin Aster, but was pulled by her with a force. Stumbled a little, almost fell down. He forgot that he was now a false frame. Don't. Lin Aster. It's a misunderstanding. It's all on your own. Lin Aster had just kicked himself for almost letting the sick man fall, when he was shocked by Qin Jinshan's words, and his chains almost tripped over himself. What? But the mass of unknown creatures did just stay honest after poking its body in, without any thoughts of trying to attack them. Even the chains, which had attacked it and looked like they were coming, were treated as if they weren't there. She hesitantly retracted the iron chain and followed Qin Jinshan's line of sight to the window. The black mass firmly blocked the window and stopped moving, followed by a slightly thinner vine wrapped in a small mass of black stuff stretched out in front of Qin Jinshan. Inside the small auditorium has long been no electricity and water. There is no way to turn on the lights. The only source of light is still firmly blocked by the vines. Not a single gap. The interior of a dim. Lin Ivana squinted. A little difficult to see what it was. When she saw it clearly, her mood was unbelievable. It was actually a walkie-talkie. From the gusts of jabs and bangs that came from time to time from the inside. This walkie-talkie was obviously in the middle of a conversation. Qin Jinshan took the intercom. And although his tone was trying his best to maintain calm, his slightly trembling voice still revealed his not-so-calm heart. Brother Jian, be careful. The school now has at least 8 level 3 zombies around us. See? Don't worry. How's your situation inside? The others are with you too? I don't know if it's because of the fact that he finally heard his teammate's voice in the midst of his isolation after many days. Qin Jinshan's high-hanging heart instantly settled down, and the torment and uneasiness of the many days dispersed all of a sudden. Can't die. Just can't move in a short period of time. The 3 of them and I split up when we came in towards the north door of the lab building to take action. I'm not sure exactly where they are now. Jiang Bui's eyesight is nailed to the 2 unusual zombies on the roof of the opposite side of the building. And he says back into the intercom with 2 minds. Stay inside at ease for a while. I'll deal with these little things outside, and then go over. Qin Jinshan laughed bitterly. What else could he do in his current crippled state but agree? Although he was clear that Zhang's true strength could actually topple the 4 of them. But that was 8 or even more upwards of level 3 zombies. Usually it was fine to go out on a mission. But in this kind of crisis, they couldn't even help. They could only drag Zhang's leg. Secretly anxious in their hearts, but unable to do anything about it. For a moment, frustration and worry overpowered the initial emotion and relief. The psychology of the other 3 people in the indoor gym also reached a very tacit agreement at this moment. If Jiang Bui and his squad had ended up under siege because of a misadventure and the dispersion of firepower, then Arc Light and the large force of full dozens of Xenos were too many connections because of a lack of unity of heart and muddled waters. More than 1/5 of this combat team, consisting of more than a dozen Xenos squads, were 3rd level Xenos. And there was no shortage of Xenos with strong combat power. But it was not harmonious within itself. And apart from Arc Light, who was leading by an absolute margin, there were more than a dozen of the dozens of people left who were just dabbling in connections to mix up the credits. Most of them were level 1 Xenos and ordinary people. And level 2 Xenos were a few scattered solos with a lot of water. Even if the 3rd level psychic is able to drag 3 people. Not to mention the 9 3rd level zombies that have been following around and eyeing them. It is not that there are no escapees. But the outside may not be safer and more reliable than staying together. This combat rehearsal was just an ordinary mission for the base. At most, the zombies were a little denser, And there was no trace of level 3 zombies in the intelligence from the scouting team. Now that I think about it, it could be that these level 3 zombies already have some low-level intelligence. And the possibility of deliberately laying traps cannot be ruled out. So because of various reasons, the Major Strong team did not send their strongest fighting force. Even the temporary commanders, who have crossed the threshold of the 3rd level for a long time. The Arc Light 3rd team leader Zhang Yinkong's special ability is also defense-based. This time out of the mission only brought the Cayman Alienator Du Kairun, spatial system of the Alienator Xian Mei, and the Earth system of the Alienator Zhu Pan. God knows that he now intestines are almost repenting. This time the rescue team only came to 5 or 6 alien teams. After all, some people have to save, and must be saved. The rest of the weak team that only took up a place in the performance at all know when to come. Arc Light, in addition to sitting in the rear of the vice team and logistics personnel, counted on the nest. Chung Yin, they detected the presence of Jiang Buwei at the same time. Jiang Buwei naturally can also know the surrounding all of a sudden more than a dozen 3rd level alien. There is even a vaguely 4th level alien breath. Should be about to break through. Speaking of which, the fact that these people were able to follow him closely was thanks to Jiang Buwei almost clearing several streets of zombies. The dark vine has already grown to a bowl thickness. A vine branch stretched out from a distance, ignoring the 2 or 3 school buildings in the middle of the interval Shire and hitching on the small auditorium's narrow window. One 200 meters to the south, one behind the left side of the cafeteria, for around the gymnasium, and one on the roof of the experimental building, together with the 2 on the roof of the opposite building. There were a full 9 level 3 zombies. Bai Jiao's voice was low and calm, quickly naming the surrounding situations in his mind. Right now, apart from the 4 zombies around the gymnasium, all of them are coming this way. Jiang did not do so for the sake of it. There must be something inside the gymnasium that attracts them more. The probability is that it's the South City Base's team of exalts. And Chui Chant and the others are most likely there. He marked the gymnasium in his mind. The team at the school entrance came in and headed straight for the gymnasium. Jiang Buwei affirmed his judgment in his heart, then reacted quickly with a sideways movement, in time to dodge several sharp and slender ice picks that killed the front of his eyes. The ice picks that lost their target ruthlessly smashed into the rooftop floor, making a bang. And a closer look at the several ice picks didn't have any traces of shattering at all. Obviously, this was not an ordinary ice cone, but was condensed by supernatural energy. Jiang Buwei slowly exhaled out a breath, and his eyes began to become cautious. This was the first time they had encountered a zombie that possessed a nature-based supernatural ability. One could only say that it was worthy of being a high-level zombie that was able to make the hearts of so many aberrants fearful of being trapped. Chapter 128, Spinning Jumping. The high-level zombies' ice exotic energy attacked Jiang Buwei one after another, and 2 of the attacks even penetrated the dark vine, almost causing Jiang Buwei to be struck. Not only the ice zombie on the surface, there are more than 2 zombies staring at him in the dark. And every now and then, they even put a hidden arrow to try to sneak attack him. He did not know the strength of the opposite side, did not choose to attack, but his eyes were always observing the surrounding environment. Finally, he thought of a feasible plan after he rolled a floor maneuver in a bit of a mess and landed safely on the ground. I'll jump over it later. Wrap it tight, he instructed softly, as he moved to stroke the little one resting on his arm. He was answered by a silent increase in force on his arm. The thick vines with hideous barbs followed Jiang Buwei's mind and scurried towards the building on the opposite side, which was more than 10 meters away, and then quickly sprouted even thicker and stronger knots, fixing themselves to the iron frame on the edge of the rooftop. The ice zombie that had been attacked straight to its home had been ready to take care of the threat that had come before it. But the thing that had made it fearful stopped a few meters away and stood still. It used its IQ, which was barely equal to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, to think for a while, and decided to follow its instincts. The strong uneasiness in the bottom of its heart, and the threat it could feel from afar vaguely reminded it that it had to strangle the food in front of it that was emitting the smell of blood and flesh in its cradle, and could not let it grow any further. Moreover, the flavor of this food is so delicious, full of temptation for it. It will definitely become stronger after eating it. The ice zombie did not dare to approach the vine that had the same flavor as the tempting and delicious food, and smashed large chunks of ice cones into the hard proliferating knots that were firmly fixed on the balcony. Although forcibly cohesion of foreign energy into a place can make the growth exceptionally hard, indestructible, but with a sharp ice picks do not stop smashing down. In the end, a plant of the dark vine also began to break layer by layer. Jiang Bui didn't dare to delay. Took a deep breath, and with the help of the dark vine wrapped around his right arm, he leaped up and swung over to the roof of the building, which was more than 10 meters away. During the few seconds of flying in midair, Jiang Bui was surprised to find himself in a calm mood. Not as turbulent as he had expected. His entire mind was focused on the zombie on the roof of the opposite side of the building, which was getting closer and closer to him, and the jackals that were waiting for an opportunity to move in the dark. So he didn't have the time to think about any messy things. The distance of more than 10 meters was only a few seconds because of gravity and the forceful pull of the dark vines. A blink of an eye. Seeing that the outer wall of the top floor in front of him is getting closer and closer. The whole person is going to be smashed up towards the wall without any force, and cannot die again. Jiang Bui's two perfectly proportioned long legs along with his waist and hips fiercely popped up, and fiercely stomped on the wall. The interaction force, which was not small, was cancelled out in this heavy muffled sound. He climbed up to the outer edge of the rooftop with his hands and feet nimbly, and at the same time, he quickly leapt sideways, flashing past the ice cone, which was fatal enough. Dark Vine retrieved the vines fixed on the outer edge of the rooftop, and attacked towards the zombie that had just finished attacking and had not yet reacted. And the thick and hideous vines densely bundled it into a gray dumpling, before the ice pick and sharp toothy nails could pierce and probe the vines to tear them apart. A huge piece of strangely shaped black metal smashed straight down on its head. Boom! There was a muffled thunderous roar, and the rooftop was shaken with dust and smoke. I go, what kind of road is this? The man who was looking this way with binoculars in the distance, while clearing the zombies to catch up, was shocked. He wanted to take a closer look before lifting the binoculars again to see the rooftop, but froze. Smoke and dust slowly dispersed back to the ground. The rooftop of a person and a corpse has no trace. Even that suddenly appeared boulder disappeared, as if they never appeared. Just now, that the scene is his own, made up in his mind as if, with one experience, and then imitating Spider-Man to climb the rock and walk on the wall will be a lot more skillful. Jiang Bui quickly wandered in a few visual dead corners, smashing into the jackal hiding in them. At the same time as the sound, red and white brain matter and the only remaining under the boulder inside the body burst out. Occasionally a few drops splashed onto Jiang Bui's shoes that were still hanging in the air. With a wave of his free hand, the boulder, along with the zombie sludge underneath, all disappeared in place, and the scent of the high-grade zombie crystals disappeared without a trace once again. A few seconds later, even the person disappeared between several school buildings. Originally thick and hideous vines, at this time the body shape has become a lot of slim, shrinking almost half. His crazy surge up to several hundred meters long body in several buildings between the scurrying. And there is a trend to continue to grow. From afar, it looked like a black python with a gloomy sky on its head. Its huge body entangled in several buildings several hundred meters apart, slowly swimming. The Cthulhu-like shocking effect stirred up a deep fear and trembling of the unknown in people's hearts, making the people observing from several buildings in the distance uncontrollably fearful. Against the backdrop of the huge plants and vines, Jiang Bui's figure weaving back and forth amongst them looked like an unusual little black dot from afar, making it difficult to attract people's attention. It was only after he retrieved the boulder along with the trophy into the space for the fourth time that he stopped crushing it again and again. Inside the small auditorium, Qin Jinshan and Lin Ivana were on guard while splitting their minds to pay attention to the small window's abnormality. So they noticed the movement here the first time the dark vines squirmed and moved away. And the people inside the small auditorium, who had been secretly paying attention to their side, also noticed the difference the first time. The terrifying pile of stuff that was originally blocking the window was suddenly gone, and bright light from outside spilled in obliquely, bringing a hint of life and animation to the dim and depressing small auditorium. Immediately after that, a tall young man in a punch jumped in through the window. Now there is actually someone who can come in from outside. Does that mean they can also go out from the window there? They thought of this possibility, instantly excited. Coincidentally close to the window there. Want to see if there are no more zombies outside. Can let them safely go out to get rid of the plight of the bullet out of food. Jiang Bui sidestepped to get out of the way of that area in front of the window, not wanting to clash with these people. It wasn't that there weren't people who wanted to stop him and ask what was going on outside and how he had managed to flip in alone. But when these people got closer, they realized that his body was surrounded by a circle of thick vines with hideous barbs that were not to be messed with at first glance, easily deterring those who had the intention to approach. when they all gathered in front of the window and looked towards the bottom, and found that there were not many zombies still standing. They did not dare to provoke this young man even more easily. While they were discussing and arguing about how to get down from the 4th floor, Jiang Bui was walking quickly towards Qin Qishan and the two of them. Lin Ivana, after seeing all those people coming this way, made a snap decision to help Qin Zishan up and retreat towards the back. At this moment, the two of them were sitting on the edge of the wooden performance stage. Qin Zishan's face was pale. His lips were puckered to the point of peeling. He didn't look too good. Seeing him come, the corners of his mouth grinned for a moment, without control strained a few small bloody mouths. Looking even more miserable, Qin see deep by the mouth wound tugging to bare his teeth, but also did not forget to introduce him to his savior. Brother Jiang, this is Lin Ivana. On the road has been taking care of me. If not for her, I may not be able to live now. The first moment, he was incapacitated by being stabbed through the abdomen by a zombie, and covered in the strong smell of blood, he would have been left behind by these people. Perhaps someone would even snatch the still bulging backpack from his back. The kind that didn't leave a shred of life behind. Jiang Bui was just about to express his gratitude to someone when he saw that his teammate, who was still standing with a big grin even though he was so badly injured, had blood faintly oozing out of his abdomen. And he hurriedly pulled open his backpack, using the cover to rummage around the space for medicines and bandages and gauzes. Don't talk for now. Quickly lie down. No matter how big the backpack is, the volume is also placed there. He can only pull out a wide, clean cotton cloth and spread it on the ground, letting Qin Jinshan lie down first. The conditions are limited. Simply treat the wound first. Jiang Bui took out a large 2-liter silver thermos cup and blended 2 cups of warm goji berry water for the two of them, followed by taking out some stomach-padding food and distributing it to the two of them. Then he looked at the girl who was standing on the side, taking care of her seriously injured teammate. His attitude and tone were solemn. No matter what, I have to thank Miss Lin for saving my teammate. We owe you a life. We'll let you know if we need it in the future. Chapter 129, Harmless. Lin Ivana was stunned by his solemn thanks, and waved her hands. No. 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 It was Qin who saved me first. There's no such thing as owing a life. Qin Jinshan himself is a doctor, although he can't do such a fierce thing as sewing up a crack with his empty hands. With the medicines that are no longer in short supply, he still disinfected and bandaged his wounds once again. The recovery speed of a level 3 psychic is no joke. At first, his intestines were almost dragged out, blood dripping all over the place. Now the bloody wound that was pierced by the zombie's hand has recovered to the size of a baby's fist. Looking closely, one could still see the muscle tissue at the edge of the wound was writhing and contracting madly. Jiang Bui's brows were furrowed when he saw this. Seeing this bloody wound, he could imagine how critical the situation was at that time. Taking advantage of the break after Qin Zishan changed the medicine. Tell me what the situation was like for all of you at that time. Only one of the lost teammates had been found, and the remaining 3 were still unaccounted for. Qin Jinshan absorbed a few crystal cores, swallowed a few painkillers, endured the pain of the rapid recovery of the abdominal wounds, and opened his mouth, telling Jiang Bui all the clues of the scene and the division of the team at that time. Qin Jinshan's mobility has not yet recovered. Jiang Bui still have to go out to rescue people. There is no safe place to put him. There are still 5 intelligent high-level zombies hiding out there, so it would be safer to take them out than to stay here. He left a lot of things and defensive weapons for the two of them, and even a few black weapons that could be used anywhere. The Dark Vine also left one of its own branches here like before, although it didn't have Jiang Bui's supernatural control to keep it in check. Its basic aggressiveness was still not to be underestimated. Aside from the 2 people who would not attack the Master's deliberately branded breath, anyone else who approached the field around it would be mercilessly killed by it. In addition to these, Qin Jinshan said those people Jiang Bui also specifically for this purpose in a roundabout way, by the way, to help them solve this whole floor of zombies. At least for half an hour. They don't need to worry about being surrounded by zombies again, temporarily guaranteeing the safety of these people. Jiang Bui checked out the places they hadn't been to before. And finally, with Bai Jiao's assistance, he set his sights on the indoor stadium at the other end of the campus. Naturally, they also paid attention to the considerable noise made by a dozen or so cars. The two of them, except for the open broadcast, were in the dark. As long as they didn't want to be discovered, no one could discover their whereabouts. The dozen or so cars also didn't notice any abnormalities. concentrating on clearing the zombies in front of them, and were bent on driving towards the destination of the trip, where the distress signal was sent. The first few cars were only responsible for clearing some of the small minions that blocked the road, while the high-level zombies hiding in the shadows were solved by the people in the cars that were escorting them. A thunderbolt that illuminated most of this sky rumbled rapidly towards a certain floor. A figure that was out of place with its surroundings struck down fiercely, compared to its companion. Its clothes were obviously much tidier. Its face was clean and dry. There wasn't any stomach-churning filth. After Chung Yin struck down a thunderbolt, he grabbed a handful of crystal cores and absorbed them in one gulp without looking back. Obviously, this can be called a heaven-opening strike. Is also rare for him, who is about to break through the 4th level of his supernormal ability. Not far away on the roof of the building in a visual dead spot that would definitely be ignored, the white Jiao was coiled on Jiang Bui's even-boned and fair neck, acidly evaluating the scene just now in a lackluster tone of voice. With that little bit of force, it wasn't enough for me to stuff my teeth back then. Obviously, this was a cold mockery with prejudice and disdain from a mongrel snake of commoner blood that had been subjected to countless rolling thunderbolts and finally metamorphosed into a dragon, and did not represent Mr. Jiang Bui's own thoughts. He raised his hand to stroke the small white snake that was obsessively wrapped around his neck, and said soothingly, "You're fierce now too." There was only a tone of voice difference between Meng and fierce, and it wasn't exactly a lie to the snake. Then he felt the cold little thin scarf around his neck stiffen, and in just a few seconds he didn't know what thoughts he had turned, followed by the force of the scarf wrapping around his neck becoming even more demented and wanton. Humph. His hair-green period is still long. Wait for this time after the incident. The inorganic vertical eyes flashed through some evil and clear thoughts. Jiang Bui thought with his toes to know what kind of waste this dead snake's brain was now. But with its current small body, thinking about anything was a waste of time. So he generously gave it some space for imagination. In addition to the occasional white Jiao, did not control the force wrapped around his neck, breathing a little tight. Other things that can only be imagined also let it go. One couldn't even leave the right to imagine. They hid in the shadows and watched for a while, and soon figured out the direction of travel and destination of this team. Excluding the 2 zombies held back by that lightning system psychic, there were still 3 zombies still in the shadows that hadn't shown themselves, since their purpose is the same. Jiang Bui also does not intend to cover up, hide his head and tail. Anyway, after using the radio, he did not expect to be able to cover up. So he stood out boldly, and Chung Yin a car and his lieutenant and the team's 2 subordinates. In addition to the lieutenant's ability is metal firearms, the remaining 2 are plant mutation system and fire system. The plant mutation faculty's mutant was sitting on the passenger side. At this time, his hands had already turned into 2 cactus balls the same size as his head, and he was spraying dense sharp black thorns towards the place where the zombies were hiding without stopping for a moment. The sunroof was also opened, and Chung Yin and the deputy officer were standing on the roof of the car one after the other, one hand firmly grasping the special handle on the roof modification, and the other hand frantically releasing their psychic abilities towards the other zombie. Chung Yin's strength as a level 4 thunder alien was not just words. A few attacks fell down without mercy, and the zombie struggled for a few moments before it stopped moving. Without the disturbance of that earth zombie, they put their full strength on the speed-enhanced zombie that the cactus alien had been holding back. The adjutant's brows suddenly tightened. Not good. It's going to run. The high-level zombie already had the general sanity of a 5 or 6-year-old child, and under the attraction of delicious blood and flesh and high-level crystal cores, realizing that their companions were lost in a 3-5 siege, they could actually think of running away if they couldn't beat it to save themselves. Chung Yin and his subordinates also found out, and their mood couldn't help but be gloomy. If the zombies are allowed to develop in the future to replace the human race, on the top of the species is not a whimsical possibility. No. Zombies, they were originally humans. Not being able to think any further, Chung Yin and the others, including the alien power users in the cars behind them, all poured out their powers on the speed-type alien power user who was trying to run away. Even though they combined their efforts to surround it, and their attacks were not weak, the level 3 speed zombie's figure was so fast that if it was going to run, absolutely no one would be able to see its lightning-fast figure and whoosh past it. Chung Yin felt that it couldn't work. That zombie was too fast. Other than him and the adjutant whose bullets came with tracking ability, very few people could land their attacks on it. This won't work. Let Orange come over and hold it back first. The adjutant shouted towards the car at the very front that was driving the road. But the result was that the person almost let the zombie escape before he could shout over. The reason why I say almost is that before the cunning zombie was about to run out of sight, a few vines that had never appeared before suddenly sprang out from nowhere, trapping the zombie in place. From the outside, they could only see the wall formed by the vines bulging up from time to time in which direction, and then quickly sinking down again. Cheng Yin and the others were startled for a moment. But they didn't let down their guard for a second. Instead, they raised their vigilance to the highest level, because those few thick, hideous and strong vines were obviously not oranges hairless, stunted little thin vines. Moreover, Cheng Yin could feel that the strong and cold killing intent of the vines in front of him was not much more restrained than he was. So what does this mean? This alien or this alien plant's level and strength was not much lower than him. The alien plant was fine. If it was the alien before who had the courage to seek people on the radio in a big way, then he might also be a level 4 alien, at the same level as him. A rank 4 alien of the plant system, who habitually manipulated vines, was surprisingly something he hadn't heard of in the slightest. The adjutant was also confused. There was no such person in his memory. The only other possibility was the vine alien, who was so audacious as to turn on the radio. Could it be that he was also here to save people? Jiang Bui controlled the dark vines to increase their force little by little until he squeezed that level 3 zombie apart. Then he gradually relaxed his force and pulled out the crystal cord to wash it and put it away in space. He gathered up the vines, signaled to the people underneath that he had no intention of attacking and killing each other, and also helped the first few cars to solve a few alien ability tricky zombies, to show his harmlessness. Goddamn harmless. Chapter 130. Smooth Hair. Those people below understood at once after seeing the person. This is the alien, who was looking for someone on the radio in a big way before. Cheng Yin raised his hand and clasped his fist in that person's direction, raising his voice and saying, "Thanks, mate. Let's get together next." His head tilted towards the indoor stadium to indicate their destination. That being said, he didn't hold out much hope. Judging from his previous behavior, the man was perfectly capable of acting on his own, and didn't need to rely on anyone for companionship or help. Unexpectedly, that person nodded. Without saying a word, directly from the 6 or 7-story high roof jumped down. Bang! A light sound the next second landed in front of the caravan's eyes. Everyone was shocked. Close look only to find that the original sole of his feet are also padded with a few thin vines. The original is not directly from the 7th floor jumped down previously on the roof of the building, although everyone is a psychic can see the movement and figure. But the face is backlit, hidden in the blur of light and shadow. Cannot see clearly. Waiting for people to come down to see is actually an outstanding appearance and temperament of the youth. Estimated to have 1.8 or so tall. Carrying a black shoulder bag. Lips with a trace of if not smile towards them, if you ignore the giant vines coiled around his body, filled with Cthulhu and grotesque meanings. This would be a picture that could be directly transferred to the pre-apocalyptic big screen. However, moving to this realist scene now, the person on the opposite side was somewhat unable to laugh. In front of absolute strength, any added value is nothing. Only Cheng Yin's line of sight lingered for a few seconds as it swept over Jiang Bui's face. But it was quickly concealed. Not only were the people in the caravan sizing up Jiang Bui and the others were also secretly observing the people on the opposite side of the road, incidentally circling a few people who needed to be focused on in his mind. It wasn't that he hadn't noticed the somewhat deliberately redundant look that landed on his face from a level 4 alien. He didn't care. But it didn't mean that no snake didn't care. The moment Cheng Yin turned around, he suddenly felt a chill behind his back. The tiny hairs on his body instantly stood up, and his muscles tensed. It was as if he was being stared at by some unknown and mysterious dangerous existence. He didn't dare to move for a while. And it was not until everyone had boarded the car, and he was the only one still in the same place maintaining the movement of turning around, that he was called back to his senses by the adjutant in a state of disbelief. Scanning back and forth several times around also found nothing. Cheng Yin can only put this matter first. First get into the car to save the people before. However, the uneasiness and suspicion in his heart did not decrease at all, but became more and more suspicious. His intuition told him that this unknown was probably around him. No, it was a certainty. Thinking of this, Cheng Yin's fluttering vision suddenly settled still at a certain point. Could it be him? The line of sight unconsciously followed the youth, who leapt to the roof of the building again. suddenly narrowing his eyes in thought. Jiang Bui sensed that there was a line of sight behind him that had been staring at him, also did not pursue the matter, because he still had more important and more imminent matters. The ancestor in his sleeve was still baring its teeth, occasionally emitting a dangerous silky sound. And even after half a day of stroking his hair, he didn't lose his temper. Jiang Bu, for smooth hair action, paused for a moment, suddenly withdrew his hand, leaving it alone. He is a habitual problem, this old demon in his house. I can't say anything else. But he is very careful and angry, and his problems are too many to count. But the good thing is, this old demon still has a very good advantage. Wai Jiao waited for a while to see Jiang Bui really leave his hands off. Also, do not pretend to make, even from the cuffs out of the head, a pair of black beans like small eyes watery look at people, to the object to play innocent, relying on their own body now petite and lovely, all the way up in the human shoulder to the neck of that piece of the seat, obediently coiled, from time to time to rub a rub. In his heart, he was sorry and unfortunate that this trick didn't work very well after using it too many times. It was a good thing he could bend, and would find his own way down. I don't know, because the convoy now has at least 2 level 4 psychics sitting in the town. There are still a few remaining high-level zombies, perhaps fear, along the way until the stadium door no longer showed up. Everything is calm and quiet, but the danger is often hidden in the dawn of victory on the eve of the rise. Take advantage of their unpreparedness. Coldly stabbed a knife, just when the caravan of people knocked on the door and matched the password. A little bit of relief behind the back suddenly felt a chill. The next second was a green and white sharp claws pierced through the abdomen. The sudden sharp pain and sharp contraction of the pupils also reflected the shocked expression of his teammates inside the door. And the familiar, anxious exclamations of his teammates also came into his ears. This was the last image in his mind before he closed his eyes. The adjutant was also stunned by this turn of events, and hurriedly yelled in a low voice. Those inside closed the door quickly. There's an ambush outside. Everyone be careful. Shinro's pupils contracted, and the first time he saw a zombie behind the man, he unleashed his supernatural ability and tried to reclose the door. Who knew that it met resistance midway? Can't close it. The captain and vice team, they are still outside. Dukai Run, who had previously yelled with his neck craned up, changed his previous lethargy and fumed fiercely in resisting against the door and the alien energy on the door, just not letting the door close. The size and weight of the gym's door was not small, and it was already a bit slow to close the door. But now, with Dukairan's obstruction, it was even more difficult. Shinxing knew that he couldn't retreat at this time. Chui hadn't woken up yet, and Zhou Chu alone couldn't protect the 3 of them. Just as he was about to increase his alien energy, he heard a familiar, long-lost voice from outside. Shinro, hurry up and close the door. Familiar and long-lost to the point that when he heard it now, it actually caused his eyes to heat up a little. When he froze, his men loosened up quite a bit, and he hurriedly looked at Zhou Chu to try to corroborate it, only to find that she was also staring wide-eyed this way, which dared him to believe that what he had just heard was not an illusion. Zhou Chu muttered, Jiang? Jiang Bui knew that Shin's line was bound to be inside when he saw the large door that was wrapped in special black gold. All 3 of them are inside. Zhou Cho and Shinro are just a bit depleted of their supernatural abilities. They've been injured so badly that they can just go back and recuperate. But Chui Chant, Bai Jiao withdrew his divine sense, and had some difficulty discerning the physical condition of the one remaining teammate. Jiang Bui's heart was hoisted high, and he heard Bai Jiao murmur for a moment before he said, his alien energy seems to have fallen into disorder, and his breath is very mixed and sharp. Specifically, I can't see the person nor can I be clear, but for the time being, his life is fine. Jiang Bui then slowly loosened his clenched teeth and joined the battlefield. The field around the zombies were attracted to the outside. There has been wandering around the group of low-level zombies do not die, since the 4 high-level zombies' breath has long been hidden in which, a moment and a half difficult to find. In a sweep just now, he also found a more familiar aura. It was the zombie that had escaped from Chung Yan's letting them escape before. Shit. The people inside quickly fucking opened the door and let us in. Smash open the window next to it. Hurry up. The convoy wasn't full of people who were thinking about their teammates and had scruples. More of them had come over to show their faces in front of the bigwigs at the top of the base, or were about to advance to prepare for a desperate fight for their future, now being blocked here. Before and after the right and left are the great zombies cannot find the slightest retreat. Naturally anxious. But this is also human nature. Originally, people also have no obligation to sacrifice themselves for their teammates. So the people of the Arc Light team did not say anything. Just cursed the next time never recruited these people, and they are not a heart. On the contrary, it was the words Jiang Buwei said earlier that made them look twice more. The person who could single-handedly come over to save his teammates was naturally on the same path as them. Outside, vines were flying. Lightning and thunder. Flying sand and stones. Dukaran Sashin's team froze and hurriedly made efforts, ready to take advantage of his defenselessness to open the gate. Behind him, his teammates connected into a defensive line, stopping the survivors, who were eager to go up and close the door. With a burst of energy, he exerted a fierce force. Then his entire body lunged straight out towards the outside, his incisors directly knocking on the steps. And if it wasn't for someone pulling him, he would have almost perished into the mouth of the corpses. Boom! The gate also bounced out in response to his force as an afterthought, smashing into the wall beside the doorframe with a not-so-small thud. Again, with some sort of force, it slowly pushed itself back a few steps to cover the wide-open doorway, leaving a gap that could be defended or attacked. However, everyone was focusing all their attention on the zombie attacks that could not be defended around them, and with a loud noise made by the supernatural power. Very few people noticed this place except for those inside the gymnasium. Dukai-run didn't know if he was lucky or not. As soon as he raised his head and just wanted to say thank you, he bared his teeth and winced in pain, and looked down to see the corpses of the two big slabs of teeth lying in front of him stained with blood. The incisors were knocked out too. He said, "Why does it hurt so much?" But he didn't forget that he was still on the edge of the battlefield, and hurriedly got up by borrowing the arm of the nice man just now. Damn stinking open gate. Wait for him to go back and teach him to do, people? Dukai-run raised his head halfway up and got stuck in the middle. He looked at the familiar face. This is not that stupid open the door? Ah. Also not right. His lips opened and closed a few times. Thank you just now. I'll keep this in mind. Shinro heard the rawness and awkwardness in his words, but his mind was actually not on it. With great difficulty, he searched for the figure that was wrapped tightly in vines, and his eyes lit up, raising his voice towards the door. Change. Zhou Chu, who was waiting inside, had long been impatient, personally handing over Cui Chant to Xin Xinglan before flashing out the door. The two of them had exactly one external and one internal psychic ability, one attacking and one defending. It didn't make sense to let the one suitable for defending and guarding the home go out in charge, and the one with strong aggressiveness stay inside. That would be the biggest waste of alien energy. Chapter 131 Caught Off Guard. The vines that covered the sky waved their branches and kept running through, entangling the zombies around them. The branches and vines that were full of crystals and cores returned to their masters every now and then to shake their heads, and the fruits of the battle on the top of the head fell down with a splash. The thunder and lightning that seemed to split the sky and earth, and the flying sand and stones in front of their eyes made the visibility around them high and low, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, and even the direction was hard to discern. Not to mention the strong attack on the third-level zombie surrounded in the middle. The light from the nearby fire reflected on Jiang Buwei's handsome face, declining in the west, and his ears were filled with the shouts and cries of his teammates and fellow travelers. He took a few steps back, avoiding the main battlefield, and stood at a high place to catch the target out of the corner of his eye. In a few moments, an unassuming vine crept up to him, shaking its body. It handed Jiang Weiwei the unusual crystal core curled up at the end. He accepted it with an understanding hand and put it away in space. The last level 3 crystal core was pocketed by him. It was almost done. He turned to the Shinline inside the door and said, "It's okay outside. Let's go. Old Qin is still injured." At the same time, the vines retracted. The Alterans who were fighting froze for a moment, and the sky above their heads, which was originally covered by the vines, was now brightly lit. The vines were gone? Zhou Chu resolved the several zombies in front of her in 3 strikes, and quickly turned back to gather with her teammates. The adjutant hurriedly turns back to remind the captain. They're gone! The vines disappeared too quickly for Cheng Yen to not notice their actions. He looked at the corpse of the third-level zombie that had already had its crystal core siphoned off unknowingly, and after a moment's pause, he still said, "It's better to save the people first. Let's bring the people back first, and then we'll think about it later." After the three of them left the line of sight of the crowd behind them, Jiang Bui took the car out of the space, and a few people rushed all the way to the small auditorium downstairs. Shin and his party set up 4 black iron walls around the car. Jiang Bui and Zhou Chu rolled out of the car window. Zhou Chu stood on the wall to clean up the zombies attracted by the flesh and blood and the sound of the car's engine. Zhou Chu stood on the fence and cleaned up the zombies attracted by the blood and the sound of the car's engine. Jiang Bui, on the other hand, with the help of vines, jumped up to the first floor in 3 or 5 moves. When he climbed through the window, he saw that Qin Jishan and Lin Ivana had already packed their backpacks and were ready to go when they heard the sound of the car. But the face of the 2 men at this time cannot be called good-looking. Qin saw the depths of the good. When the medical internship round the department of what have not seen. The face is still calm. Lin Ivana is just a young girl. Just graduated not long ago. The first time to see this kind of big scene. The whole person was trembling with anger. Only to see that everyone inside the small auditorium had gathered in front of the window. All carrying their own more or less luggage and belongings on their backs. Standing between the small window and the 2 people, blocking them tightly. They didn't make a move to hold the 2 as hostages to coerce the people outside to save them first. Not because they didn't want to, but no one wanted to be the first to stand out and be the first to see the power of the sharp iron blade in Lin Ivana's hands. But they were certain that as long as they didn't push the 2 to the brink, they wouldn't even dare to actually kill someone. Especially that yellow-haired girl. The whole half day they tried several times before and after. Not a single time to lay down a hard hand. Can be seen only bluffing. External strength is just. As for the sick man who couldn't even stand up, they didn't take him seriously at all. Lin Ivana was provoked by their emboldened eyes, and was about to go forward to argue. Qin Jinshan pulled her back and shook his head. They are outnumbered. Just the 2 of us will surely suffer. Lin Ivana was reluctant and a little worried. Then just let it go. But what if your teammates see? She swallowed back the latter words, and didn't say anything else. But Qin Si Deep knew what it was. She was afraid that his teammates would see this, and find it too troublesome and difficult to deal with. And would simply leave them alone. Or would really be held hostage by these people. With no way to get out. But none of this was a matter for him, and his teammates, who were outside. So he had to softly reassure them. So now it's even more important for us to protect ourselves, and not rush up. Lin Aster was instantly awakened by this one sentence, which calmed him down, and protected in front of him with a serious and solemn face. Those people waited and waited. Those with sharp ears heard the sound of the car's engine, and hurriedly pulled away from the crowd to squeeze forward, and saw a tall, handsome man with sharp hands tumbling in through the window. It was that man just now. They were all excited at once, and directly surrounded Jiang Weiwei, only hindered by the hideous vines surrounding him, and did not directly attack. Jiang Bui wrinkled his brows and took a step back, using his height advantage to accurately find the 2 men who were drowned behind the people. The line of sight turned to the group of roadblockers in front of him. Coldly and indifferently, he spat out a sentence. Please give way. Don't block the road. The vines were no longer restrained. And in a flash, they unfolded their vine bodies, waving their claws and teeth with open arms. And the circle of people surrounding in front of them cried out in shock and retreated back and forth. Brothers, we are all from the same base. It's not good to do such a desperate thing. Right. You're going back to the base anyway. So won't you just give us a lift along the way? Jiang Bui faced these people's unceremonious faces head-on, the veins at the corners of his forehead jumping straight up. The vines mercilessly replaced Jiang Bui's arms to block away the obstacles in front of him for their master, allowing Qin Jishan and Lin Ivana to hurry over. Right at this moment, a huge iron shelf appeared out of nowhere, and smashed into Jiang Bui unexpectedly. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the iron shelf that appeared out of thin air above their heads, looking from side to side in horror, frantically shoving the crowd backward, wanting to get away from the iron shelf, fearing that it would smash down and injure them by mistake. Above Jiang's head, Qin saw the depths of his heart in a hurry. His hands swiftly changed into 10 sharp and slender metal-long blades, about to pounce on Jiang Bui, who was a few steps away. Seeing that they were about to be smashed, several screams resounded around them, as if the next moment the smashed and blurred flesh and blood were about to be splashed onto their bodies. The youth hiding in the crowd had already quietly grinned, happily waiting for the bloody scene that was about to happen, who knew that in the next second, the smile on his face froze all of a sudden. He stared incredulously at the man who was selfish and hateful, but had dodged the underhanded blow he had caught off guard. Why was that? He had used this move to sneak attack many exalts, even many of them who were much stronger than him, and had never missed. He couldn't understand why he had missed this time, when the 2-man-high iron shelf was still but a palm's distance away from the man. A flash of white was so fast that it flashed out of a phantom and crashed into it. Immediately after that, the shells uncontrollably veered towards another direction and ruthlessly smashed into the corner of the small auditorium. Fortunately, there was no one there, or else the screams at this moment would have broken through the sky again. Bai Jiao smashed the shells out and then accurately captured the youth mixed in the crowd with his icy vertical eyes. Lu Jia shrank and hurriedly lowered his head in an attempt to hide his presence. It also blocked out the horror and shock that filled his face. It was clearly just a white snake less than an arm's length. But that glance at him just now caused him to fall into an abyss and chill all over his body. It was as if he had been locked by a large beast with a killing machine. Chapter 132, Small Temper. I'm fine. Jiang Buwei also frowned in that direction, raising his hand to smooth down the little white snake's hair. Keeping him. Sooner or later, he will be a scourge. Wai Jiao's low and gloomy timbre sounded in his head. He was worried that Jiang Buwei was too soft-hearted to do it himself, and subconsciously wanted to get rid of the person. Hearing Bai Jiao's concern, although it was out of place, he still didn't hold back from hooking his lips. He's going to kill me. I'm not a saintly father. I'm still leaving people alive. He dragged back the white Jiao to pacify him, but also because he was afraid that it was too open. Fell in the eyes of people who had the intention to take advantage of his weakness. Drilled a hole. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Jia was suddenly appeared, vines wrapped around his neck and hanged high up. The people around him were so scared that they backed up, looking at the vines that suddenly started attacking people, and were still a bit confused, knowing that wasn't their emboldened reliance that these people didn't dare to actually kill people with their hands? Now, without the most crucial backbone, even the few people who rushed at the front had the intention of retreating. After a while, only one person stammered out a sentence from his lips. His voice was shivering. You? Are you trying to kill someone? Put the man down. In the next second, the warmth of the spray on their faces and clothes made them wake up like a dream, and silenced their voices and cowed their faces as they took a few steps backward, trying to get away from Jiang Buwei and the person wrapped in the vines. Lin Aster was the first to go down, and as soon as she landed on the ground, she was about to use her powers to solve the zombies around her. But a high-temperature ball of light directly solved it for her. Immediately after that, from a rare intact car next to her, a woman whose aura was very human at first glance came down and walked over to her side. You get in the car first. Lin Ivana froze for a moment. Saw the two upstairs also successively smooth out. Also no nonsense. Pull open the door and quickly get on the car. Modified 7-seater commercial vehicle chassis is very high. The back seat 2 rows of seats were deliberately removed. Piled up a lot of boxes of bagged food and drinking water. The most inside there are a few do not know whether it is loaded with diesel fuel or petrol plastic drums. Only the left and right sides of the carriage welded 2 rows of long seats wrapped in leather. For people to rest. Lin Ivana sat down and controlled her eyes in a very measured manner, not looking towards the pile of supplies next to her that was sufficient to the point of being alarming. Nor did she dare to cast her eyes too much on the man lying on the bench opposite her, who kept his eyes closed. The young man in the driver's seat saw her coming up and turned his head to chat enthusiastically. You're the one who saved Brother China. Right. Are you hungry? There's food next to us. Feel free to take it. Don't ever be polite with us. The words were so dense that Lin Ivana couldn't even interject for a moment. She could only nod her head in agreement again and again, like a chicken pecking at rice. As soon as Zhou Chu opened the door of the car, she heard the Shenline to the person little girl in Nista. The sound does not take a break. She raised her hand towards the person, skillfully smashed a plastic bag. Trouble driver words do not so dense. Should a line of easy to catch the not a plastic crystal core. Playful smile back, got it. Although the two are playing around. But the corners of the mouth cannot stop smiling but cannot hide. Also did not want to hide. Although the teammates were injured, miserable and disabled, unconscious, but at least they were still gathered together and did not fall to the worst. Just as he was thinking, the car door was pulled open from the outside, and Qin Qishan was carefully bundled and tied in by vines. Lin Ivana and Zhou Chu hurriedly got up, making way for another bench for the sick man. Immediately after, Jiang Bui moved quickly and jumped onto the car, scanning round the somewhat crowded rear carriage. With a lift of his hand, he moved the supplies that took up most of the space into the space, leaving only enough portions for a few people. He also placed a tatami mat in the middle of the carriage that allowed the two ladies to rest. Lin Ivana stared wide-eyed at this wave of flowing operations, not expecting that she could still see the legendary spatial system psychic here. Wait, could it be that this person is not only a plant system alien, but also a rare dual system alien? Zhou Chu saw the weirdness and sat down on the tatami mats, and also greeted Lin Ivana to also hurry up and sit down to rest. Jiang Bui turned around and jumped down again after tidying up the rear compartment for a resting place. Although his teammates had been rescued, there was still a mess that he needed to clean up. For the sake of the same species, he still left them a way out before leaving. After cleaning up the zombies on the first floors, he also left those people in the small auditorium on the first floor with a dilapidated minibus, with half a box of oil in it, enough for those people to rush out. After doing so, he ignored the few heads crowded on the windows of the first floor auditorium and their incessant shouts, took a few steps back, and then made a high leap onto the roof of the black commercial vehicle. The vines naturally hanging down from the roof of the car gently patted the window of the driver's seat, signaling him to hurry up and drive. Shinro subconsciously nodded his head, only to realize after nodding that his brother Jiang was still squatting on the roof of the car, unable to see his nod. Business car immediately crazy like all the way wildly stepped on the accelerator towards the school entrance rush. The car is also topped with a group of gray vines with teeth and claws. Hard to clear the road in front of the car. Jiang Bui disliked the roof of the car was a bit unclean, half squatting on the top, his right arm wrapped around the roots of the dark vines, his hand still holding a handful of second-grade crystals. The light emanating from the crystals showed that he was now absorbing the energy in it without a moment's pause. The other hand, relying on his physical strength, did not hold the handle fixed on the roof of the car, but instead reached into the inner pocket in his shirt that was purposely sealed. With a helpless look on his face, his hand dug and dug inside, and he managed to tug on a cold, slippery little tail that still slipped out of his hand. All he could feel at this point was thankful that no one saw his awkward movements at the moment, thanks to the surrounding vines covering him. What's with the little tantrum? Hurry up and come out. The little white snake was silent in his pocket, intent on playing dead. He was nestled in the pocket, separated only by a thin layer of fabric from the object's warm and smooth musculature. His body was radiating swirling pink bubbles. Atmosphere at the moment do not dare to breathe a bit, for fear of letting someone twist his tail and pull out. Jiang Bui got out of bed, but did not eat his set. Threatened, if you don't come out, you will sleep in the nest by yourself tonight. After Bai Jiao was affected by the rutting period and became smaller, he was worried that he would press the shrunken white snake when he fell asleep at night. So he borrowed a miniature cot that Barbie dolls sleep on from Lin Yi. After giving Bai Jiao a test size, it was actually just right. White little one nestled inside, and then covered with the lace little pink quilt Lin Yi kindly provided. Almost Jiang Bui kept bleeding. Unfortunately, his fierce and ferocious boyfriend scoffed at this. Only slept for half the night. That night, in the middle of the night, to smuggle back to the big bed, Jiang Bui had no choice. So after a few night attacks, he found that his little boyfriend was not pressed into a snake cake before he left the matter alone. As soon as he heard that he was allowed to sleep on the toy bed that the doll had vacated for him, Bai Jiao's sweaty hairs immediately stood up all over his body. He reluctantly said goodbye to little Cotton Doodle and viciously twisted little Noodle Dot before he left. Jiang Bui. Chapter 133, Heavy Rain. Originally, the plan was to go back to the base as soon as possible to recuperate, so that Qin Jinshan could have the conditions to recuperate from his injuries, and also to see what was going on with Chui Song's coma. But the plan couldn't catch up with the changes. The front windscreen of the car on the rain block, like an old bull, is working hard and constantly sliding back and forth to the rain falling on the window. But the rain is too big. The rain block simply waved not as much as turned into a bubbling turbid water, blurring the line of sight of the people in the car. Shinilan walked a road really do not dare to continue to go forward. The front of the tree and car was the wind blowing the fall of the fall, drowning of the flood, and then flooded slowly floating up. Fortunately, their car chassis is relatively high. Like some of the chassis is lower than the engine was flooded early to move. Jiang Bui as early as the first time in the rain fell into the car. At this time is holding wrapped in the arm of the small white snake sitting on the passenger side. Look out the window, with a serious expression. This rainstorm continues. The water level will continue to rise. Sooner or later their car will also be flooded. And he was worried about more than just this matter. This rain was when they just left the university town, and has been falling until now. They are about to arrive, at the base of the southern city is still falling. He was worried that the old and young left behind at home would have something happen because of this sudden natural disaster. What's more, Chui Song still hasn't woken up yet. He still need to go back to the base as soon as possible to find someone to take a look. This rain is too heavy. Can't continue to drive forward. Get ready. Get off and find a high place to avoid the rain, he said, seeing that the water level was about to spread over the car tires and continue upwards. Shen and his party had a sharp break and rode for a distance before slowly stopping in front of the door of a building. The vines quickly expand. The roots entangle together and then form a piece of umbrella to cover the sky. Shen Lin arranged the hat of the Macintosh and took the lead in carrying the unconscious Chui Song rushed out. The remaining several people draped in Macintoshes, wearing rain boots, helping each other to help each other action dripping with water, followed by the door also into the door. Jiang Bui fell at the end. Raised his hand to put away the car will soon be submerged. He did not rush into the building, but lowered his head for a moment to look at the underwater has been diffused to his knees. A glance at the bottom of the turbulent water constantly being smashed out of the rain flowers, blocking his vision to continue to explore downwards. Apart from a few clusters of residential buildings in the distance, this building was the only four-storied building in the town, and the only commercial building and department store supermarket around this suburb. Zhou Chu walked at the very front to open the way. All of them were level 1 and low-level zombies that didn't even have a rank, and they were quickly cleared away. The grave color on her face, however, did not ease at all, secretly raising her vigilance. Her line of sight swiftly crossed over a few traces that had obviously just been left behind, man-made traces. At the same time scratching at the bottom of her heart. Someone was in here just before us. Be careful. She scanned the sign by the stairs and led a few people towards the highest level, the 4th floor. The few people behind her obviously noticed that there was more than just their group here as well, and secretly raised their guard. The ground floor was an entire floor of a superstore. But unfortunately, because of the terrain, the rainwater had already begun to pour in, making it completely impossible for people to enter. What they had just entered to was the ground floor, mostly counters for clothes, shoes, cosmetics, and gold and silver jewelry, which had now flooded up to the tops of their feet. The 2nd and 3rd floors both sold clothes. The difference was only that on the left side of the 3rd floor was a children's playground, while the 1st floor was a hometown, and the internal cinema on the 4th floor was the purpose of this line of work for a few people. The cinema inside the shopping mall usually has its own gate and security check, and the cinema is also divided into many screening halls inside the cinema. The ceiling and security of the gate is good. As long as the gates were secured, the inside was safe. A few people just went up and heard a few voices speaking in different tones. They glanced at each other. It seemed that not only had someone arrived on the 4th floor before them, but they also collided with their thoughts. Quickly find where the switch is. It's so dark in there. It's weirdly creepy. The male voice continued to urge. The other voice hurriedly responded. Hey. I'll find it soon. Brother Chung. You sit down first. Sit what? You hurry up and find yours. The male voice became even more impatient. Hey. They walked out of the corner next to the already stopped lift and saw two men tinkering with something behind the counter behind the glass doors of the cinema. It didn't take much of an introduction for Jiang Bui to automatically put them in the right place. A young man with a duck-tongue cap was bowing his back looking for switches around the counter, and the man beside him leaning against the counter with an annoyed face was obviously the one the young man referred to as Brother Chung. Upon hearing Jiang Bui's deliberately aggravated footsteps, Brother Chung and the young man raised their heads in hindsight, and saw that someone on the 4th floor had actually subconsciously shrunk back a bit. Obviously, they hadn't expected that there were actually other people here. That Brother Chung subconsciously retreated a step before he came back to his senses, frowned and angrily looked at Jiang Bui and the others and shouted, "Where did you guys come from? Do you know that the 4th floor is occupied by our brother Tai?" Bai Jiao suddenly came at this time and said, "Apart from the 4th floor, there are people on the 2nd and 3rd floors." Jiang Bui heard the voice transmission in his head, and subconsciously nodded his head and replied back. They should all be in the children's paradise and home city. Cinemas and other public places where people gather are occupied in the end of the world. There is no reason why the less crowded and less dangerous hometown and children's paradise would not have people occupying their turf first. But this nod of his head fell on the opposite two men is a kind of knowing provocation. As for what this little white guy said, they are far away. Coupled with Jiang Bui just whispered subconsciously back. Naturally as not heard. Brother Chung picked up the sledgehammer that was placed in the place beside him, and turned back to the young man and said, "Quickly go in and find Brother Tai. Let the big guys come out and move around. Just to loosen up their muscles, and also give them a lesson." Then turning his head with a sly grin on his face, he looked at their line of people who seemed to outsiders to be fainting and wounded. And the rest of them were either little white men or weak women. And surveyed with satisfaction the two of them, whose colors were clearly above the horizontal line. The measuring line of sight rarely paused for a moment when it turned to Jiang Bui, smacking his thick lips for a while before moving his eyes away. Full of malicious sight naturally cannot hide these people. Jiang Weiwei also do not care to talk nonsense with them. Slightly flicked his index finger. Originally upstairs has been put away. The vines instantly popped open. The target is clear towards the source of malice. Cheng's eyes were violently wide. His pupils suddenly shrunk. For a moment, he was unable to move. His mind was full of the dark vines that reflected in his eyes. And this dark color was being infinitely enlarged. Chapter 134, Healing System Alien. This side before the young man wearing a duck-tongued hat knocked on Tai's door. Behind him came the so-called Cheng's miserable screams. Only a short bang. And then, there was no sound. His face went white. And he couldn't even care about relenting after the man inside was interrupted, shouting for someone to open the door. The vines that were unknowingly following him hastily stretched the leaves on the vine, so as not to be tied up in the cutting of leeks that was to follow. After a few muffled screams, the dark vine poked out its roots from the head of the house, and returned to Jiang Bui's side, carrying a large bag of crystals. I don't know if it's because of letting it stay with the white Jiao for a long time. The good habit of cleanliness that he managed to cultivate for vine is now not left at all. Every time it goes out and comes back, it just dabs on the dirt and grass, and then it's done. If there is no grass for it to rub, it will be covered in blood, and come to him with a big shake, and then run away. Jiang Bui took the vines, handed up vines, waved his hand, and let it quickly move away. Out of sight, out of mind. As for the few crystals that were quietly under this goods, he completely ignored. The ownership of this small cinema on the 4th floor had already been quietly completed in a few short and heavy screams, although their temporary landing place had already been fixed. Due to the previous cinema owner still had some thorny leftover issues. Several people still had a bit of a headache after asking around, with the exception of the innermost screening room, which was littered with cigarette butts and a few traveling bags of food. The other 3 screening rooms all had a few women of varying ages, and even one of them had a few skinny, good-looking men, perhaps because they had been locked up here for too long. When Jiang Bui and his team entered, only a few of them glanced this way in fear when they heard the commotion, while the rest of them just huddled in the corners with numb faces, not paying attention to the outside world in the slightest. Jiang Bui pushed the door in, and only roughly swept a glance before hastily averting his eyes, and exiting without forgetting to close the door. He raised his hand, and fished out the white snake that was trying to climb upwards to cover his eyes, and hesitated for a while, but still let the only 2 female comrades present go in. With Zhou Chu present, he was also relieved to let the 2 female comrades go in by themselves. Zhou Chu and Lin Ivana each carried 2 bags and pushed the door in. At the first glance, they fell silent. As women, they were naturally more able to put themselves in their shoes and understand all the obscurities involved. Zhou Chu paused for a moment before carrying her backpack over there, and Lin Ivana hurriedly followed. There were 4 big backpacks. 2 of them contained loose and warm clothes that Jiang Bui had pulled out from space, and the remaining 2 bags contained some medicine and food. Seeing that she started to shiver uncontrollably as soon as she got close to those people, Zhou Chu had to put the things down, and the 2 of them exited the room, bringing the door to the people without forgetting to do so. As they walked down the corridor, Lin Aster suddenly spoke out. Dying so easily just now really cheapened those brutes. Zhou Chu sighed, and shook his head without saying anything. Zhou Chu had seen a few glances at the medicines Jiang Bu prepared for when he packed his backpack just now, and also knew that Jiang had stuffed some other medicines into it besides the basic anti-inflammatory drugs and antibiotics. Although she was surprised that Jiang had even these medicines in his space. She had to say that she was relieved when she saw those medicines. At least it couldn't get any worse. From the end of the world until now. This kind of thing was only too much. They could save 1, 2, 10, 100, but not all of them. These screening rooms, they occupied the innermost clean screening room. They didn't clean up the row of long seats for couples in the back. But instead, they spread all the red carpeted area of the big screen in the front row with the old bedsheets they had brought with them. Although this room looks clean, but the thought of these sofas slept on those beasts. They feel diaphragmatic in the heart. The cinema's screening room usually does not have windows. The walls are all double-layer soundproof material. Now the power has long been cut off. The house is pitch black. If not, they are all psychics. I'm afraid to appear squatting crab walking or holding the wall to fumble with the embarrassment of walking. A few people had just made their beds for the night when Zhou Chu pushed her way in from outside. She casually throws her already empty backpack to the side. Other than those few that look serious, the rest of them look like they don't want to lighten up right now. Jiang Bui handed over her portion of rice, not picking up on her words, but instead asked with downcast eyes, "It's still raining outside? How high is the water level now?" The only person left in the room was Leni Ivana, who saw this and revealed a look of wanting to speak, but swallowed her words back when she saw that no one except herself had any objections to this. She was in a difficult position to protect herself. She had no position to blame others. Even she was relying on people's charity to be able to comfortably eat and drink before going to bed in this kind of dangerous weather. Leni Ivana's awareness of her current status as a pendant was very clear. At the beginning of the week, she just mentioned it in passing, and didn't care when Jiang Bui didn't answer. She now has a hand of crispy and juicy meat buns. A hand of dense and sweet. Eat sandy red bean congee. Eat face full of enjoyment. Eat a mouthful of crispy and juicy meat buns. And then feel a taste of dense red bean congee. Instantly feel their souls are sublimated. From being trapped in the university city has been tense muscles at this moment in the safe and comfortable environment only a moment to relax. Hearing Jiang Bui's question, she ate without lifting her head, her voice revealing a bit from the cracks of her mouth. It's still raining. The rain hasn't slowed down at all. The water line was still under the windows on the ground floor when I looked just now. And now it should have already diffused over the windowsill. The traumas on Qin Jinshan's body had almost healed. And now, he could barely hold himself up to give Cui Song a glucose infusion. But he was frowning tightly at this moment, with some sadness in the bottom of his eyes. It's hard to say how many days the rain outside will last. But in Cui Song's case, I don't know how many days it can be delayed. The day after they rushed in the car, he was able to endure the pain of his wounds and sit up to check Cui Song's condition. But helplessly he had learned half his life's medical reserves, which were also built on the basis of previous materialism, and could only come to the conclusion that there were no fatal injuries after stripping the person naked and taking a look at him from the left and the right. As for whether the internal organs are injured or injured to the brain before the coma, no medical equipment. Everything is a blind guess. Moreover, it could not be ruled out whether there was any intervention or damage from the supernatural powers inside. When he spoke this conclusion to his teammates with some heaviness inevitably appearing on his face, everyone's emotions were a little off. In the end, it was Len Aster who suddenly woke up a few people by mentioning something in passing in order to comfort them. She said, "If your teammates really have problems because of their powers, or even the crystal nuclei in their brains, you can go to my previous base and try your luck. There's a high-level healing faculty psychic there. At least level 3. Healing faculty? A base that's small still has such a precious healing lineage? Or more than 3rd level?" Xinxing Liang was shocked, directly interrupting Lin Ivana's words after that. It was no wonder that he was so out of sorts. And the expressions of the few remaining people were no better. In their impression, if a psychic was 1 in 100 or 1 in 1,000 among the survivors, then a healing psychic was 1 in 100,000. Not 1 in a million, but a 1 in 100,000 probability. Because the probability of healing system psychic awakening is too low. So once appeared in people's line of sight will be the official or large bases to recruit. Income under the banner. For into a secret weapon. Even so, there were quite a few large bases or forces that shared a healing system alien. Because the healing system was really too few to be left in the public. Even with the principle of if we don't have it, You can't have it either. Some unscrupulous bases and forces would even press the already scarce panda to death in the cradle of the storm. All sorts of reasons combined had led to the current situation where healing psychics were both precious and dangerous. And once they showed up, it was a bloodbath. And now Lenivana even said that a small pheasant base that didn't even have a proper name even had a healing department that was at least level 3 or above. One must know that the bases that have a healing system psychic on the surface right now, their pandas are only at the highest level of 3. This was still a level 3 healing system adept that had been piled up with a large amount of crystal cores, like pearls, by the efforts of the entire bases of several super large bases. This matter was too shocking, and they could not be blamed for being so rude. Chapter 135, Cocooning. This matter does not need to discuss. A few people heard immediately decided to wait for the rain to stop after the separation of departure. Shenlin and Zhou Chu first back to the base. The rest of the people with the injured set off to that small base. Jiang Bui thought here is only a few miles away from the base of the southern city. And Shenlin and Zhou Chu's strength in their squad is not obvious. But single carry to the outside can also be unique. Do not need to worry. Let them go back as also thinking about their delay in the outside is not short. The family is still only the old man and children. There are a few not necessarily obedient small pets. Say not worried is not true. Outside this rain is still falling endlessly. If it continues to fall like this, the base will be flooded. Shinro held a lollipop in his mouth, his head facing the direction of the South City base outside the window, his eyes drifting. The two ladies present rolled their eyes, not wanting to talk to him. Qin Jinshan looked at the cards in his hand, did not lift his head and said, "Don't look. Look at the rain will not be stopped by you." Shini lined deep sigh. How he did not know how to rely on his eyes cannot stop staring at the rain. But this heart is just scratching the heart like irritation. This is the 4th day. I am anxious. Zhou Chu wrinkled his eyebrows and threw out 2 cards, sniffing at Shinro. 2 eyes narrowed threatened. Who is not anxious? You again give me here to disrupt the military blindly fooled it. I will let the small black to you drag out drowning. Just as she was talking, Lenivana ended the game of landlord with a king bomb. Zhou Chu. She casually threw the large handful of cards left in her hand forward, intending to reshuffle the cards for another game. Then she heard Qin Jinshan say in some grave surprise, "Chui song." Zhou Chu hand paused for a moment, hurriedly turned to look at the man lying on the futon behind her, only to see that I do not know when the body from head to toe wrapped in yellowish white silk, immediately to become all wrapped in. Should a line of anxious want to get on the hands of those who do not know the way of things to tear off, but do not know what things. Afraid of doing bad things. A pat on the thigh. I'll go and call Brother Jiang and the others to come. And then ran towards the inside of the theater in a flash. Lenivana thought he was in a momentary hurry before he mouthed them, and didn't take it to heart. This thing should just grow all over Chui Song's body in a moment's time. The attack was quick, Qin Sishan said, as he moved closer to observe Chui Song's physical condition. He was sure that it was less than a minute before he answered Shinxing's sentence, that he also looked up at Chui Song. And at that time, his body was clean and dry, with no signs at all. However, he did not know what he saw, but his hands moved with a slight surprise, and he gave a eek. Afterwards, he moved more gently and carefully lifted the silk-like material that had covered the lower half of Chui Song's face, and looked back and forth several times before putting down his hand. Old Bai and I will take Chui Song to the base. You guys first. Jiang Bui seems to have just come out of the quilt. Clothes are full of wrinkles, hurriedly ran to the hall. When he arrived at the hall to take a closer look, Chui Song's state immediately shocked him. Pulling up his backpack and Macintosh, and wanting to carry the person on his back to go outside, Qin Sishan hurriedly pulled the person back. Wait a moment. Don't rush first. Chui Song seems to be feathering his metamorphosis. Jiang Bui froze and repeated. Feathering and metamorphosing? I think it should be. I just looked. His skin that is now exposed to the outside is secreting these filaments and his body has become stiff. These symptoms shouldn't be a bad thing if you look at it in Chui Song's alien form. He's probably metamorphosing into a butterfly during this time. Without an expert in the field of biology, Qin Sishan could only define it as he thought. But in order to be more accurate and safe, we still need to find a biology major, someone who specializes in the field of insects, to take another look. He just amateur like collecting insect specimens and reading insect knowledge. Cannot be very sure that the filaments on the top and the end is not the same as the butterfly cocoon material. The several people around him all froze. And all of them went towards the upper half of Chui Song's face that was still exposed. Indeed, in the case of the mouth and nose is not very clear, even if it is shock coma state. He could not be like now such a calm and peaceful expression. Jiang Bui was already somewhat convinced of Qin Jishan's deduction. Backing away some distance to look at Chui Song from a distance to see that he was indeed a huge human-shaped white cocoon. However, he still took out a half-human tall medical kit from the space and asked Qin to give him a vital signs check. The conditions are limited. The medical equipment can be used only a few elderly blood glucose measuring glucose meter, blood pressure instrument, a few packets of test strips for different purposes, etc. But it is better than nothing. Qin Jishan carefully checked Chui Song's basic vital indicators several times against the urgent and fiery gazes of the people behind him. Then he looked up to his teammates. It's the same as the results of this morning's check. And the hormone indexes haven't changed much. And the results of this morning's check were about the same as the previous check indicators when he was awake, indicating that Chui Song was not yet in a life-threatening situation, as the default team doctor in their team, except before and after a mission. Qin Jishan would give them a small medical checkup once every week. But then only Lin Yi and Chui Mother would do the checkups. And the others gradually stopped doing this unnecessary chicken rib checkup. It wasn't until after Chui Song fell into a coma that this examination was resumed for him. Because the physical indicators of psychics are far superior to normal people. Ordinary fevers and colds can't find their way to the door. And as the level of psychic ability and strength increase, the body's old illnesses and chronic diseases will slowly recover and heal at their level of strength. Basically, the diseases that people would get before the end of the world will not appear again. Perhaps, in a sense, this disaster that had scoured the globe was indeed a difficult evolution of carbon-based life on Earth. So what now? Brother Jiang? Zhou Chu voiced out. And everyone looked at Jiang Bui. Jiang Bui looked out the window at the silky pouring rain, and could only forcefully suppress the anxiety in his heart. It's raining too much right now. Pack up your things first. And when the rain is a little lighter, we'll set off. Another sentence was added. Go back to the South City base first. The others nodded without objection. Seeing this, Jiang Bui carried his backpack and went back inside the cinema screening room. As soon as he opened the door, he saw some unusual breathing ups and downs and movements in the 10-meter-high projection room. And he walked all the way over to throw down a few nightlights to prevent his teammates from coming in and stepping on anything by mistake. It also vaguely illuminated a few splashes of white scales while they were slowly wandering and swaying around. The dim and pitch-black environment was unusually clear to the vision of the alien, only to see a huge white python with an invisible head and tail coiled up in the entire screening room. And its size was even bigger than when it was sparring over the base earlier, stuffing the medium-sized screening room that could accommodate hundreds of people. With this, people were still condescending to show that they were squeezing. If another person is here, suddenly push the door to see such a Cthulhu miracle descending scene. I'm afraid that we'll faint on the spot. He was only glad that Shenlin just walked to the door. He heard the footsteps to open the door. Otherwise I am afraid that it will leave a shadow in the child's heart. Sure enough, Big is comfortable. A soothing sigh of relief came from his ears, completely forgetting that he was still disgusted with the projection hall squeezing his big smart head a moment before. Sure enough, the leather band has been a long time. Almost forgetting that his prototype is so majestic and huge, so handsome and dashing. Bai Jiao thought of thinking about it with some emotion. Jiang Bui lost his smile, knowing that he had survived the rutting period and had begun to float again. Stifling a laugh, he endeavored to inform in a cold and not so regretful voice. Then you seize the time to enjoy the present. Maybe the next second you'll just have to be a little white leather band. White scowl, smile fading. After listening to the explanation, he chose to fight for his right to be archetype free. I can swim in the water while turning into an archetype. And I can still carry you. People can't bear to let you carry me. It's too heavy and will crush you. Jiang Bui stared at the white Jiao without blinking, and rubbed these smooth and hard scales in his hand. Nonsense. How dirty is the water now? If it had dribbled into the water once, it would still have to give it a bath. As for carrying him, these scales are so smooth that they can be seen in a mirror. And they are slippery when a person sits on them, which is not as comfortable and convenient as kayaks and speedboats. In the end, this small dispute to Bai Jiao shy and swinging red head over to ask to touch the end. Chapter 136, Kayaking. The rain in the following days increased rather than decreased. Just as the team was about to set off in the pouring rain, the afternoon of the third day suddenly cleared up. Though there were still wisps of drizzle in the sky, the sun was already leaking out obliquely from behind the overcast canopy. When they withdrew from the fourth floor, they saw a lot of people popping up in the building all at once, like the rain had trapped many people. Once the rain stopped, the food here could not supply so many people, so the remaining people naturally had to find a new way out. Before leaving, Zhou Chu went to the screening room to tell the survivors that the weather had cleared up, and that it would not take more than a few days for the water level to completely recede. So she told them to plan ahead. The escalators had already stopped, and there weren't many people on them. But the half-human-high glass fences on each floor were filled with a few people, all watching. For the people in the building, they have no tools to leave. Now the water level is so high. Who knows what is under the water? As long as they couldn't starve, they had no intention of risking the dangers of crossing the ocean to leave. So when Jiang Bue and his team, carrying 2 uninflated kayak bags, appeared on the first floor, they instantly attracted the attention of many people. The attention they attracted did not all fall on the kayak. The last person carrying the human-shaped silkworm baby also attracted a lot of attention. The ground floor has been flooded. A few people threw the kayak. Was behind the big backpack out of the inflatable pump. Shenlai naturally took over the drudgery of a job. With the foot began to inflate the head. The side carried a few children playing duck boat and drift boat style. Young people look at each other. Hesitantly launched a good-looking girl over. The girl was pushed out. Looked behind her companions. Mustered up the courage to ask, "Hello?" We also looked for a few inflatable boats in the shopping mall, but did not find the inflatable pump. Your pump runs out, can you lend us a hit? Shenrou's foot movements did not stop. Looking towards Jiang Bue. Seeing him nodding before he answered, "Okay. We'll give it to you after we finish these 2. Upon hearing this, the girl and her companions were pleasantly surprised and thanked him repeatedly. Shenrou waved his hand and focused on the pump at his feet. The girl also knew that she had no reason to stay on this side. And before she left, she looked at their kayaks that were already taking shape within the. This look is a professional play kayak, only have the equipment. Probably can sit 4 or 5 people of the kind. Unlike the inflatable duck toys they found in the shopping mall to buy children's toys there. Can safely carry a person into the water is already, thank God. Kayaking this kind of high environmental requirements of outdoor sports. General shopping malls are not special offline flagship shop to buy. Let alone electric kayak. Jiang Bue, these 2 are specially customized online before the end of the world. The bottom of the waterproof leather is a lot stronger than the average. The shop actually also gave with an electric model of the pump. But now take out a motor out or too flashy. Not only has the kayak speedboat watercraft, he also bought on the internet for extreme weather wingsuit flying equipment, parachute bags, ice skates and zip lines, and even a few large sleds. Although the equipment is very complete. But he does not hope that there will be a need to take out these things one day. Shen's line of so many crystal cores wasn't absorbed for nothing. And the wind and fire wheels under his feet stepped so fast that they were almost stepping out of the residual shadow. Soon, the 2 5-seater kayaks surprisingly bulged up quickly just by one person's manpower. Shenrou gave the inflatable pump to a few young men over there who had previously said yes. But he came back with a frown on his face. Zhou Chu wondered. What's wrong? Broken? No. Shenrou shook his head and handed the inflatable pump to Jiang Bue. They saw that there are only 6 of us and asked if they could come over 4 people. 4 people? Aside from Lin Ivana, several people frowned in unison. Clearly all having a hard time accepting bringing 4 unidentified people behind and to their side. Their 2 boats were the ones that still had empty seats. That didn't mean they were going to be full. And inflatable boats couldn't be too heavily drafted when underwater conditions were unknown. In case if the boat capsized or was in danger, they didn't have room for all of them and had to prioritize their closest teammates. Turn it back. We can't carry that many people. Jiang Bue glanced that way, picked up a kayak and threw it down, smashing it into the water on the ground floor, splashing a sizable splash. Let's go! Immediately after carrying Cui Song's body wrapped tightly in a waterproof sleeping bag, he jumped towards the boat, precisely controlling the strength of the inflatable kayak, so that he landed on the shock and force generated by the inflatable kayak is not even as big as a ball smashed on the boat's movement. Then, there was Zhou Chu, Qin Jinshen. The 2 knew they didn't have Jiang Bue's perverted control over their bodies. and they took one step down from the escalator before stepping onto the boat. Shin, a line on the top of the other boat, also threw down. To still beside Lynn, Ivana nagging urged, quickly follow. Directly jump down is also okay. But also in this on the top of the occupation of what? We really do not take them. Seeing Lynn, Ivana still somewhat hesitant to look in the direction behind him. Shinline looked backward and understood. It's fine for them to come up. He was silent for a long time, or decided to give a chance. After all, if she wasn't this kind of character, she wouldn't have saved Chin's life. A matter for which they always harbored a sense of gratitude towards people. Lynn Astor's eyes lit up, but she knew there was usually a but behind it. Give them a separate boat. We're not responsible for the safety of a few of them if something goes wrong. Between his teammates and saving a few people he didn't know, Shinro could only be making such a balance. Lynn, Ivana was silent. She knew that there must be a lot of dangers underwater right now. They dared to go into the water relying on the fact that a few of them were all high-ranked Xenos. But it was highly unlikely that all of those few young people were Xenos. And it was self-defeating for a commoner to try to go into the water on their own. She wanted to let Chin see deep teammates to protect those young people. After all, those people, especially the leader of the man, waving his hand, can easily kill so many zombies. To protect a few people is not more than enough. But there is no way that she can't be the master of the team at all now. And the situation of being under the fence also makes her unable to open this mouth. Now that Shinline has given her a step, there is no better choice than not to go down. Then I will go and call them now. Shinro saw the person running over in small steps, helplessly shrugging his shoulders towards his teammates downstairs. Qin Xishan laughed bitterly, watching Jiang Bue pretend to pull the pump he had just put away out of his backpack, along with a new kayak, wrapping it up and letting Dark Vine wrap it around a few times to hand it over. All of Len Astor's needs and crystals are deducted from me. He could probably understand what Len Astor had said to Shin and his party. Not that he blamed Len Astor. He was just a little embarrassed and ashamed of his teammates. Jiang Bue glanced at him, rather surprised at his words. Did you take the wrong medicine? After saying that, he even pretended to TSK a few times. Zhou Chu cooperated and snorted. I think it's because he just got on the boat and bumped his head and broke it. He doesn't even recognize a few of us anymore. The whole thing is like a stranger meeting for the first time. Chapter 137, The Journey Home. The team of young people were surprised that Jiang Bue actually had an inflatable kayak for them, and quickly accepted it, thanking Lynn Ivana, who gave them the kayak. Lynn Ivana smiled and waved her hand. It wasn't me alone. It was my companion who provided it. She had the intention to give a few more words of advice, but she knew that everyone was waiting for her downstairs to set off. So she quickly ended the conversation and went downstairs with Shin and his party to the inflatable boats. The two kayaks with small electric motors were quickly driven out of the shopping mall. Jiang Bue with the white scaly boat coiled around his neck sat in the first boat and rushed out. Shin and Chui Song, who was forced to be wrapped into a cocoon chrysalis, also sat in this boat. Qin Jishan's injuries had almost recovered after a few days of recuperation, and at this time he was sitting on the second motorized inflatable with Zhou Chu and Lin Ivana, following closely behind the first one. They carefully maneuvered the direction of the inflatable boat, as far away as possible from the wreckage of the glass doors that had been completely shattered by the torrential rainfall, and in some cases where it was really impossible to avoid them. The dark vines were maneuvered by their masters to roll up the dangerous barricades that stretched out in front of the road. Brother Jiang, what should we do? Shinline glanced back again, and smoothly towards the zombie hidden under the water, stretching its claws towards the boat surface of the neck a hard knock. Jiang Bue heard the words and looked behind them. He saw that in addition to the inflatable boat carrying his teammates, there were also several boats of different shapes and sizes not too far away, and the boats were crowded with people. Some of the boats were so simple that the people on board were shaking, not knowing whether they could still keep their balance and stand firm in the next second. Most of them had seen Jiang Bue and the young men leave the shopping mall, and thought that it would be safe to follow behind them before deciding to follow them. Looking at that obviously turn a corner at any time can be overturned. Completely not call the boat several boat gear. He could not help but tighten his eyebrows. Intuition will be in trouble. As expected, the turbid water around the underwater began to surge up substantially, and vaguely could still see some body parts of the zombies in the ripples of the tumbling water. The dozens of them in the eyes of the zombies, who were trapped by the rainstorm for many days and starved like them. like a shining and eye-catching lighthouse in the darkness, attracting the surrounding zombies to come. Jiang Buwei abruptly increased his horsepower and said to the intercom fixed on his shoulder, "The zombies are all being attracted here. Speed up and follow closely." At the same time, the dark vines unfolded in an instant, shooting out in a fan shape towards the front like a hideous and huge octopus, clearing the waterway in front of him by a dozen or so meters in a horizontal sweep. He also pulled out a large speaker with a pulley from his backpack, placed it on the stern of the boat, and pressed it open. Celebratory music loud enough to fill half a street instantly rang out. Extraordinarily comical and out of place in the here and now situation. And his unexpected maneuver also shook those on the boat gear behind him. Qin Jianshan and Zhou Chu looked at each other. Their intuition and tacit understanding after countless crises suddenly connected at this moment, instantly knowing Jiang Buwei's reason for doing so. "Stay close to Zhang's boat. You take the direction." Zhou Chu stepped forward and took the grip, increasing his horsepower to follow the kayak in front of him. After saying that, Qin Cd turned his 10 fingers into knives and sat in the middle, seemingly casually and vaguely tautly resting on the edges of the inflatable boat's two sides, making the occasional thumping, stabbing sound of metal colliding with water as the current receded at breakneck speeds. Lin Ivana could not see the movement of his hands. Only through the water flow under his hands gradually became scarlet. A thick fishy odor to be sure that his hands did move just now. But also at the speed of the naked eye cannot be seen to harvest a lot of the number of zombies. Seeing this, she also increased the output of her supernatural energy, firmly guarding the stern of the boat, cleaning up the zombies under the water attempting to catch up. The sound of the audio and motor is about to be heard. Shaking his head, Jiang Buwei had to shout at the top of his voice to Shenyi's line, "Be careful under the water. Pay attention to the bottom of the boat." Shen Lin did not dare to directly wrap his supernatural ability under the boat, worrying that the black metal is too heavy to drag the kayak and sink to the bottom of the water, and only wrapped a thin layer of black metal around the edges of the kayak. Incidentally, he wrapped Choi Song, who was lying flat on his back in the boat, protectively with his psychic energy. The roar of the electric motors and the loud music stood out in the quiet, and was much more appealing to the zombies, who were isolated from their scent underwater than those on the surface, who relied on their arms or various tools alone. Watching the two kayaks at the front lure most of the zombies over. Several people on the boat gear at the back were originally crying and cursing because Jiang Buwei accelerated their two electric inflatables in an attempt to get rid of them, and they couldn't keep up with them by paddling with their hands alone. But now that they were actually blasting their music to lure most of the zombies over, they all lost their voices. They only softened their rowing movements and sounds, and turned the bow in the opposite direction to them. The group of young people hesitantly looked at them for a few moments, but still clenched their teeth and followed the large group. Although they had the electric inflatable boat given by Jiang Buwei, it was still a bit difficult and crowded for a dozen people to squeeze into an unmanned boat. So it was safer to choose a safer path, and they really couldn't give up their own lives for the sake of others. The joyful and loud music followed them for half a block before Jiang Buwei casually threw it towards a ruin in the distance. The stereo is he casually in the home appliance city. Gray and inconspicuous appearance of the quality is actually surprisingly good. By the cement knocked out of a pit, lying in a puddle of water, is still tenacious sound. The men circled around a few more times, and it took them a while to shake off the zombies following the boat. There were quite a number of large and small boats that they met on the road, most of which were in the same direction. And there were even maritime search and rescue motorbikes and small fishing boats, with electric inflatable boats like Jiang Buwei's, and theirs mixing in inconspicuously amongst them. The closer they got to the Nanchung base, the shallower the water on the road became, and when they arrived at the entrance of the base, they could see a large area of bare ground. Most of the boats traveling with them were forced to run aground and stop halfway, but their inflatable boat was small and nimble, and only slowly stopped in front of the base. Jiang Buwei saw the base gate and fence that was raised several tens of centimeters. He was still wondering why the depth of the water was getting shallower, and the speed of the boat was slowing down. But it turned out to be that the terrain was getting higher. It seems to be the base launched the Earth system alien activated the ability to raise the base hard to almost 1 meter. Coupled with the original location of the base of the South City is located in the terrain is high. The base is safe and sound, but a few people still do not dare to put their hearts down in advance, until they enter the base interior. Standing in front of the long-lost villa, see the safe and sound villa, they suddenly loosen the heart of the high-hanging heart. Standing in the doorway, They are difficult to contain themselves to relax. Even all the way Todd Jiangbui's mouth corner also hung a trace of smile. Shinro carrying 2 deflated inflatable boats, carrying some weight of the small engine. The first could not hold himself down. The first one could not wait to push the door to enter, yelling towards the inside. We're back. Chapter 138, Little Adult. Mother Chui was in the house mending everyone's clothes, and was about to thread the needle when she heard the shouts of Shen's line. She froze for a moment, and confirmed to Lin Yi. Did you hear that? Could it be that they are back? Lin Yi was originally holding a dagger in her hand, and was seriously peeling something. When she heard this, she immediately looked up. It seems to be. One old man and one young man looked at each other, not caring about the work in their hands. They threw down their things and headed out to welcome them. Jiang Bui stood in front of the courtyard, said to Bai Jiao with a smile. Finally. I'm back. I'm standing here now. I'm a little bit shy to enter the door. Blackie, who has been staying in his backpack, smelled the scent of his buddies when he was near the villa, and realized that he had entered his own territory. He couldn't wait to leave his master and rush to the nest. It is not that it does not care about the master. Really is the master of the big guy on the breath is too scary. This journey it curled up in the bag shivering. Even probe a breath of fresh air have to control the number of times. Carefully look at the big brother's eyes. The little ants are so understanding. Bai Jiao also retaliated with Qiangyao, not to care about how much the little ants have hindered his eyes on this journey. Now that Jiang Bui was the only living thing on his body, Bai Jiao's mood naturally warmed up. And he even agreed with a few words in a very good mood. Compared to the buildings and environment along the way, this place is still barely good. If you really like it, we can come back and stay for a few days afterwards. Jiang Bui rubbed the head of the white snake, which was now so large that it could be used as a thick scarf. This place is nice, but there are still too many restrictions. Once we've terminated the head of that cult, we'll find a place to settle down. White Jiao understood, and his eyes, which had shed their white film after this molt and looked watery up close, were surprisingly bright at the moment. A few people back, Chui mother was very happy, but panicked at the sight of her own son knotted into a large white chrysalis. Or Zhou Chu, they repeatedly explained. Chui Song, this is the body of foreign energy in transition, itself not life-threatening, before breathing out a sigh of relief to put down their hearts. Shenro carried Chui Song to his room to lie down. Chui mother followed over to see a few eyes, and sighed softly. Just now you do not say this is my son. I thought this is what fluttering moths into a spirit. Look can be really scary, ah. The tone was even a bit disgusted. I'm relieved to know that he's fine. You guys are hungry. The small cucumbers planted at home only came down yesterday. They're tender, Mother Chui said as she walked towards the small vegetable field outside the house. Lin Yi squatted next to the big pot in the kitchen to carry coal and light a fire to boil bath water for them. The base was originally supplying hot water to the villa area, but as the rainstorms continued, the hot water supply was not big enough. In the past 2 days, even the tap water is a bit turbid. Need to filter a few channels and then boil it again before it can be imported. After the first pot of hot water was boiled, the 2 girls were allowed to wash first, upholding the attitude of ladies first. While waiting for the second pot of water to boil, Jiang Bui also took a small bench and sat beside Lin Yi, listening to her talk about what had happened at home after they left. Aside from a little problem with the water source, the rainstorm did not cause any more casualties to the base. The upper echelons of the base who stayed behind decided on the 3rd day of the rainstorm to mobilize all the earth alterans and metal alterans to raise the base's foundations, raising it by a whole 1.5 meters. And even though some of the newly raised earth slopes around the base were washed away by the rainstorm later on, the base narrowly avoided this calamity. However, although the torrential rain and flooding did not cause any major casualties to the base, there were still a few people in the base who could live in the sturdy stone and brick houses, and many people's makeshift tents and shacks were washed away, leaving them homeless in the torrential rain. The base organized the earth system, with system and metal system psychics, to build a lot of temporary resettlement sites, opened a lot of vacant buildings in the western city, and set up a canteen to provide 1 meal a day. Jiang Bui recalled the building that someone had introduced when he first came to the base, and without going to see it, he knew that the number of empty houses would definitely not be supplied. Shinro heard the topic they were discussing and also found a cleaner floor to sit on. There are so many people. Those empty houses, which is enough. No wonder we saw so many steel plate rooms when we came back. One should be able to temporarily accommodate a small 100 people, he said and sighed. When they came in just now, they found that the atmosphere of the base was not right. Much tighter than before. Their entry into the base was also a bit more troublesome than before. If it wasn't for a small bag of crystal cores and a sack of food, Lin Ivana's temporary residence permit almost didn't work out. Lin Yi's small adult appearance stared at the pot of water less boiling while saying, "The neighborhood has been in chaos these past few days. And there are quite a few people I don't know hanging around in front of our villa. So Grandma and I turn on the lights at night and go to sleep in the animals' rooms. Most of the base's manpower that could be used had been drawn out by the people who had gone out. And manpower was tight. So they could only protect the east and south cities as much as possible. Although the villa area was in the south city, it was fine during the day, and there were inspection teams during the green day. So they didn't dare to force their way into the mansion. At night, with the blur of the night, those who wanted to fish in troubled waters would have a chance. And it would be difficult for the inspection team to cover all the bases. Thanks to the foreign plants left behind by Uncle Jiang, they didn't dare to come in when they saw it from outside the courtyard. But there are always some people who don't hit the southern wall. And then, they were beaten away by that moss at the back of the courtyard and the tomato vines on the courtyard wall. Linny had loved and adored the exotic plants in the courtyard ever since. And even though it was raining and she didn't have to water them, she still ran with an umbrella every day to look at them for a while, at a safe distance from them. Then she ran home and watched Mother Cui mending her clothes while polishing the wooden thorns she had in her hand to make some small traps around the villa just in case. Although she was small in size and strength, she could understand that the atmosphere of the base was not right during this period of time by listening to the broadcasts inside the base every day. And now the security inside the base was like a string that had collapsed to its limit and was about to collapse and break. She also had to make some weapons to protect her grandmother and their home. Jiang Buwei and the others were all a little silent after hearing this. Qin Jinshan looked towards his own 10-year-old little niece, his eyes in a momentary trance, not knowing who he was seeing through her. Before there was no real sense. A look back. Linny is now all grown up. A small adult who can protect the family. His lips pursed for a moment, and he hooked his lips and said, "Well done. An adult who can protect Grandma and the home." Mother Cui smiled in relief. "Once you guys left. But also thanks to this child. Not only did she help me do a lot of work, I was nervous and uncomfortable in my heart. She told me jokes and stories from the book to relieve my boredom and relax." Lin Yi's ears and cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Clearly this is all what she should do. So to say, she was all praise to the point that she was a little embarrassed. Seeing this, Jiang Buwei took over the iron clamp in her hand that held the lumps of coal and drove the person to the living room to play. If you say it again, your face will be red like a little monkey's bum. Chapter 139 Transition. The next day before dawn, they found a pre-apocalyptic biology major in training through the previous agent. After the end of the world, there is a scarcity of talents, especially those who can be engaged in the study of life sciences and genetic viruses. He was able to find them a student in the course of study is also considered to be a great deal of effort. The man came with his own empty and worn-out backpack, and left with a bulging backpack. Cui Song's body wrapped in the layer and butterfly cocoon of the layer of material is indeed very similar. The student came to a trip. Just look at a few eyes, and rubbed a few times can be concluded that this is some kind of insect cocoon. But there was no way to know when the person would wake up, knowing that Cui Song's life is not in danger, and that the layer on his body is not threatening. A few people are more or less relieved. Jiang Buwei after this battle also completely give up the idea of team action. On the way back, he incidentally withdrew the mission hanging in the mission building. He went back to his room at night and told Bai Jiao what he thought. Bai Jiao didn't squeak, and asked his own doubts after half a day of searching. Why in the world are we heading south? I don't think you're going to be so obsessed with going south for the reasons you gave. He originally thought it was because Jiang Buwei couldn't bear to see those people who were also humans, but wantonly abused and killed their own kind, and wanted to be the savior to help there. Or it was also a personal grudge. But on this journey, he watched with cold eyes. The person in front of him has neither the intention of recruiting soldiers and horses, establishing his own utopia, nor the idea of joining a large base to do their utmost for the human race. Even Bai Jiao thought that with his understanding of him, even that personal grudge Jiang Buwei did not care so much. At most, It is just a version. It's not like him to give up his stability and go all the way to the south. Jiang Bui was stunned for a moment and remained silent for a while before speaking. But instead of answering Bai Jiao's question, he asked him a question in return. Who do you think will be the winner in this war between mankind and nature? Even if we are in a disadvantageous position now. But the zombies will eventually rot into mud that day. As long as human beings persist. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 5 years is not enough. 10 years is not enough. 20 years. At that time, it's time for us to make a choice, Jiang Bui said, shifting his gaze to Bai Jiao's currently empty forehead. Bai Jiao understood what Jiang Bui meant from the moment he felt that humanity would eventually win. When that time came, the power of the country would be reorganized, and any peculiarities would be magnified and controlled in the hands of the state apparatus. We've come all this way. No one else will have a mutation that's close to apotheosis. Your horns are special. Moreover, he believed in the strength of his own old attacker. And transforming the augur could never be his ultimate strength. Imagine how shocking and out of place an ancient white dragon would be sandwiched between the other animal-like evolutions that were still hovering between the amphibious species of the Earth's land, sea and air. He had to consider this terrifying possibility in advance. After all, after many years of baptism in the end times, when the human beings saw this big white dragon in the waves, the greatest possibility would not treat it as a myth and send it to the museum to be enshrined, but directly send it to the biological laboratory to dissect it to look at the genetic organization, and probably build a few clones of the dragon to idly pull it out to perform in a round. Maybe Jiang Bui is too much of a conspiracy theorist, but he thinks about the possibility of losing this snake. Everything has to be carefully considered. If it's not my kind, its heart will be different. This saying Jiang Bui kept in mind at all times. And if it wasn't for the fact that the object was Bai Jiao, he couldn't even be sure that he could really unreservedly leave an otherworldly augur that could easily kill him on the side of his couch. Sleeping soundly and peacefully, Bai Jiao wrapped his arm around Jiang Bui, and the man hung his head low, his eyes looking calmly and solemnly into the hard-to-conceal worried eyes of the man at his side. No matter what happens to me in the end, I'm happy that you're by my side now. What end can you have? Jiang Bui raised an eyebrow, his tone a little punchy. That's right. What downfall can I have when you're by my side? It's all because hubby's mouth is stupid. Bai Jiao lowered her head and arched his neck in an attempt to cheer the man up. 1 meter 9 big straight to the neck collarbone arch. A head of short stubble of round inches pricked Jiang Bui, guilty of itching straight back to shrink. Well. Don't arch. Round inch head turned a deaf ear. Still continued to arch down. Jiang Bui's cheeks are red, like from the inside to the outside of the dyeing of the intoxicating red halo. Planning the future plan in his heart, Jiang Bui had the intention to say yes. However, after coming back to enjoy the attentive care and waiting for the whole afternoon, the fatigue that had been forcefully suppressed by running around for the past few days all of a sudden surged up, coupled with the high bed and soft pillow. Beauty night and day's struggle. He this bone all of a sudden soft down. Do not want to do anything. He consoled himself that it would not be too late for them to prepare for their journey when Cui Song woke up and was completely better. After almost a month of drunkenness and dreaming, Cui Song had gone on 2 missions, and this pair of bed travelers finally decided to leave. It wasn't as if they did nothing during this month of laziness, raising plants, feeding animals, during which the Arc Light squad made 2 trips. Once to thank them for their cooperation in the university city, and the second time Zhang Yan Kong came alone to their door, wanting the 2 teams to cooperate and continue cleaning up the university city. Jiang Bui had no intention of going out, but he didn't stop his teammates from working with Arclight either. At the beginning of the week, after Shen and Qin went through the line, they were both dissatisfied with their own strength, and it was just as well that Arclight's people came to their door, so it was a good time to work with them to go out and work on their own psychic abilities. Even Cui Song got well, and went out with them twice. Lady Ivana said goodbye to the Arclight team the first time they came to her door. Jiang Bui gave her most of the crystals from that operation in the university town, and picked up a backpack of cigarettes, alcohol, sugar and tea, and a large bag of chocolates in small packages to send to her current residence in the Arc Light. Jiang Bui watched curiously as Cui Song transformed. He had observed every transformation since the person woke up, but no matter how many times he watched it, he was always in awe. It was inconceivable that a grown man over 1.8 could transform into a butterfly less than the size of a knuckle in just 2 or 3 seconds. He really was evolving his psychic abilities during that time. And when he woke up, his psychic abilities had not only risen by 1 level. He had become a level 4 psychic. Before the phosphorus powder. Although more toxicity but not strong. After this evolution, phosphorus powder toxicity directly rose a big step. Touch that is rotten. And the object of action is not limited to living people. Even zombies stick on the skin and flesh will be rotten. In situ dispersed into a pile of bone sticks. Flight ability is also greatly strengthened. Chui Song deliberately experimented. The top wind flying speed of 462 km/h. Then before the end of the high-speed rail daily travel speed is much faster. Apart from the more and more delicate and colorful bird-like appearance. Chui Song himself was very satisfied with this time's alien ability evolution. Brother Jiang, why didn't you bring us along this time? As soon as Zhou Chou came downstairs, he heard Chui Song's shouts that were too shocked and uncomprehending to be involuntarily amplified. Shinro was helping Chui mother mend the iron pot that had a hole in it. And Qin Jinshan was sitting on the sofa helping Lin Yi correct her homework. When they heard this, they both looked up at Jiang Buwei. Jiang Buwei stroked his thoughts, intending to expound on his very clear future plans and traveling route with them. He was then toppled back by Bai Jiao's sentence. What are we bringing you guys for? We're going to go to the world of 2. Jiang Buwei. He expressionlessly swept a glance at his dazed companions, wondering if he should disregard his teammates to silence them. However, when this was pondered over, he actually felt in his heart that Bai Jiao's words just now were not too harsh. It was true that they hadn't had a proper 2-person world since they had established their relationship. Even though this was in the post-apocalyptic world. Jiang Buwei closed his eyes and explained things in general, making clear the matter that they were going to the southwest 100,000 mountains to investigate the possibility of moving after the end times. And then explaining clearly that he felt that the situation in the south was now grimly unknown and could be dangerous. Otherwise, he was worried that if he said it a little late, Bai Jia would mouth off again and baldly say something he shouldn't. For the matter of whether or not to tell his teammates the truth, Jiang Buwei was also entangled. But considering that the white Jiao's unlike mortal horns had already been revealed in front of his teammates, and even the last base, he gave up the impractical idea of concealing it. The few people listened in awe, from time to time glancing a few times towards the white Jiao's currently empty head, almost giving the Jiao King an annoyed look. After a long moment of silence, Qin Jishan spoke as his representative. Now that the south is in chaos, we really shouldn't let Lin Yi and An Chui run around. Xinxing and Chui Song will stay behind. Zhou Chu and I will go with you. The 2 of us don't need to be protected. We can at least defend ourselves in case of danger. And if not, we can still run. It will be much more convenient for you guys to bring us along. I don't mean that. What's the situation in the south now, who knows? Jiang Buwei frowned. Chui Song raised his hand and grabbed the answer. Let Zhou Chu stay. I'll go with you guys. My supernatural ability has just advanced. And it's stronger in the south, where it's humid and hot. And there are lots of bugs. Good. Then let's both switch. Zhou Chu replied painfully. Jiang Buwei laughed helplessly. But he still hardened his heart in the face of his teammates' eager eyes, and shook his head firmly yet calmly. We'll go on our own this time. It's quicker for the 2 of us to act alone. We're not bringing anyone this time. Wait for us to map out the situation before we go over. Seeing that Zhou Chu was going to say more, his tone was heavier. Behave. If the 2 of us can't come back in one piece, then who else can go? Don't worry. Besides, it's not like we're not coming back in one piece. Even if we settle down there, I'll still have to come back every once in a while to take a look. Send over the supplies by the way. Facing Jiang Buwei, who had been leading them all along, several people could only be forced to agree. And Mother Chui sighed, quietly wiping her eyes, and leading Lin Yi to get up and go back to her room. Jiang Buwei hardened his heart and just pretended he didn't see it. While I'm here during this time, you guys try to go out on as many quests as possible, and level up as much as possible before I leave. Saying that, he sighed, I'll leave the house to you guys. There was no telling when he and Bai Jiao would be able to come back after this trip. Chapter 140, World of 2-1. Captain, it seems like they've really left. Dukai Run poked out half of his body from the door and shouted towards the house. The 20-square-foot captain's single room was simply painted white. And apart from a single bed, a single table and chair, There were no furniture pieces in the room. Zhang Yankan was sitting on the only chair in the room, carefully flipping through the book in his hand, putting down the book at the sound of his voice, turning his head to Du Karun and saying, "Come in and talk." Then he got up and sat on the edge of the bed, giving up the only chair. Du Karun hurriedly took off his shoes and came in. While taking off his shoes, he also said impatiently, "Captain, you didn't see. Those two people don't know where to get a small van, and changed it so thoroughly, which is called a lorry. Hal's moving castle is more or less the same." Zhang Yankan listened attentively, until he heard the words Hal's moving castle. His eyebrows lightly jumped. "And when we opened the back door during the customs inspection, we found that it was full of snakes, crocodiles and lizards." Du Karun said here could not help but shiver, as if reliving the cold hairy feeling in his back when he opened the car door. Even though he was barely a crocodile alien, he couldn't help but take a deep breath in the face of so many of his scaly counterparts. At the same time, he also felt a strong sense of jealousy towards the person who was able to raise them. What Xiao Guan sensed earlier should be correct. Those mutated animals in the villa should belong to the tall, inch-haired man who was traveling with the plant-based psychic. Xiao Guan was a new alien in their team, and his ability was very interesting, as he could sense the attributes of the alien's ability or related substances within a short distance. This ability, which was a bit of a chicken rib, became a human detector when it was placed in their team, and was used by them to detect each other's abilities and strengths. And most of the time, they were able to make a good judgment. But there were also times when they made a mistake. This led to the fact that they did not dare to be completely sure of Xiao Guan's guess before today. Zhang Yankan sighed. Controlling beasts is not rare. What's rare is to be able to control so many high-grade mutated animals at once. And most of them are also aggressive. He's afraid that his level of psychic ability is above that plant-based psychic. "Captain, why doesn't the boss try to leave them behind, so that it will be easier for our base to go on missions?" Zhang Yankan was speechless to the point of being speechless by his teammate's pale brain, and gave him a blank look. Forcing someone with this kind of strength to stay behind. Do you want to make a grudge, or do you want to make a feud? What Big Brother means is that the friendship between their team is not lighter than ours. As long as their remaining teammates are still living in our base, there is no fear that they won't return once they are gone. We still have a chance. Du Karun also recalled Jiang Buwei single-handedly forcing his way into the university town to save his teammates before. Nodding in heartfelt agreement with Zhang Yankan's sentence, the friendship between teammates is not lighter than ours. The small van that Du Karun had affectionately called the mobile castle was happily speeding along the national highway at the edge of the city. The entire car had been expedited and transformed by Shin's line of sleeplessness for 10 days, to the point where it didn't look like a car at first glance, and still didn't look like a car at a closer look. Car body shell all wrapped with a layer of black metal, and with Shin line thoughtful on a layer of broken rust color layer. Old car tires are patched all over the body. A few people gathered around to see half a day, or spent a few days to find a few at least the same type of half into the new car tires installed on it. The whole car looks like a pile of broken brass and iron assemblies put back together after the car fell apart. Not lightly kicked on the outside of the body will fall down some dust like iron debris. It's the kind of car that you don't want to look at again if you're running on the road to rob it. Inside the car was transformed to completely see the original look. The front of the driver's seat position, and the cargo box through. Only a cloth curtain hanging on the top as a cover. This time, Jiang Buwei planned to take away all of the exotic beasts and exotic plants. Short time is okay. If he is going to go, they left behind to stay in the villa teammates is also a hidden danger. Time is long. It is easy to be out of control. Tomato vine, sunflower, peony moss, sense the signal in Jiang Buwei's supernatural ability. In order not to be forced into the space, have put away their tentacles, honestly curled up in the potted plants prepared for them in advance. Even though high-grade xenophytes were so tenacious in their vitality that they could ignore the environment, Jiang Buwei still buried some crystal cores in each potted plant so that they could loosen up a bit on the way. The alien plants were moved by him to sit in pots behind the driver's seat, except for the sunflower poking out ahead towards the window. The other alien plants stayed peacefully, like sleeping lords dozing off. The rear compartment was empty. Nothing was put. Considering the car load problem, Shinline also tangled some whether to change a lightweight steel for the shell. The result of Jiang Buwei know what he was tangled. Directly waved a wave of his hand to let the small flower shrunk to only then the small black big circle of the body. Shinro was shocked. Did not think that small flour actually can shrink to such a big bit. Without the weight of the small flours, the car loaded a lot more generous. But Jiang Buwei also did not expect that in the end it was actually cheap for someone. Wife. Look at others. Jiang Buwei looked ahead with a straight face. Wife. People's scales are not beautiful. Don't you want to touch them? Jiang Buwei's face remained motionless. Only the knot in his throat that rolled for half a round, and the hand that nonchalantly touched the alabaster scales could reveal the owner's mind. Chapter 141 Daily Life. During the daytime, they traveled, and at night they stopped at a random open space to rest, occasionally stopping at a base for a few days to do some trading. Jiang Buwei also repeated the action of releasing a carload of large and small animals every morning, and towards evening, they themselves would follow their master sent all the way back. At this time, he and Bai Jiao were like two hard-working old mothers, wearing aprons, holding water scoops and rags in their hands, ready to clean up today's food residues on their bodies and the corners of their mouths for the young masters and young ladies who came home late. Jiang Buwei jokingly told Bai Jiao that the two of them were like parents waiting for their children to come home every day, and Bai Jiao's face turned a little green as he stiffened at the words. He looked at the pile of children sitting in rows on the ground with indiscernible eyes, took a deep breath, and didn't know what his heart felt, thinking about his generation of demon emperors. He had fallen to the point of fathering a demonic beast. What was even more unbelievable was that he felt very happy listening to this statement. Bai Jiao thought, and then turned his head to look at squatting on the ground to give Da Xiong wipe dirty man. Tonight we eat meat and crab casserole it. After staying in this world for a long time, the once-generation demon king was now able to incomparably smoothly say the dish he wanted to eat tonight. Jiang Buwei answered without looking back. Just in time. I purposely kept the 4 hooves of that wild boar from the other day. I'll add a soup to the stew later. With the strength of the two of them, stopping on the road to add a meal is a matter of course. In addition to the condiments that are rarely produced anymore, vegetables, they rely on Jiang Buwei's supernormal ability to be self-sufficient is more than enough. And the space of the meat of the prey is also piled up more and more. As long as the road encountered not zombified beasts, the taste of the meat is not bad. Bai Jiao will go along with the sheep to take a few home. But the seafood space left is not much. Peppy shrimp has long been gone. All kinds of fish and 17 or 18 boxes of hoarding. Just 2 boxes of crabs left to do tonight. Jiang Buwei got up, handed the towel to Bai Jiao, jumped on the car, and prepared tonight's dinner. He lifted a box of crabs out and prepared to pick up all of them to make meat and crab casserole, and also put 4 hooves ready to take the pressure cooker to stew on. The White Demon King's progress not only lies in the incomparable naturalness and smoothness of reciting the dishes of the human world, but after a period of observation, learning and practice, he is now also able to skillfully use a variety of tools and electrical appliances. Jiang Buwei lifted the lid of the pressure cooker and froze for a moment. In the pot was the mutant pork ribs that Bai Jiao had been stewing for the whole afternoon. And when he opened it, the aroma hit the tip of his nose. The ribs were cut into the right size, and he pinched his chopsticks to carefully pick out the star anise, cinnamon, and fragrant leaves inside. Bai Jiao wiped the animals clean, and then wiped himself clean before jumping into the car, glancing into the pot as he passed Jiang Buwei. He said in passing, "That red fruit isn't good." Jiang Buwei glanced at the obviously large number of goji berries in the pot, carefully recalled them, and was sure that he hadn't put the half pot of goji berries there himself. His head full of questions, he asked back, "Then why did you put so many in?" The cloth curtain for sleeping swayed twice, and Bai Jiao pinched the collar of the clean clothes he had changed into and carefully tugged it outwards. The collar of this shirt was too tight, making it difficult to hoop his neck. Shaky hands put in too much while tugging at the collar, he explained. But after tugging a few times it was still very tight, and he didn't dare to push too hard for fear of ripping the clothes. His brows unconsciously wrinkled. He had wanted to fish out these red fruits. When he was about to do so, he suddenly remembered the surprised and grateful expressions of those who were surprised and grateful when Jiang Buwei had previously given some of his fellow travelers and passers by the water these things had soaked in on the road, and put the funnel back again. These things must be very precious, he thought. To avoid spoiling things, he made an effort to eat some of it after it was stewed, and then added a meal to replenish the nutrition of the little ones crawling around. Little Jiang didn't seem to like it either. So let's give him the soup base left over after fishing out the red fruits for breakfast and cook a rib noodle. Jiang Bui looked at his difficult frown. Find out the scissors. Click click click. Dry 2 cuts directly changed the round neck t-shirt into a v-neck. Sure enough, once the collar was cut, Bai Jiao felt much more comfortable. He slightly lowered his head and looked towards the person in front of him who had collected the scissors and was about to leave his arms. His heart suddenly tightened, and his long arm reached out to fish through the supple and tight waist. Holding on tightly, Jiang Bui lunged forward completely out of his control. And then his forehead collided with Bai Jiao's firm and full pectoral muscles with a muffled sound. He felt like he had just smashed into a solid piece of iron plate, his forehead vaguely aching. In front of His Highness the Demon King's overly strong physique, the physical qualities of a 5th-level alien were like a brittle little monster that would fall at the first push in front of a bronze skin and iron bones. However, someone didn't feel the slightest pain, as if he was oblivious and continued to plow this fertile field in his arms. His head was confused, and before he had time to return to his senses, a touch of wet and full heat was imprinted on his lips, and drilled in forcefully along the slightly open lip slit. Having kissed, Jiang Bui was not one to squirm in love affairs. He raised his hands and climbed onto the man's sturdy and powerful arms. The half a head height difference made him counterattack a little unsteady. The hand that had been lightly resting on Bai Jiao's shoulder after climbing up to the peak, hanging behind his back, lifted up, and his fingertips knotted at the bone at the top of his spine in a seemingly random manner. Then stroked the back of the man's head, which was slightly hanging down, and pressed down forcefully. The man's lips action a beat. Obedient to the force behind the head, lowered the head. Action force does not reduce but increase. More and more strong. Inside the car 2 people are in love. Outside the car lying flat a lazy sunbathing animals. Inside the car also intermittently ringing a few words of anger. Shit. You light point. Bastard. Bite gently. Really annoyed people. The animals outside the car door can hear a loud pop. A sound. That sound was similar to the sound of Jiang Bui being annoyed and severely hitting Bai Jiao's firm buttocks. In the end, the evening meal still didn't work out. The next day also did not get to leave. Until noon, Jiang Bui, only in the small white serving master-like attitude, lazy slipped out of the car. The sunlight is just right. The animals have been driven out by the white Jiao early to let the wind for food. He simply commanded the little white sun to move the bedding in the carriage and space out again to bask in the sun. Kill bacteria. He, on the other hand, paced leisurely, walked to a clearing, put down a bamboo recliner, spread the soft cushion, and comfortably laid down on it. Ah, it's so good. Comfortable. Ah. Jiang Bui felt that his soul was going to fly away with the sunlight, with the breeze, and with the slow rocking sensation of the chaise long underneath him. That kind of coziness led him cannot help but eyes slightly closed. Just get up as not completely faded sleepiness surged up again. Just as Jiang Bui was about to let himself sink into a sweet dream, a certain nerve in his brain suddenly twitched, and at the next moment he abruptly opened his eyes, and his head was clear, no longer sleepy and drowsy. The person in the car had already come to his side quickly. Bai Jiao, originally still in the car, sneaking, tangled. Hesitation in the end to sacrifice, which he left the smell of the breath taste lighter quilts. To protect him and Zhang's breath the heaviest set of quilts. Choose to choose, but also did not choose the smell of the lightest. He sniffed left and right. Only feel which cannot be sun. These can be the smell of him and Xiao Jiang body. Just when he was ruthless and ready to take out a futon that was not too soft and gentle to the touch, his face suddenly changed. He threw the futon with his hand and rushed out in a hurry. There were a lot of unfamiliar scents coming from the west, and his family's big baby was still basking in the sun outside. Chapter 142, Daily Life 2. At this time, less than 400 meters from the caravan, a dirty van huffed and puffed and stepped on the accelerator, all the way around the countless obstacles in the direction of the caravan rushed, followed by a more than it is broken open small 3-wheeler. In order to keep up with the van, the latter had to take a shortcut that wasn't meant for the car. The 3-wheel trampoline, which seemed to be about to fall apart and be scrapped in the next second, was unusually strong, carrying a weight it shouldn't have, and hopping around the carriageway like a lively rabbit. Miraculously, every time this broken 3-wheeler was about to flip over, it would narrowly adjust itself back to the van's pace in the next second. Inside the van, people are crowding around each other, and there is no room to stand inside a 7-seater van. A month into spring, The temperature is not far from the previous summer's temperature. Outdoor temperature can reach 30 degrees. Inside the car is even more needless to say. Nearly 20 people crowded together, with the body of the heat can be suffocated to dizzy. After a long time, not only stifling heat will also lack of oxygen. However, no one in the car went to open the window, even to open a slit for air, for fear of the fresh and full of flesh and blood inside the car leaking out a trace of air, inviting the surrounding zombies with a keen sense of smell, making their already dangerous situation even worse. Apart from the occasional turbid gasps of nervousness, there was only a depressing silence in the car. Sister song. It's catching up. It's getting closer. The girl sitting in the last row of the van, who had been craning her neck to look out the dirty rear window, suddenly alerted the woman sitting in the passenger side with a trembling voice. Just a few minutes ago, they had been running all day, and were just about to stop nearby for a rest, when the convoy had a perception alien sensing that something was wrong. It was too quiet around here. Quiet like a peaceful afternoon before the end of the world. But in the end of the world is the most abnormal. This caravan can survive in the man-eating post-apocalyptic world, relying on not just brute force and luck. The most important thing is bold and careful. They certainly did not think this situation was a coincidence. Any strange places and coincidences in the post-apocalyptic world need to be carefully considered and never ignored. This was the root of how their group of old and sickly people had come so far. So when the person who was scouting the situation came running back with a python on his lips and a terrified look on his face, the leader, Song Shui, made a snap decision and took the caravan with her to run directly, leaving behind their household goods. The surrounding vacuum belt suddenly had an explanation. That big a mutant python. At this time, do not run is not left to give it a meal. They ran towards an ambiguous direction pointed out by the perception alien. But the more they ran, the more wrong they became. The python behind them not only followed them, but also chased them tighter and tighter. The people inside the car shuddered in unison at the words, their faces becoming even more unsightly. The woman on the passenger side was originally saying something with her eyes closed, but her voice was so low that she could only see her lips closing up and down constantly. When she heard the girl's words, she didn't stop the movements of her mouth. Only the frequency of her lips closing accelerated a little more. In the next second, when she accelerated her silent chanting action, the van and the three-wheeled trampoline that was stumbling behind it looked like it was being held up in midair by someone's hand, and at the same time rushed forward more than 100 meters. The little flower crawling at the back was confused, so it had to wag its tail, put on more energy, and rush forwards. If it could speak, it would mostly be cursing. It can't think through the head. It did not do anything. Just out in the morning and siblings after the separation, leisurely looking for a tree in the plate to the head of the sun at noon, just ready to run up again with a canopy to block the sun. Was a stupid, not rash, with a rain of dirt somehow smashed a few times. The clods of earth were as forceful as a tickle, and scattered all over its body as soon as they landed on it. Not very damaging, but extremely insulting. It was still a clean child early in the morning. Now it was smashed all over the body with gray. His dead, buttoned up, and lazy stepfather must go back and carry its poor little tail back and forth to fling it until it was flung clean. If it could send a message, it would mostly be bad in wondering how it has not yet had time to calculate their own innocent sufferings. Those people swarmed towards the door of their house. Those two cars still didn't know what was going on, running faster and faster, chasing the cars so much that its stomach, which had not been able to eat well, started to get hungry again. But unfortunately, little flower, it could neither speak nor transmit sound. So now it had to rush towards home with a head full of lawsuits and question marks. The people inside the van were also astonished at this time. They didn't expect to meet a big living person in the middle of nowhere. Crossing over 100 meters made the line of sight open up all of a sudden. It also made the van parked a few dozen meters ahead, and the man standing on top of the van particularly conspicuous. Chapter 143. Song Shui. The man standing on the roof of the van was none other than Bai Jiao, who was squinting slightly and looking out from a distance. His range of vision was much more terrifying than that of the human race, and he could easily see the two large and small broken cars rushing in this direction, and the black python that was frantically chasing after the cars. Not only that, he could also see what the people in those two cars couldn't see, such as a giant crocodile as big as a small car distantly following behind Little Flower, and two tortoises a little further to the south. Bai Jiao didn't share his eyes with the people in the two cars in front of him. Just a few wisps of weak breath, His vision was far away, and he looked coldly at the animals behind him. This one is not good. Too slow. That one is not good. Look at that weak. He stood on the roof of the car and mentally pointed out to the little idiots underneath, and finally came to a happy conclusion in his heart. What a bunch of shit. They're not even as good as his scaly side. The wife must like him better. Unbeknownst to them, the atmosphere in the van has become a little subtle. It was the girl who had been sitting in the last row who had warned Song Shi that she had spoken again. Sister Song, should we warn them that there's a mutant python in the back? When she said this, the car immediately quieted down. No one squeaked. Even the sound of breathing slowed down a lot. The girl in a silence gradually realized her own impudence, turned her head back. But her silence did not mean that the matter was over. Someone had spoken for the people in the car with a big grin on their faces, saying, "What's the point? They saw us running this way and didn't even run. So what's the point of reminding them? Besides, if they stay here, they'll take some of the fire for us. Who's going to stop that thing if they all run away? You?" he added. "You're the one who's nice. We're not." Sitting in the most comfortable and spacious seat in the car, one of the few girls, who was cleanly dressed and even dressed up a bit, rolled her eyes and pointedly raised her voice. The girl who reminded her was stabbed in the face by the yin and yang in her words. In her heart, she hated to throw her into the pile of zombies, but on her face, she didn't dare to retort a word. The fact that she held back like this was also a tactic. At least the other people in the car, who were originally complaining about the girl's talkativeness, were now ruthlessly empathizing with the girl in their hearts. And they were all aiming their spearheads at the person occupying the most spacious position in the car. If it wasn't for Sister Song's face, who cares about taking her along? Not doing anything every day, but occupying the best food, the cleanest clothes, and the most spacious and comfortable position. I think so. But the car did not dare to raise the slightest dissatisfaction. Who let people have a good sister and good brother-in-law in the way of this? Even if they were close to being pointed at their noses and cursed by name, they did not dare to have any objections. As for the co-pilot Song Shi, when she heard what Song Shuan said, she couldn't help but frown, even though she was concentrating on using her supernatural abilities with her eyes closed, clearly aware of what kind of virtue her own sister was. She also knew that the people in the team had a lot of opinions about her sister, but she still kept silent at this point. She only had this one family member left, and after her parents were bitten to death by a zombie in front of the two sisters, the two of them were the only ones left to depend on each other in this world. So she chose to play deaf and dumb at the same time. Every time the team needed someone to charge into battle, she rushed to the front and gave up her life just so that she could protect her sister, making up for even her sister's share of what she needed to contribute to the team, so that she could stay inside the car in peace and not have to go out and face the zombies head-on. The captain's silence also brought peace to the not-so-equal battle. Has turned aside the tricycle, looking at the van is getting closer and closer, also do not know what to do. They are in the van inside the person's instructions, but that end is slow to drop the window. The cyclist subconsciously looked at the rear bucket. A man did not hear the instructions, and then hesitantly positive handlebars towards the original direction to ride. Not only was the tricycle waiting for the van's reaction, Jiang Bui was also waiting. Their strength didn't fear anyone at all. But if these people wanted to drag them along with them to their deaths, and crashed into them with a kick of the accelerator, he would still be heartbroken for his car. He leaned against the wide-open door of the car, his right hand hanging down at his side, holding a hard, pitch-black weapon that he casually nudged against the door. Seeing that the car was getting closer and closer to them, close enough to see the expressions of the people inside the car, and still had no intention of changing direction, he let out a light sigh as if he was lamenting something. But the coldness in the bottom of his eyes increased instead of diminishing, and slowly moved his hand to turn on the safety, ready to second the 4 tires of the van that rushed to the forefront first. They in the South City base for a sufficient number of bullets, enough to fill the original empty ammunition box. No longer before the dilemma of having a gun without ammunition, otherwise put in the past. Put the renewable alien energy not to use. With bullets to hit the car tire, this luxury thing they do not even dare to think about, is the kind of night dreaming to dream to the extent of heartache. Although guns and ammunition are still being produced in the last days, most of them are circulated within the base. And the price is even more expensive, because the large-scale production chain is rarely complete, and they are all located in several large bases. Guns are okay. Bullets are disposable consumables. with more than a dozen bullets to kill the zombies. Out of the crystal core may not be able to change back to more than a dozen bullets. This leads to the dilemma of having guns but no bullets. And is also the reason why the Exalted are in demand. That was why hot weapons could rarely be circulated except to supply the military. But for Jiang Buwei and the others, it was nothing difficult. At most, it was just a matter of catalyzing fruits and vegetables and grains and taking more time. The supernatural ability enhanced not only his fighting ability, but also his fast to perverted planting and catalyzing ability. Now, it only took him 3 days to produce a cart of vegetables and fruits that were harvested twice or 3 times a year. And the 3 days included a day of rest in between to slow down his powers. Right after they exchanged a carload of vegetables and fruits with the base material exchange office to get 2 small boxes of bullets. The head of the base material procurement office heard about it and wanted to cooperate with Jiang Buwei. 3 large boxes of bullets, plus several guns of different models. They had just come off the production line and were still hot. The condition was that Jiang Buwei wanted to ripen the 100 acres of spring wheat in their base to a certain degree. And now in the middle of April, they wanted to harvest a batch of enough grain before June to be able to make it through to the autumn harvest for the whole base. The South City base has special meteorological survey people. They do not have hope for this summer's temperature and precipitation. After all, only 1 month into the spring is close to the summer of previous years, and the temperature is still steadily rising. The future days can be imagined. Now the base has begun to arrange the water system alien plan to store water. But the water is only enough for people to drink. The crops in the ground is not enough. The top management was originally worried about what to do if the grain dies in the summer heat and drought. But now it's good that a Jiang Buwei has appeared out of nowhere. One of them can be used as a substitute for Tin. Originally thought that he was one of the few violent control-type psychics in the plant department who was proficient in fighting. But the result of this truckload of vegetables proved that he was capable of much more than that. How could such an all-round and rare high-level plant system psychic not be able to stay at their base? The leader sighed with stifled anger. However, they also have self-awareness. Plant system psychic rarely can have such killing power. The strongest plant system psychic in their base is about to be promoted to the 4th level. But it is also far from Jiang Buwei to this extent. It could be seen that his alien ability level was far above it. And such a person, with several loyal mutant beasts escorting him, was by no means something that they could forcefully keep. Just don't make a grudge. At least his fellow teammates were still settled in their base. They were already content. The conditions for catalyzing the wheat didn't say that it had to be completely ripened. It only said to shorten the growing time by a month. As they were clear that even a mutant would find it hard to do so. For that matter, they thought that Jiang Buwei would need at least half a month to complete it. Therefore, when Jiang Buwei had people come to inspect it after more than 2 weeks, they weren't very surprised. 2 weeks was indeed within expectations. However, when they arrived at the field, the person in charge almost thought they were hallucinating when they saw the golden colors in their eyes. Acceptance inspection people left touch right look. Finally confirmed that now the wheat is indeed ready to start harvesting. He also reacquainted himself with the legendary high-level plant system psychic who single-handedly went to the no man's land in the university city to save people. Returning to the original topic, just as Jiang Buwei was aiming at the tires, the van suddenly dropped its speed a little. And apparently seeing the thing in his hand, and the movement he was aiming at, he hurriedly turned the steering wheel and twisted it nimbly. The passenger window came down with it, and a woman poked out one half of her body and head, shouting, "Don't shoot, my friend. We don't mean anything else. There's a mutant python behind us that's about to catch up. We'd better hurry up and escape." Between the shouts, the black python behind them also finally arrived late, revealing a figure so huge that it straightened up to seemingly cover the sky. It was only after a few seconds that the people in the van and the tricycle realized that this feeling of covering the sky was not an illusion on their part. They either looked at the windows, or looked up, or turned around. And at that moment, they all saw the source of the shade overhead that was big enough to cover the range of 3 vehicles. A sky-high black python that straightened up and was countless times larger than it was just a moment ago. Everyone's subconscious mind would fear some creatures that were many times larger than normal size. And at this moment everyone inside and outside the car was breathing heavily. The driver of the 2 cars wouldn't face with the intention to step on the accelerator to rush out. But the hands and feet seemed to be separated from the head of the family. Cannot use the strength. How to hurry to make efforts cannot be lifted up. A dead silence spread invisibly around the two cars. Jiang Bui had long heard by Jiao say what happened. At this time, the expression did not change at all. I don't know if it was his illusion, but he actually saw lifelessness on Little Flower's expressionless snake head. Among these people, the first to react was Song Shuyi. She forced herself to be calm, poked her head sideways out of the car window, and shouted at the tricycle, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Then with a kick, he kicked away the driver's foot that was frozen on the brake and squeezed the man by the driver's door in one smooth motion, taking the steering wheel and preparing to rush out himself. At least there were quite a few Xenos within the team, and she was a Xeno on the verge of level 4. Her special powers weren't so bad that she was afraid of that hairless beast in the back waiting to die here. A foot slammed on the accelerator. Her eyes didn't look at the road ahead. Instead, she stared dead on at the huge black python in the rear-view mirror, and her lips began to close rapidly again, faster and with more concentration than any time before. As expected, the black python's moving form suddenly lurched and twisted. Seeing that she got it, she was pleased with herself and had an air of confidence. But she didn't notice that the face of the youth beside the lorry on the right suddenly changed the moment the black python stuttered, his brows slowly furrowing. Little Flower was in the way of his master being beside him, not being able to easily exert his figure to start a fight and use his best weapon, his own huge body, to crush them, and only had to retreat back a little distance. Seeing that the two cars are about to rush out, a few thunderous bang-bang exploded in their ears. Immediately after, the van and the tricycle rushed out uncontrollably, twisting and turning a few times. And then, there were a few loud bangs, and it was the car that crashed and tumbled. At the same time, the two turtles sensed that their companions were injured, accelerated their speed. The eagle turtle blinked beyond the giant crocodile that would have been in front of him, and instantly shifted to the side of Little Flower. And the small grass turtle on his back slowly held up a layer of invisible barriers to block the gravity of the car's people from suppressing Little Flower. Chapter 144: Shock and Awe. The people on the tricycle jumped out of the vehicle the moment the tire blew out, and they were about to lose control of the vehicle, running in the direction of the van, wanting to stop the van that was flying towards the huge pit. In front of the van, a pile of sand and soil of equal height was suddenly erected, barely stopping the vehicle's tendency to rush forward. And two strength system psychics stepped forward with their bare hands and fists, and forcefully pushed against the van that failed to rush forward and wanted to roll over due to inertia. Inside the car also quickly rushed out a few thick black rope firmly grasped the ground. A closer look is still wriggling, only to be surprised to find that the black rope is made of densely packed strands of hair. A few alien power users inside and outside the car, each showing their skills, cooperating with each other. An overturned car was easily righted. It could be seen that except for a few leaders, their powers were all around level 1 or 2, and were not to be feared. The only one that made Jiang Bui's sight linger for a few more seconds was a plant-based psychic. He was also the first person on the tricycle who rushed down to save others. As a plant-based psychic, Jiang Bui always paid attention to the plants around him. He stood on the side of the van, and the next moment, a giant green cactus with metallic luster broke through the hard asphalt and stood on the side of the van, holding up the vehicles falling to the side. Jiang Bui only stayed on the cactus plant he had taken in for a few more seconds before his attention was drawn back by a tug between his sleeves. When he looked down, the dark vines were tugging back on his sleeve, and his dissatisfaction with his excessive attention to the other plants was evident in the flow of his powers. Looking further back, the grass children on the cart all poked their heads out in unison, looking furtively at the owner of this flower heart, Jiang Bui. He silently averted his eyes and lowered his head to clean his gun, whether he was looking at the grass outside or at his own. A few movements were but a blink of an eye. The van stopped tipping over in time, and the people in the van were naturally unharmed. But at most they were a little frightened. Jiang Bui previously noticed the plant system straight to the passenger door, carefully helped the woman inside out. In the face of her husband's warmth, Song Shui shook her head a little white, indicating that she was fine. She cast her eyes towards the man who shot at the drop of a hat, and finally settled on the black weapon in his hand, a strong fear rising in her heart. As for the eyeing mutant python that remained at its place, it was selectively ignored by her. The hawksbill turtle and grass turtle were blocked by Little Flower's huge figure. Plus the grass turtle was a spatial type ability, with some breath shielding ability, so she did not find them. and only thought that if the man with the gun hadn't gone crazy all of a sudden, the python would have been deterred by her speech spirit gravity and retreated. So she didn't put this python in her mind anymore. All of her attention was now on the man with the gun and the large lorry behind him. It wasn't that there were no ownerless cars around. It was just that they were less cost-effective and functional than the big lorry with an engine that obviously started a fair amount of fuel and a very impressive cargo capacity. Whether it was carrying people or supplies, Song Shui could still hold her ground. But the people around her couldn't help themselves. Song Shuan has just been helped down from the car. Rushed to the head of the cursing. You do not have long eyes, ah shoot. We kindly remind you. You do not thank us even if. But also shoot? Lack of virtue would break pen. Even if he was pointed at his nose and scolded. Jiang Buwei still wiped his gun with an unperturbed and unruffled attitude. But it was Bai Jiao beside him, who raised his head and looked at the woman coldly. Being stared at by this line of sight containing coolness, Song Shuan's words suddenly got stuck at the edge of her mouth. And the moment she was stared at by this person, she suddenly felt the hairs on her body standing up. Creepy. When she was at a bit of a loss as to how to continue, Song Shui spoke up just in time. All right, Shizuku. Song Shui looked at Jiang Buwei with a condemning face. This gentleman. You have a gun. And we also have psychics. We obviously could have teamed up to drive that mutant python away. And now it's all been ruined by that shot of yours. Behind her, more than 20 people gripped the weapons in their hands. Their voices were in full force. Without waiting for Jiang Buwei to say that they were the ones who first made the move to injure his mutant beast little flower, she followed up by laying out her own conditions, as if she was certain that they would surely accept them. But it's not too late to cooperate now. We can leave you alone for that shot you took just now. Just that we'll want that car behind you after we've finished with the mutant python. The words plainly stated that they wanted the car behind him. Jiang Buwei swallowed the words of clarification that were on his lips. His eyes turned cold. And, I don't think you've understood who's in charge now. Words fell. Piles of vines from the underground waving their bodies rushed out. Will not react to the 20 or so people with their van and tricycle surrounded. Let them use all their strength. All kinds of supernatural attacks are difficult to hurt the appearance of gray and ordinary vines. Even that originally looks hideous and huge cactus in front of it looks like a younger brother. Yes. In front of it. It looked like a younger brother. A few wrist-thick branches of vines poked the poor cactus from time to time, rubbing each other like fly legs every time they succeeded. Here, the dark vines were secretly carrying out acts of retaliation, thinking that their master hadn't seen them. Over there, the people surrounded inside completely panicked. Song Shui couldn't care less about pacifying her teammates. Tightly closed her eyes and recited incantations, only to find that her own proud supernormal abilities could not work at all in front of this exotic vine. Suppressing one, and there were dozens of hundreds of others, which were of no help at all. She despaired to find that not only her, but her teammates' alien energy could do nothing to this alien plant. The force was just like tickling it. But soon they found out. I don't know if the man didn't want to kill them, or wanted to keep their lives to torture them slowly. Those vines, although they came in force, only surrounded them, didn't go any further, and didn't take the initiative to attack. Sis, look, what's that? Her sister, who had originally been shielded by her, and was tightly tugging on the hem of her back coat, now suddenly shrieked in alarm, and tugged on her clothes several times, pulling her back to her senses. She turned her head to look, and waves of shock rippled through her, her face going white for a moment, as she realized almost instantly how stupid she had just acted. No, it was the wrong direction to begin with. But who would have thought that man would actually be able to take in a mutated python? She thought bitterly in her mind. It wasn't that they hadn't heard of people being able to take in mutant beasts as pets, and if necessary, combat partners. But apart from a few big bases where famous and renowned Xenos took in beasts that could fight, they were all originally domesticated kittens and puppies. And birds and hamsters and whatnot were in the minority as well. The awakening of a lot of beasts. Less is able to human nature. After awakening is also willing to listen to people's words of beasts. So the mutant beasts can take in most of the pets raised before the end of the world. The character of the loyal canines accounted for the majority of the. As for cold-blooded animals and aquatic fish, it was unheard of. I didn't expect to open my eyes here today. She saw the python slowly swaying huge body climb to the side of the man, lowered to look at a nightmare. A person high head, Saw the man reached out to slap its head in good humor. After patting the hand at the side has not spoken. Expressionless plate inchman wiped his hands on the body. Also saw the python behind. Her side came teammates neatly inhaled a breath of cool air sound. She did not have to turn around to know what they saw. Because she also saw clearly. That python was actually followed by a giant crocodile that could swallow 2 people in one bite, and a giant turtle that was 1 person high. And there seemed to be something else on the head of the turtle's back, which was taken down by the man who fired the gun and placed in the carriage. Watching a few behemoths slowly climb to the side of the carriage. Less than 100 meters away from them. The sense of oppression came at once. This appearance of 1 bite is too little. Can they still survive today? More than 20 people unanimously rose this one thought. Chapter 145 follow. But to their surprise, those 2 men did not have the intention of wanting them dead. They just looked this way, and then retracted the vines that trapped them, and drove away quickly. Except for the giant tortoise. The giant crocodile and the python did not get into the car, but leisurely followed behind the lorry. Her husband Calais was relieved to see this, and complained to her. You shouldn't have said that just now. Now it's good. The car is gone, and the people are almost gone. Luckily they didn't want to bother with us. Song Shui froze, looked at her companions behind her, and sadly found that they were all silent. Not only did they not say a word for her, but there were also a few complaints on their faces. Calais, what do you mean, ah? You have the ability. You understand the reason. You know what to do. Just do not stand out, ah. Now here when what the horse after the cannon. And you? One by one. Usually kissing and warming up. Now do not say what is the meaning of complaining about my sister did not do a good job. How not to look down to see what their own moral behavior. Song Shuwen saw these people's shabby behavior and exploded. She just couldn't stand the way they usually muttered behind her back. Smacking her for being in the way. And smacking her sister for shielding her from her double-faced appearance. Song Shui looked at her sister. Pursed her lips. Her heart did not know what to feel. Seeing that she had the momentum of beating up the 20-odd people in the team with 1 person's mouth. Song Shui didn't let her sister continue to block the front for her, but looked around, and made a decision on the spot. Since you all think I'm a good person, I'm not going to let you do this. Since you all feel that the decision I made is not working, then I'll take Xiaowen and we'll simply walk separately. No one will be in anyone's way. Saving you from complaining about me putting you all in danger again. Always thinking that I'm selfish and favoring Xiaowen. When these words came out, the team was dumbfounded and objected in unison. How can this be? Aren't you our captain? How can you suddenly throw away your teammates and go off on your own? Lieutenant, does this seem like the right thing to do? Now that we don't have a car, and you're throwing away the team, isn't that leaving us with no way to live? Shui, how can you be so capricious just for the sake of a word? Calais, you quickly apologized to your daughter-in-law. That's right. We're all family. It's just a whinge. Why are you getting on the bandwagon here? Calais and Song Shuwen were also stunned by her decision. But their reactions were very different. Song Shuwen had already happily gone to the van to pack the sister's luggage, and was ready to follow her sister. Calais, on the other hand, frowned with incredulity, and said to Song Shui in a you don't be capricious tone. Are you crazy? I said one thing and you acted like this? Look at you like this? Wasn't what I said just now right? Song Shui looked at this man she had been married to for many years. Finally, after this brush with life and death, she understood that the 2 of them were not all the way after all. I'm not joking with you guys. She turned her head to look at Calais. Our husband and wife relationship ends here. Now there is no Civil Affairs Bureau anymore. It's just a matter of saving time. I can't control what you do in the future. No matter whether it's to correct your loved sister in the team, or to bring back the good brother outside. I can't control it anymore. As he said that, out of the corner of his eye, if anything, he glanced at a woman who was cowering behind the team. Calais stiffened. He thought she didn't know. He didn't think that. He began to explain with some stumbling. The more he said, the more justified she. What are you babbling about? Where do I have any other people besides you? And what time is this? But also say this. I can assure you. The latter word Song Shui really can't listen to anymore. It just so happens that Song Shuwen has already packed their sister's luggage. She reached out and took part of it, and said to Song Shuwen, let's hurry, and get out of here first. They had originally thought that it was the python that had caused the lack of many zombies gathering here. And then the subsequent behavior seemed to be purely due to the fact that all the places that those two they had made their way through had been swept away by the mutant beasts and the two men. Now that those two people had left with the mutant beasts, they still had more than 20 big living people here. And it wouldn't be long before they attracted more zombies. They also had to get out of here in a hurry, or there was no guarantee that they wouldn't be besieged on this deserted road. Out of affection for her companions who had fought side by side, she also gave them one last piece of advice, telling them to get out of here before it was too late. The remaining teammates looked at each other in dismay. They wanted to forcefully keep the person, but with their strength, they couldn't keep the team's only level 3 alien. They could only watch as the person carried their luggage and hurriedly chased in the direction of that truck. In the end, they could only cast their eyes towards the vice-captain, Collet, who was also the second in terms of strength here. Collet's face darkened. Let's follow as well. Still following? That was the question on his lips. But he didn't even need to look back to know the answer in his heart. Jiang Buwei was lying leisurely on the passenger side, with 2 pots of strawberry seedlings on his lap. His right hand casually gathered on the leaves of the potted plants. In the blink of an eye, a strawberry completed its growing metamorphosis from small to large, from white to red. Just as this strawberry ripened from white to red, the strawberry plants in the pots suddenly emitted a sweet yet refreshing aroma of strawberries that dispersed in all directions in the carriage. In the end, a strawberry half the size of a grown man's palm dangled its heavy body between the weak stems and leaves, swaying slightly as the lorry drove on. Before it could wobble more than a couple of times, a ruthless hand pinched the root, pinched it off, and tossed it into the mouth of the hand's owner. The bony hand moved on back to the strawberry seedling and continued to repeat the above. Well, I'll go down and get rid of them. White Jiao was in the middle of some sort of pre-apocalyptic offense of driving without a license with a serious face. Sniffing, he glanced up there in the rearview mirror and saw 3 small black dots up there with not dissimilar route directions before answering. 2 days ago, they discovered that 2 teams of people were quietly following them, and sent Blackie to investigate and found that they were actually familiar with each other. But they didn't know why there was a disagreement within the team, and they split up into 2 teams. I don't know if he is not enough to be messed with, or they are too big. Even followed all the way up. If it wasn't for the fact that no matter what they encountered in the past 2 days, they kept a certain distance from the lorry, and didn't get close or look for trouble, he wouldn't have acted as if he hadn't seen anything, letting them rub up against the road. There's no need. We didn't build the road. As long as they don't look for trouble, just follow. Jiang Buwei slightly closed his eyes, a little sleepy, but the movement of his hand did not stop. Said this and handed another one to Bai Jiao. On this matter, Jiang Buwei didn't feel very distressed. In his opinion, the 2 teams behind them were still far from being a threat to them. Even if they got into trouble, they had the strength to get out in one piece. For Jiang Buwei, this matter did not take up much energy. But for the 2 teams of people following the back of their lorries, it was an unexpected blessing after bad luck. Following the big brother. What difficult mutant plants, mutant beasts and zombie hordes do not exist. In the past, when they met one plant, they could not move an inch. And the mutant plants that killed countless lives silently, no matter how secretive they were, they would obediently give way to the big brother with plant-based psychic abilities, and submit to his feet. In the past, the mutant beasts that always have to hurt a few people's lives in front of the big brother, and their few mutant beasts are all running around the reserve food. They do not dare to interrupt the few mutant beasts when they are chasing the prey and eating. But even so, they can still follow the back of the buttocks to hunt a few small mutant beasts. There was no need to be afraid of the mutant beasts in packs, and worried about not being able to find any mutant beasts that could eat like before. Even the fearful wave of small zombies. That tall man with a fierce face, who was traveling with the plant-based big brother, would solve it perfectly as soon as he jumped out of the car. And as for the exact process, there were curious people in the team who didn't hold on to their lunch after taking a look at it and spitting it out. They just need to know that the big brother is not to be messed with. Follow the big brother behind the meat to eat on the line. After all, although the big brother is not to be messed with, but from the previous hit, people's pets also did not have the hands to kill them seems to be not a calculating, like indiscriminate killing of people. Compared to the danger of driving in the wild, the lorry is really like an umbrella. Chapter 146 Wagon Daily Life. As they were about to pass the halfway point of their journey, the number of convoys following behind them was also slowly increasing. From 2 vehicles at the beginning to a dozen or so. forming a small convoy. The lorry that was forced to become the front of the car, looking at the back of the seemingly dragging, but in fact followed closely the string of caravan. Two people pay attention to observe a few days later also went with them. All for the sake of living, as long as not threatened to hinder them. Also not to forge themselves into a stone heart to drive people away. The road below is not easy to walk. It's not safe to stop. Let's take a rest here, and eat our lunch first, Jiang Bui said, as he turned sideways from the passenger side, with a little effort to squeeze into the rear compartment. Ready to take some ready-made food out from the space. This is the bad thing about having a bunch of followers behind you. You can't open fire quickly, and you have to eat anything that has a little bit of flavor. Modified car when all kinds of conditions are limited. So the front head and rear compartments are simply welded with a steel plate between the aisle out. Because the head and compartment is separated. So the top and bottom of the left and right are sealed with steel plate and adhesive tape dead. Is the ugly look of some. The aisle opening is narrower. They can't wish that Shin and his party can be a garage. Jiang Buhui when he collected the supplies. Even if he thought carefully, he didn't think carefully to the point that all kinds of car parts and car repair equipment are complete. So this small narrow door now only Jiang Bui can be fairly smooth through. By Jiao then he is a small circle. 1 meter 9 people. All the tendons have to be aggrieved curled up into a ball. Sideways bent legs to squeeze in. So it's not a time to squeeze. Bai Jiao turned off the car. Directly out of the car to the rear compartment. The two doors of the compartment are now open to the back of the fleet of cars behind the line of sight. He grabbed one side of the door and jumped in. Inside the carriage. Except for small black and small yellow due to the size of the reason is still lying in the corner did not go out. The other animals just now where Jiang Bui opened the door of the carriage let out. Now all in the outside to stay. The space inside the car could barely fit 6 animals plus a bed welded in the corner that was slightly bigger than a single bed. But as the weather got hotter, Jiang Bui felt that this was not a good idea. Such a large group of big guys have to breathe. In the carriage. Even if the door is open. But also suffocated. And in summer. Even if Jiang Bui how diligently they clean up once a day, with a rag dipped in water to clean their mouths in time. Hunting sticky fishy smell is inevitably filled in the car. Lingering. So they usually rush or perhaps the weather is not good to let the animals stay in the carriage. They stop to rest for the night when the animals are lying in a circle around the lorry. Both vigil. But also heat to cool. As for the car at night when they sleep and eat there is the problem of fishy gas. Jiang Bui and Bai Jiao can only be diligent with some of the daily use of disinfectant water to clean the carriages once a day. Open the carriages to ventilate. By the way, sunshine sterilization. And then sprayed some medical alcohol and air fresheners can also go to a roughly. Fortunately, he raised some scaly armor. Not only good cleaning. Hunting once can manage a long time. Replaced with fur. Jiang Bui really will be desperate to kneel down. And with Xiao Huang around. They had plenty of water, and didn't have to worry about it. The weather is getting hotter and hotter. But not a few rains. Look at the momentum of this year there is no drought is not certain. They followed by the caravan of water, followed by tension. Sealed bottled water cannot be used all the time. Or to leave some retreat. Water system psychic scarcity. A day can produce a limited number of water sources. A lot of people are taking advantage of the daytime lunch break to go out to look for water. Now more or less out of the squad are equipped with water purification tablets. Even if the water purification tablets are not enough. With some earth filtering can also be rubbed the body. Wash a small clothes. After going up, Jiang Bui has already taken out a table. 2 small lazy sofas are placed on both sides. On top of which there is also a cool bamboo mat. The weather is hot. There is no window inside the carriage. Open the door is also stuffy. A stifling people are easy to have no appetite. He intends to eat a pickled fat beef casserole. The space in the sweet and sour pork ribs and a few big pots. But also held out a small pot. And then a shoot pickled cucumber will be almost the same. Bai Jiao did not sit down first, but walked to the corner of the carriage. Picked up the tail of the small yellow shake. Was picked up by the small yellow open one eye. Closed one eye. A small lizard face can actually see like a person's lifeless expression. The small yellow did not open one eye. As if it has long been accustomed to this. Shaking body began to spray water. Bai Jiao washed his hands with the fully automatic smart faucet before putting down the tool lizard and sitting down on the sofa. The sourness and crunchiness of sauerkraut. Mixed in the tender and juicy fat beef rolls. a chopstick of sauerkraut and fat beef down. Jiang Buwei can't help but sigh long and comfortably. Sure enough, when it's hot, you should eat something sour and appetizing. Bai Jiao also stuffed a mouthful of fat beef with pickled vegetables, and was also amazed by the sour and strong enough flavor. Those narrow 3 white eyes widened quite a bit. We can have more of this next time, he said. We can pickle more sauerkraut next time. Sauerkraut fatty beef had just been taken out of the space and was still hot. Jiang Buwei took out 2 more vertical fans to blow on the people and the rice, and thought for a moment. It just so happens that there is still quite a lot of mustard greens in the space, and there's no shortage of seasonings. So find time to pickle more, and you won't have to worry about it in the summer later. They started to buy the authentic Sichuan pickles before being eaten almost. The 2 looked at the last pickle some do not want to eat. Intends to first tighten their own in accordance with the recipe downloaded from the internet pickles to eat. Did not think that the final pickle out of the effect is not bad at all. The taste difference is not too much. As the last meal before entering the city, the 2 ate slowly, while enjoying the scenery outside the car. In the post-apocalyptic world can still be so comfortable to eat a meal, even if the scenery at the moment is just a barren piece of deserted suburban wasteland. But also enough for them to enjoy this moment. Today, because the sauerkraut is too powerful, Jiang Buwei's appetite, which has become more and more sluggish since the beginning of the ambush, actually rebounded, and he ate a bowl full of risen rice. Bai Jiao normal play. The last soup at the bottom of the bowl dry, finished the 3rd bowl of rice, before put down the chopsticks unfulfilled. Took Jiang Buwei handed over a bowl of chilled double-skin milk, swallowed a mouthful. The feeling of piggy eating ginseng fruit was something he had experienced. Jiang Buwei associated it with a certain story of fetching the scriptures, and didn't hold back his laughter. He didn't ask him if he had eaten enough. After all, with his archetypal size, if he wanted to eat enough, he had to go out and forage for food on his own, just like Little Flower and the others. He couldn't afford to feed them. These bowls of rice were just a way to pad his stomach and taste the flavor with a 3/4 full stomach. Jiang Buwei used a spoon to dig into the double-skin milk. Ice cold. He also added some honey red beans and sago to it, eating extra rich taste. Bai Jiao didn't get up in a hurry to rush him. Cut several ice watermelons and various fruits, and cut them into pieces to fill up the fruit plate, one box after another, and then let Jiang Buwei put it into the space. This is to prepare for the convenience of eating it when he is on the road later on. Eat slowly. Too cold, eat too fast is not good for the stomach. After hours and days of traditional culture, Bai Jiao also understood the culture and concepts of health care engraved on the souls of the Chinese people, and managed to skillfully apply them to all aspects of practical life. Jiang Buwei twisted his head and glanced at him, silently turning his body in a different direction, turning his back to Bai Jiao and continuing to eat. Bai Jiao, he had originally casually reminded him. Jiang Buwei's turning around had caused him to pause in his movements. The narrow eyes of his brow-pressed eyes closed up and down in dissatisfaction for a moment, and his dark eyes looked towards Jiang Buwei's back with his back turned to him, and his lips pursed for a moment. Jiang Buwei had squinted his eyes, looking out at the sunlight that scorched the earth, and lying around the car animals, unknowingly gone off. Suddenly his body sank. He looked at the 2 large hands circled in front of him. Very sexy, well-boned, and very white. The premise was that these 2 hands did not tie him up dead, strangling him if he could not breathe. Jiang Buwei, spread out. No! A large rippling, deadly heavy head on his back rested solidly on his shoulders. It's hot. Spread out. The one on his back continued to turn a blind eye, pretending to be deaf and dumb, until Jiang Buwei couldn't stand it anymore and slapped him on the head. Splat. With a sound, the person behind him received a blow as if he had received a blow, covered his head in resignation, and got up as if he was a little daughter-in-law. If only it wasn't the left cheek he was covering. Jiang Buwei smiled coldly. What he just hit was clearly the back of his head. Seeing Bai Jiao still squirming and grunting, he raised his hand again with a cold face, making a gesture to hit. Bai Jiao, silently lowering his hand, waiting for Jiang Buwei to finish the bowl of double-skinned milk with great difficulty and slowness. Bai Jiao only got up to clean up the dishes, and carried the tool lizard to get off honestly to wash the dishes. Chapter 147 Kindergarten. Lanha City was a municipality with a large population base, and both to the west and south were treacherous mountainous terrain with winding roads. If it wasn't for the fact that the mountain roads were 100,000 miles away from the destination of their trip. It would actually be a lot safer to go into the mountains with Jiang Bui's supernatural ability, and by Jiao's ability, than to circle around the edges of the city. It was also a lot more interesting. The post-apocalyptic treasure of the mountain depths of the attraction of a high-level plant system psychic is simply not too big. Just like a weekday used to eating small dishes. Only occasionally to open a meat person. Suddenly saw in front of his eyes were full of self-service but had jumped over the wall. Yancheng Lake hairy crabs. Birds' nests. Steaming East Star Spot. Australia porcupine, can choose. And free of charge. The selection is also free of charge. What's more, he not only has his own strength, but also with a force value over the standard personal bodyguard. At least 2 people's self-protection is no problem. Big deal on the run. Before the end of the world, Jiang Bui can resist the blind box and self-help consumerism trap. But now, he touched his own carry in the driver's seat behind the small satchel in the alien plant seeds, and looked to the direction of the mountains blocked by the tall buildings. The heart of the small people are almost greedy cry. Really want to go to the self-service blind box. Bai Jiao didn't turn his head. His right hand lifted up and jerked his head hard with no control at all, rubbing his hair into a mess like a chicken nest before closing his hand. The mountains are right there. They won't run away. We'll be able to come back and settle down in no time. Anyway, for them, going to the south to kill that nest of cultists is just a formality. The ultimate goal is to settle down here. Bai Jiao is more considerate than Jiang Bui, slaughtering the people who provoked his mate at the beginning of the last days. He doesn't want to let this kind of disturbing factor hibernate in the shadows. It's better to solve it as soon as possible to put his mind at ease. He and Jiang Bui also discussed the settlement of some newspaper organizations, which is also considered to give ordinary people a little more room to survive in the extremely squeezed environment. He could also bring back some seafood. I don't know if the sea creatures have become tasty after the mutation, but he had eaten fresh sea fish in Jiang Bui's space before. It's not easy to fool around. Jiang Bui was still a little sorry that he couldn't go into the mountains to explore. But as Bai Jiao said, the mountains were there and wouldn't run away. The trip plan has been set. He is not so anxious. Cannot even wait for a few months in order to enter the mountain and forget about the things to do. At most, he was just craving in his heart and talking about it. In addition to choosing a retirement mountain for the 2 of them, heading south to clear out some of the chaotic and evil organizations was also important. Some of the cities along the coastline in the southeast had already been flooded by seawater one after another, as early as the first year of the end times. So the state apparatus had initially begun to evacuate to the less populated areas in the northwest direction. And the south side was already densely populated. And the climate was even worse after the end times. It didn't rain in the north, but it kept raining in the south. The annual precipitation after the end of the world was worth the precipitation of the previous 10 years. The sea did not continue to rise. But with the mutation of sea creatures and insects and other organisms that preferred darkness and dampness, the rescue and survival of the coastal cities became even more difficult. The numbers of local garrisons have been drastically reduced due to ongoing relief missions. And ammunition and weapons cannot be resupplied in large quantities and are constantly being depleted on a daily basis, resulting in weak local garrisons and the rise of organizations and cults that are numerous and chaotic, and often even provoke local garrisons and deliberately start conflicts, because the traffic is now blocked. The north and south are almost isolated. News and supplies are very difficult to circulate. They are slow to wait for a large number of reinforcements. And in the end, they can only choose to save the last viable force with some of the people evacuated to the foot of the southwestern mountains. Trapped in it. In and out of the dilemma. These news were all inquired from the base insiders before they left the South City base. And they heard that it was the southwest side that had fixed a base station over there now that they had sent it back. It wasn't that these big bases in the north didn't want to go over there. Most of the powerful bases were still under the control of the pre-apocalyptic governments and armies, still retaining the concept and beliefs of the country, and were anxious about the plight of their brother teams. However, they also really have the heart but not the power. The manpower is insufficient. Do not dare to act rashly is one thing. The harsh and primitive environment and the distance traveled was another thing. Helicopters and airliners didn't dare to take to the skies because of the magnetic field. And now people couldn't go further south at most as far as the Lake Province, because there was a big river there that had suddenly become raging and muddy after the end of the world, crossing half of the country. and it was very difficult to cross the river without a large-scale ferry, because a lot of land and towns had been submerged along the riverside along the coast, including a number of fishing boats and ferries that had been moored along the shore. The advance team they sent out had no choice but to head up the river, searching for less flooded banks along the way, hoping for a search of large ships that were in good condition and ready to travel. As for taking a boat from the northern sea to go around by sea, they also need to have life to be able to do all. Nowadays the ocean is not a small private fishing boat can be driven to the offshore to go around twice. However, just before Jiang Buwei and the others were ready to leave, they heard that boats had been found to cross the river there, and various large bases were already arranging for people to prepare to cross the river. Jiang Buwei had yachts in their space, and they didn't care about the shelter they could more or less get by following the back of the official team. They directly set off on their own and walked in front of the official large force, pulling out the large force that had many people and supplies, and couldn't walk fast for a long time. He thought about cleaning up those organizations not for any other reason either. He enjoyed the convenience brought by space and took the huge risks involved. So it wasn't as if he didn't know that he was cautious and aloof when it came to space and supplies, and even a little shunned and selfish. The special meaning and value represented by a never-before-seen spatial ability in the post-apocalyptic world needed no introduction. If you are poor, you are alone. But if you are rich, you can help the whole world. Granted, the saying didn't quite apply to his economic level, but the situation and meaning were similar. He had to preserve himself before he could have any spare kindness and morality to shed light on others. Destroying and sweeping away all those messy organizations dare not be said, but with the ability of the two of them to take advantage of the chaos in the already muddy waters of the realm while preserving themselves. By the time Jiang Buwei found a place to pull over, the sky was swooning a shade of indigo. They hadn't eaten since around 10 in the morning, and their stomachs had long been rumbling. The van was parked in the courtyard of a small private kindergarten, and the cartoonishly painted walls were covered in dirty blood, oxidized into shades of purple, black, and dark red. Inside the courtyard there are only 3 small buildings of 2 or 3 stories high, except for the one closest to the courtyard door, which was smashed by zombies from the inside. The rest of the doors are closed. Bai Jiao used his divine sense to investigate once again, and did not find any high-level zombies. And even the mutated zombies are also few mutated zombies. The two of them then got off the car to clean up tonight's residence. Now the ratio of mutated zombies and ordinary zombies outside is about 1 to 1. Every ordinary zombie encountered will encounter a mutated zombie. This kindergarten actually has few mutated zombies. But on second thought, the kindergarten is mostly filled with aggressive children. Some of them didn't even manage to break through the glass door in the beginning. And at the back, the zombies inside will only get weaker and weaker without the replenishment of blood and flesh, and their bodies will become more and more dry and shriveled. The gate was broken and the building of the zombies ran out quite a lot. Jiang Buwei will be cleaned up. The yard cannot stand. Forgive him has long been worn out of the soft rotten heart. Looking at this group of not yet his waist-high small things also need to do some psychological construction to go down. After thinking about it, he decided to be a heartless person today, and gave the hard work of this psychological burden to a certain foreigner. Fortunately, Bai Jiao was indeed capable of this occupation. His emotions towards humans were at best because Jiang was not for love of the house, and he was not yet that empathetic. In his original world, snake eggs of the same race were to be eaten and stomped on, not to mention the hatchlings of other races. In a short while, the small 2-story building was cleared out, and Bai Jiao pushed the corpses down one by one through the windows on the other side of each room, hard piling up a small mountain between the back of the building and the courtyard wall. And the corpses in the courtyard were also pushed over by Jiang Buwei and piled up in a tight heap, pouring some petrol on the cleaned-up zombie corpses and burning them in the back of the building where there was no dead lawn. He checked that the doors and windows of the remaining 2 buildings were still sturdy, so at least there would be no problem after tonight. He also had no intention of cleaning up all 3 kindergarten buildings. They would only stay here for one night and then leave. Once the 2-meter-high iron gate was closed, the only entrance to the courtyard was blocked. And by parking the big lorry horizontally inside the gate and blocking the line of sight that could pry outside the door, the entire courtyard was closed off and became a temporary overnight shelter. Bai Jiao watched from upstairs as the fire burning the corpses at the back of the building was completely extinguished before descending the stairs. The environment inside the building is a bit dirty, and it's too stuffy in that room in the office with no windows. So let's eat our meals in the courtyard. The full set of camping equipment was placed in the corner of the courtyard by Jiang Buwei. Here the ground bloodstains and dirt is relatively small. Still clean. The doorway is simply a disaster area. It really affects the appetite. Open the camping patchwork table. Set up the 2 matzah. By Jiao Ai's special good. A glance to find the animal group is in the kudzu paralysis of the small yellow. Carrying carefully wash his hands several times. And disinfected again before sitting down to prepare for dinner. Jiang Buwei, listening to the weak hissing sound coming from time to time in the remaining 2 buildings, do not have much appetite. Originally intended to play as side stove. Eat a hot pot of the mind is also extinguished. Directly out of a few previously made in advance of the prefabricated dishes. And opened a bottle of ice-cold cola. Bai Jiao do not like to drink this burp after drinking water with gas. Drink half a cup of ice cubes. The white water with ice cubes. Even if it is a pre-made dish, this meal is not perfunctory and simple. A crispy chicken. A mustard shrimp ball. A hemp sauce mixed with shredded jellyfish. A large portion of hoof flour soup. 2 bowls of dan dan noodles covered with red oil and chili on top. As usual, Jiang Buwei first put down the chopsticks. Pulled out a cold dessert, slowly eat up. Bai Jiao closing. Upholding the fine tradition of not wasting a bite of rice. Disc action. Chapter 148, The Road. At night, the 2 of them were too lazy to clean up the yard floor. So they didn't set up a tent on the ground, but made do with another night in the trunk. The next morning, Jiang Buwei, with a walnut bag in his mouth and a cup of cold soya bean milk in his hand, peeked out of the passenger window and looked back. Bai Jiao glanced at the rearview mirror, thought something had happened, and asked in a deep voice, "What's wrong?" Jiang Buwei's neck was still stretched outwards. His head did not return. "Nothing. I see how many cars are left behind us." Bai Jiao relaxed at his words, gave him another sideways glance, and snorted with laughter. The man who was still probing around heard the laughter and turned around, saying suspiciously, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Jiao wanted to stop laughing, but the laughter in her eyes couldn't be contained and leaked out. The boyfriend's posture is too cute, like a little snake probing its head. How can I stop laughing when I look at him? Jiang Buwei narrowed his eyes, snorted. No need to think he knew what Bai Jiao was just thinking. Certainly some words will be beaten. But he is broad-minded. Lazy in him. If you ignore the half-walnut bag he was holding in his mouth. This cold snort was quite intimidating. Bai Jiao hurriedly tilted his head, fearing that he would burst out laughing again, and changed the subject in the meantime. Counting the ones that left last night. The ones that didn't follow up just now. There are still 34 people in the back 6 cars. Jiang Buwei smacked his lips. Why are there so many people following? He thought that after entering the city, the caravan following them to seek refuge would be separated. After all, the caravan had already entered the city. 2 years after the end of the world. There were few living people gathered together in the city. And those who survived were either skilled or too strong to survive. And there were very few of them. The zombies in the city. In addition to the zombies on the edge of the city, with the faraway smell of flesh and blood to leave the city. Millions of zombies in the city are trapped in the city. There is no flesh and blood in a timely manner to replenish, so as to raise compulsion in general internal killing, devouring a few months. Densely populated downtown zombies are stronger than those outside. The emergence of higher-order mutant zombies have a greater chance. So generally other bases of the alien out to carry out the mission. Either completely scattered into 2 or 3 people, a group of small team mode. Or as a few hundred people using tanks and armored vehicles to open the road. Heavily armed crushed in. He and Bai Jiao, as well as this car of mutated animals, do not count. Like this dozen, 20 or 30 people come in. Gathered together is the most dangerous situation. At this time, the car was pulled down not far from the side of the road. Dark Vines, slightly disgusted from a mutant zombie brain shell to retrieve their vines. Will vines on the red and white brain mixture in the poor zombie's clothes just by it pierced through the head, rubbed, and forcefully shook several times, before slowly rolled the crystal core crawling towards the direction of the car. Snap. A vine that could tell it had been wiped down, but was still dirty, suddenly hitched itself to the passenger window of the moving lorry. Jiang Buwei subconsciously ducked inwards. The dark vines, merrily waving little vines, moved with a lurch, then slowly slid downwards along the car door, inevitably making the sound of dry rubbing the glass surface. Obviously the face was not even there, but one could instantly tell that it was aggrieved and sad. Children have self-esteem even when they are older. Jiang Bui had to force himself to keep himself from showing a disgusted expression, secretly holding his breath to first clean up the dark vines with his foreign energy before opening the car window and letting it in. As for the crystal core curled at the tip of the vine, Jiang Bui generously left it as a trophy for the warrior who captured it. Seeing this, the dark vine joyfully twisted its vine body and quickly flew through the small back door with the curtain hanging to its own nest. In the meantime, it went from one to another to say hello to its little friends. Taking the opportunity to say hello, the dark vine, that was being bitched but was smacked several times in return, tiptoed and jumped into its own exclusive flower pot. Originally, as a high-level foreign plant, it had long since stopped needing to be rooted in the soil like other foreign plants in order to better obtain crystal energy and fertilizer nutrients. But seeing that the others had all had their own small flower pots, coupled with the instincts of being a plant, it applied to Jiang Bui to give itself an exclusive flower pot. Outside, the sun was blazing in the sky, mercilessly scorching the earth. But inside the carriage, it was cool like being in an air-conditioned house, making people just want to sigh comfortably. Dispatching Dark Vine, Jiang Bui picked up the map, pointed his finger at a certain spot, and said, "Let's drive 2 blocks further. That's the Light Rise Mansion. From the Light Rise Mansion all the way to the south. Probably the day after tomorrow we'll be able to get to the Wulong Mountain Scenic Area. After the scenic area is the Kaiyun County. And after that, the roadkin will be a lot smoother." However, he wrinkled his brow as he spoke. Although the Light Rise Mansion is close, it is estimated that there are a lot of zombies. Or else let's take a detour. Mall buildings and other heavily trafficked buildings were definitely places to avoid on their way. Then the other way? Bai Jiao inclined his head and glanced at the map. Didn't see it. Going around the other roads. It's possible to be 3 or 4 days slow if the roads are good, and 7 or 8 days late if the roads are bad. Jiang Bui returned. Take a shortcut and go through that what's-his-name mansion. Jiang Bui also thought so. Driving is easy to be blocked there. I'll put the car away if you drive a little further. Let's get off and go. Since he had to get out of the car to catch up, those big guys in the trunk would have to be arranged in a hurry. He turned around and flashed into the rear compartment, first greeting the alien plants in the rows of potted plants housed in the walls of the compartment, with the exception of the dark vines, which had shrunk in size and coiled around his wrists. The other exotics were allowed to shrink back down to a seed or a branching vine and packed into the large satchel at his waist, leaving only the empty pots on the shelves. The large animals he couldn't do anything about, but the small ones that were petite enough to be carried away in the satchel, he gave each one the option of deciding for themselves whether they wanted to hang on to their 2 silent and steady old fathers or their united and loving siblings. Several of the little ones' bodies stiffened at the words and quickly climbed onto the backs or heads of their siblings, who weren't actually very united and friendly. Jiang Bui carried the empty backpack in one hand. This is good. Do not need to be entangled which need to follow who of the 2 of them. The 2 streets were put in a pre-apocalyptic period without traffic jams. 10 minutes to go back and forth. But now they drove until 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon to reach their destination, the corner of the intersection in front of the traffic lights in front of them. Bai Jiao drove the lorry into a semi-open underground garage. And as soon as they entered the garage, they felt that the outside of the car was cooler. Parking the car at a fairly clean corner, which was still considered a visual blind spot, Jiang Bui put the car into the space after the animals all got out. Both of them were carrying a mountaineering backpack behind their backs. Bai Jiao's bag was full of food and drinks, while Jiang Bui's backpack was an empty bag filled with bubble pads, which was only used to hide the outside world's vision and make it easier to get things from the space. Chapter 149, Outside the Car Park. They had already taken turns driving and eating lunch in the car. Jiang Bui took out the map, squinted his eyes and looked at it, but he couldn't distinguish the glyphs clearly. The underground car park was dimly lit, and the corners away from the exits were hard to see. He can walk here in the dark, avoiding all obstacles perfectly, but it's still difficult for him to read the small ant characters on the map. He knew that Bai Jiao could read it, but there was no way he could not read. Jiang Bui thought it was a bit funny. Those who can read can't read the words. Those who can read can't read. 2 blind men reading the map here. First go out. Here the light is too dark. Close to look at the map again, 2 eyes. Still cannot see. He simply gave up. Reached out and dragged Bai Jiao to go out. The zombies in the car park from before they drove the car in to hear the movement of the engine agitation. They hide in the darkness of the crazy hissing and screaming, just waiting for the fresh smell of flesh and blood appeared. Then all together forward to tear the prey. Jiang Buwei could sense that the two of them were surrounded by zombies, and the stench of rot emanating from the zombies was all around them. So he secretly raised his guard. In the darkness, the zombies ignored the obstacles in the car park, only with a hint of flesh and blood to track down the prey to be slaughtered. Is not from the darkness of the hand, and head out of the darkness of the cold unexpectedly make people defenseless. Even Jiang Weiwei also feel a little difficult to deal with. Fortunately, Bai Jiao's ability to move in the darkness is not affected in the slightest, and even more agile. He kicked the heads of the surrounding zombies, but also pay attention to Jiang Weiwei's side cannot take care of the sneak attack. The dark vines are swung like an arm and change with Jiang Buwei's movements, from time to time penetrating the brains of the zombies, where the cores are located, and those who are too close are whipped out far away to prevent being splattered by the brain matter on their bodies. The two of them worked well together, and in a short time, they cleared out half of the car park, and also cleared a path leading to the exit of the car park. Jiang Buwei took a step forward and opened the way in front, while Bai Jiao had been following not far behind him, keeping a distance of about 1 meter, paying attention to the safety of the two behind them. With just two people, there was no such thing as falling behind or not, so the speed was fast. When approaching the exit, Jiang Buwei's relaxed expression changed slightly, looking towards Bai Jiao. After receiving an affirmative nod, he changed direction, approaching the exit from the side, where he could already see the bright sky lights. There were quite a number of zombies gathered outside, and the tumultuous hissing sounds accompanied by toothsome chewing and tearing noises, and the smell of blood were interlaced. And the closer they got to the exit, the louder the sounds became. What happened? Jiang Buwei had already walked to the side of the exit, and there were only a handful of incapacitated zombies struggling. Looking out, he couldn't help but give a start after seeing the scene outside. Only see the street opposite the car park is a sliver of shops. At this time the street in front of the shop surrounded by zombies. Crowded. Only from the smell of blood and zombie feet from the nose of the pace of the staggering vaguely see a few minutes inside the creepy bloody scene. Those two vans next to us we didn't have when we came. It should be them driving. A burst of scorching heat suddenly sprayed in his ears. But Jiang Buwei heard a coldness in his body and his heart thumped. He hastily turned back, while retreating 2 or 3 steps before stopping, raising his hand and rubbing that ear vigorously. He glared at the culprit and reprimanded in a lowered voice. What's the point of coming so close? Bai Jiao had a face of upright innocence. I'm afraid the zombies will hear me. Jiang Buwei could not say anything else, but could only tell himself not to get on the same page with this guy, who was used to putting on airs and graces. Bai Jiao saw the good in it, gazed for a moment, and said to Jiang Buwei, there is still a living person's aura around. It's in the small building with a vermilion plaque across from us. These words were indeed effective, and Jiang Buwei's attention was immediately diverted. Based on Bai Jiao's description, he quickly locked onto a facade with a red doorway. The iron curtains on the ground floor were pulled halfway to the position, which could not protect against zombies at all, and he raised his head to take a closer look, and saw a silhouette behind a certain window on the first floor where the curtains had not been pulled tightly. That silhouette is obviously also peeping at them through the curtains. See Jiang Buwei, they look over, hastily pull over the curtains to block the line of sight. Jiang Buwei was stunned by this action. The curtain shook so much that it was close to directly telling that there was a person behind the curtain. He looked down at the map and scanned the surrounding buildings, and said to Bai Jiao, let's go. Since she doesn't want us to know there's someone. Forget it. With that glance just now, he could tell that it was a girl with a thin frame. Seeing them two strange adult men, it was normal to be defensive, and Jiang Buwei didn't want to come forward hard. But it was difficult for her to survive alone within this street. The smell of blood at the street entrance was still attracting zombies hidden in the surrounding streets. And now that they were all attracted to the street entrance, it wouldn't be long before the zombies that were attracted to the street entrance would smell that there was still a scent of a living person on this side of the street. At that time, it would be hard to say if she could survive. Thinking of this, he waved his hand and released the dark vines. And the dashingly flung out dark vines quickly crawled towards the doorway on the opposite side, clearing the surrounding dozen or so zombies in 3 clicks. Jiang Buwei does not have a lot of kindness, but in this world, since he has the ability to help in passing, He will not begrudge this effort. Behind the curtain may be delayed to see someone over. Outside there is no more zombie after the death of the movement. He could not help the curiosity of his heart gently pick open a corner of the curtain to look out, but was surprised by the scene outside for a moment. The dozen or so zombies that had been roaming around the door market were now lying on the ground. And she hurriedly turned to the place where those two people had been before. The people were long gone. The curtain suddenly fell. Behind the curtain a person, with a panicked face, rushed to the door of the room, to determine the door lock is intact before breathing a sigh of relief, but also think it is not right. Assured that not to turn around, and will be able to move inside the house, furniture and furnishings are moved to the door behind the blocked. These two curtains after the talent long sigh of relief. A little peace of mind? Hiding behind the door nervously look at the door to the room, waiting at any time to break the door of the thieves. Will be lifted in the hands of the steel pipe smashed to smash the head of the people. What happened behind that curtain Jiang Buwei was completely unaware of, and did not pay attention to it. The two of them rushed at a fast speed. After running out of that street the density of the zombies was much lower, as long as they didn't make too much noise. Often before the zombies' sense of smell didn't react to it. They had already arrived 10 meters away. The stuff in the backpack was put away by Jiang Buwei as early as when he started running, leaving some foam boards to hold up the outline of the backpack to prevent it from revealing itself. However, he thought about the supplies in the white auger bag for a while, and still left them behind. Not only did he leave all of them, but he also added a few more. Anyway, he was not afraid to carry weight. Jiang Buwei very generously stuffed his backpack to the brim. 2 bottles of water, 3 packets of compressed homemade beef, 2 boxes of canned beef, a box of canned peaches, a flare gun with 3 flares, and a wireless walkie-talkie, 3 batteries. Jiang Buwei looked at these, thought for a moment, and added a set of change of clothes inside in case if he turned into a snake. With him, these are actually not necessary to prepare. Now this backpack is also for fear of 2 people separated. Just in case. In the midst of their thoughts, the light-up mansion was right in front of their eyes. Chapter 150, The Weak and the Strong. There are still crumbling banners hanging outside the light-up mansion. Before the end of the world, there may still be commercial activities here. The shopping mall door is wide open without any cover. The crowd inside is crowded, so dense that Jiang Buwei's eyes went black on the spot. He was the first to see the zombies in the mall, and subconsciously looked for a building to hide his body. When he turned his head, he saw Bai Jiao standing in the middle of the road with a cold face and his hands in his pockets. Jiang Buwei. Okay. It's still him dragging the big brother down. He glanced at the cold big brother over there and gave him a look, indicating that he should keep up and not fall behind. Bai Jiao blinked and silently walked to his side. The density of the zombies was centered on the mall, radiating out to the surrounding area, blocking the surrounding 2 streets to the brim. The two of them compared the map, carefully bypassing the most densely populated neighborhoods, occasionally throwing out a few pieces of raw meat or an old mobile phone with a song playing to divert the attention of the zombies. The survivors in the city have either followed the army to escape from the dense zombie city, or have been gradually eaten up by the zombies. And in the end, only an empty city filled with the hissing sound of the zombies remains. In the long time has not smelled the smell of human flesh and blood in the pile of zombies. No less than throwing a bomb. The effect is very effective. Jiang Buwei, they have tried it again and again. Just as the two of them were about to walk out of the neighborhood of Guangqi Mansion, by relying on go and flexible positioning, 2 gunshots suddenly rang out around the surrounding streets. And immediately after that, the zombies in the surrounding streets began to whistling and agitating. The original oppressive calm was broken. Jiang Buwei's pupil shrank, quickly scanning his surroundings and dragging Bai Jiao up to the nearest suitable building. He dragged the man through the door and sent him away, closing the door behind him. He quickly went upstairs and found a room by the window, picking open the curtains that were spread out randomly. From this position, he could just see the source of the agitation just now. Bai Jiao stepped forward and swept him around the waist, his chin naturally resting on top of his head, uninterested in what was going on down there. So he had to play with Jiang Buwei's hair by curling his fingers in 100 chatty ways. Jiang Buwei was not distracted by the rustling movements of the people behind him, and focused on the movement underneath. A street away, right where they passed by on their way here, there were 6 more cars. 2 converted SUVs were at the head, followed by 2 high-chassis 7-seaters, a mid-sized bus at the back, and a converted bus at the rear. Now all 6 vehicles were surrounded by the zombie horde. Unable to move. Jiang Bui cold eyes. Each car roof of the sunroof has been modified. There have been people one after another to open the sunroof to set up the gun out of the cover. But no one dares to come out. At this time, the first buggy atmosphere has become stagnant and taut. Just short of the last straw can completely explode the artificial depression and dullness. But the stagnant atmosphere did not last long. Soon, the last straw was handed up by itself. The back seat suddenly resounded with a voice that could not control the faint tremor of its vocal line. Third brother. Let's not let Xiao Jun and Sister Qi and their squad go down first to take a look. They won't live anyway. The man who was called third brother was originally in the passenger side of the car, with the windows open and his palms spitting fire to clean up the zombies that were pouncing on him. And when he heard this, he immediately turned his head to look angrily at the boy who had just made a sound, and fiercely interrupted his words. Shut up. One more word and I'll throw you off. The boy sitting in the back seat cowered for a moment, not daring to make a sound, but looking at the expression of resentment was obviously unwilling. Other than the boy who spoke out, the other 2 in the back seat did not speak, but their expressions were clearly in support of the boy's idea. Even if Zhang Sanqiong did not see their expressions, he understood what the other 2 were thinking, and without even looking, he knew that most of the people in these 6 cars were probably thinking the same thing. Using already injured altered beings to charge into battle, as meat tanks was already a yawn plot laid out in plain sight by the top brass of the major societies. It was much more convenient to get rid of people once they were dead than alive. Not only can it reduce the consumption of medicines, but also do not need to pay for the basic supplies during the recovery of the injured, at the least cost to win the greatest benefits. This has always been the default unspoken rules of the major societies. Almost all of the groups under the societies followed this approach, and few groups would bring back their teammates with difficult-to-treat injuries, while their group was still barely holding on to the last bit of humanitarianism under the leadership of Zhang Sanqiong, a level 4 high-level fire psychic. But it was possible that today, this last bit of pre-apocalyptic good character would also cease to exist. Zhang Sanqiong clenched his fists, took out his walkie-talkie and roared. I know what you're all fucking thinking. All hold your bullshit back in your stomachs. I'm putting my words down here today. Who the hell dares to move the slightest bit and let a wounded comrade go to his death? Son of a bitch. Even if you don't die this time, I'll chase you to the ends of the earth and shoot you. After saying that, he opened the door of the car and fiercely increased the fire, ruthlessly burning those zombies that pounced on him. The words of a level 4 fire alien were still very intimidating when the mountain was not yet exhausted. The car at the back, which was about to make a lot of noise, quickly quieted down amidst the roars coming from the intercom, not daring to say anything due to Zhang Sanqiong's harsh words. But in the end, there is no way to know what is in the heart. In addition to the first 3 rows of a bus full of people, the middle rows of seats are piled up messy supplies, leaving only a narrow aisle to facilitate the search for supplies. Behind the supplies is where the wounded are placed. Only 2 rows of seats in pairs, but no less than 8 or 9 people are placed. The back door of the bus had long been sealed, and the wounded were placed at the very back of the bus, even behind a pile of crammed supplies, when they could only escape through the front door. In this disorderly and chaotic land, which had gradually lost control after the end of the world, associations of plutocrats and gangsters ran rampant. Here, justice and right and wrong had long been reversed. Even if a 4th-level fire alien repeatedly emphasized the affirmation of treating the injured well, the effect was minimal, and they were already satisfied with having a place to rest. At this moment, hearing San's voice coming from the intercom at the very front of the car, spared Junzi and Shuqi, who had already prepared themselves to sacrifice themselves to pave the way for their group members, could not help but redden their eyes. The people sitting in the front 3 rows, however, had changed their faces, and some of the ones who were not able to calm down directly grasped, muttering incoherently under their breath and glancing every now and then at the back row positions that were covered by the supplies. Sister Qi, I want to go down. Sango's a good guy. Can't give him a hard time. The tall, skinny youngster whose arm was still casually dangling from a torn-off cloth looked towards a middle-aged woman. Sister Qi's face was pale, obviously having lost a lot of blood, but she curled her mouth and nodded. You're right. I'll go down as well. Although Zhang Sanqiong said so, we can't make things difficult for him. Sister Qi, Brother Junior, I'll also go down with you. Anyway, I don't have any points to cure this broken leg. What's the point of going back alive in the end? It's not like they'll let us go. Someone beside him immediately braced himself to respond. Once these words came out, those who were still hesitant and afraid of dying or unwilling to go to their deaths also silently propped up their bodies and wrapped the gauze tightly. Even if they could go back alive. What's the point? The expired anti-inflammatory drugs and painkillers on the society's trading market were speculated to sky-high prices. And the doctors who have the conditions to operate are all sitting in the big societies. So where do they get the points to buy medicine to see a doctor? Going back is nothing more than staying up and waiting to die or being hated by the group members in the car. Secretly retaliate to get killed. There is no point. It is better to have a pain. But also let the third brother do something good. Just as the first 3 rows of attacking aliens squeeze, some cannot resist the attack of the zombies outside. Cannot bear the words of Zhang Sanqiang thrown away. And will hit the idea of the back row of the injured. 8 or 9 injured people get up one by one, staggering hard squeeze through the pile of supplies. The leader, Sister Chi, took the walkie-talkie that was set up at the very front and let out a deep breath before pressing the dialogue button. And, third brother, after we go down and head south, try our best to draw the zombies towards the southernmost supermarket. The convoy will immediately turn around and return the same way from the street. After saying that, she immediately switched off the intercom. She is not worried that third brother's car will not listen to the command. Because the car driving the car is the group's famous relations. Cherish life very much. Chapter 151, The Blazing Sun. Jiang Buwei just turned his head and glared at Bai Jiao, who idly started to tease him. And then with another turn of his eyes, he saw several people coming down from the last car of that convoy underneath. 8 or 9 people. But basically everyone had white cloth wrapped around their bodies, with 2 or 3 injuries per person. He couldn't help but slightly frown, probing to look at the front several vehicles. Nothing moved. His heart wondered. Could it be that these people are already the least injured in this caravan? It seems that the situation on the road when they came is indeed very dangerous. After all, these people's alien ability level is not comparable to him and Bai Jiao, but placed in the previous several bases to see the level of the middle and upper. Jiang Buwei considered whether to change the road. But this kind of consideration and see all vehicles began to turn around to evacuate. And down those who do not have the intention to get on the car when the abrupt end. Grass. Really long to see. There is actually a death squad. From the perspective of a bystander. Seeing all the cars in the same direction withdrawing in an orderly manner from the route that his teammates had led with their lives. Even though they might have volunteered to do so. Jiang Buwei's mood was inexplicably a bit low. He looked towards the people still struggling in the zombie horde and asked Bai Jiao in a low voice. Is it possible for us to go back to our previous lives? Only after asking did he feel that he was asking too much. Bai Jiao was not originally from this world. Asking him to understand this feeling was too difficult. Who knows? But behind him came a man with comforting words. The zombies are not endless. Sooner or later there will be a day to kill the end. As long as you live a long time, you will certainly be able to see. Jiang Buwei, originally still immersed in a depressed mood of despondency, immediately stopped. He was a bit touched. But he felt something strange. Apparently, Bai Jiao also realized that he was not the material to comfort people. Reached out and stroked Jiang Buwei's head, learning from his previous actions of watching Ed Chui's actions towards Lin Yi. And his mouth also reproduced the same chant, Hulu Hulu Mao. Can't scare. Jiang Buwei, pressing down the big hand that was running down the hair on top of his head. He turned around with an expressionless face. What do you want to eat tonight? Bai Jiao was puzzled, but obeyed. Fried chicken? Although he wasn't comforted much. Jiang Buwei's mood did get a lot better by this interruption. He looked out the window again, only to find that the number of people underneath was 1 more than before. And it was still a level 4 fire alien. With the addition of this fire alien, the people at the bottom who had originally slowed down a bit seemed like they had been given chicken blood. And compared to just now, they even killed a small piece of the vacuum zone. Bai Jiao also followed and looked over. A few points of interest and surprise flashed under his eyes. A few little ants are still quite vigorous. Jiang Buwei looked fixedly for a few seconds, and suddenly took out a drop-resistant old-age phone. Adjusted the volume. Set the time. Opened the window in the other direction of the house, and threw it out with all his strength. The next second, a few hundred meters away from the street suddenly rang out manic square dance music. Even the lyrics and melody in the only zombie hissing sound of the neighborhood are very clear. and even a little oozing. Then casually threw Dark Vine out the window, and closed it with a snap. It's time to eat. The surrounding zombies were clearly agitated by the disturbance of the sound. But not many zombies left the area. The sound in the distance was an unknown temptation to them. But the smell of blood and flesh close by attracted them even more. Zhang Sanqiong and a few of them naturally heard the sudden sound of music. And he only froze for less than a second before quickly reacting. Although the zombies had no intention of leaving, their attack was somewhat weakened. Obviously torn and hesitating about which side to choose for their prey. Good chance. Xiao Jun. You open the way forwards. I'll take the rear. First go to the first floor of that hot pot restaurant to hide for a while. Understood. Several people played cover for each other, methodically rushing forwards according to the set escape route. Only as they rushed, everyone felt the attack of the surrounding zombies gradually weakening. But now is obviously not the time to open their mouths. A few people forced to endure the wrong all the way to the temporarily selected shelter. Finally someone toned arduous point out, you had no feeling just now on the road zombies seemed to be a lot less. Junzi didn't answer, but instead looked towards Zhang Sanqiong, who had stuck to the window, and looked straight down as soon as he entered the door. Third brother. Just now there wasn't something around us. There was something? Did that thing eat zombies? Someone in the team suddenly remembered the details on the way here. Zhang Sanqiong shook his head. I didn't see what that thing was either. But it should only target zombies. Logically speaking, that thing was so fast that Zhang Sanqiong had only seen a hint of a shadow. So if it really wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as a slap in the face. And with all the people in their squad unharmed, that thing shouldn't be feeding on them at all. Or perhaps it didn't want to harm them. Even, there was another guess in his heart that he hadn't told everyone. And that was that he felt that the thing just now looked like it had an owner. As a high-grade foreign plant, it was too rational and peaceful. And the resentment and killing intent on its body was shallow. If that thing had really had an owner, where was that person watching them? Zhang Sanqiong's sight fell through the window, and landed on the several buildings around them with open sight lines. His eyes flashing with deep thoughts. Since the person had stepped in to help them, and didn't show up, they didn't want to have too much contact with them. Zhang Sanqiong was still hesitant to go and thank them. But when his afterglow swept behind him a few of his brothers, who had just experienced life and death, he still put the matter aside for the time being. Sister Chi had brought people to search this small two-story place after they had all entered the hot pot restaurant, turning up all sorts of seasonings and bases, but just not much that could be eaten directly in the mouth. In the end, they were able to pull out a small half-box of instant noodles with clear plastic bags and a pile of rotting ingredients. There were quite a few of them, and these noodles were not big. They were the kind of small noodles used for hot pots, and all of them were boiled before they could fill their stomachs. Zhang Sanqiong looked at the room full of wounded, gritted his teeth, and had these noodles cooked in one gulp, as a celebration of their escape from death tonight. The usually stingy old Zhang also had a luxury. As soon as the window was closed, most of the hissing and colorful bells were cut off, and the handsome man looked down at the zombie hordes gathering outside the window, turned around and made it to the bamboo chair that had already been set up, letting out a comfortable sigh of relief. As summer was about to begin, the temperature this year had risen to incredible figures, and the trend continued to rise. More than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Outside the sun is still hanging high above the head, mercilessly scorching the earth and all the creatures attached to the earth. This kind of blazing sun in the sky state probably still have to continue to maintain more than 3 hours. The genius will gradually darken. The weather is too abnormal. After experiencing the end of the world, now everyone knows that this situation is not right. After closing the window, the room was not only hot, but also stuffy. Jiang Bui couldn't help but take off the jacket he was wearing as early as when he entered the door. But the heat still couldn't stop bubbling out, steaming his face red. He didn't hold back to cross the armrest of the single bamboo chair, and embraced the man who had collapsed on the bamboo chair next to him at an unknown time. Then he was scalded by the figurative 40 degrees. Jiang Bui, forgetting that his man was still a metamorphic animal, too hot would automatically hibernate. Looking at Bai Jiao's weak appearance with his eyes closed, Jiang Bui hurriedly took out the small diesel generator he always had in his space. And the air conditioners on the first floor were all destroyed by something from the outside. There is no way. Can only first connect 2 high-power fans, and put a few basins filled with ice cubes in advance in the room, with a fan blowing against. so that the cold air as much as possible in the room to spread out. At this moment, Jiang Buwei couldn't help but give a nod in his heart to his previous decision of letting the animals find a mountain to escape the heat on their own first. It was really prescient. Otherwise, this one right now would be enough for him to suffer. And letting the warming animals follow him back and forth when they should be dormant. They themselves are also subject to torture. After the ice in several pots melted by half, and Jiang Buwei added more ice, Bai Jiao was barely able to sit up. He looked at the room thermometer resting next to him, hung down his big head, and sighed deeply, looking a bit forlorn. Jiang Buwei had a 5-flour kebab in his mouth, and without raising his head, he asked vaguely, "What's wrong?" The man sighed again. "If the sky keeps getting hotter, I'll have to be a pendant again." Chapter 152, Little Electric Donkey. Not needing to wait for the weather to continue to rise, Bai Jiao's long for fried chicken that afternoon was no longer okay. It had shrunk into a finger-thick strip, coiled around Jiang Buwei's bare white neck. Weak and comfortable. From a distance, it looks like Jiang Buwei is wearing a white jade choker. And if you look closely, you can still see the necklace itself. And sometimes it will also move a little bit of the stiff body. The only person who had a problem with this was Jiang Buwei himself. He frowned tightly, with a look of disgust. "Question the necklace, how hot you are now. Don't you have any idea in your own heart? You have to put it on my neck." The necklace tucked its head under its tail and played dumb. But after a while, worrying that Jiang Buwei was really hot by him, Bai Jiao still moved himself outward, trying his best to keep his overheated body away from the young man's skin, and rested most of his body on the small neck fan that Jiang Buwei had put around his neck before he left. In order to avoid the discomfort and heat brought about by direct sunlight, they chose to leave at 5 in the morning. As the sky cleared, Jiang Buwei packed light and set off on his journey. As he left the neighborhood, he also recalled the dark vine, which had been foraging for food for the whole night. It can be seen that it has been living quite well outside. Body was torn to a small half of the body does not care. Joyfully wrapped in a large package of crystals upside down back to Jiang Buwei. Jiang Buwei, from the energy fluctuations and the feeling of its joyful mood, is really laughing and crying. Waved his hand, only from the bag to take a few rare colors of the crystal core, the rest of the whole to it, and was Jiang Buwei into the backpack of a few alien plants. After giving the crystal cores of those exotic plants in the bag, he suddenly remembered that the sun is so big, he should put the sunflower out to shine and absorb some energy. The sunflower that was forced to shrink into a tiny flower by its owner poked its head out from the half-open zip, enjoying the sunbathing to its heart's content. The street behind us has just been through a fierce battle. The zombies are almost all attracted to the past, gathered in front of the blood-stained stalled, while the zombies were still attracted by the bloodstains. Jiang Weiwei took out a pedal-type motorbike from his space. Jiang Weiwei turned his backpack around and put it in front of him before pulling up his legs and sitting on the motorbike. Turning his head sideways, he looked at Bai Jiao, who was still standing on the side, and waved his hand. "Get on, handsome." Bai Jiao raised his eyebrows, looking at the novelty ride in front of him, which he had only roughly seen, as well as the half of the seat Jiang Buwei had reserved for himself, and eagerly stepped into the back seat. "Let's go! Let's go for a ride!" Jiang Buwei lowered his voice and shouted, twisting his right hand hard. The little electric donkey surged out. The little trolley lurched out, then wobbled as it traveled along the still smooth main road. Bai Jiao didn't ride me fast. Listening to the tone of voice actually had some self-satisfaction. Jiang Buwei rolled his eyes. "I would like to. And I don't know which snake is too hot to move. Stay away from me. Your temperature is starting to rise." Bai Jiao rubbed his nose and silently pulled some distance between the two. When the small electric donkey was about to ride out of the area, Bai Jiao coldly spoke. "There's someone behind us again." The small electric donkey rushing forward gave a start, and in the next second, the speed of the vehicle slowed down a bit. Jiang Buwei discarded his distracting thoughts, meditated and felt the surrounding, and understood after sensing the number of people following behind him. Bai Jiao, on the other hand, obviously expressed great incomprehension about the matter. Why do so many people not want to live? Jiang Buwei knew that he was referring to the fact that the last batch of unlucky people who had followed them now had no more than a few survivors left. And in the bottom of his heart, he still couldn't help but worry that Bai Jiao wouldn't understand, and would really make a move to turn people into dead mouths. Sleep. Don't think about it. backhandedly touching the man's big head behind him. Prickly, sticking in his hand. He hurriedly withdrew his hand again. Still the bare scaly head felt good to the touch. The white Jiao, who was used to being stonewalled, wasn't annoyed, and put the man's just touched head on one of Jiang Bui's shoulders, arching around on it until he found a comfortable position. And then he completely stopped and didn't move. The python's head settled on his shoulder. Jiang Bui didn't care. When it gets hot, you get up for me. The white Jiao was about to fall asleep from swaying in the back. It wasn't until he felt the mount underneath him suddenly stop without warning that he slowed down a beat to raise his head from his wife's shoulder. Then he noticed the reason why Jiang Bui had stopped. Behind them was the group of people who had followed them all the way. It looked familiar, as if they had met them somewhere else. However, Bai Jiao narrowed his eyes dangerously as he sized them up. What's wrong? Nothing. I'm chatting with someone about whether they can show us the way. Jiang Bui soothingly patted the large beast that had been awakened. Hang on to the car a bit. Although he didn't know why Jiang Bui had to stop. Bai Jiao still subconsciously landed the two long legs that were curled aggressively on the pedals, and easily propped up on both sides of the small electric donkey. Jiang Bui got out of the car sharply and walked towards a 7-seater van parked behind them. The people in the 7-seater van were also very confused and dumbfounded now. The scooter in front of them was parked far away in the center of the road they had to pass through. In the past, they might not have been worried. But now, with a car full of wounded and supplies stretched to the bottom, they simply couldn't compete with others. So at this moment, when they saw a handsome and tall young man actually got off the small donkey and walked towards them, they panicked. Third brother, what should we do? The person is coming this way. Let's make it clear to him. This is the only road we can take. And we didn't follow on purpose. So he shouldn't come up and make a move. Right? There was also a shivering man looking at the man still sitting on the small donkey. I think even if this man won't make a move, the person behind him may not. The people inside the car subconsciously placed their gazes on the man on the small electric donkey when they heard this. And in the next second, they couldn't help but immediately avert their eyes. There was a creepy and cold feeling of being stared at by a large beast, as if they were about to be devoured into their stomachs, making several people's backs swish with cold sweat straight out. Mom, these eyes are too terrifying. Even Sister Chi couldn't help but look worriedly at Zhang Sanqiong on the passenger side. Zhang Sanqiong, who was staring nervously and expectantly with 8 gazes, had a grave look on his face, and looked fixedly at the thing that was slipped between the visitor's wrists for a few seconds. It was only after seeing exactly what it was that he let out an inconspicuous breath of relief. Without turning his head, he said to his team, "Don't mess yourself up just yet. Maybe it's not that bad." Turning to Qi, he explained, "I'm going down there. And if you make that gesture in a moment, you guys drive back immediately. And spread out and keep running even if you run into a pile of walkers. Then how do you? Don't worry about me." Old Xing locked the car. After saying that, Zhang Sanqiong pushed the door and got out of the car. Old Xing on the driver's seat had a tense and worried look on his face. Being the most obedient person under Zhang Sanqiong's hand, he gritted his teeth and still obeyed Zhang Sanqiong's words. The car door locked in response. Too late to give the back row members time to react. By the time the people in the back row had seized control of the vehicle from Old Xing, Zhang Sanqiong was already chatting with the gentle-faced youth. And at this time, Zhang Sanqiong outside the vehicle had mixed emotions. He wasn't the type of person to send death to his door unprepared, because there are few level 4 psychics. His strength in this area, although not to say that he can dominate, at least he can protect himself. This was the fundamental reason why he dared to get out of the car alone to talk. In fact, if he didn't suspect that these two were the masters behind the vine alien plants that secretly helped them that day, he would have ordered his men to attack the moment he saw the little electric donkey stop. Nonsense. In such a dangerous urban area, and still dared to have 2 people scurrying around on a small electric donkey. What kind of goodies could these 2 people be? And the long-term combat has learned that when encountering a life-threatening danger that cannot be avoided, the first time to grasp the attack firsthand is far higher than the chance of survival of the heart to escape and retreat. Even so, even if it is 100 battles, prepared Zhang Sanqiong, in the real face of this seemingly harmless youth in front of him, but also cannot help but feel a trace of timidity and surprise. No other. This person's strength, he cannot touch the edge. It wasn't the kind that instinctively rushed to escape at the first glance of the body like the man's on the small electric donkey. On the contrary, he couldn't feel a trace of threat and danger in this youth. Nor could he feel the existence of any direction of exotic energy in his body, as if he was really an ordinary person without any exotic ability. But was it really possible for someone who possessed a foreign plant with that kind of terrifying strength to be an ordinary person without any foreign energy? Zhang Sanqiong knew this answer very well in his heart. It was because it was too clear that he felt a bit scared and suffocated. Not to mention the fact that there was another one on the small donkey, who was looking at him meaningfully, with a kind of prey-surveying eyes. These two people. He could not see through each one of them. Zhang Sanqiong suddenly felt a deep sense of frustration and crisis. Were all third-level aberrants so cheap and worthless now? Many thoughts and ideas appeared and disappeared in Zhang Sanqiong's several breaths. Still with a smiling look on his face. This, alien lord. Regardless of your this believe it or not ha. We are really just passing by. Not intentionally following the two of you. The little brother that he had originally prepared was forcibly swallowed by him. What do you mean? This is the only way back to your base from here? Jiang Bui asked knowingly. This was something he was half expecting. The route they took today was indeed the safest option that he and Bai Jiao had scouted out with great difficulty. But to say that even their perennial wanderers here only knew this one road would be not telling the whole story. After all, when they came that day, and when the original caravan left, it wasn't this road. Hearing the youth's words, Zhang Sanqiong's heart was relieved, secretly saying that these two people had indeed come from outside. And listening to the accent, it sounded like they came from the north. North, ah. Zhang Sanqiong squinted his cloudy eyes, as if recalling something. His mouth was still explaining to the two of them. You came from the north. Right. I'm not sure about the situation here. The first year of the shipwreck. The southernmost earthquake and tsunami. Along with the periphery of this followed a crack. The former road directly split open. In addition to flying in the sky. No one can go. Originally there was still one road left. The one we took when we came the day you saved us. But now, speaking here, Zhang Sanqiong sighed and, those cars that went away are still not sure to escape a few. Now the smell of blood definitely can't be dispersed. And that street is probably still blocked by zombies now. So they don't dare to go at all. Jiang Bui didn't deny Zhang Sanqiong's speculation about where they came from. Smiled and said, so that's how it is. We're also new to this place, and wanted to ask for directions. There's no other malice. Saying that, his eyes moved backward from Zhang Sanqiong and said slowly, please also rest assured. Chapter 153, The Light of Humanity. When Zhang Sanqiong turned around, sure enough, the team members had already seized control of the car and got out of it, and were now all standing by the side of the car looking at the three of them. He couldn't help but curse old Xing in the bottom of his heart for not being reliable this time. Knowing that he couldn't stand it. He didn't expect that he wouldn't even last 2 minutes this time. Everyone has their own thoughts. This time no one noticed the man on the small donkey suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction they came from. Or rather, noticed, but did not understand what was going on. Only Jiang Bui, who was always alert to the surroundings and paid attention to the movements of the white Jiao, put it in his mind. Jiang Bui glanced at that direction and smiled apologetically at Zhang Sanqiong. It's not too safe here. We'd better leave here first and find a place to talk slowly. I still have some questions I want to ask you all. Zhang Sanqiong also noticed the small movements between the two men in front of him. No, it wasn't a small movement. The two of them didn't have the intention to cover up at all. This was their savior. Their strength was still unknown, and they didn't need to go through so much trouble to harm them. Zhang Sanqiong made an immediate decision, shouting to his team members, quickly get in the car. Xiao Juner, pour out the seats for the two adepts. No, you help lead the way. We'll just follow behind. Jiang Bui stopped. The two of them weren't worried about the thing coming from behind. At most it was too much trouble. But compared to Bai Jiao being put in the back of the 7-seater car with a dozen or so people crammed into it, it's just a little bit more troublesome. It's better than driving halfway through the journey and having the car fall apart. Of course, with Bai Jiao in the car, it won't happen that the small electric donkey can't keep up with the four-wheeled vehicle, which is a common sense thing. The small e-donkey seems to be following the 7-seater van slowly. At first the 7-seater van may be worried that they can't keep up, and deliberately slowed down some speed. Later, when they realized that no matter how fast or slow they dodged the roadblocks. The small electric donkey at the back was always firmly following them at a steady distance. The people in the 7-seater van put all their thoughts and minds on catching up with the road at full speed. The people in the van were not without curiosity. Has that car of theirs been modified to actually be able to keep up with a four-wheeler? Zhang Sanqiong stared closely at the road ahead, glancing towards the rear-view mirror from time to time, although he wasn't as sharp as the two people at the back. At this moment, he also felt an unsettling aura rapidly approaching in that direction behind him. Intuition told him that that presence was very dangerous. Thus, Zhang Sanqiong seriously said to his team members, who were still uncertain, "The situation is not right. There is something behind us. Pay attention to the alert. Also, pay more attention to the people at the back. Electric cars consume electricity very quickly on this kind of road. Don't let anyone lose them. Understood, third brother? They've run out of electricity. So won't we just be able to get rid of them?" Without waiting for Zhang Sanqiong to speak, the older teammate next to him slapped the questioner on the back of the head. "Are you stupid? If they didn't have some support, could they let you drive in the front while they ride their motorbikes slowly in the back? They even saved our lives the other day." Hearing his teammates' fear and suspicion of the two men on the small electric donkey, Zhang Sanqiong voiced his almost certain speculation. "What?" The teammates were confused, not knowing where they came from. Only Junzi was thoughtful. "It's related to that thing you saw the other day, third brother?" Zhang Sanqiong nodded. "That was a foreign plant, with a high rank. And I found another vine foreign plant on that youth's wrist today. The scent on it is familiar. It's likely to be the vine we met the other day." Saying likely was all subconsciously prudent. But after Zhang Sanqiong said this, they knew even if they thought about it, it would be these two people who helped them. Originally, this place was in a no-man's land that their base had yet to search on a large scale. And there were usually very few teams that would come here to gather supplies. Their team was completely forced out by the society at the top of the base to look for foreign beasts. And only then did they have no choice but to go deeper into the no-man's land. As a result, it was such a coincidence that these two people could not help but appear in the no-man's land where there were few living people. And they also happened to have an alien plant with a similar aura and a very high level. The answer is obvious. After this analysis, the hearts of the people in the car were slightly relieved. Although there are still defenses and conspiracy theories, but at least it is not so frightening. The peer has to be on guard against the movements of the two people behind them. The sun gradually rose up, and the heat slowly crept up on everyone's body. Jiang Bui's eyelids drooped, head down to brush the electronic map in the mobile phone, in order to prevent the car in front of him from noticing the difference through the rear window. He casually rested one hand on the handlebar of the electric car and let the car rush forward by itself. Yes, look closely. This electric car is simply less than a few millimeters apart, directly magically suspended on the road, floating and flying. Jiang Bui noticed the sun that was starting to glare, glanced at the mechanical dial, and without looking back said backwards, "Increase your speed and get next to them." After saying that, worried that Bai Jiao would directly maneuver the electric donkey to fly out, he added, "Steady." The small electric donkey accelerated at the sound of the voice and surged straight to the side of the van. Jiang Bui knew that this speed had already been deliberately controlled by Bai Jiao, but the people inside the van almost screamed in shock. Then, they heard the young man on the small electric donkey lightly press the horn, see them look over and also wave towards the car, signaling them to stop. If they didn't know that Jiang Bui had saved them, the people inside the car definitely wouldn't have followed the instruction to stop so decisively. With the 7-seater's emergency braking, the small electric donkey also stopped next to the van. Without waiting for Zhang Sanqiong to lower the window and ask what was going on, he saw the youth sitting in the front seat with a gentle and handsome face slowly and methodically step out of the car. Immediately after that, the tall man who had been sitting in the back seat moved forward a little and rode the car around a corner, rushing straight to the road they came from. Zhang Sanqiong was startled, and at once failed to control the force in his hand, almost breaking his grip on the car door handle. He quickly got out of the car, but saw that the youth who stayed in place had a calm and unimpressed face, and his attempts to rush over to stop the car lurched. Swallowing the doubt in his heart, he looked at Jiang Bui. Can he deal with it alone? Jiang Bui waved his hand. He'll be fine on his own. Everyone present thought that Jiang Bui had asked them to stop the car in order to wait for his companion. So despite being very nervous about the unknown dangers behind them, they chose to get out of the car and remain vigilant, quietly facing the direction they came from. This included Zhang Sanqiong. But he wasn't relying on his eyes to sense danger like his teammates. So while he waited, he still had the time to observe the situation of the young man standing on his side. He noticed that this young and powerful alien seemed to be unconcerned about the whereabouts of his companions, only staring at the mobile phone in his hand and fiddling with it, occasionally looking up at them a few times. Zhang Sanqiong was a little confused. But his confusion didn't last long. Soon, a huge energy fluctuation from the direction of their vigilance swiftly swung towards them in an unknown center of the circle. The energy was so huge that no matter how high or low the strength of the alien energy was, but all the aliens could feel the shocking implication coming from this strong fluctuation. The people who came down from the car and were on the alert were all heart-struck. Almost subconsciously, they wanted to get into the car and flee as far away as they could, because that power was not in existence that they could fight against at all. It was not on the same level. However, as Zhang Sanqiong had yet to make a move, they had no choice but to endure their wariness and stop to wait for the leader to give his word. The next thing the crowd saw was Zhang Sanqiong, then turning his head in shock to look at the young man, who was quietly looking in the direction where the fluctuation was occurring. The third brother, who never feared anything under their eyes, had an exceptionally hard voice at this moment. Was that thing wiped out by your companion? Jiang Bui peered into the distance and received a signal from Bai Jiao, determining that he would hide in the shadows for the time being, avoiding the people in the van and quietly transforming into a prototype to follow him before turning back to Zhang Sanqiong, whose face looked a little off. Pretty much. This is also a bit of sincerity given before we formally cooperate with you. And deterrence. Zhang Sanqiong paused and signaled with his eyes for the team to go back to the car first. He wanted to talk to someone alone. As for the team members returning to the car, they could actually still hear the sound of the two men talking. This was out of his consideration. The space to talk alone was given out. Zhang Sanqiong spoke hesitantly. Do you and your companions really just need us to show you the way to the base? Forget him for having too little imagination. He really couldn't think of anything else that would be worth someone going to such great lengths to hitch a ride with them in the face of such strength. With their carload of half-catty goods, there's also a need for some public information within the base that most of you know about. Jiang Bui's eyes shifted as he confirmed that Bai Jiao had silently hitched a ride inside his sleeve. Avoiding the crowd across the room, he glanced at the gradually moving upward sun and couldn't help but genuinely suggest, "Can you even out the seats for me? Let's get in the car and talk while we catch up." Zhang Sanqiong exhaled a breath and agreed in a loud voice. All right. Let's get in the car and talk slowly." Turning back to the car, he shouted, "Old Xing, you go sit in the back." Jiang Bui also knows that the car has limited space, and it's not very fair to squeeze people into the back seat on such a hot day, so he apologizes in his heart. However, he didn't slow down at all in getting into the passenger seat. Zhang Sanqiong replaced Lao Xing and sat in the driver's seat to drive. As the vehicle sped along, Jiang Bui divided his mind to the zombies running after the car in the back and casually threw the dark vines out from the wide-open window there. People inside the car, making frantic eyes at each other. Jiang Bui didn't feel it in the slightest, or didn't care even if he felt it. Looked at the road ahead for a few seconds, and coldly snapped, "How much do you guys know about the specific distribution of forces here and the general level of strength?" This statement broke the very quiet and serene atmosphere in the car since he got on. Zhang Sanqiong silently gripped the steering wheel tightly and twisted back to the front of the car that had almost come out of the S shape, answering Jiang Bui's question with two minds. At the beginning of the end times, a mega earthquake hit the southeastern coastal cities, and the tsunami directly flooded the coastline. The army was able to send all to the worst affected places, and with insufficient local control, the situation in the coastal provinces gradually got out of control. That's why the situation here is different from that in the north, where the major societies are in charge, and the societies have bases of varying sizes and functions under their command. Societies? Jiang Bui couldn't help but raise an eyebrow when he heard this fresh word. Zhang Sanqiong seemed to know that he would definitely be curious about the societies and explained in detail. The predecessors of the societies are actually the major consortia before the end of the world. They went on a rampage at the very beginning to purchase food at high prices from places that were not severely affected. And with food in hand and cooperation with some forces on the gray fringe, they gradually formed a scale Zhang Sanqiong still has some indignation and palpitations when he speaks of this matter. Annexed each other until now. There are only 4 societies left that are still large in scale. Our base is affiliated with the Poseidon Society, and it is already considered to be very humane in there. Hearing this topic, the faces of the people in the back of the car didn't look good either. Jiang Buwei recalled the scene he saw earlier on the first floor where these people were thrown down by their teammates as open meat shields and blood packs. And he couldn't help but fall silent as well. He could tell even after just a few shots with these people that it wasn't that these people who were left behind didn't want to live, but they still gave up the chance to live voluntarily, clearly having long since resigned themselves to their fate. If this was considered humane, then one dared not imagine how animalistic the remaining few societies should be. Speaking of that person, it seems like he still followed people from the north at the beginning of the end times. Speaking of that person, including Zhang Sanqiong, the breathing of everyone in the car subconsciously slowed down and lightened a lot when they heard this topic. Just like a startled bird, it could be seen that the depth of this person's accumulated power, or the depth of the terror that could stop a small child from crying at night. The end of the world has just begun to come from the north. Jiang Buwei captured the key word, although he knew that it could not be so coincidental. But he still idly asked more. That person? That person has never been seen in his true form. Every time he appears, he is covered in a black cloth, only revealing a pair of eyes. Zhang Sanqiong paused. I once had a mission with that person and saw those eyes. It was very wrong. Jiang Buwei was really curious. Not like human eyes, rather like a snake. Zhang Sanqiong slowly said the inference he had hidden in his heart for many years. Animal mutants were just that. Jiang Buwei was just puzzled after his curiosity was raised. But that lord has always used fire-type psychic abilities. Twisting his eyebrows in puzzlement with a movement, Jiang Buwei slowly looked at Zhang Sanqiong. He suddenly remembered someone who also had an outstanding fire ability. He's in Poseidon? Zhang Sanqiong let out a deep breath before he dared to continue. No. That person, like Mr. Zhuang, is a member of the Elder Council of the largest society, the Light of Humanity. Chapter 154, False Gods. Probably because he was often in dangerous situations in recent years, his premonition and intuition had become very sharp. When Jiang Buwei heard this surname, a not-so-good premonition suddenly rose in the bottom of his heart. Mr. Zhuang? Mr. Zhuang is considered a code name. As for what he is actually called, it is rarely known. Zhang Sanqiong replied at the same time the rest of the light glanced to the co-pilot youth wrist of the jade-colored bracelet. Heart a creep. If it wasn't for the fact that the bracelet had just moved, he hadn't even noticed its strangeness and thought it was just an ordinary bracelet. At this time, someone from the silent convoy in the back seat spoke out with trepidation. I know his real name. It seems to be Shuang Jinyang. At this remark, not only the backseat companions were surprised, Zhang Zhanqiong also unexpectedly turned back to look at the teammate who voiced out. Jiang Buwei wrist since the car has been playing dead white bracelet tightened the figure. Will he drift away from the thoughts quickly pulled back? Old Shing received so many people's surprised looks at once and blushed a little, scratching his head. I didn't hang out with third brother before I was recruited by a big society to be a blood bag to die for a mission. But I ran fast and escaped from death in the end. I was recruited as a blood bag for a mission by a large society, and I escaped death and ran out. I seem to be the only one from that team who survived, and everyone else is gone. The people in the car all bowed their heads in silence, their hearts palpitating. Obviously, this kind of being forcibly recruited as a blood bag is something that everyone has experienced to a greater or lesser extent. Zhang Sanqiong turned back to see what else Jiang Buwei wanted to know. As soon as he turned his head, he saw that his expression was sober and calm, and he was a far cry from the kind and gentle face he had just worn. Zhang Sanqiong inexplicably felt a trace of trembling. Think of that, Mr. Zhuang seems to be from the north. And then think of this as not exactly from the north to here. Suddenly, he realized that these two people do not know each other. And look at this face. Seemingly not too good relations. But Zhang Sanqiong thought too much, or decided not to say anything bad about those who came from the north. What if they are on good terms, but their faces are long? After thinking clearly, he became more cautious when talking to Jiang Buwei. After all, this person in front of him could know those society elders. He must not be a good person himself. Zhang Sanqiong carefully considered his words. Your Excellency knows Mr. Zhuang? Your Excellency? even though Jiang Bui's head was now in taut confusion. He could not help but feel breathlessly amused. My surname is Jiao. Jiao Wei. You can just call me by my first name. Turning his head to look at Zhang Sanqiong, who was pretending not to look away and driving the car in a serious manner. I don't know your name. Old brother? He thought to himself. If it wasn't for the fact that it was trivial for a high-level alien to drive in 3 minds. On this level of driving concentration, he would have found a way to jump out of the car. Zhang Sanqiong's eyes were looking at the steering wheel. He was stunned at the words and quickly said, Zhang Sanqiong. Zhang Changmao. The 3 of 1. 2. 3. The Qiong of Kaiangliuyu. Jiang Bui laughed. It's okay for me to call you old Zhang. Although it was a question. It was a statement coming out of his mouth. At some point, Jiang Bui could feel his mind slowly changing. Ever since he was reborn, his mentality had gone from going all out to looking on with cold eyes. From being full of fighting spirit to looking down with indifference. While being powerful, he seemed to have really become a bit cold and eccentric. Sometimes even pondering in his heart as he looked at ordinary people who didn't have the slightest bit of supernormal abilities. Is he really still a person now? Or rather, his psychology is gradually changing in the direction of a kind of non-character species. Just like White Jiao. Jiang Bui was not sure about this fuzzy-like feeling. But he intuitively did not feel like it. Thought he knew why this was. All of this was due to the near-divine alienation ability in his hands, as well as the fact that the environment and people around him were frantically creating gods. He was the false god that had been forcibly molded. And even if the number of alien abilities like him is many times less than the original Earth's population, there are still countless more. This was because once they grew up, it would be very difficult for them to die young. Heaven's time, place, and people would frantically hold the high-level aberrants up to the altar of the gods, whether voluntarily or forcibly. Below the altar forged of blood and bone would kneel and worship blindly and cruelly believers, continuing to consolidate the rule of the false god, depending on the person. Jiang Bui, probably because of his nature or because of the influence of Bai Jiao's presence, didn't think about conquering and ruling the world, or engaging in discrimination and picking fights every day. He just always thought of living in seclusion in the mountains and forests, away from troublesome personnel and unnecessary fights. So it seems like Bai Jiao has really brainwashed him every day into this state. Jiang Bui thought about it and figured it out. So in his heart, he pushed the pot onto Bai Jiao without any reason. Jiang Bui felt that he was unusually calm right now. Mr. Zhuang, is a metal system psychic? The words came out, and he was all ready to clean up his house. Who knew that Zhang Sanqiong unexpectedly shook his head and denied it. No, it's a plant system. Seeing Jiang Bui's somewhat surprised expression, he added, that person usually moves within the society and doesn't often visit the base under his command. Mr. Zhuang does often inspect the bases under his command. Usually on the 3rd or 4th of every month it's our base's turn. If you're interested, I'll have Xiao Jun take you there to take a look with your own eyes to confirm if it's the person you're looking for. In fact, by this time, there was no longer any evidence to show that this Mr. Zhuang was that Zhuang Jinong. However, Jiang Bui had always believed in his extraordinarily sharp intuition ever since he had been mutated. From the moment he heard about this Mr. Zhuang, he had always felt that something was not quite right in the bottom of his heart. Out of his intuition, he still responded to the offer. Trouble. Driving halfway down the road. The sizzling waves of heat that had appeared in the air. Looking forward from a high point. The road was unobstructed, full of deep and shallow cracks, with no buildings or shade trees to provide cover. The section of road behind them was already the last section with shade. Zhang Sanqiong turned his head to Jiang Bui. The temperature is too high now. I'm afraid the tires won't hold up, so I can only walk here first. Jiang Bui of course had no objections, and got off at the side of the road with the team. In the boot, there is a temporary collection of sunscreen cloth sewn into the car coat. The car parked on the roadside under the shade of several large trees, with the sunscreen cloth to the car barely covered. The crowd walked to the shade of a slightly smaller tree not far away, ready to set up camp and rest. Through the hottest part of the day, Jiang Bui stood in the shade of the tree, received a large stone that one of the team members went around to find, and smiled. Thank you. Junzi, who was still holding a breath in his heart when he came over to hand over the stone, froze and quickly waved his hand. It's fine. It's fine. The large stone was hot to the touch. If an unprepared ordinary person received it, he or she would burn a layer of skin. The cut surface that the wind alien's wind blade had scratched was flat, and the stone inside was still warm and cool. Jiang Buwei casually found a spot to place the stone and sat down. Mr. Jiao, have something to eat. The conditions are simple when you're out and about, so please bear with me. Zhang Sanqiong approached, holding a bottle of mineral water and a box of canned meat, and handed it to Jiang Buwei. Seeing the box of canned meat, a swallowing sound subconsciously resounded around them. Zhang Sanqiong also heard it, and glared at the team members behind him with hatred. Jiang Buwei didn't pick it up. With so many people crammed into the van, there were very few supplies that could be packed for just the minimum survival of the people in the van. The other team members sitting around under the shade of the tree were all 2 people with a bottle of water and a packet of soda crackers pinched in their hands. Even Zhang Sanqiong himself was treated the same as the ordinary team members, depending on the physical quality of the exalted and their current injuries. The food they ate and could not keep up with the consumption. In this situation, with a bottle of water and a box of canned meat for him alone, this meal could not be eaten. Zhang Sanqiong thought that Jiang Buwei was dissatisfied with the amount of supplies allocated to him, and hurriedly explained, "Supplies are in short supply, and this box of canned food is already the best food on the vehicle." Jiang Buwei knew that he misunderstood, but he didn't bother to explain. "No need. I brought my own." With that, he picked up the backpack that was casually thrown on the ground. Open. Inside the ham and sausage, bread and mineral water have, although less, but all kinds of everything. Not worse than their meat cans of meat. Understand Jiang Buwei is really do not want their food. Zhang Sanqiong also understand. After all, go out on other people's food is normal to have a sense of defense. Pulling a piece of another team member's seat stone under his bum, he sat down on the ground not far from Jiang Buwei, gritting his teeth and tearing open the biscuit packaging. Zhang Sanqiong looked towards Jiang Buwei, who was looking down without knowing what he was looking at. "Mr. Jiao, what's the situation in the north right now?" Jiang Buwei looked up and saw that not only Zhang Sanqiong, but even the team members sitting around him quietly looked over in this direction when they heard the topic. The bottom of his eyes were quiet. "I've only been to S City. I'm not too sure about the situation further north. The army's living forces over there are still quite well preserved. The general direction is still under the government's control. Even if there are sporadic disobedient ones, they won't blatantly confront the army. At the beginning of the end of the world, there was no major natural disaster over there, so the casualties were not serious. But this not too serious was only in comparison to the south." Then Jiang Buwei gave several people a few pics of the several cities and bases they had traveled all the way to say what was useful and what could be said. After listening to the team members are somewhat silent, Zhang Sanqiong found his voice after a long time. "A little hard. The north is at least more orderly than here." Jiang Buwei also fell silent upon hearing this, unable to pick up the conversation. After the hottest time period, all of the people all got on the bus and continued their journey. Chapter 155 Dual Alien Ability. The timing of seeing Zhuang Jinan again was very sudden and coincidental. Their group had just stopped in front of a base that had been expanded into a farmhouse. And before Jiang Buwei got out of the car, sitting in the co-pilot's seat, he caught a glimpse of the person standing on the side of the base's entrance. He narrowed his eyes and tried to dig out the impression of this cousin from his memory, and then compared with the person in front of him for a few times. His heart was stunned, and at the same time there were a few points of gravity. There is no other. In front of this person's features and memory of the person has 6 or 7 points similar. But the face of the demeanor and subconscious action is completely changed like a person. A change in the previous posture. Whether it is the former in front of him to pretend out of the gentle, or the original form after the arrogance of the bad. At the moment in this person in a trace cannot be seen. When this person's line of sight was facing the opposite person, the only thing left in his eyes was the cowering and fear under the external strength. And his face was unusually pale. Jiang Buwei subconsciously rubbed his fingers over the small white snake that was gradually waking up from the heat of the day. His line of sight slowly moved down, landing between the legs of the suspected Du Jinong. Something was wrong. Too wrong. Although the distance was not close, Jiang Buwei's vision was not obstructed. This man's legs were not quite right, although he intended to hide the differences. But on closer inspection, there were still subtle inconsistencies in his walking, like his thighs had been shortened. Thinking of this, Jiang Bui's movements of rubbing the snake's scales gave a start, turning his head to Zhang Sanqiong to politely bid farewell. I seem to have found the person. Let's leave it at this point. Leaving his backpack, which he had quietly replaced with food, in the passenger side, he fastened on a black cap, lowered the brim, and got out of the car in a clean manner. Zhang Sanqiong was also stunned by this sudden move. Not having the time to stay, he saw the car door banging shut in front of his eyes. "Hey, your bag." The mysterious young man from the north obviously heard him, waved his hand, and left them with only a shadow before quickly disappearing into the crowd of people waiting to enter the base. Zhang Sanqiong looked again to try to find it, but there was already no silhouette. Several people in the car looked at each other in dismay. Someone hesitantly suggested, "Third brother, why don't we see what's in the bag?" "Yeah, it's probably nothing important." The echoing voices suddenly got stuck when they saw what was inside the backpack after it was pulled open. Several voices that sucked in a mouthful of cool air resounded in the car. And Junzi murmured, "So much food won't really be left for us." The crowd was silent, in their hearts, although they felt unbelievable. But remembering the figure of that person who left in style just now, they also had to believe in the very probable fact. Only after a long time did Zhang Sanqiong slowly open his mouth, his tone grave and serious. "In addition to the few of us, the events of these few days should be kept secret from the outside world, and no one should be allowed to leak out a single star." The people inside the car all nodded silently. In their hearts, they understood the meaning of third brother's words. They could not speak to anyone about the young man's information, and not only should they guard against outsiders, even their former teammates could not divulge the slightest bit. Jiang Bui traveled light and simple, stealing into the crowd of people queuing up. His tall, thin and upright figure and neat and clean clothes looked out of place with the people around him, who were either withered or dirty. But for some reason, his sense of presence just plummeted in the crowd, not at all conspicuous. When the people who came down to patrol the society closed up one by one, the convoy drove out of the base. A small electric donkey was quietly attached to the back of the modified car fleet. That night, the convoy stopped at a desolate village to rest, along the way by virtue of the windy position, successfully adorned in the back of the caravan, avoided several rounds of detection of the small electric donkey also not far away to find an empty house into the. Zhuang Jinong raised his hand and lifted a bowl of noodles to the head of the subordinate who came over to deliver the food, and grumpily kicked 2 more times at the person. "Scram! Get out! Get out of here!" After kicking the people, he gasped for air and walked into the room that he had all to himself. The gloomy and furious look on his face sharply shrunk his pupils when he saw the person sitting leisurely in the room, and with a bang of his backhand, he slammed the door of the room shut. The room suddenly fell silent. No one spoke first. After seeing the backhanded shutting of the door, Jiang Bui was already able to determine his identity. In a light tone, he affirmed, "Zhuang Jinong." The corner of Du Jinyang's forehead twitched hard as a reflex. Jiang Bui's words came from a place of doubt and disbelief. "How did you become like this now?" Du Jinyang's figure stiffened, his expression evasive. He did not choose to answer Jiang Bui's question, but slowly sat down opposite the chair Jiang Bui was sitting in. His expression fluttered, and it took him a long time to spit out his sentence. "You shouldn't have come, brother." Hearing this, brother, Jiang Bui's careless expression changed, and he straightened up. At the same time, in his mind, he and Bai Jiao reaffirmed, "Jiang Bui, there's really no trap here?" The man's voice was very certain and rang out in his mind. "No." At those words, Jiang Bui's somewhat tense body relaxed. If there is really a danger that the White Jiao cannot detect, then why run? Simply wait here. It's not that Jiang Bui is paranoid. Well, he is indeed a little paranoid. The main thing is that Zhuang Jinyang's strange attitude that seems like he is going to sell him soon after his conscience is clearing up is really suspicious. Only after confirming that his current situation was safe, and he could retreat in one piece, did Jiang Bui place his sight on Du Jinong. He only heard Zhuang Jinong mute and speak softly. "The Jiang family only has the 2 of us left now." Jiang Bui breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuang Jinong lowered his voice and said hatefully, "Liu is a complete and utter son of a bitch." When he said Liu, he subconsciously lowered his voice for fear of being heard by others. Jiang Bui expressionlessly recalled the name for a long time before pulling it out of his memory. It was too late to think deeply before he saw Zhuang Jinong suddenly raise his hand. manifesting a piece of metal with a cold, icy luster and placing it on the table between the two of them. Jiang Bui's eyes flicked upwards, not quite understanding what this move was for. After releasing his metal supernatural ability, he hadn't ended the action of raising his hand, still maintaining a look of total concentration as he stared at the palm of his hand, only to see another dark red vine drilling out of the empty palm. Trembling. Releasing this vine seemed to be very painful for Zhuang Jinong as well, and before long his forehead was crawling with sweat and his face was pale. Jiang Bui's eyebrows jumped as he spoke hesitantly. Dual alien ability? Zhuang Jinong laughed bitterly. This is what I want to show you. Then added, you too. Right. Dual alien ability. The tone was certain. Jiang Bui did not retort and acquiesced. Zhuang Jinong seemed to laugh. And there was some reminiscence of when he was there. At that time, I urged Liu to block you. Also because of this. Jiang Bui's brows wrinkled up. Can I ask where I was exposed? If he remembered correctly, he didn't seem to have revealed himself in front of them before the trap fight. Surely the average person wouldn't just randomly set their sights on someone unless. Thinking of this, he stared at Zhuang Jinong thoughtfully. It's not you. The first person to have dual system psychic abilities was Jiang Chang'ai. Zhuang Jinong looked at Jiang Bui and snorted. He's not like you who can keep his composure and can't wait for everyone to know that he's different. That last word different was bitten extra hard. The irony was full of meaning. Right after that, there's that younger brother of yours, Jiang Chenjing. It had been a long time since he had heard these names, and Jiang Bui was still a little dazed at first hearing them. After a while, he wrinkled his eyebrows and spoke. So, they suspect that it's the Jiang family's bloodline that has problems? Thinking like this, it made sense. No. That? Jiang Bui's line of sight stalled and slowly moved to Zhuang Jinong's pair of fishy legs. Then you. Chapter 156 The Meadow. Noticing where Jiang Bui's line of sight was, Zhuang Jinong's body stiffened, but he quickly relaxed, as if he had completely let go of some burden. He slowly lifted up his trouser leg. Yes, I also have the blood of the Jiang family flowing in my body. The raised trouser leg gradually revealed a hideous cut line on his thigh, as if the broken thigh had been sewn back together. Liu had secretly brought the Jiang family south before, and as soon as he arrived here, he immediately set up a biological research institute and laboratory. The institute even researched a surgery that can strip people of their supernormal abilities and transplant them into others. Speaking here, Zhuang Jinong seemed to recall something, and shivered. Jiang Bui was frowning at this moment. He didn't need to hear the next words to know what would happen. You may have also heard of it. Once a psychic is stripped of their psychic abilities, whether it is active or passive, once the psychic abilities leave the body, the person is out of breath. But the biggest prerequisite for this experiment is that the subject being stripped must be alive. Zhuang Jinong smiled. Everyone in the Jiang family has two supernormal abilities, and one of them can't die for a while. Jiang Bui was creeped out. Liu was basically a consumable a week at his craziest. The funny thing is, they've been working on cloning technology for years, but they haven't come up with a decent new consumable until they played with all the people. And so, with a man close at hand, Zhuang Jinong, who has the blood of the Chang family in his veins, can't afford to waste it. Bloodletting, electroshock, injection of zombie virus are daily. Serious from time to time on a cutting surgery, or transplant organs. Zhuang Jinong cannot continue to say. Lowered his head. A good half a day to say the last sentence. You should not come. My plant supernormal ability is transplanted. The exclusion is very serious. Liu has been dissatisfied with the effect of my transformation, he said, raising his gloomy eyes and sneering. Because he has seen you. If you hadn't been where his hands couldn't reach, you'd be too. The white snake between his wrists tensed up. The ancient horror pressure and dangerous aura that flowed out silently made the latter half of Zhuang Jinong's words disappear from his mouth all of a sudden. Jiang Bui returned to his senses, rubbing his fingertips against the jade-white serpent lin to appease the disgruntled white Jiao. Faced with Zhuang Jinong's startled expression, he pulled out an A4 sheet of paper from somewhere and handed it across the room. His expression faint. Write down everything you know. As for sympathy and soft-heartedness and whatnot, Jiang Bui would not put such emotions into an accomplice who regretted committing evil. Zhuang Jinong's regret and pain at this moment did not conflict with the blood on his hands over the years, and even intensified as an outlet. The sky has just risen white. The caravan has embarked on the road back. A small electric donkey is still quietly followed by the back. A small donkey is still quietly following behind. On top of it are two men whose image does not match the image of the small donkey at all. In front of the man holding the front end of the car is handsome and elegant. Under the neat and tidy clothes is the smooth muscles of the dark tints vigilance. The man at the back was much taller, barely able to cover the taller and thinner figure of the former in contrast. His head hangs forward slightly on one shoulder of the man in front of him. His eyes are closed, not knowing whether he is awake or asleep. "Thisly you can't be kept," Jiang Buwei replied in his head. Indeed, I did not expect this outcome either. Before the end of the world, the Jiang family was already down and out. Not as glorious as before. At best, the thin dead camel is bigger than a horse, and still barely have a family business. Who would have thought that they could actually suddenly open a genetic lottery? Could it be that their ancestors were married to a leprechaun? Jiang Buwei is puzzled. To a fork in the road. Far ahead of the fleet has entered the left side of the high-speed asphalt road one after another. Jiang Buwei stared at a certain car in the middle of the caravan and whispered, "Let's wait here for a while." This time, Bai Jiao finally opened his mouth. Raw iron like cold and hard timber, mixed with a little low horse. Hot breath sprayed on Jiang Buwei's cold white uncovered neck side. HM. The word him was made sticky by him, as if it could be stretched by pulling it. Jiang Buwei felt itchy and subconsciously to the other side to avoid a little. Ripe unexpectedly this small action attracted the man instantly opened his eyes to look over. "Dislike me?" There was another hot spray on his neck. But Jiang Buwei held back his avoidance this time. He turned his head with a calm face, looked into the man's sunken eyes for a few seconds, and laughed. "Want to pick a fight?" As soon as the three words came out, he saw the gloom under the man's eyes dissipate and blinked his narrow eyes. "I talked to myself." Jiang Buwei cut Bai Jiao's chin, which was still resting on his shoulder, with two fingers, and turned his head sideways to aim a hard kiss at the crimson lips, letting out a loud boop. Just as Bai Jiao's heart and mind were swirling, he skinned away the chin he was pinching in his mouth with a disgusted look. "Get up and away. Poking a person to death." Bai Jiao, the white Jiao that was thrown away with a hand, was originally furious. But when he saw Jiang Buwei actually reach out and rub this side of his shoulder, he instantly shriveled up. The white snake spirit whose chin was naturally pointed did not dare to speak again. Only after a long time did Bai Jiao open her lips. They turned around. Jiang Buwei seemed to be relieved as his body leaned back, comfortably leaning against Bai Jiao and stretching. This brat, Shuang Jinong, really isn't honest. There were a total of 2 roads in front of him, taking the left side directly onto the highway, separated by a large expanse of horribly long meadows. There was another small fork in the road on the right side. The dirt road was dried and cracked and undulating by the sun for days on end. Now seemingly spacious and smooth highway is clearly a trap. A moment later, Jiang Buwei backhandedly patted the side of White Jiao's waist. "Let's go through the meadow." Compared to the dirt turnoff on the right side that barely had the shape of a road, this meadow was an invisible meadow from a distance. The messy grasses are crowded and growing wildly to a height of 1 person, not allowing passers-by at all. Even Bai Jiao like this can only show his head when he goes in. It doesn't look like a road that can be lived on. Maybe Zhuang Jinong is playing this kind of attention, using the Jiang family and the experiment as bait, swindling Jiang Buwei to step into the trap. If an ordinary person, even if they are vigilant, between the two hesitations, they may not necessarily choose the middle of the meadow. That does not look right. However, he also has a humanoid eye radar with him. 100 measurements. The small electric donkey can only accompany the 2 of them to this place. To the front of the meadow cannot go in. Jiang Buwei put away the electric car, gave Bai Jiao a pure white cat backpack, gesturing him to carry it on his back. Seeing the cat head on the bag, Bai Jiao's outstretched hand retracted in disgust. "Where's the black one I had before?" Jiang Buwei's eyes signaled him to look down at the thermometer necklace he carried around his neck. And the answer was simple and crude. "The white one dissipates heat quickly." Bai Jiao silently pursed his lips. "Yo." Still not happy, Jiang Buwei motioned. "Then give you a different model?" Bai Jiao was about to nod his head when Jiang Buwei carried out the other 2. A small penguin and a small yellow duck. Bai Jiao lowered his head again. The first time he saw Bai Jiao paying so much attention to his image, Jiang Buwei couldn't help but smack his lips. Didn't he wear whatever he was given before? However, seeing the man's rare return to his own aesthetics. Jiang Bui, who had the intention of letting the man do as he wished, rummaged through the space again, and finally pulled out a light gray waterproof backpack and a pile of shopping mall trophies. This time the man finally reached out and took over his own small school bag, honestly carrying it on his back. Nearby, a dense spiderweb of long, slender grass stems tightly intertwined, solidly blocking the line of sight. Once stepped into it, the eyes were plunged into a darkness, the dense head of the grass stems hanging down, covering the light above. Out of sight, but not able to feel the direction. Gradually lost in this mutant meadow. Deeper into it. Even more feel the ears quiet and eerie. Only the wind blowing through the grass above the unique wind sound. Don't listen to the sound of the wind. Close your eyes and follow your memory. Jiang Bui obediently closed his eyes. One hand was tightly clasped by Bai Jiao with 10 fingers, and the other empty hand with 5 fingers open. As he walked around seemingly caressing and touching, lightly brushing the grass stems on the side of his body. The grasses that were brushed up probed and turned in the right direction, chasing and rushing to rub against the hand that let them get lost in their minds. This side of the unusual soon let a pair of cold eyes noticed. The grasses that were swept over by those eyes instantly stopped their movements of rubbing against the hand, and stood rigidly in midair, as small and vast as they were. At this moment, under the gaze of these eyes, they also shivered like they were born with sanity, feeling that they were being stared at by a shadowy and cold creature in the dark. Immediately after, 2 people walked all the way to one side of the grass stems, actually all yellow rot. The meadow that moved with the wind suddenly became gusty, and the green grass, which was originally quite calm and harmless, twisted madly and swung towards the 2 men with teeth and claws, in an attempt to entangle or tear apart these 2 bold corpses. However, what seemed to be a frantic counterattack was obliterated by the man with his eyes open in a single, flat blink. A vacuum instantly appeared around the 2 men. The grass in front of them also suddenly had the instinct to avoid harm. It instantly collapsed to the sides, offering its submissive, naked lower half to the 2 intruders, so that the visitors could comfortably step on the grass stems and leave. The white otter glanced coldly, not taking it seriously, and the eyelids, which had taken on a fan-like shape spreading outwards by the time they reached the end of the eye, were about to close slightly once more. The smell of rotting grass in the air made Jiang Bui sneeze greatly. He shook the hand that was held tightly by the man. Almost done, looking at the number of white bones buried underneath this grass. This place might still be a signpost for others, if we really let this weird meadow disappear all of a sudden. I'm afraid we wouldn't have to wait until the next day for the nearby societies to get the news. Drawing too much attention is not a good thing for the 2 who already have a plan to fish in troubled waters. Through the meadow, the small electric donkey reappeared. Jiang Bui began a new round of letting go of the fish, sitting in the fully automatic radar hover car to go. Quasi-right. Chapter 157, Little White House. High-tech development zone factory area. The large factory area was surrounded by a 5-meter-high wall made by Earth and Gold system psychics, and the wall was glowing with metallic coldness under the light. And it was only when they looked closer that they found out that the top of the wall was actually pieces of solar panels. Looking down from the high wall, one could only see small black dots like ants queuing up underneath, waiting for the process. Choyin's eyes did not look down, but fell on the convoy of vehicles that were winding along the mountain road not far away. It was a long, dark, twisted snake. The woman beside him was obviously looking at it as well, and snorted coldly. How come they didn't die out there? Choyin frowned. Ning Fong, be careful what you say. A flying insect that could not be seen by the naked eye flew out just as his words fell, and in the next second, the earwig hidden in the darkness collapsed with 2 black eyes. Ning Fong didn't look too good, but she didn't say anything else. On the city wall, the 2 of them fell silent. But in a while, the caravan drove to the front gate of the city wall. Choyin sighed. Let's go. This mission is being pushed by the higher-ups. We need to leave as soon as possible. When he said that, Ning Fong also remembered the mission that he had accepted with his nose pinched. With a disgusted expression, he whispered indignantly, Sooner or later one day I'm going to flood all of this place. Maybe the new eyes and ears of the minions have not yet come over to take over the task of monitoring the 2. Choyin this time did not blame her for not having a good mouth, because he had the same thought in his heart as Ning Fong. From afar, the guards at the entrance of the base's fast track saw the convoy coming this way. and changed their unruly stance, and jogged eagerly to open the passageway. After opening it, he quickly retreated to the side of the passageway and respectfully lowered his head to greet the returning convoy. The passageway was very spacious, but the wheels pressed past his feet in an unbiased manner, and he gritted his teeth and lowered his head, endured the pain, and waited for the caravan to pass. The guards around him were all silent, cold sweat pouring out, as if the air had condensed. A suffocating vacuum quickly formed around the high-level corridor, with a watery fleet of high-chassis off-road vehicles driving in one after another. Only then did the people behind the door dare to take a big breath. The person whose foot had just been run over by the wheel immediately lowered himself to the ground and clutched his foot, which was already oozing blood, the corner of his forehead throbbing in pain, his lips trembling violently, as if he were wailing silently about the pain that he had no place to tell. The people around him, who wore the same uniform as he did, however, avoided his supplicating eyes, dodged back to the very beginning, and continued to stand still. He was left alone, paralyzed in his place, with despair and pain in his eyes. Only after a long time did he regain his strength. Dragging his drenched and bloody feet, he moved step by step to his original position, waiting for the next wave of changing guards to take over before he could leave this place and go back to be bandaged. The convoy entered the society's base, and one of the cars located in the middle position broke away from the convoy at a junction and turned right directly into a heavily fenced path. It then stopped in front of an ordinary-looking small white building, without waiting for the combat suit, who had been waiting in front of the building to come forward and open the door for him. Zhuang Jinyang pushed the door and got out of the car on his own. The man in the black combat suit came forward and said respectfully, "Mr. Zhuang, sir is already upstairs waiting for you." Zhuang Jinyang's face was faint. He gave a sound and walked towards the building. Halfway there, his footsteps suddenly stopped, and he turned his head sideways to his subordinates in the car. His voice placed very softly. "Don't forget the thing I explained to you." Saying that, he slowly and methodically turned back, lifting his feet and walking into the small white building. Combat suit also followed behind Zhuang Jinyang and walked in without a second glance, leaving only the subordinate in the car to silently keep in mind what Zhuang Jinyang had just explained. He said to the person driving, "Come back immediately to that fork in the road." At the same time, he pressed open the intercom and instructed, "Gather at the city gates after a 5-minute break. Go back to the fork in the road before the turnaround, and make every effort to search for a person. Live to see a person, and die to see a corpse." The subordinate's trailing turn of voice carried a creepy viciousness. Then the guards at the high-level passageway entrance were inwardly horrified to find that the caravan that had just gone in, before and after but only 10 minutes, actually drove out again in droves, and sped away furiously towards the road they came from, oblivious to the fact that the person they were looking for was at the city gates right now, across another queue of people, rubbing shoulders with them. Not far from the entrance of the high-level fast track, there were 2 other daily access channels and an outsider's channel. Jiang Buwei was at this moment quietly queuing in front of the longest passageway for outsiders, still watching a watery, pitch-black convoy of vehicles speeding off in the direction from which he had come. "I'll sort it out?" Jiang Buwei shook his head from side to side as if he was bored, and said no need mentally. He tilted his head to look at the steel city wall in front of him that was 5 or 6 meters high. The 4 large words "Light of Humanity" glowed with a cold metallic light under the sunlight, piercing and compelling. "Make way! The front, hurry up and get out of my way!" A rough voice shout suddenly came from behind him, instantly causing Jiang Buwei to return to his senses, lowering his head and sidestepping to make way for the few people behind him. Seeing that he was so good at bullying, not even daring to say a word, the people behind him surged forward. Thus, this letting go made way for a dozen people at once. "Why are you condescending yourself like this?" The white Jiao was obviously very dissatisfied with those people's behavior. The voice that resounded in his mind was unusually cold, and the unconsciously overflowing murderous aura made the people around him creep out. But when they looked into its source, they didn't know the reason why, and they only had to settle down for the time being, and they didn't dare to make trouble again. No one noticed that the youth, who was robbed of his position, but didn't even dare to say a word, had his head lowered, but the corner of his mouth carried a smirk that seemed to be missing. His movements covertly raised his hand and rubbed the hot white jade bracelet between his wrists, soothing the great demon that was seething with rage along with his fur, hurriedly eating hot tofu. feeling that the white jade bracelet was still trying to draw the snake body back restlessly. He had to raise his finger to knock on the snake body that was getting hotter and hotter. Okay, hubby. Don't be angry. Okay? Attempting to be petulant and foolish. He tried to make the fire subside. Abruptly, the twitching snake body quieted down. For a long time, Jiang Buwei even walked forward 4 or 5 meters before hearing a slightly dull reply. I'm sorry. It's my uselessness. Letting you suffer. Jiang Buwei froze. Didn't understand how talking about it suddenly got to the point of apologizing? No. He almost subconsciously said the words out, and hurriedly swallowed them back, almost biting the tip of his tongue. Thoughts calmed down before he firmly returned. It's not like that. Bai Jiao. This matter has come to this point. I can no longer stay out of it. But you are different. It is me who brought you into it. Otherwise, how could it be so difficult for Bai Jiao to go into the deep mountains where he can't see the sun? Jiang Buwei spoke more and more slowly in his heart. At the end of the day, there was even an urge to leave behind all the salacious things in front of him and enter the deep mountains, with Bai Jiao right now to live in the deep mountains. Shao Wei. Don't say that. Bai Jiao said in a serious tone that he had never seen before. I don't feel comfortable living in this world for as long as I would have without you. The biggest possibility was that he would either sit on the wall with cold eyes and watch to see exactly how they could destroy themselves or struggle to survive. Or he would personally come down to accompany these little mole crickets to play a good game of extermination. But Bai Jiao didn't dare to imagine a world without Jiang Buwei. It would be too tedious and boring, making people feel uninterested just thinking about it. Jiang Buwei was slightly stunned and fell silent. At the entrance of the passageway in front stood a row of heavily armed, gun-carrying guards, their eyes cold and vigilant as they scanned the crowds of people queuing up and waiting to enter the club, from time to time lifting their guns and aiming them at a certain person in the crowd, and only dropping their muzzles with a lack of interest after getting a look of horror as they wished to do so. Jiang Buwei stood silently at the end of the long queue, waiting to enter the city. Seeing this, he lowered his eyelids, hiding the coldness under his eyes. As the sun gradually climbed higher and higher, the queue also longer and longer. Jiang Buwei also lowered his eyebrows and eyes to follow the front marching crowd to the middle of the queue. Originally, Bai Jiao was still in his mind, rambling on and on. But as soon as the sun came up, he shriveled up so much that even his words were breathless. Jiang Buwei couldn't help but interrupt. You rest for a while. The mouth never stopped. Chapter 158 Chicken Leg Man. The young man stood upright under the scorching sun. The gray t-shirt could not hide the unique aura of calmness and the tall figure of a man. The low brim of his hat covered most of his face, and his complexion could not be seen clearly. But it was not difficult to see the bottom of the declining sun in the bottom of his jaw, which attracted a lot of different prying eyes both explicitly and implicitly. There was no lack of salivation and malice in these faraway eyes. And naturally, Jiang Buwei could not fail to feel it. However, thinking about the laboratory on the piece of paper written by Zhuang Jinong, he still pushed down some of his not-so-friendly thoughts. The sun was getting hotter and hotter, and gradually some people in the 3 long queues could not hold on any longer and collapsed one after another. In the increasingly agitated atmosphere, the people in the shadows finally couldn't hold back. Jiang Buwei withdrew his sight from the people who had just fallen in front of him and slowly moved upwards, landing on the giant in front of him, who was blocking the light in front of him. The giant stood over 2 meters tall. His titanic figure was as wide as Jiang Buwei's, and his upper body was bare of hideous muscles, making people feel suffocated and intimidated at a glance. Jiang Buwei only glanced at it, and was stung by the glistening muscles. His heart immediately rose up with a feeling of nausea and greasiness, and he hurriedly retracted his eyes. His tone was light. Something wrong? The giant tried to put on a kind expression in front of the little beauty, but the gentle expression he made was even more frightening than the expressionless one. His features twisted into a ball. Don't line up. Follow us, and we can take you in now. Saying this, he nudged his chin in a certain direction behind himself. Jiang Buwei looked over with amusement and followed his movements, only to see 3 cars parked at the high-level expressway that looked like they had just returned from a mission outside. Most of the windows of the cars were down, and the people inside the cars were watching the dialogue between their teammates and this little beauty with an attitude of watching a good show or with disgusting eyes. Seeing you standing in the crowd is very eye-catching. Look over. The car people have strange scream, accompanied by excited whistling sound. noisy and disgusting. Jiang Bui cooled his eyes, and raised his hand to add a layer of plant soundproof shielding to Bai Jiao. He was glad that Bai Jiao had shriveled up and fainted. But at the same time, he gave these people a death sentence in his heart. Get out of the way. Jiang Bui's voice was cold. As soon as these two words came out, the giant's expression changed, gazing at Jiang Bui with danger in his expression. What did you say, little rabbit? The sandbag-sized fist was clenched and raised with a threatening meaning. For the first time being called a bunny. Jiang Bui, who was self-conscious that it was quite refreshing, also raised his hand with 5 fingers naturally relaxed, and was about to make a move. A dainty shout in time rescued the stupid big man in front of him, who had not yet realized it. Li Chao, what are you doing with this little white boy in front of me? Giant. Oh no. It was Li Chao who sniffed and moved, not knowing what he was concerned about. He let go of the fat meat that was about to come into his hands despite the impatience and mockery that suddenly welled up in the bottom of his eyes. Reluctantly muttered, Little bitch is just pretentious. Then turned around and returned to the convoy. Jiang Bui also followed the sound and looked over, only to see a young girl dressed in a cool, heavily made-up outfit, who was currently huffing and puffing with her waist crossed, standing at the side of the convoy, looking over this way. From the look and dress, it was as if she was still in the pre-apocalyptic nourishment look. But Jiang Bui's sharp eyes caught the hand hanging beside the seam of her jeans, clenched to the point that her fingertips were white. When the girl saw Jiang Bui looking over, she even gave him a vicious glare. What are you looking at, little white boy? The little white boy blinked, resentfully retracted his gaze, and wimpily pretended to lower his head in the queue as if he was frightened again. The dark vines hidden between the sleeves of his coat also retracted with the sneakiness. 3 or 4 cars came noisily and left noisily, facing the gazes of the people around him, who were either pitying or mocking, or relieved. Jiang Bui continued to line up with a self-effacing demeanor. Bang! Another heavy, muffled sound of a human body falling hard to the ground came from the front. The people around them clearly began to stir, until finally someone couldn't hold back their hands from grabbing the shade tools of the people around them. Jiang Bui sidestepped slightly, narrowly avoiding the attack of a humanoid creature being thrown over the back of his head, and barely managed to stand still in his position. The chaos around him seemed as if it had nothing to do with him, allowing the people around him to fight. He still stood steadily in this small melee by virtue of his windy and stealthy positioning, favoring a corner. The guards outside the base also stood steadily, without the slightest self-consciousness that the people in the queue were fighting under their noses. It wasn't until someone in the melee began to use their powers that the guards lazily raised their hands and fired warning shots into the sky. Intervened, but didn't seem to intervene either. Did their duty, but didn't seem to intervene either. Jiang Bui silently moved himself to the back, letting the emotionally charged crowd block him out. It was still too dangerous outside, and he wanted to go up the mountain to walk the snake. Once the base guards intervened, everyone was in the way of having to wait to enter the base, and they threw in the towel, and their open robberies tightened up quite a bit. The melee subsided quickly, but under the seemingly calm lake, there were still suffocating undercurrents surging between people. So let's press on for now. The queue was long and the inspection was slow. Jiang Bui felt that to his position. It was hard enough to get in before dark. The other people in the queue are obviously of the same opinion, and want to complain about the slow progress of the inspection in front of them. But they don't dare to make too much noise for fear of being heard by the base, and canceling their eligibility to enter the base. Jiang Bui waited for a while, seeing that there were already quite a few people around who had taken out food from their bags to eat. Only then did he unzip his backpack and pull out a packet of ham sausages. The ham sausage was not the kind of red-skinned puppy dog sausage, but a pack of 4 meat sausages. And the crunching sound of the package tearing open instantly attracted the attention of many people around him. Upon seeing Jiang Bui's face, they first showed a subtle expression. Then when they saw the fragrant ham sausage emanating from his hand, their eyes instantly changed. Jiang Bui's movement of stuffing the sausage into his mouth was lurched. Then, as if he didn't realize it at all, he ate most of the sausage in one mouthful, as if his expression was as normal. The development of the food being too conspicuous was indeed something he hadn't expected. The sound of chewing was especially clear at this moment, and the air seemed to be filled with the unique aroma of ham and sausage. If it wasn't for the fact that one of the people next to him was eating more openly than him, I'm afraid that his plan to enter the base by dabbling in the water would have collapsed in the middle of the road. Jiang Buwei also moved along with the crowd's line of sight, shifting his eyes curiously towards the big brother beside him, who seemed to not know what it meant to be restrained. The moment he saw what this warrior was holding in his hand, a wave of respect rose in the bottom of his heart. Admiration, admiration. There was nothing else. It was really that the food that the warrior big brother took out was not very low-key. The man, who looked like he was in his early 30s, was not too short in height, but his body was shapely and unusually thin. From Jiang Buwei's perspective, he could see that his entire body was like a skeleton, with only a layer of skin left on top of his bones. And a sense of creepiness instantly surged in his heart. This person is so thin that he looks like a starving person who hasn't had enough to eat for 800 years. But at this moment, he is holding an enlarged roasted chicken leg in his hand with a big grin. And he is enjoying himself by tearing into the juicy chicken leg meat with a look of enjoyment. The smell of the chicken leg's charred, crispy and crunchy flavor instantly exploded around him, attracting not only the crowd within a 10-meter radius, but even the guards' gazes lingered on him for a long time. If Jiang Buwei wasn't convinced that he didn't know this person, he would have suspected that this person had come specifically to draw fire to relieve him. Brother Skeleton was very friendly and kind. Not only did he eat himself, he also shared it with Jiang Buwei. Jiang Buwei watched as this big brother smilingly pulled out another chicken leg from his chest pocket and handed it to him. Jiang Buwei politely refused. In return, he received a sad, lost look from the big brother, as well as "you don't know what you're doing and count your blessings" looks from the circle of people around him. Jiang Buwei. Where's the godly man pretending to be crazy here? It's all pointing to his head. Brother Skeleton seemed to be very generous. Since Jiang Buwei didn't want the chicken leg, he turned his hand and gave it to a family of 3 queuing behind him. The family's face was haggard, obviously not having a good time. And when they saw the chicken leg like a pie in the sky, their eyes turned green, not caring about anything else. The man of the family reached out and grabbed the chicken leg, quickly taking a big bite of the meat on the leg, so delicious that his eyes squinted. His wife and youngest son, on the other hand, watched with bated breath and gulped. But they did not see the man share the slightest bit. Jiang Buwei watched with cold eyes, incidentally observing the reaction of the skeleton Holy Father on the side. However, the skeleton Holy Father unexpectedly did not even look at it, and only focused on fixing the large chicken leg in his hand. Interesting. Jiang Buwei raised his eyebrows in a faintly unnoticeable manner. Mr. Holy Father didn't pay the slightest attention to how the family of 3 internally distributed the chicken leg. And naturally, he didn't pay attention to the stupidity of the people around him, being able to survive until now in the post-apocalyptic world. The people in the queue could naturally tell that this man, who was clearly able to generously take out a chicken leg and give it away, but was as thin as a skeleton, was not a good person. Originally, they were still scrupulous about whether this man would be nosy if he was so kind. But now they could also more or less see it. This man didn't care about other people's deaths, and giving chicken legs was probably inexplicably bad taste. So naturally, they shifted their target to the family of 3 who had inexplicably been gifted. Thus, amidst the screams of the child and his wife, the man had his neck slashed with a knife, and his head flew out at once. The half-eaten chicken leg fell steadily into the hands of a small, thin man with a fierce face. The skinny man's description was also very wretched. No better than the family of 3. He took the chicken leg and shoved it into his mouth. The sound of clacking and chewing on the bone caused the surviving mother and son to shudder all over again. It sounded surprisingly that he had chewed and swallowed even the bones by virtue of his strengthened bite. Jiang Buwei withdrew his gaze without changing his eyes, and after finishing the ham sausage in his hand, he stared intently at the muddy ground that was about to be baked and cracked by the sun. He didn't want to take care of the others, but he couldn't help it if the others insisted on coming over and messing with him. The skeleton Holy Father finally finished eating his chicken leg, and with a mouth full of grease, he came over. "Get to know me. My name is Dafeng." Jiang Buwei stared intently at the ground, not wanting to speak. Big Wind wasn't discouraged either, staring at his 2 thin bulging eyes, patiently waiting for Jiang Buwei's reply. Jiang Buwei. He noticed the eyes around him that were glancing this way if at all, and some impatience surged up in the bottom of his heart. Dafeng laughed twice, as if he had come to be interested in this young man. "You are also here to participate in this election?" "Selection?" Jiang Buwei hemmed without blushing, recognizing the statement. Once again, Gale's parched face raised a smile that was even bone-deep. Such a coincidence. I'm also here to participate in the selection process. I heard that there are quite a lot of people recruiting this time. So maybe both of us can get in. It's just that I don't know if it's possible to suddenly recruit so many people this time. Jiang Bui had a worried look, leaving a tail of words. Who knows? Anyway, I heard that this time out of the mission and the famous fire alien, the most important part of the turn is certainly not our turn. We only need to fight small monsters on the sidelines. Go back to get a lot of crystal cores. Gale was so gorgeous that his eyes narrowed. The tone of his voice was so certain that the people around him perked up their ears and listened to it and put the matter on their minds. Those who hadn't wanted to go were now drumming in their hearts. Jiang Bui still silent, looking at the big wind's joyful appearance. He heard a certain sentence after crossing a trace of dissimilarity is also hidden in the bottom of the heart. The bottom of the eyes thoughtfully. At the same time, Jiang Bui's bright mansion, which they had once passed by, also welcomed a group of unfamiliar visitors who were heavily armed. On the SUV in the lead, a serious-faced young man sat on the passenger seat. He put down his binoculars and said in a grave tone, "The situation here is even more serious than we had previously expected." A middle-aged man on the right side of the back seat opened his closed eyes and faintly ordered, "Rest and recuperate around here," and set off again in an hour. The young man in the co-pilot listened and immediately conveyed his orders into the intercom in his hand. As soon as the front car stops, the convoy that extends out a street behind it also slowly stops, begins to clean up the zombies, and sets up camp in place to rest and recuperate. Chapter 159 Center Hall. Jiang Bui was lucky enough to finish his inspection before dark, and entered the human light base. 1 second. The fear-filled pleas and angry curses of the people who were blocked outside the door were still ringing in his ears. But the next second when the door was closed, all the voices outside the door immediately disappeared without a trace. He turned his head in some disbelief to look behind him at the tall, gray gates that he hadn't originally ignored anymore. Fantastic, isn't it? I had heard that when the Light of Humanity was first established, the city wall was made of a special bio-isolation material researched from the doctor. Not only did it isolate the breath and sound from the inside and outside, and was able to shield the zombie's perception to a certain extent, but it was also exceptionally sturdy. Even if a third-order strength system psychic used all his strength, it would be difficult to damage it by a single bit. Behind him, a sentence was inserted coldly. Gale hemmed and hawed after being discovered, still hanging around behind Jiang Bui. The people who came in with them just now had already quickly rushed towards the central hall, just in case they could grab a good accommodation. The base guards were still guarding the city gates, and at a glance, he and Big Wind were the only two people around. That's why Gale's opening just now seemed particularly abrupt. But the person in question obviously didn't think anything of it, and was still playfully following behind him. Jiang Bui frowned slightly. He intuited that this person was not a good person, and getting too close to this person might cause some ripples in his plans. Something wrong? Gale grinned with a mouthful of sharp white teeth. Tomorrow is the day for the selection of the 5th Army of the Exploration Legion. Are you going or not? We'll see. Jiang Bui's mouth prevaricated like this, but in his heart, he was recalling some of the things that Zhang Sanqiong had told him earlier about the human light base. Dafeng's tone was still a little regretful. Well then, I would have liked to go with you. We can still be companions. The two of them chatted with each other, and after walking for a few minutes, they arrived at the center hall of the base. Of course, it was Gale who chatted unilaterally, while Jiang Bui responded from time to time. It must be said that the moment he stepped on the steps of the central hall, Jiang Bui was relieved. The hall covers an area of not small. The former should be a bank service hall. At this time the lights are bright, even if it is about to be night. There are people coming and going. The big screen facing the main door was scrolling all kinds of mission and revelation information in real time. On the left side, there were groups of people queuing up in front of a row of windows to register their information. And on the right side, there were 3 self-service machines, which, if you didn't look closely, you would only think that the original bank's self-service ATMs were still placed here. But they weren't so preconceived as to think that those were the 3 bank machines that hadn't been moved, because the 3 machines are surrounded by a lot of people in front of and behind. If not Joe 10 a meter or so tall, I'm afraid that even a scene cannot be seen. What is remarkable is that there are quite a lot of people in the hall at this time. But there are not many noisy people, and even loud conversations are also in the minority. Most people are crowded in front of the three machines whispering. The atmosphere of tension and excitement. Heavy and exciting. In contrast to the heated registration scene on the left. It could be described as unusually silent. Jiang Bui looked at the right side for a few moments. Then turned around and headed for the registration window on the left side. Picked a window has been empty at the moment stood. Behind the window sits a bang-stained with blue hair young man. His lowered head do not know in the pounding something. Afterglow saw the window in front of a black trouser leg stood still. Head did not lift. Tone of impatience said, fill out the table in hand. Jiang Bui fished over the carbon pen inserted on the side. Pulled out a sheet from a pile of forms. And looked at the contents of the form carefully. A total of 7 lines of text. Very concise. Name. Age. Whether or not you have psychic abilities. If so, direction and level of psychic ability. Seeing the last line of text and the smaller words below it, Jiang Bui couldn't help but squint his eyes. Whether or not you intend to join the Society Exploration Army, yes or no. If you choose to join, please select the following options. The options that followed after were the 1st United Legion, 2nd United Legion, all the way to the 5th United Legion. And the last option is actually the White House Research Institute Guard Corps? No wonder Jiang Bui was surprised. Along the way, he heard or entered the base of Large and Small, were the official team on behalf of the base. Although not so arrogant and harsh. But the posture is never put so low. In the first step of temporary entry into the base throughout an olive branch. Or the first time to see. The first few items are haphazardly and randomly ticked. And the last item? Jiang Bui thought for a moment, and ticked a certain option. After ticking the form, he handed the form into the groove at the bottom of the window. Fill out the completed form along the groove to the back of the window. The young man sitting inside finally gave up to stretch out the hand hidden under the table. Just a pinch over the piece of paper. Was attracted by the long and white hand that had just been withdrawn from the back of the window. That hand was literally poking at his ex-fetish and dancing madly. Well-boned, slender and strong, with nails built short and clean. And the fingertips were even white with a light dusting of pink. Beautiful. His eyes couldn't help but follow the hand upwards. The body was slender and straight and tall. And the face. The young man's breath hitched. And a flash of amazement flashed across the bottom of his eyes that wore ghostly blue pupils. Opening his mouth again. His voice was so gentle that it was even a bit greasy. Handsome man, is this the first time you've entered our base? How come I've never seen you before? Seeing Jiang Bui turn his head and about to leave, he was still a little anxious. My sister serves in the 5th Army. Perhaps we can have a dinner together in a while? My treat. Nai Lang's heart was like iron. The man instead walked faster and took bigger steps after hearing this. Nowadays, there aren't many people who can afford a dinner. Maybe that sister of his is really a role player in the 5th Army and can decide whether you stay or go. Such a good opportunity to enter the 5th Army. What a pity to turn it down. Don't think about it anymore. I don't know when the big wind followed again. But also in the back straight shake his head regret. Look at that wrist shing contempt look. If it is not on their own looks of self-awareness. He would like to own on. To body instead of pain to eat this mouth soft rice. Jiang Bui speechless choked for a moment. See in the stalker with the same road for so long on the sake. And he said, I temporarily do not want to go to the 5th Army. Big Wind was originally still feeling sorry for himself. But when he heard this, his voice lurched. Then you're not going to the selection tomorrow? Then I won't go either. Seeing Jiang Bui's puzzled sideways glance, he also firmly added, if you're not going, then what else am I going to do? Jiang Bui? No. Didn't we just meet today? There were too many slots. But he didn't have the heart to refute it for the time being. Because it was nightfall. The temperature of a hot day was starting to turn cool. A huge beast that had been quiet for a day gradually moved its body and woke up. Under his seemingly tightly covered collar was an alabaster-like collar. Now, this collar, after being forced to be quiet for a day, finally couldn't hold back its inner restlessness, jealousy and sensitivity, and began to slowly draw circles around the white neck and collarbone with distinct shades of dark and light. Be quiet. It's still out there. Jiang Bui had no choice but to warn this giant snake with a soothing warning. I want to swallow them all. A low murmur as if calling from the distant past. Creepy. The back of Gale, who was walking on the side, went cold and violently bared its white and sharp fangs. But when he felt it carefully, it was as if that uncomfortable and dangerous aura did not exist just now. And it was just his illusion. But still, Dafeng did not dare to let down his guard, and still first said goodbye to Jiang Bui and left the place. There was no other reason. The powerful and dangerous aura that leaked out just now vaguely made him shudder a little. Then I'll bite you to death, Jiang Bui coldly said back in his mind. Suddenly, the creepy aura subconsciously slowed down, followed by disappearing. After a moment of silence, that low voice hissed, snorting like a ferocious beast with its mouth open to feed. It was clearly filled with arrogance and impatience, yet it subconsciously chose to obey. Jiang Bui knew the knack of stroking smoothly. Not yet. We can't make too much of a fuss. The beast with the wisdom of a god couldn't help but hiss again. But this time he learned his lesson. In a different way. He asked again, "Can I go out later and let off some steam?" Here. What a humble request. Permission granted. But be sure to look before you speak. Jiang Bui had no choice but to let go. It's better to block than to block. As long as White Jiao only went after targets that he could strike by default. It didn't matter. However, as Bai Jiao was about to slip away, he still gave one more instruction, giving another insurance policy. Don't make too much of a mess. The temporary dormitory locks up at 9 o'clock. Come back early. A virtually non-existent access control didn't even care about an ordinary alien, let alone controlling Bai Jiao. The only thing that could shackle the man was just the person who gave the word. Responding to Jiang Bui was a cozy rubbing of the snake's tail on his neck, as well as a good Chapter 160 Point Break. The base will assign a temporary residence to each person who enters with a temporary identity. Most of them are big bunks. Single rooms need to go to the temporary residence to get a sum of supplies. Even so, the time limit is only 72 hours. At the end of the time, you must move out of the temporary housing. Pay a sum of money far greater than the cost of the temporary housing to rent another long-term room in the base. Jiang Bui decisively chose to pay another amount of supplies. And the person who acted as the host faintly raised his eyes to look at him, and threw a key over the southernmost room on the 3rd floor. Even the conditions of the single room, which was paid for separately, were not considered comfortable. A 1 meter 8 by 1 meter 2 iron-framed bed. The only bedding on it was the thin wooden boards padded on the iron bars. The single bed was placed against the wall. And on the other side of the bed was a narrow aisle that only allowed one person to pass sideways. Other than that, there was nothing else in the room. Standing in the room, Jiang Bui felt depressed. At least there was a bucket with a lid in it. After thinking about it, he sat down on the iron bed that creaked when he moved. So at least it wasn't as depressing as standing up straight and looking at it. As for the room was empty. Not even a bedding thing is even more indifferent. His space is the most lack of various supplies. Simply laid a layer of sponge cushion on top of the wooden board. Jiang Bui pulled open a window slit to get some air. Yes, that's right. This small room that was difficult to turn around actually had a window. Then he collapsed on the sponge mat, slightly closed his eyes, and rested for a while. It had been a long day of rushing and queuing under the sun. He wasn't made of iron. He would be tired and sleepy too. When Bai Jiao slipped back through the window, he saw the declining youth with a taut face sleeping on his side on a sponge-cushioned bed. His eyes were fixed on the person on the bed for 2 seconds before he slowly climbed onto the sponge cushion, carefully and gently coiled back onto the young man's white wrist. A pair of snake eyes were full of anthropomorphic silence and peace of mind. This leaped directly to the next day at noon. Early in the morning, Jiang Bui was actually woken up once by the biological clock. But he only symbolically opened his next eye, glimpsed the white Jiao still quietly coiled between his wrists, and then resolutely closed his eyes. Passed out? Naturally. He had no idea of White Scale's mental state at the time. His not-so-big snake brain was all swirling with little waves. Ching-Ching is so cute. Even the action of opening one eye and closing the other is done in such a lively, cute and animated manner. Packing up, Jiang Bui prepared to go out. Although he had no intention of joining the Fifth Army, he still looked like he was going to check out the scene. However, the two of them had just left the house. And before they arrived at the center hall, they saw a familiar silhouette waving frantically at them from a short distance away. It was Big Wind. Jiang Bui walked over. And the first thing he saw was not the bottle of ice-cold cola he was holding in his hand that was still bubbling with the vapor from the ice-cold water that had just come out of it, but rather the ghostly blue pupils that looked a little familiar in his eyes. His footsteps lurched. feeling as if he had seen the shade of ghostly blue somewhere recently. But after thinking about it for half a day, he still couldn't pull it out of his mind, and gave up helplessly. Next, before the words left his mouth, Big Wind threw an ice-cold cola into Jiang Bui's arms and playfully asked, "Brother, where are you going today?" Jiang Bui, who was caught off guard by the hidden weapon, looked stuck. If he remembered correctly, this person didn't even know what his name was. Why was he so self-conscious? Jiao Wei, the Jiao of scorched earth. The way of doing something but not doing anything. Jiang Bui returned the coke to Dafeng. Although all the people coming and going around but passing by would be attracted by the ice-cold coke that Gale was holding in his hand with a big grin, he really didn't have a shortage, and didn't want inexplicable goodwill. One must know that out in the world, a bottle of ice-cold cola had a price, and was even worth an unlimited attribute level 2 crystal core. The seemingly casual big gift, the coincidence of a chance encounter at the moment, the unusually enthusiastic attitude of all sorts are showing that this person is not simple. There is no need for him to get his hands on it and get into trouble for nothing. Jiao for old brother. You are also surnamed Jiao? Fate. Gale slammed his thigh. Jiang Bui? My previous landlord when I rented a room at the university was also surnamed Jiao. Don't you think it's a coincidence? Dafeng was incredibly excited. Jiang Bui. I believe you. Seeing Jiang Bui's cold face is about to walk by mistake, Dafeng do not know where the problem just now was good. Now how all of a sudden changed face. But he also knows that he handled this door-to-door action somewhat roughly, and hastened to follow this direction. You are going to regret not going to participate in the selection of the 5th Army? But they finished selecting people early in the morning and withdrew. Jiang Bui's steps lurched, and in hindsight it seemed like he had slept through the morning. Who was to blame? It was all by Jiao's fault, since he couldn't watch the fun anymore. The only purpose of this trip became to investigate the base, and find out the basic situation inside. However, thinking of this, Jiang Bui dropped his sight on the other person present. Something wrong? Gale was still a bit puzzled. His smile stuck. Following me all the time. Something's wrong? Having stayed with Bai Jiao for a long time, Jiang Bui's patience has never been very good in the past few years, and his chi cultivation kung fu has become lazier and lazier to maintain. Seeing that Dafeng was pretending to be confused by speculating on his understanding, and was already a little bit impatient by the time he said it for the second time, Dafeng looked a meal. Still want to pretend to be confused. Jiang Bui turned around and walked away. Jiang Bui did not believe in coincidences. If this person hadn't deliberately approached him at the beginning when he was queuing outside the base gate, he would have tied the white auger into a xiaogui knot and hung it above his bed. Hey no. I say. But it's crowded here. Let's talk somewhere else. Seeing that he was serious, Big Wind shouted in a hurry. There were people coming and going at the entrance of the center hall. Most of them were 5-cent special aberrations, so it really wasn't a good place to talk. This affliction can actually be done as long as Bai Jiao casts an isolation spell. But Jiang Bui didn't want to expose Bai Jiao's ability at this time. So he silently followed Big Wind in 7 twists, and turns to an old residential building in a neighborhood. Big Wind led to the 3rd floor west of one of the units, took out the key from his pocket, and opened the door. Here is the safe house I prepared for myself before. I didn't expect to use it this time. The house is safe? No unfamiliar aura felt. Even Bai Jiao didn't feel it. So that meant that this room was really just a safe house for himself, as Gale had said, and not an urn to lure him in. Jiang Bui's figure that had been on guard all the way relaxed a bit, focusing his attention on some of the home furnishings and displays after entering the house, and casually said, the original house owner was quite tasteful. And not only did the interior of this house not have the slightest traces of being destroyed, it even restored the original mold to preserve the home without filling it into the base for unified distribution and management. So it was conceivable that the means of the current holder of this house suddenly being complimented. Gale couldn't help but laugh. The original owner of the house is me. I think when I first bought this house, I had to go through a lot of effort to design it. And the decoration was all done by myself, personally keeping an eye on it for half a year before I got it to be like this now. Jiang Bui entered the house with a step. Once again re-examined the furnishings and decoration of the house. The overall Italian retro style. The aisles are built into an archway. The walls are also micro-carved with a number of frescoes. Soft colors. Worth it. The effect presented in the end was indeed worth the half year that Gale had stared at. If the end times hadn't suddenly come. Hearing Jiang Bui's affirmation, Big Wind smiled and narrowed his eyes. But thinking about the purpose of his time, he still got serious. When Big Wind got serious, he couldn't even see his previous nervous-like appearance. His eyes got serious and looked at Jiang Bui. I know that your strength is definitely more than the second rank, or even the third rank. And I also know that you're rushing towards Little White House. Jiang Bui raised his eyebrows. Is it that obvious? So? I want to cooperate with you. When Gale said this, I don't know if it was because his emotions were too high, but his face twitched abnormally twice every now and then. And he looked nervous. As soon as the word cooperation came out, Jiang Bui's heart surprisingly did not have many surprised emotions, but rather pondered how many salacious people and things this little white building hid, which attracted so many people to. What benefit do I have in cooperating with you? I know you're looking into the matter of Little White House. It just so happens that I'm also looking into it. And I've found out quite a lot of things. So if you're willing to give me a hand, I can share all of these things. Big Wind's eyes stared straight at Jiang Bui and promised. Jiang Bui thought about it. He came here because he wanted to do something big. Not only to get the leader and the researcher who researched the dual alien transplant dead, but also to destroy all the relevant information in case certain people wanted to make a comeback. In fact, he had already got a list of the people involved in the research of Little White House, and the relevant information from Zhuang Jinong. But he simply could not trust Zhuang Jinong. And naturally, he could not trust the list and the information given by him under the seemingly true feelings. Now that someone has come to his door to provide him with information, he is not in a hurry to refuse. He can first listen to the conditions, and then consider whether to agree or not. Thinking this way, he was non-committal. What do you want me to help you with? Gale sank his voice. I want you to help me block that dog beside Li Yu. Li Yu? Another familiar name. It was also the person Zhuang Jinong had said was now the actual person in charge of the human light base. The core person who had activated the Little White House. Jiang Bui's eyebrows jumped, not expecting this somewhat nervous-looking man in front of him to actually try to capture the king right off the bat. This can also explain why before at the door, when the bottom of the heart flashed that strange. In the association of other people most of the existence of that adult a secret. But the Big Wind directly called it famous fire alien. I do not know is Jiang Weiwei too sensitive mind. I don't know if Jiang Bui's mind is too sensitive. Or if it's true that Big Wind's words are true. But he did feel a little bit of sarcasm in this name. It can be seen that the heart of his arrogance. Strength is certainly far from the point that is shown. However, it was just what he wanted. Good. Just need you to help drag him away from Li Yu for a period of time. Otherwise he keeps. Halfway through his sentence, Gale suddenly got stuck. What did he just hear? To agree so simply? Realizing that Jiang Bui had actually agreed so painfully, Big Wind was still a bit unresponsive. His expression stupefied. You? Originally, Great Wind was still feeling tricky about convincing Jiang Bui to participate in this matter. But now that he agreed so dryly, instead, he was a bit at a loss. And even wondered if Jiang Bui hadn't even known about the strength of that protector dog before he just agreed to it haphazardly. Big Wind wanted to say something. That dog is that fourth-ranked fire alien I told you about the other day. There are rumors that he has already touched the edge of the fifth-ranked. His strength is not to be underestimated. Jiang Bui, who was all close to touching the threshold of level 6, looked indifferent and did not comment. The rest of the base may not know, but I once saw that layer of skin and flesh underneath his body, living like it was spliced from different people. Horrible to the extreme. And those eyes of his. Gale's voice hesitated before continuing. Looking unlike human eyes. They might have been modified by the White House alien transplantation program. That is to say, he might have 2 alien abilities. Very dangerous. Another spliced out dual alien ability person. This damned white building. Damnedly you, just how many abnormal experimental bodies have he created? Jiang Bui huffed in the bottom of his heart, while he couldn't help but feel a little sick to his stomach. Well, but I also have a condition. Suppressing the feeling of nausea that was rising in his heart. Gale thought that Jiang Bui would start to back off after hearing this. But he didn't expect the man to directly put forward a condition that he was shocked and unable to refuse. I can help you kill that fire alien. On the condition that I will be there when you kill Li Yu. Gale almost thought that he had heard a fork in the road. And with a I didn't expect that odd gaze carefully remeasuring Jiang Bui, he agreed in one mouthful. Okay. Deal. After saying that, Big Wind hurriedly pulled out a thick craft paper bag from the bag he was carrying, on which there was still a burnt set of oil-fried chicken thighs. Looking at the craft paper bag that was still haloed with oily marks, Jiang Bui frowned slightly, and the action of reaching out to take it paused in midair before taking it. The action of tugging open the craft paper bag was rare and somewhat hurried, vaguely revealing dislike. Dafeng vainly reached out to pick his nose, head averted away from the line of sight. Fried chicken legs, how delicious! Ah!